Oh, I was muted. Alright. Hello, YouTube. We're about to head into Nouns against Yala Bingo. Where is he? I'm right here. Am I not here? I should be live on YouTube. We see you? Okay, okay. There's just someone panicking around. Someone is being panicky. Do my Honkai dailies. Nouns against Yala Bingo. That's pretty hype. We got the new nouns with, new nouns with Gatlu, yeah. New nouns, guys. The new nouns with Gatlu, as, you know, he wasn't just gone for like 3 months. I guess it has been a bit longer. Yo, Tim, thank you so much for the gifted subs again, thank you. Can you look at my last message? So after the changes to your second channel tournaments, the VODs won't be available on Twitch for non-subs? That has not been for... I'm not sure what you're asking, actually. I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. The VODs are available on YouTube too, so... Did Chris not play today? No. Can watch at my game auto farm artifacts. Why are ranked lobbies so bad? That's a question, yeah, it's something I can't answer. Sadly don't know the answer to that one. But yeah, ranked has been rough lately. Or lately. As if it has, yeah, lately, right? Because ranked has been so good before. So today we're on the big New Balance patch that brought a lot of changes, right? That's pretty hype. I mean, New Balance patch. Meta is completely different now. Right? I mean, so much has changed, like... Yeah, so much has changed. Maybe there's one pick that like, teams are like, yeah, this is good now, but... I don't know which Pokemon could that be. I don't think it exists. I sadly don't think there's a character that's like, wow, this is good now. Who want Chris to do subscriber games? No one. I follow your builds? You're nice, thank you. I follow my builds too. Quit thinks he's so funny? I am very funny. When will it start? Or when the teams load into their lobby, which hasn't started yet, so. Let me just look at the bracket as well. Where's the bracket? This website is so hard to navigate sometimes. The StarGG website is such a disaster for like trying to find information, man. I swear. Oh, I'm just bad. This is North America, but where's Europe? Europe. There's here, I found it. Like, I feel like it's very... No, I don't know. But the design of StarGG is not very great. Yep, so we have Tali against ABC, we have Yalla Bingo against Stones Esports, we have Stenko Golebo against Capybarbas, and Sakura against Rostamania. Those are the 8 European teams today. Am I casting? Not casting. We're doing watch party. Which was more fun last time anyways, right? Like, oh, I think it was very fun. The AOS Cup watch party, so. Right? That was pretty fun. But it's better with casting in the background, right? Because right now we would only have game sound. It's kind of better when there's like background casting sound too, which we don't have right now. But yeah. I said, ooh. On a root thing with the 5 months, appreciate. Did I miss the live stream last week, or you didn't live stream it on YouTube? You mean the qualifiers last weekend? I didn't watch them. I don't watch qualifiers anymore. Didn't watch them. Do I go for Aventurine? No, I don't. I get him right now, though. Look at this. Aventurine. Wow. When's that starting? Or when the teams start the game, which hasn't started yet, so looks like someone is missing. Wow, C6 links. Wow. That I never use anyways. Wait, do I need to? Oh yeah, I got the max stars on this one. Better upcoming video about Farlings on the channel. Maybe in like 3 days or something. We'll see. We shall see. Farlings is on the 25th, right? On Thursday. Who is missing? Why is it not starting? Who is missing? I still have to do all of this, man. Oh boy. What are we waiting for? I don't know, man. Your mom has to give us the go. Like, we're waiting. But I don't know what the issue is. Waiting on her permission. Oh boy, what is this? This looks terrible for me. What it sounds playing against? Top of your screen, you can read it. I believe in you. I don't know. When allies use a skill attack on targets, there's a infliction shatter. When enemy user ability afflicts one skill, but I can't read this. What is the most useful one right here? Yummy! Where are my Honkai nerds at? Which one do I take? Who's the other bingo against? Good question, good question. Background, the old one. I mean, does this count as a skill? Oh, started! Now we have to wait 5 minutes and we head into the game. There we go. Who am I supporting? I guess nouns. Nouns and potato. Why did I do that? Farlings is, I think Farlings is free. I don't think Farlings will be free. I heavily doubt that. I don't know why you would think Farlings is free. Is Metagross good? I mean, I like Metagross, yeah, but it can struggle. There will be an event. I thought there's an event skin for like a mini battle pass for Farlings. Now he gets a mini battle pass, right? Like Mimikyu got one. That's pretty good though, pretty good skin for the mini battle pass. But if as long as there's quick battles on it, it's kind of scuffed. The set files can be obtainable by commemorative event pass. Okay. Well, that's just this. Okay, we will see, I guess. Am I a dot enjoyer? Not really. I got Black Swan now. Who replaced Megu? Sayu. It's not Sayu and Gatlu. They switched 2 players. Both teams switched 2 players around. Sayu Gatlu went to Nouns and Utah Megu went to for free. Is Yala Bingo Europe or North America? Europe. That's all the points I'm getting here. But Black Swan is my other team. Or should I have Black Swan as the main damage dealer on my other team? Should I like split up Archeron and Black Swan? No, I don't think so, Pump, but they just haven't started yet. No, they haven't started yet, I think. Pretty sure they just haven't started. I mean, like, let me see. Look. It's 4 minutes now, so it should pop up in the next minute. I asked Bruff yesterday and he said he enabled it, so it should be fine. Am I from Germany, bro? Yes, bro, I'm from Germany, bro. I don't have Kafka though, so I don't have a full dot team, so... Black Swan's my only dot character. Yo, bro. Bro. Yo, bro. Yo, Brudi, Mann. Ey, Brudi. Ey, Brudi. Hey, Brudi. There we go. Look. It's all good. Oh. It's all A-okay. We're going to watch the new Nouns esports now again. Well, new. It's just that Gatlu has rejoined with Sayu. So what happened is that Gatlu and Sayu switched teams with Megu and Utah. And looks like Yala Bingo's the same. They haven't changed. We have Potato and Trevenant. Okay. And Gatlu with his gold badge Dodo, he's very proud of it. I know it. Like, Gatlu's one of those players who's very proud of having a gold badge in a Pokemon. So, let's see. But he's playing top lane. He's very proud of it. So, yeah. We have Adesu and Gatlu back combined. I mean, it felt rough, like, right? Having Gatlu and Adesu split up. That's not normal. Like they belong together. And now Potato's to play against the... Like, Potato played so much to Drio. top lately. That was like, yeah, this looks good. I'm gonna play it myself. And he's gone. And he is gone. Toon Slam playing. Wait, Psyshock is okay. Is Psyshock Espeon for Toon? So, Stop Power nerfs already meta, I guess. Just goes back to the Psyshock. It's already got a bit of a different thing going on. Is the most recent patch? Yes. There's no tournament server, so it has to be. They're playing on the live server. I wonder what Gatlu's gonna go for. Drum kick, drill peck. Try attack. Drill peck, okay. Drill peck it is. Psyshock is bad. I mean, it's not amazing. Like, I feel like I wouldn't pick Espeon for Psyshock. But it's still, I mean, it's still fine, right? It has good early game. You just get a lot of last hits. But I don't know, man. It's definitely a bit questionable. I mean, it's kind of their first, it's not their first tournament as this team now, no. But, I mean, the roster swaps happened after EOS Cup, so... Yeah. I wonder how this swap happened. Like, I wonder what happened behind the scenes. What kind of drama. The Gala Bingo didn't change at all, though. Oh, look at the Psyshock Psybeam through Toon. Oh my. Oh my, oh my. It's a big one. Potato not having the greatest time yet. Lunderun is classic McDonald's Mew. What a classic. Who kicked out the Frenchies? Yeah. But they picked up another Frenchie. I mean, Sayu is also French, so... They still got one back. So I don't know how much I believe in Gatlu's top path. I don't know how much I believe in it, but I mean, right now it's going fine. Okay. This should be announced quite easily now. They just have to block the snipe shot. Blob's gonna stand in front of it. We have the foul play is already coming out now. I can't believe they buffed it. Wait! Oh, the dream was close. Can't believe they actually buffed Umbreon. So Brab's actually playing the foul play wish, okay. So yeah, I mean it's a pretty good bit now. They just buffed Umbreon. Can you believe it? I mean we knew that's gonna it's like we knew that something will happen for the battle pass, right? Like we knew it. But still, it's still hard to believe that Umbreon got buffed. It's wild. Gatlu wasn't for free, yeah, they swapped rosters after EOS Cup. And now Gatlu is back on Nouns. Ooh, and he's gone. Playing a Dodrio against Mew is not very fun. Like Electro Ball and the boost auto attack of Mew are so painful to deal with. Pain Spell Curse of Potati. Sayu is gone. Wait, eject button is huge. Never mind. They got farmed. He's gonna get a 4K almost. Holy. Holy. No, I mean Blaziken is weird in tournaments. It's very, very weird. I'm not a big fan of like top path Blaziken. But in jungle it does decent at least. But I absolutely hate when someone plays top path Blaziken in tournaments. It just ain't it, you know? It just doesn't feel like it's it. But they kind of split up. They let like it go early game bot lane and then afterwards take jungle, so... Oh, he's pretty good in the game. But, I mean, Yellow Bingos is very good team fighting. They're just gonna back cap on top, I like this. I mean, they have Hooper, right? Yeah. But they can even win this, because Hooper and Boat is so broken. Riot. So, wait, but they can't port in anymore. Like, Potato's holding it so long. They couldn't even take the unbound anymore. But I mean, they're not even winning. Like, it's a 2v4 down here against the support and the defender. And they're forced to use Elgos Unite. In a 2v4. Against Umbreon and Hooper. Okay, but they get it now. But I mean, it's not worth it at all, right? That was top goal. And they couldn't even get a KO or anything done. They can't even push this goal either because they're still already here to defend. Yeah, Sagi's not going. He knows Slowbro Unite move us up, and you can see, Slowbro had to go so deep now. This is terrible now for Yellow Bingo. This was good. I mean, this was good patience by Blaziken. He knows that Slowbro wants to Unite with him, and he just kind of baited him into walking further into his team. So you can see the bloodlust in Slowbro. Like, he really wanted to Unite with the Blaziken, and then just get Omega baited. Omega baited. And I'm just rolling over Yellow Bingo. They're getting rolled. Got with a pretty late Unite. That could always like be scary if Yellow Bingo can force a fight, but was Dodrio Unite? I feel like the last time you want to use it is like 340. Otherwise, it's gonna be down for Rayquaza. It's like, but I mean, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna flip Ray, right? But they got Slowbro Unite to force a fight always. Oh, got Lou. It's a very pronounced late game, but I think they might just be too far ahead. Okay, Stage rolling over them. Potato can't get a KO. The Unite! Oh no, Potati. But he gets at least Espeon. But they can't force a fight anymore without Trevenant Unite, maybe. Yeah, Dodrio's Unite is super long cooldown. Like, how much is it? Is it like 130 or something? It's definitely quite long. Oh, this could be it though, wait. Nouns? But they have... Oh, Hooper's dead. Yeah, Breath has to buy time. He has to go for Inteleon. Oh, I bet they're gonna rip Ray here. Toons him out to court. He can't lift this. He's gonna go down. The case Ray, the Hooper Hyperspace portal. Oh, he doesn't make it. Unbounds on the ground. Yellow Bingo's gonna get Ray here unless. But there's Unite. Here's Unite move back up. Oh, what is that pair thing? Can Gatlu clutch it? He's kind of clutching it. Oh no, he messed up the drill pick. And now it's lost, I guess. Maybe? Awkward. 20 points going. Yeah, that was... Bridge Lecky fight. Ooh. But they have one more push, but I don't think it's gonna matter. If one person can't go down, it's Hooper. Hooper has to just not die. I don't know how did this fight go so badly. Oh, okay, that's game. Alright, that's game one. That is definitely game one. Don't push anymore. That was a weird Lecky fight. That was pretty weird. They didn't have to go for it either. Like, that's such a huge point lead, right? Like, but I mean, no, they had to go for it, right? It's Precious Land base, so. Precious Land base. That's correct. They had a bad fight. But yeah, if you like... No, you definitely go for the Lecky. You definitely go for it. But you shouldn't die for it, right? Like, you shouldn't play into the positions where you lose the game out of it. But I mean, of course, it's always easier said than done, right? Okay, wow. That was definitely announced game to lose in the end. Okay. Okay, okay. Rough. Is Tali also down 1-0? Oh yeah, they are. That's funny. Well, I mean, okay, guys, honest question. Which team do you think came out strong after this? Which team do you think won this roster swap? I'm actually curious what you guys think. Because I would say Tali won it. What do you guys think who won it? So again, we have Sayu and Gatlu being swapped out for Yutao and Megu. Like, I don't even know what the Nouns team problem was. Like, I don't know what the internal problems were, because I feel like Nouns just got weaker with this, but I don't know, like, maybe Gatlu and Sayu have, like, better comms that makes them better in the end. The problem is we never know what's going on inside the teams, right? It's always hard to guess. We don't know what the issue is, because in theory, right, the Nouns roster looked absolutely insane on paper, so we don't know, like, what actually happened that they couldn't perform the way they wanted to. So, yeah. Mega top lane seemed like the weak link. Sometimes true. I just think that. So I think Gatlu and Sayu is the safe option. I just think that Megu and Yuta have a higher skill ceiling. You know, does that make sense? But I guess it all depends on like short-term success too. But I just think that Yuta and Megu just have much higher skill ceiling. But I guess there might be also more like 50-50. But then I say this, and just remember how often Gatlu like threw a late game away last year. So I don't know. I want to say Gatlu is more consistent, but he throws so many late games away too. It's hard to say. That's all of Nouns, maybe. So Nouns got really unlucky with the Eleki secure. The snipe shot that secured it was blocked by Gatlu, but he was close enough that it splashed into the Eleki and it let him secure it. That's pretty unfortunate. That's pretty unfortunate. I don't believe in Nouns. Hmm. So yeah, I'm not sure which team came out better with this. It's very hard to tell. I thought about it, but like... I mean, I think for free won this. But again, I only think for free won this because I don't know what happened inside of Nouns. Okay? I don't know what happened behind, like in their voice comms, in like practice, right? Like I have no idea. That's the only reason why I think like for free won this swap. Because I don't know what really goes on in these teams, right? Like it's always... You never know. You just don't know. Should I take Klaus and I'll be waiting for... Currently, the best supporters and defenders are ex-jungle top main players. Well, the thing is, it's in other games too sometimes, because support and defender doesn't need a lot of mechanics, it just needs game knowledge, right? And often people with better mechanics and better overall game, they're the ones that seek out like jungle and carry roles, right? So usually they're also good on other positions at some point because they're just the better players overall. So I mean, yeah. I think Adesso on support is totally fine. It's just I don't know. It's really tough to like call what's going on. Team True Gravity, what's up with them? I mean, I don't know, we're watching Europe, so I don't know what's going on in India. I feel like India also has always a lot of roster swaps, so no idea. I think True Gravity also made roster swaps. No, it's a best of 3. Look, guys, they're playing casual. The pro scene is such a joke. Look at them playing casual. Wow. Embarrassing. Pro players playing casual. Will the next match start in like 2 minutes? 1 minute? There we go. Buswohl, let's see. Okay. Okay. We got the nerfed Buswohl now, and this looks like a terrible Buswohl game as well. Ooh, I don't want to beat on esports in this game. Oh. I don't want to beat on esports in this game. We'll see what they can do. Sayu on the Espion. Well, it's gonna be Psyshock or Stot Power again. I feel like Psyshock is just so bad in teamfights at some point. I mean, the Buswohl Edago is gonna be good early game, but they step against Super Squirtle, so... Yeah, Toon's Mew is good. Definitely. But I feel like Inteleon and Glaceon are gonna be kinda almost untouchable this game. Or not? Well, it's an okay, Glaceon is early game bot lane. Inteleon jungle is fine. So, Sayu also... Okay, he's playing Stot Power. He's playing Stot Power. Which got damage nerf, so they do play these nerf Pokemon with Buswohl and Espion. Yeah, I don't know how much Buswohl can do now. We'll see. Curious. But I don't like Nouns team comp. To be very honest. I think Yalla Bingo definitely won this one. Buswohl level 5 is still untouched, yeah. On level 5 he's still very good. The biggest issue is late game team fights with Buswohl. He's going forward, he grabs the Hoopa, and that's a KO. I mean, yeah, he's just very weak after level 11 now compared to before. Level 1 to level 10 is pretty much the same. And he can still snowball games very hard, so okay. This is what Buswohl needed this early game right here. This KO was huge. Like, if they're okay, they're gonna invade. Ooh, this is looking terrible. Gatluma is also gonna die. He doesn't even get the KO. No, he does get it, okay. I think 60's greeded a bit there. I think he could have gotten out. And now, like... Oh, this is doomed. Okay. I feel like now the game might already be over. Tali got 2-0'd? By ABC, right? Oh, that's just okay. Did Tali get 2-0'd by ABC? Okay, wow. So ABC's already top 3 now. I mean, they're just roster swap, right? Like... But usually after like a roster swap, you have like a honeymoon period where you just destroy everything sometimes. But the case, I guess that's not the fact for Tali. So that's a bit unfortunate. I mean, ABC is a great team, so... EU is doomed? Nah, don't say that. Europe is great. We are not doomed. Nah, we're fine, we're fine. ABC. Just wait, ABC is gonna win the World Championship. Calling it now. Rough is dead. Oh, snipe shot. Yeah, I feel like now just got outdrifted so hard. What can Toonsim do right here? Do they get Marth? No, they don't even get Marth. Also hard for them to like deal with Glaceon. They have nothing really that goes into Glaceon. They only... Oh, that was wonderful by Bruff. What a nice eject button. But they still lose it anyways. Oh, that was so good by Bruff. But doesn't matter. They can't deal with Glaceon. At all. And she is just level 8 only. And now Potato's level 9. He's won the entire level lead over Buzzwole. And like, what does Buzzwole do now? Like, if he doesn't snowball, he's so much weaker than before, right? So... What does Buzzwole do now? The only way for Buzzwole to be useful now, I feel like, in tournaments is if he destroys the lane very hard. And he's one level behind, so... Because his team fighting is just... visible now. Potato with the Unite, but he's just down. Okay. I mean, if there's Potato and get Reggie and maybe KOs all of it, it's fine. Oh, punched. 60's too deep. Can he score at least? No, he can't score, but 40. Okay. It's good that Mew got the double KO, because Mew needs experience. If Mew gets to 13-14 and has big solar beams, I think Nouns can win. But they need Toonsim to be very fed. Now. Like, the SP is already useless at this point too, I feel like. So, if Toon Slim gets experience, I think they can win. But he needs massive solar beams later on. And he says a long way to go. Like, if he gets 13-14, then I believe for Nouns. Otherwise, not quite. Can someone steal it? I see. No, perfect snipe shot. Perfect snipe shot. Wait, you guys even saw that? Riot! He just got one Icicle speared. It was just one Icicle spear. Why? Okay, it was the Unite move as well, right? It was the Unite move too. So. Yes, remember when it was unlimited inside of the Glacier Unite? Let's remember that, like the Icicle speed were unlimited and they also were building up faster, so you got like 20 or something out. Oh, that was fun. Got like 20 Icicle spears out. Oh, there's okay, but mean, this is, yeah. Landru not respecting the bus were there. And Gatu just sends the eject button. I mean, I don't think it matters all too much, but yeah. And Busful just I played Busful again today and just feels so bad in teamfights now. Like, your second superpower takes so long to come back up. And doing superpower into Smackdown just doesn't work at all anymore, right? Like, if you start a fight with no muscle gauge and you do superpower Smackdown, you have no damage. So it's a bit awkward now. Like, if you do this... Okay, I mean, he just serves out anyways. Then your next superpower is gonna be so long on cooldown still. Is this Scrims? No, this is the April Finals. Ooh, the Festinger. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm surprised Toonson doesn't play more Sylveon or something. I feel like he would destroy on Sylveon. Okay, Toon is almost 14. Like, this is... There's the beam sitting. Okay. Diplomacy CC Crossel. Toon is almost 14. This is like the only win condition I feel like is this Mew. Hitting beams, but he got snipe shot. He got snipe shot on. Oh, God, who gets? He got Blastoised. And Trevenant is gone. Ah, this comp is just. They're ripping it. Toonsumi jack buttoning forward, but that's a perfect Blastoise Unite into Intelligent snipe shot. Yeah. I mean, as soon as I saw the loading screen, I didn't believe announced comp. And again, the only chance was Mew maybe having good late game, but... Gafu got pushed, double pushed. So Tali announced both lose their semifinals 2-0 after the roster swaps. So both can't be the grand, only one team can make it, maybe make the grand finals still now. That is rough. That's a rough start to the roster mania in Europe. Rough start. But yeah, the second game, I mean, Yala Bingo played well and had a great yeah, I mean, Yala Bingo played well. I feel like they've had a much better draft too, right? I didn't like Non's comp at all. Alright. Classic Europe. Oh, stop blaming Europe all the time, man. What's your problem? What's your problem? I'm from Europe, okay? Stop blaming us, man. They had no answers for the Glaceon. 0. So Yala, Bingo, and ABC are top 3. And that's gonna be official broadcast, so that's... What's the next thing we can watch? Oh, I guess one of these two. Do you guys want to rather watch Tali or Nouns? Oh yeah, we can watch. Actually, this is good. We can watch Tali against. If roster Mania 2-0 now, it's gonna be a nice match, right? Tali against this. Tali against Klaus. I mean, we watched that definitely, right? Yeah, I know we watched Tali against Klaus, right? In case they win. They haven't won yet, so. Yeah, I know we watched that. We definitely watched Tali against Klaus. Okay. Why is Europe even in the tournament? Honestly, though, why are we in the tournament, man? I'm just kidding. I mean, Europe is not. Come on, Europe is not that bad. Right. Who are the top 4 in Europe currently? The top 4? I mean, I would say the top 4. I mean, the top 4 are literally these right here. I think these are literally the top 4 teams. That are also the top 4 teams, right? Tali, ABC, Yalla Bingo, and Ons Esports. Those definitely feel like the top 4 in Europe. So. Yeah, I mean, that's the top 4. The top 4 are the top 4 teams up here. So. OC is gonna win Worlds? Yeah. Definitely. If every single region had visa issues and couldn't make it, then I think OC could win Worlds. But even then, they would probably find a way to throw it away or not win. I don't even believe in them. Even if 0 teams competed, I still wouldn't believe in OCE. So. Just kidding, of course. Guys, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. You know, that's toxic. Well, this OCE is the only region that's worse than us, okay? We have to flame someone to make us feel a bit better, because Europe is the second worst, okay? There's one region we have to be able to flame. Like, if we can't flame OCE, then we can't do anything. You know? We at least have to feel a bit, you know, a bit better than one region, and that's we only better than OCE, okay? So that's the only region we're better than. So, you know, we have no one else to flame. Let us have a bit of flame, okay? There's no one else. Wait, is Klaus still playing? Can we watch the game, I guess, until then? Let's see. Oh, we can just watch it. Wait, how are they called now? Tali Bobo Unleashed. I'm gonna call them Tali Bobo. Against to be determined. Hey Chris, what team is TBD? Let me catch up. Klaus, what was that? Who's TBD? What team is TBD? Who is TBD? One second. Alright, back in the game. What is Klaus playing? Solar Blade. I'm surprised someone is trying out some Razor Leaf. I guess Razor Leaf is hard to teamfight with, right? I would like to see some Razor Leaf. I mean, every time Trainer used it, right, he popped off with it, so... But maybe Trainer's just Trainer. He's just too good. Oh. I mean, I think Razor Leaf's probably bad in here though, right? You don't want to Razor Leaf into Buswool, Urshifu, Comfey, Lapras, right? I mean, I guess you don't want to Razor Leaf into that. Doesn't seem like the greatest idea. Yeah, this is such a bad Comfey game though, right? Like you don't have a single Comfey target. Like, who's your Comfey target this game? I mean Buswool, I guess, but the bus party's over. Wait, he's 3 levels down on Blaziken. Ay ay ay. Blue team won draft. Yeah. Sorry. There's always the second one usually. Yeah, I mean, I still like the Blaziken top path though, but yes, he's also obnoxious. Oh, I hate sneezing. We're watching. This is some Frenchies against Klaus team. I don't know what Klaus team is called, man. I don't know. Klaus has a different team every single week, so I don't even know, man. And Gekogami's back, by the way. Look, it's Gekogami. And he's not going down. Oh, this Buswool is so far behind. Oh, this Buswool is so useless now. How can I don't think I was about to say TBD. I don't think the Frenchies can come back. Announce out? No, Announce is loser bracket now. I think Bust is still good. I'm not sure if it's good. I mean, I don't know how strong it is in tournaments now. I really don't. Oh, she. Wow, mean look is. He got mean looked. He tried to E-Knife move Mew. Which is Superman flying to the wall. Oh, they're gonna try to go for... Wait, do we overheat up? Yeah, nice block. Perfectly a time to switch. Like, he just... I think it just came back on cooldown, the Unite move switch. Also, like, I swear, a Comfey is such a bad Pokemon into Slowbro, right? Like, you cannot pick Comfey as a Pokemon to Slowbro. I think you would just beeping. I don't know how the drift went, of course, though, but Comfey to Slowbro is such a terrible matchup. I mean, I can try and keep the person alive, I guess, a bit easier, but... yeah. That's the same thing I play for Comfey into Mimikyu. Yeah, but I still think Mimikyu is good. I mean, I don't like Mimikyu, and I don't know, in tournaments. Only reason they're playing it is because they perma-do trio with Comfey. I mean, I know these Frenchies. I don't like them, so... But I mean, is there any French trio I like in this game? I don't think so. So... you know, like this Comfey, for example, is permanent in my chat, so for being cringe. So I never see them, like they're always trioed up, always trio, always some cringe comms, like Messi can do something here. But I'm happy to see Gek playing again. Even if it's just maybe for fun. I don't know if Gek is like how serious Gek is taking this. But it's good to see Gekugami play again. Chris has beef with the entirety of friends except Pump. Yeah, Pump is an angel. Oh. Nice, can't do much for Shifu. Oh, this Espionite is huge though, actually. Wait. That was nice Espionite. Is there a chance now, right? This Blaziken is too massive right now. Comfy booking. Guys, comfy. You have to kill it. It can see Rayquaza. No tense. Oh, wait. Tense? Tense? He really wanted that. He wanted that boost auto take out, but okay. Let's see if Blaziken is strong enough. I mean, I feel like they can't really deal with Blaziken right now. Especially not without Unite moves. It says Slowbreed Knight too? Oh, Shifu gets away. They're just gonna try and rip Ray right here. Rayquaza's getting low. Overheat against Wicked low. Big close too early, but the overheat wasn't! The overheat wasn't on Ray. The overheat wasn't on Ray. You went for Espion. What? Oh my. But yeah. Oh, that was okay. I could have. I mean, I think that's Steven anyways. What if it, guys? Okay, listen to this. This is the 5-head play of the Blaziken. Okay, what if he didn't want to hit his overheat onto Ray, so that Urshifu's too early on it, because Urshifu's trying to predict the overheat. But if overheat doesn't go on Rayquaza, then Urshifu has to time it even. You know? Urshifu doesn't know what's gonna happen. He's expecting the overheat to come down. But the overheat is not even going on Ray. So Urshifu's just confused. Like this is why we're not tournament players. Is East in my region? Yeah. Europe is my region. So next we have Tali against Rostamania. Rosta. When does the official broadcast start? Does it start in like 1 hour? Actually, I have no idea when it starts. Can I find out on YouTube when it starts? Oh, just went live already. Wait, is it? Wait. Wait, it is live already. Oh. I guess I'm gonna wait. But what are they wait, what? What are we seeing then? Okay, guys, then we watch the stream then. We watch the official stream. I watched the official stream.
Bang punched their ticket, and now there's NAIC Bang TBD. That's right. I mean, what huge news. We have Fusion, the first team qualified for
Actually, I think
Worlds
Twitch had
already.
better
They're
quality.
pretty, but there's still a lot to be done here for all of these regions.
I didn't see them
Your
live on
region
Twitch
has
yet,
been
so I was
competing
confused.
while you may have been
But they are
sleeping
not live
is
on
OC.
Twitch.
They are not going to bed. They are fighting.
Why is it not live on
They're the
Twitch?
first region to have a victor here in the
Oh, there it
April
is.
Cup.
Never mind,
We
found it.
have Kellosaurus. What does OC look like right
We
now?
have Kellosaurus?
Look, before I get into that, let me just call this story the Revenge Arc Tour. This time round, Antic ended up getting the revenge against the March Cup champions, Ground Zero Gaming, knocking them down into the losers bracket. However, we ended up coming up against Legends Reappear, who they actually versed earlier on in the day, and they actually ended up getting knocked out themselves, so LDR picking up their revenge. After all, we have Antic Esports and Legends Reappear in the grand finals, and you know what? It was pretty short and sweet, as Antic did manage to take it 2-0 against them.
Incredible. I just remembered about my revenge tour. I have to get that list together.
It's a very simple list. It's just my name like 72 times. Kello, Antic Esports winning, from what I understand, at least on championship points, pretty much Galaxy locks them into a world spot for the OC region. So assuming that, what's another team in OC we should be looking out for to fill that second spot that the region gets?
I am muted, yeah.
If there's anything that we learned from last year is do not
I'm just saying I'd rather watch the official broadcast, if that's fine with you guys. I don't want to spectate on my own.
I really do think
We're gonna not watch Tali against Roster Mania then, but
Ground Zero Gaming still looking really strong.
I just want to watch the official broadcast. I hope that's fine.
The best run this month, and there is that potential for Fury Global to possibly just win in championship points alone as well.
Yeah,
oh, not championship points. Sorry, regionals.
Of course,
I mean, that's what I'm here for, right? I want to watch the official broadcast.
Immediately for the World Championships. And Kelly, you just mentioned 3 or 4 teams with a lot of depth in the OC region. I want to hear a little bit more about the players, though. What players should people be keeping their eyes on when it comes to stars rising from the OC region these days?
To me, they're all stars. It's really hard to pinpoint. I guess in terms of Antic, Zulu, Challenge, I hate naming individual names here, but one to definitely look out for on Ground Zero Gaming is going to be Joe.
They got a suit like this? No, I don't.
Definitely one that has had that star lead in terms of the aggression that he puts out time and time again.
Awesome. Well, I want
so
to thank you so
bracket
much for
final
being
now.
here, Kello.
Next.
Also, I have to say, your camera and background look very cool, and I'm very jealous for some reason just looking at it. It just looks so
As
nice.
we're in a bazillion-dollar studio.
No, but I'm
Kello,
looking
yours
at that.
looks great, but ours looks
$1
great.
studio,
I
okay.
wish my background when I streamed looked as good as this. All right, Kello. Thank you so much. Make sure that you are following Kello, twitch.tv/Kellosaurus. She is amazing, and she keeps up with everything Pokemon Unite, especially what's going on in OC. Thank you, Kello.
Thank you, everyone, for having me.
All right, and now the most important part of our show. I know a lot of you are going to leave after this. I beg you to stay. Please. Even though this is the reason you are all here, you've been waiting for it. Zoinks, your power rankings.
All right.
Well, Zoinks power rankings, let's go.
3 of this one. I'm excited to see your power rankings after this one as well. But I'm feeling pretty strong about this. Our top 5 is very, very similar to the top 5 of the AOS Cup, where obviously it was our first chance to see international
Road? Is that a different name?
Like a great proving ground. Really locked in a few of these teams. Got a few teams like Legacy and Nouns that have been moving down the list a little bit. You know, there's a lot of history with those squads, so they're still there. But you know, performances like AOS
top 10.
definitely changed things up quite a bit.
Yeah, I think there's some notable teams. I mean, it's really interesting seeing Luminosity back on here, but I understand
my region
why
right here.
after that roster mania. And then you got Shin and Rude on there that every team was scared to face.
For real. Yeah, that open bracket team, they looked unbelievably strong.
That is my region, guys.
APAC to compete in the tournament, not even eligible for championship points, but literally just going for that top spot
Where's
to try
OCE?
to win and get a spot at Worlds.
Now, I think it would be important for everyone to take a look at my power ranking. Spraggle's Zoinks power ranking right here. Gonna rank them all. Have to put myself number 1 for my last Spraggle Zoinks power ranking. I think that was actually really incredible. We had your March Cup power ranking, maybe your best to date. April, I'm a little uninspired by April. I think it's safe. I don't hate it. And then, of course, we had your AOS Cup power ranking that we all remember was an absolute disaster.
Shambles.
All right, well, a tip of the cap certainly to putting yourself first as a fellow power ranking connoisseur. I can recognize game.
Yes, thank you so much. I have to. The people need those power rankings. Now, for everyone who has stuck around, let's tell you a little bit about what is going to happen here today. Dupe Snacks?
Yeah, why wouldn't you stick
What's going to happen?
We got games coming up now. Top 8 teams from the qualifiers.
We don't know what's going to happen because it's a new format, guys.
But of course, we're going to be taking a look at our next 4 games here. Winners, finals, losers, semis, losers, finals, and of course the GFs. Not your girlfriend, baby. We talk about the grand finals.
That's true.
Yeah, and we have our championship points breakdown. Zoinks.
All right, so we're awarding teams, of course, some cash prize for participating in this tournament, but also the championship points. And these are becoming so important as we're getting close to the end of the year. Of course, we're going to have, in Europe, there will be 2 teams with championship points total that earn that world champion spot. We already saw the leaderboard earlier. Tally Bobo and Yalla Bingo in the lead for that, but there's teams in close contention. So getting that 300 points top spot is huge.
Yeah, every single month really matters, especially as we're running up to Worlds here with all the roster shakeups. Let's take a look at our bracket right now so you can see where we are today. Dupe Snacks?
You listen to
where are
this.
we?
Look, Tally Bobo, Nouns Esports, swapping some players around. Doesn't matter. They ain't getting it done. They find themselves in the losers bracket already.
Wow, look at
Bingo
this.
in A through L. Making it through 2-0 convincing fashion. If you take a look at the bottom, though, Cinco Golemi, Capybabas, great run at Eos.
Capybabas.
Looking to move forward here through a pretty
Gonna have
reasonable
ABC
squad
against
here.
Yalla Bingo.
Personal favorite in the 8th seed. And then Surco Sucre and Rostermania taking it 2-0, and a pretty solid squad with a lot of familiar names. Gak, Human on that team specifically.
Now, of course, I mean,
He did mention
we're at
Klaus.
this crazy moment where we do have this roster mania. These teams switch around, and you still see Tally Bobo, formerly For Free, and Nouns Esports, formerly Nouns Esports, having a lot of trouble. Still, we're going to give you our predictions right now, what we think is going to happen today. But make sure
Imagine Nouns doesn't make top 4 again or something, or like Tali. I mean,
thing here in April. My prediction: if there's ever a month that Nouns Esports needs to win, it is this month. I'm predicting Nouns Esports. I hope they're going to win.
I really hope they're going to win indeed. Old Dupe Snacks is going to go with Yalla Bingo yet again. I feel like it's a team I've called
pretty safe
a few
choice.
times. And production helped me.
Who do I think is going to win? I don't know, man.
Well, it's paying off for you, obviously. They're already in the winners'
What is Shep
finals.
thinking?
Guaranteed top 3, feeling very good. I have gone with a similar strategy to you, but just the other side of that coin. I'm going to be predicting A through L for my prediction. A team that is incredibly strong, hasn't found that championship quite yet, though.
What is Shep going to think? Tali? So we have all 4 teams there?
Final bridge.
And then, of course, that final spot there, TBD, that is for you to vote when that pops up in the chat. Let us know who you think is going to win.
Wait, we just watched TBD.
A very exciting time, especially for EU and NA with all of these rosters.
No way, TBD is back.
I really have to wonder what is going to happen if
honestly,
we're
I think TBD is going to win.
Tally Bobo and Nouns move through that losers bracket. But let's talk about
I'm
what
rooting
we
for
have
TBD.
coming up here, Zoinks. What's our first match?
Well, we're going to be jumping into the winners' finals very shortly. I'm very excited to hear the 2 of you casting that. So obviously you'll be leaving me here at the desk, but that's all right. I can't wait to hear what you can say about that game. But it will be Yalla Bingo versus A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. That will be the only time I will use their full name.
Yeah, and I
A, B,
think I
C, D,
won't do
E, F,
Yalla
G,
Bingo
H, I,
anymore
J,
either.
K.
I'm going to do YB.
All right. Well, this is going to be an awesome matchup between these 2 teams. Obviously, a lot of the
Honestly, they should be forced to change the name into something that casters can say.
That Tally Bobo and Nouns narrative.
Or not.
Both of these teams able to eliminate one of those squads. Yalla Bingo able to take down Nouns Esports in 2-0 fashion earlier today. Take a look at some of their stats with a 57.1%.
Just read him to alphabet or something, like, I don't know.
A rather low statistic. A team that hasn't been focusing on those objectives too much, but ABC right in tandem. 8-0 in the April Cup so far, not dropping a single game in their run.
Wow,
Both in the
ABC.
Open qualifier and now in that top 8 position as they were able to take down Tally Bobo
Well,
in
Kaito.
a 2-0 fashion. Really incredible stuff to see from this roster. I mean, ABC and, of course, Yalla Bingo, these are 2 fantastic squads, but like I mentioned, have yet to find that championship spot. They are looking for it. We'll have
Were
to
they called,
see
like,
which
alphabet
team can
letters?
make it into our grand finals as we send it over
I don't
to
know.
Spraggles and Dupe Snacks.
That's a great question.
Right, here we go with our first matchup of the day in our winners finals. We have
That is a great
YB
question.
versus is A through L. It's going to be an exciting one here, Dupes next.
Yeah, I mean, Yalla Bingo
They're just gonna
has
call them
really
A
rocked
through
with
A
this
now.
crew for quite a long time, and it's paying
I feel like
dividends.
calling them
amongst
ABC would just be better.
Rostermania, they remained resolute, and now they find themselves in the winners' finals. And of course, across them, A through L may be cobbling together their best cup performance so far. Also in the winners'
seems fine,
finals
I guess,
through
too, yeah.
a challenging first round.
Yeah, it is really interesting to see these teams end up here. The teams that are not shifting around a ton, they're actually making it further here in our bracket. We're going to have to see if that continues to play out throughout the day. Obviously, we have the same thing coming up in North America. Huge roster changes after the AOS
North
Cup,
America had
which
so many
is
roster
kind of
changes.
to be expected. These teams are now locking in, getting ready for Worlds, and they have to go, is this player the one who is going to be able to win the World Championships? And if the answer is no, they need to figure out what they can change.
Yeah, we're jumping right into the draft screen here. Of course,
Heading
ban phase
into
will
the
be
draft.
First, Yalla Bingo will be on purple, so they're going to get their first ban in.
Yeah, we're going to have to see here.
So,
what
what
we
I
do
didn't
as
pay
a
attention
first
earlier.
ban.
What
I'm
did
really
people ban
curious
now?
to see
What
how
did we
the
ban?
bans have been going. We've been watching some of the games.
What are the
before
bans
our
now?
broadcast right here, but we don't get to see all the bans. We can see
Are they
that's
just
a
gonna
very
target
targeted
ban the
ban
Absol?
towards Wrecker right there.
Yeah, Wrecker, we've watched them on
Okay, I need to
broadcast
find a
on
good,
this app,
like,
so
balance of the
kinda-
volume.
we can just both look at each other and go, oh, okay, Absol's back, I guess. I mean, Wreckers is no
What's this?
joke.
Do you guys
So
still
nice
have the
target
background,
ban,
like,
that's what we get. We have two
I want to be
bans in
louder,
right.
but
We've
I
got
want
Lobo
everyone to hear
predictable
the casting.
Slowbro to lock down a key component
How is
of
this?
Yalla Bingo's team.
And look at that, the Mew ban.
This fine?
I'm not surprised to see that targeting Yalla Bingo
Yep.
here. Obviously, their Mew
How is
play
the
has been
sound
incredible.
volume
We have two
values
speedster bans
levels?
from Yalla. They get the first pick of the Buzzwole, who recently got nerfed.
Right.
The
And
casting
I'm
is too
not
low?
Sure how
Okay.
it has been performing. I've seen it a little bit, and it looks
How about
good, like really
this
good.
right
Maybe
here?
not the Buzzwole we
How
expect.
about this?
On the other side, we've got what I think is one of the most powerful.
How about
Pokemon
this
right
right
now.
here?
Well,
Test,
two of the
test,
most
test. Yeah, this
powerful
is
ones.
fine.
We've
This
got
is
the
great.
recently buffed Umbreon.
Good now. All right.
If that's how A through L
Wait,
drafts
Potato's
have been
first
going all
pick's
day,
Buzz
of course
was
they're
there.
winning games. I mean, Blastoise
Absol first
Umbreon's
ban, yeah, they have a
absolutely
one-trick
nasty business.
Absol on the right side, and they're just scared against it. It's just a target ban towards Rick here.
Right, Hoopa maybe steps into that role with the hyperspace hole.
Just
And
target
Lunder
ban.
gonna pick up Inteleon, great snipe shot player. That might actually pivot to 6s.
But I want to, no, I want to listen to the casting though.
But right across the way here, Eldegoss and Espeon quickly
Yeah,
locked in.
I need to figure out where to put the cam anyways when we look into the game.
It's enough to slow this thing down.
No, I think the stored power nerfs really weren't enough for Espeon. It's still incredibly powerful.
Need to see how
With
the overlay
Eldegoss,
is again.
Another nerf Pokemon. This just speaks to how strong so many of these Pokemon were that even after they get a round of nerfs,
Yeah, Buzzwole
they're
first
still one of the
pick.
top picks in the
Huh.
meta right now. Yalla Bingo locking in.
I don't know if I
one
like
of
that.
your-
I don't think I
feel
like
you
it.
Call for this a lot. Glaceon. You're saying why are more teams not playing Glaceon? On the other
Yeah,
side,
right, why not play
we have a
Glaceon?
Gardy lock-in, which I love to see. I think Gardevoir is so powerful, and we
Maybe
don't see it
Synchromes
enough
are so safe,
competitively,
though.
especially with that energy.
I think the casting is
amplifier on that
overlapping with
Ignite
your
moves
voice.
On about a minute cooldown at that point. It's very exciting.
I
Yeah,
mean,
it's like a team
yeah,
engaging,
because
team
it's on while I'm talking as well.
wiping,
It's
Unite
supposed to
move out
overlap.
of the Gardevoir for sure. So what I'm surprised though is how late this Trevenant went, because Trevenant is also very strong still, and of course this Inteleon as well. We've seen 6s. I kind of said it might switch, and Lunder Inteleon.
I want to listen to what they
Lunder
say because I don't want to talk
6s
all the time.
Inteleon
Like
is
I
what
just
we
want to.
actually just saw them play to win their
You know?
game 2 in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, when you see Trevenant go this late, obviously they're not going to grab it on the other side, right?
You know?
They grab 2 defenders already. They can get that whenever they need. The
Why
Slowbro
Buzz?
was
I don't know about the
banned
Buzz
out
first
right there.
pick.
It's going to be really interesting to see how these squads match up and how those targeted bans
Just close your
really
cam?
change the
No.
game. I think it's one
No.
of the most powerful things you can do as a team.
No.
Is to recognize one player
Yep.
that you think maybe they're.
I can't believe you give up Umbreon Blastoise for Buzzwole. This doesn't seem great.
Incredibly powerful that targeting
That does
them
not seem right.
specifically gives you a huge advantage. We're going to see if it pays off for Yalla Bingo, who's on a bit of a run right now, and they are no stranger to these winners finals. I might be getting this wrong, but they've come to every single winners finals throughout the year, right?
Yeah, through every cup.
Yeah.
AOS
They've
Cup
made it to
quals,
every
March and
single
April now.
winners finals. So I mean, they're really on a run, and they stuck together here. Here we go, Dupes. Next game number 1. Yalla Bingo, your purple team. A, B, C, D.
There we go, right? This is fine.
L, your orange
fine?
team.
That's a mess of letters, Spraggles, and you crushed it like a bowl of SpaghettiOs in the orange sauce right there.
Yeah, I do
Potato
like
move.
my spaghetti.
Who
You
does-
noticed. You
who does-
noticed.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. That's a thing that people say. at one point in time. Definitely not.
So with the first pick bus will like pay off. I just don't believe in it.
They didn't hand off the red buff to either of these Pokemon. Instead,
no, Utah Megawan for free now.
Pokemon. And now we see we've got Gardy,
Tali
just
again.
Like
Tali again.
In the bottom path. I feel like it's a Pokemon that struggles early in path, but so does Glaceon. You know,
what has Gardevoir? Yeah, these bot lanes are so weak on both sides.
No, and that's why they want to get Lunder online, because that is a ton of pressure that they can put in. Bang. Great secure out of Lunder. The Glaceon is going to be just a demon in this bottom path.
Yeah, won't the Sidra be like he's better?
We already have the 4 on the side of Yala Bingo, so that they get their evolution. They get
I don't really like either of these drafts, gotta be honest.
Kind of need 6 before it really hits that big power spike.
But having Umbreon, Blastoise...
They're both playing it a little slow as we head up here to the top path. Here comes the spawn for those birds.
I'm curious to see how much Potato can do in the nerf Buzzwole.
Potato, not yet 5. You know, we talked about this before. Never give Potato Buzzwole, and we'll have to see if that's true.
Give Potato Buzzwole? I mean, that's true.
Will have to. Quickly scoring.
He's got 5 now. Now it's time to snowball the game. I feel like he doesn't snowball now, it's just doomed, so let's see.
Very quickly,
well, team fighting would be so rough up against Gardevoir Unite, SP Unite. Like, they have just 5 guys. You remember the 5 big circuits? The more circuits you have in team fights, the easier it's to win. And ABC has 5 circle Unite moves. I've said it before. They got 5 big circuits, and circuits win team fights.
Oh, there we go. We have the Icicle Spears from London.
Gardevoir, Espeon, Aedigos, Blastoise, Umbreon. They got 5 circles as Unite moves. You know, it's scary.
Here in the middle. Of course, as Curly has said, Wrecker is trying to get as much of experience as they can. They want to get to Gardevoir fast.
Yeah, we can see Inteleon kind of chasing, looking for a KO down here. They're going for it, pushing
huge.
Very, very deep, seeing if they
can
also get the Espeon. No,
why was it? Okay. I think he didn't have vision, right?
They took the shot, but they were unable to make it happen. As now they're pushing back from this goal zone right here. A through L looking to defend.
Yeah.
Well, the portal is there. It's going to reset. No one is going to bait them out and at least cause
Glaceon is just so annoying to like look at.
And my biggest surprise here, Krinsky actually going with the mean look, Wish mean look combination, and I think Foul Play is just super strong.
But they don't have future side right now.
But Wish also got a really nice buff, so here we go.
I don't know if I like mean look or Foul Play more now for tournaments either. I'm not sure.
2 top lane Pokemon staying up there, getting strong here.
Why do circuits Unite matters?
I don't know.
I'm just kind of joking.
No one really there.
I'm just kind of joking, but like, it is good in team fights. Just press all Unite moves onto a spot and win. But I'm kind of joking about it.
You can do that. Glacial Stage is out. They're targeting Wrecker, stepping up as Krinsky, taking all the damage on their behalf. Yame's pivoting back.
I feel like they can't deal again with Landru though.
Maybe not as nice as I thought. Nice quick KO on the Umbreon. They are down. Regice
it's like announced last time. Oh, but nice secure.
By Bordy, what a play.
Not secure.
By Aetherell to give themselves a chance in a team fight that didn't look
Why again doesn't really feel like they can
Aetherell was on the back foot right there. They
were with Glaceon.
Psyshock, not the best secured tool. They had, the amazing snipe shot on the other side for Yala Bingo, but not able to make it happen. 40, I believe that was with their Psybeam right there, able to pick up that secure, which is an amazing Espeon secure tool.
Wait, did he mess up the snipe? What happened to the snipe shot? I didn't pay attention.
Like 75% of Bordy's health. They were full HP, and that was 1 round of Icicle Spears from
So Potatoes level 8.
These HP pools, and that's
he does have 1 level lead over Blastoise still.
And Lunder are such high level right now.
If you're
check DSC sub channel.
Quite powerful, you would be
Why?
the first person to say it.
What happened?
Anyone mentioned that these auto lock-on Icicle Spears are doing a lot of damage.
Oh, the squad sub channel.
Come on, Bordy. What a legend, taking 2 in the face of Yellow Bingo.
Oh.
Very Singularity comes out, and that's a great KO just to get Potatoes. This opens up the push opportunity if they want to go for it. It looks like they might pivot a little bit. They're sandbagging it. Regieleci's going to go down. This push is going to be gone. No, Glacial Stage is coming out. They're looking for a target, stepping up to not let Wrecker get KO'd. Can they leverage this? Potato is back, but the spacing is real. Snipe shot is there, but it's too late.
Oh, it's the Smackdown eject button. Does Potato have enough damage? Oh, the Unite flew onto Gardevoir. Right past Blastoise. Holy potati.
Resurge is now and a 40 banger going in.
40 going in, 30
going
in as well. And now we're going to see if they want to decide to break this thing. No, it actually is going to be stopped by internal
Holy
potati. On the Hoopa. What a great fight. Potato jumping in on that backside there, being able to take down Gardevoir, but not being able to stop this Blastoise after that.
I just don't believe in Buzzwold's team fighting now. Like, I just don't know what Buzzwold does in team fights later on.
Is Buzzwold
I guess still the same.
as relevant as it was before? We're going to have to
It's so hard to tell with the nerfs, man.
Well, the problem that people were saying saying with Buzzwell, right, is it does worse in the late game.
Yes.
So
Yeah, the late game is so bad now.
that it's been fairly solid so
But I can still stun someone for a long time, so, right? If someone walks up, you just stun him, and you just try to kill him with the team, right? So,
the Buzzwell nerfs that recently
it's just big Shane CC, doesn't matter what.
game sort of infinite combos.
Yeah, you just play for picks. You're right, yeah. Oh, wait, what? The Isaac speed looks so weird. It looks like it... Okay. They didn't block it for him. Why didn't they block it? For God of War.
The rings are unbound. They go for a 3-player stun, forcing out the Umbreon Unite, but
there's one circuit, there's 2 circuits.
Can actually close the
And
door.
the Isaac is speared.
Sort that out, no problem, no question.
Yeah, Umbreon stopped blocking it for some reason.
But 60s is looking
3 circuits, 4 circuits. There's the 4th one, and they go to KO. They're winning the fight.
They're gonna get that.
It took 4 circuits, but they got there. Potato got Blastoise.
Score. That a great fight from Yellow Bingo, and they expertly, zoned out A through
Oh, he's
L
fully
very,
stacking
very well.
too.
You can see up in this top path here.
Okay.
Potato stacking up right now, making sure that
Ooh.
attack weight is nice and fully stacked.
There's so many
that they are
points
able
on the
to do as
ground.
much
What is all of
damage as
this up here?
possible come some of these ending
He's
fights.
11
This
now,
level
but I mean the 11 is much
normally
weaker
used to
now.
be like the infinite combo
It is
start
very,
time
very
for
weak
Buzzwell.
compared to before.
It's not as easy to pull off anymore. You can't really have the same type of
Yeah, you can't perma-stun anymore, but you can't use 2 superpowers anymore. It doesn't
We're gonna
work.
have to see how this plays out for Yalla Bingo.
Yeah,
Does he have a Jack button up? Potato's one more Unite move maybe right here, but Turn just zoning. Wait, how low is the go? Is this Rich Lake even that useful? Ooh, the Galva Unite is nice. Potato got smashed.
I don't think they're going to walk this in, and the other team might just let this hit for just a
I think they're still actually they're still defending this. They want their top goal to be up, right?
They can decide to,
I think it's fine still to just have a bit of safety there.
As low as HP as possible, which they could do right here with only a 2 over, but they decide not
But it
to.
also, like, the problem is now it leaves up an overcap.
Top goal zone open,
So, it's always scary. It's always a loose condition, leaving this goal open.
That might have been a moment to just let it walk right there. We'll
I'm not
see
actually sure
if
what's
that pays
better.
off for A through L.
Well, now they're looking to re-engage here. Hydro Typhoon, that's a
Huh?
lane 230.
What's going on? Why is Potato going so deep? For what? And why is Blastoise Unite moving?
Huh? As well. But now we've got a bit of a counter push, but there's at least 3 players here. The Hyperspace Highway was open, but nobody came up. Marv's still sitting downstairs.
Okay.
Yeah, that felt like a interesting engagement.
That was so weird.
Right? I mean, they're getting really close to our end game right here. 15 seconds before Ray.
I mean, Potato forced Blastoise Unite, I guess. So now Yellow Bingo can force something. I want Yellow Bingo to be aggressive now. God of War always wants an endgame pet up. Okay.
They're still looking for. We have a Blastoise Unite.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's still much more safety, right?
Yellow Bingo is charging up their Icicle Spears here in the center and looking for some targets.
I want them to just engage a fight now. Like, it's the best chance at winning right now. Like, I feel like teams are too scared to engage sometimes.
Another mean look. We have another.
There's no Blastoise Unite up.
Some damage there. Marvin a lot of trouble and uses the eject button defensively to get away. Bordy eats a big snipe shot.
Look at Potato kind of eyeing down Oscatar on the other side. They're moving in tandem, trying to protect those tier 1 goals.
Blastoise will be up soon again.
We have it. I mean, A through L is
like, why do you wait this long though? Like, are you waiting for Blastoise to engage first, or?
The Horn Leech right into the wall right there, into a mean look. They're going to try to reset.
Now it's back up again.
They do. This is nice for Yalla Bingo. They're buying a ton of time, and they are ahead, so they're totally fine with this. A through L is going to need to decide how they want to engage in this fight. They're hitting Rayquaza right here. Trevenant moving in. Here comes the Unite move.
Rings around bound, Force Curse in the middle. Marvis
There's one circuit.
Pushing forward. We're just waiting for
they're getting Icicle Spear though. But no, they just... Okay. Where's Blastoise? He's fighting Buzzwell up top.
But Yalla Bingo is completely pushed out A through L. Here comes those Icicle Spears for long range into the middle, but A through L is nowhere in
It's such a weird,
really,
like, last 2 minutes.
If they don't want to. Oscatar moving in, and Rayquaza, they're trying to let it leash. Blunder looking for a target in the backline side. Record takes
Rayquaza's gonna go down though. No, there's circuits on the ground! And they get it. They pressed 3 circuits together, guys. See, I told you.
Guess what? Burger time.
It is burger time. However, Bordy, the shield is
Yeah, this late game was so weird. I feel like...
We have a score in the top path. We have a second score right here, and that's going to put them ahead. 287-155. Now we have Ayame trying to score here in the bottom path.
Not gonna lie, that felt very bizarre. But ABC takes the first game, okay.
Be able to take game number 1. You know, There was a moment there, you called it out, Doob Snacks, where I think Yalabingo was really hoping that Rayquaza was going to start regaining its health. Once you stop hitting it for a while, it leashes, you know, the term that we use for it, and it starts to regain its HP. And in that moment, it didn't happen. You saw A through L continue to put pressure on, continue to fight right there, and they were able to take the victory. They decided to flip onto Rayquaza and see if they can secure it.
Twitch chat
there and a ton of damage, they do.
What a shame out of Yalabingo. Phenomenal team fight, really bullied A through L completely out of the Ray pit.
I just want like teams to be more proactive though. That was
tip it a little bit, get it to 75%, but that thing was under half when they tried to start that leash that you mentioned.
Yeah.
And it was just too easy from A through L. Then they had just enough firepower to come in and Wrecker, I mean, hero play.
Yeah, I think that was really great from A through L. And you know, they had this interesting dynamic that they
Should
were
have the 50 gifted.
On the side of
Yeah, thank you, Daberia. I mean, I would be more excited, but
ice shards fully charged up. You often charge those up on Rayquaza. But every time you're doing that, looking for your engagements, you're continuing to hit Rayquaza. You're getting it lower and lower and lower. And then A through L, I think very intelligently, they saw 2 go back through that hyperspace hole, if I'm remembering this right. And then they said, look, 2 are gone. This is our moment. Raise it half, and we're taking this thing.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take a look at the highlights, see if we can shake out that final fight. But really, I mean,
no, like the problem, like,
really Bordy's play.
I don't want to sound weird.
Yeah, Bordy with some incredible steals.
50 Turkish subs are just not the same, man. You know, like, but I appreciate it. Oh, okay, what Bulgaria? What?
We saw the buzz
10,000 bits though. Holy!
In this final fight, but obviously
Jesus.
was trying to sort of stall.
Okay, that I didn't expect.
Trying to hold them and make sure that they couldn't win the game. A through L.
Wait, you just dropped 10,000 bits?
That great fight by Yalabingo where they actually kept the SP on the way finally from an
okay. Thank you so much, man.
You want to talk about Yalabingo and specifically Potato?
That's a big flex.
Like again, early game it looked solid, but you could feel
okay, man. I haven't seen 10,000 bits in quite a while. I forgot what it looked like. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I wonder, you know, you're looking at it right here. Here they come back through that portal. There's that really nice Unite move there from Blastoise, making sure that Snipe Shot is
that's just the, like, it's so weird. Like,
and of course, a big
I mean, at least you know.
For Wrecker,
well, thank you so much, man.
Target banned, and they still said, okay, you're gonna ban out my speed.
Thank you so much.
I've got Gardevoir.
Like, it's weird. So
7 KOs, 69K, 3 assists.
I don't want to sound weird because money is money, but it's like it looks so huge, right? It's like hype. You see 50 gifted subs and you're like excited for it, and then suddenly you realize
it's frustrating.
It's Turkish subs. You know,
that match specifically is
it's like and there's also like some Sabatons that got scammed by it, where like the Sabaton got increased a lot because it was just Turkish subs only. Why is it less? They're not worth it. Like they Turkish subs, like how much is one Turkish sub to Rogeria? Is it like less than, I don't even know.
Yeah, I mean, you've got incredible
I think you get like 50 cents from a Turkish gifted sub.
Unite move. There are a lot of opportunities to take down Rayquaza very fast.
Or
you
not?
also have the same insane burst damage. You've got stored power,
okay,
which
I see.
You might not be able to hit your target, right? But your Psybeam on your Espeon,
like one gifted sub from Turkey is like 50 cents.
Essentially, Hydro Typhoon and isolate Inteleon. Make sure Inteleon is in the air.
Did you guys like from a Twitch Prime sub from Turkey? I get like 25 cents. Was it? How much was it again? Wait, I want to check.
And I think Yalabingo was in one of those stressful moments where you're stalling the enemy, but you're continuing to like sort of give them opportunities
I think it's not
to come back
subs.
in that match. It's a really difficult moment when
Where
you're
was it?
slightly ahead at Ray, and no one is really choosing to fight, but Rayquaza is
thank you so much, Gura. Appreciate it.
You know,
and Bulgaria, thank you. Like from now on, I can.
There's an expression.
They changed the price of like how much each region gives you for.
When you're up by 1, you understand how close the game is, so you keep pushing the pace.
Oh,
when
it's
you're up
even
by
worse.
3, it kind of seems insurmountable.
Look at this.
But 2 is just.
A Turkish Prime sub earns me 9 cents.
And all of a sudden you're down 1, and all of a sudden your team is panicking. It's like, oh, we were up by 2, now we're only up by 1. And that kind of felt how
a Turkish Twitch Prime sub is 9 cents.
They knew they were in control. They just did what they needed to do to bring the beginning at the end.
It's just so funny.
Kind of lost
I'm sorry, it's just so funny.
Those moments where you don't know if you're going to be engaging or
all right, and back to the game.
Actually, sort of like pull back and try to.
Yeah, they nerfed Prime subs a lot.
Let's take a look at our top Pokemon to watch here.
Amazon has no money.
What are your favorites? it's the Hoopster.
Yeah, it's incredibly good. It's only going to be
Thank you guys for the gifted subs, for the bits, appreciate it.
Especially with Umbreon Wish healing now, you can do some clever moves with that in your draft.
But yeah, I mean...
But of course, with LD getting the nerfs, those were kind of like the 1 and 2, which means...
I want teams to be more proactive. I swear they're not proactive enough sometimes. Like, last season is gone, but I mean, I guess it's nerf-wrecking. I know it's difficult to engage, but I feel like that's a skill that European teams lack, is engaging properly. I think that's what like other regions have more, especially Japan. I feel like Japan engages. Europe doesn't engage. Maybe I'm wrong on this though. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, bits are normal Bulgaria. Bits are always the same. Yes.
Very interesting to see how
it's just you buy bits at different prices, but I get always the same out of bits, yeah.
It's been changed.
Thank you so much for Guerrilla. Appreciate it.
Competitive teams, if it hasn't fallen off too much.
Well, I think AOS Cup was a hard lesson learned, because even pre-nerf Buzzwole, there was ways to mitigate, stop it, and find yourselves on the winning side.
Yeah, Buzzwole was, I mean, Buzzwole was absolutely broken in Europe for a long time.
Regions like EU, like NA, need to find out, well, what was the secret behind the Buzzwole sauce?
Black Beartic also gifting 5 subs. Thank you so much.
Or are there ways to make this work? And you can make an argument that maybe
I mean, gifting subs was never that great. It's just, it's good for the community, right? Gifting subs is always good for, like, people who watch if they get a sub.
Too careful with their lead right there. Was there a moment they really could have pushed their advantage and they decided not to, and instead opened themselves up to end up losing that game?
Gift subs are good for the community.
I could be wrong about this, but if they win, this would be their first grand finals of the season?
Yep. Of course.
Wait.
That would be very exciting for them.
And again, a tip of the cap.
Was ABC not? No, ABC was only top 3 so far, right?
Krinsky kind of popped off and then popped back onto the squad, I believe, is to join Outer Banks there at the AOS Cup. But these teams, like you mentioned,
I think ABC only was top 3, right, so far.
And you're seeing that pay dividends in this region right now, where, you know, what you would consider air quotes the top teams are just raw individual skill teams.
Charlie, thank you too.
Trouble finding their way and crossing that finish line.
Yeah, I mean, the story of EU this whole season has been the story of the super team, and so far the super team just feels like everyone's got their kryptonite. You know,
there's no super team anymore, man.
All these super teams.
There ain't no super teams.
Doing, I think better than teams expected. Even
there's only loser teams apparently.
From for free, Noun's doing worse than I think a lot of people expected here, and now they have members of previously of for free coming back. So let's take a look.
Next draft.
We're heading into our draft for game number 2. Yalla Bingo once again with that first pick.
What are the best bands right now? I mean, I think there's like no.
Right? You know,
I mean, Blastoise, right? I feel like
their strategy overall was good, and it's one of those things.
Slowbro, I like Slowbro being banned. It just allows you 2 more things.
And they are targeting Wrecker again.
Absol again target ban.
The second one is, and once again, they do not want to.
I guess Leafeon is a good ban. Yeah, Leafeon just banned out, and I guess they banned out Landorus Mew or Glaceon.
Right.
Mew
or Glaceon? No, they just banned out Landorus Mew, which makes sense. It's very strong. Do I consider AG a super team? I mean, it kinda is. Yeah, definitely. AG is a super team.
The teams that are good with Mew,
definitely.
You're showing that this thing has really not lost a step. I absolutely understand the Mew ban, and here we go.
That's the first pick again.
On the Buzzy Boy. Obviously, they don't think that was the problem.
So the same thing again.
Umbreon, Blastoise.
Your Stacery auto 3,000 bits.
I really like being A through L here. I like both of those.
What's going on?
More than I like the first pick Buzzwole.
Thank you.
I agree completely.
Do we still have a hype train going on or what?
Seeing almost a carbon copy here. These Pokemon
we have. Thank you so much, Stacery.
Specifically right there can be played by
thank you, Stacery. Thank you, Nero. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Black Beartic. Thank you, May. Thank you, God of War. Destiny Shark. Thank you, thank you. Charlie, Lebensengel. Inui, Gura, Rocky. Thank you all. Sorry, I have no alerts on when this scene is on, so thank you guys.
Here we go.
Hope I said everyone's name.
See these final choices if anything needs to switch around. Look, Yalla Bingo was ahead.
Hooper and this time they picked up Intellion and Glaceon again. Okay. I mean, Yalla Bingo. I feel like
again and maybe make some different decisions around Rayquaza.
Yeah, I mean, Bordy again locking that Espeon, great secure.
They have to go for Trevenant now again. There's nothing else really.
Note for Yalla Bingo to take. Okay, we just really can't let Bordy get anywhere near this thing, and I think that.
They're going for the same comp again.
Everything is the same.
ABC just went for the same thing. Kakarot, thank you for the T1 sub.
You understand it from both
teams, exactly for the same.
Yalla Bingo was in control. They kind of let it slip through their fingers, but A through L had a lot of opportunities.
Kind of pretty much the same drift on both sides. But this time it could be a Hydro Pump Rapid Spin. Blastoise? Was he that last game 2? I shouldn't pay attention, didn't see him that much. But I don't know if the Buzzwole first pick is that great. I really just don't know. But I mean, they practice with it, right? If they know what they're doing, right? Like, they practice with Buzzwole, and Buzzwole was great in scrims. They're gonna, of course, gonna keep playing it. But ABC just goes for the same team comp. Exactly same team comp. No changes. War Prince, Destiny, thank you. No, last game was Surf, right? Was it Surf last game?
Early snipe shots. You actually saw right at the beginning on the first Reggie.
I think it was Surf last game, right?
Behind the pad because they had such good pressure, and unfortunately, 60s was just not able to clip that last piece of damage.
Pump push helps against Buzzwole. Yeah, but you don't need Rapid Spin to push against Buzzwole. Like, are you saying that Surf doesn't push against Buzzwole?
But if 60s is on and dialed
you know?
This is going to give.
Is that what you're trying to say?
And I want to see Potato,
you know,
either pop off or pop
off
this Pokemon. I'm curious what's
going to happen. Are you trying to say me that Surf doesn't help against Buzzwole? You know,
biggest question marks for me. Yeah. Are these changes?
I just don't. I know Japan plays Rapid Spin, Hydro Pump. I mean, it's not bad. I just still don't believe in it too much. I just don't.
As it gets later, as it hits that level 11,
I don't believe in it.
13, we see some differences here with Buzzwole, and we're gonna have to see if we see some differences here.
It is not bad into Buzzwole, but Rapid Spin can still get stunned by Superpower. So if he messes up the Hydro Pump one time, or better at the bad timing, his Rapid Spin is just gone instantly, right? So yes or no? Okay, this time they do a bit different. They're gonna give some XP over. This time they have a Glaceon and ABC, so. Wait, no. No, it's Glaceon still. Glaceon is again on the Yellow Bingo side.
Yeah, and you can see we already have Bordy coming up.
The Glaceon looked great so far today from Yellow Bingo. I know they lost last game, but they took so much damage last game too.
Not able to do a ton of damage. A lot of teams now are wise to what Espeon's going to do as soon as it hits level 4, and they don't get caught by it.
I just never see, like, to me, I just don't see what Rapid Spin Hydro Pump does over Surf Hydro Pump, you know?
Internal is there, and so is Potato. Looks like they
does that make sense? I just don't see. I guess I'm a bit of unstoppable, but
also got, you know, a lot of information right there.
Damage?
They know exactly where
I don't think it's that much more damage either.
Would expect it to be, right? Potato looks like to be able to get that secure there with the Fell Stinger. Potato now back to base through that.
Better against Speedstars, but Yellow Bingo has some Speedstars, yeah.
In that engagement.
That was a well-timed.
Again, it's not necessarily a bad build.
There by Oscatar to stun Potato right out of the portal to keep anything.
More circuits, right? Rapid Spin is another circle.
Lunder almost level 6 here, so we're going to see a very powerful.
That's very early level 6 for Glaceon.
Easily going to be able to charge up their Icicle Spears. We have level 6 as well on
I feel like in these games, it's just like, if they're up against Trevor and Glaceon on bot path, they should just pressure this lane much harder.
Kind of spinning there, losing those,
like, they should be able to get to their power spikes this early.
Shells, if you will. And now just hanging out. Both teams
but I guess they have to also keep Buzzwole in control, so they can't quite decide.
Here at 8 minutes, I found this. I mean, these two teams are incredibly cautious, it feels like, here in game number 2.
Very passive so far.
It's almost
Potato's level 5, Warthog's level 6, so Buzzwole already falling behind. Oh, as I say that, he goes down.
The top path, that's a little different. Potato in some trouble right here, but they're able to make it through the hyperspace hole, head home, and they may continue this push as 60's moving forward. There's the eject button, and they're looking for the KO on Eldegoss. They get it.
Internal actually eating most of those stored power.
That's huge for Potato. He gets 30 points in, he gets 1 stick, 2. Espeon, pick up the coin! Well, I guess he's too scared to get super powered, maybe.
Yeah, really great stuff there from Potato. They need those stacks early. It's very important for a lot of these all-rounders to get their attack weight stacks.
No, he gets free to level 7.
Extremely powerful. Buzzwole is no exception to that. They desperately want to be more and more powerful. You can get, you know, the equivalent
looks like Gardevoir got sniped.
4 or 5 levels of your attack if you're stacking your attack weight properly.
Yeah, I mean, and now 60's got the shooter's touch,
right? No, I mean, early game Buzzwole didn't change at all. It's just late game. It's just when teamfight starts on the level 11, you notice the nerf, of course. That's the only point that really matters. Ooh, the side shot was a bit early, but they got it.
Marv is going to catch a reset after the KO. Nice place, Portal. Glacial Stage is out. They want Wrecker. They get Wrecker. 60's is moving forward, and it's the power of 4 in the face of this team. Ayame is absolutely.
You know, ABC won last game, but I think they didn't won it decisively, right? So I know they picked up the same team comp again.
Yeah, great stuff for Yellow Bingo. 140.
But it's not like they dominated last game, right? They were like kind of behind all game.
For a while, it felt similar, and then they had that incredible play in the top path. They push. That was very, very nice, and then when they went down to secure that bottom Reggie, you know, they zoned them out.
Glacier on jungle and Inteleon on lane.
Wasn't even ready to do anything.
I mean, they just want more experience on Inteleon.
If the, you know, Icicle Spears onto the Eldegoss was actually going to be a bit of a mistake there, giving Aetherell
I just want level 7 on Inteleon as fast as possible.
Yeah, I mean, with the fact that everyone was there was just a great call, right? They had everyone.
Oh, there's the eject button. I mean, it still works, right? Like, Blastoise can always still catch people off guard with eject buttons.
Potato uses their Unite move, but now is caught in the backline. They get bullied around by Oscatar.
But this just didn't happen last game in the final team fight. Potato was just fighting Blastoise up there somehow.
Where they want to posture.
Yeah, we're gonna see what they want to do right here.
And then Reyes just got low.
Grab anyone there. Sixie's now looking. Ooh.
Wouldn't a high level Glacier just snowball though? Not really.
With that Unite move, man.
Not necessarily.
Gardevoir's Unite move. The low cooldown of it's just amazing. You're able to use it in all of these big fights. Here
Who's he on Icicle Spear? Oh, he has no vision. Oh, this is terrible. He didn't get vision on Gardevoir, so he couldn't Icicle Spear.
Could leash right here as Aetherell is looking for a secure. The damage here from Gardevoir, the damage from Espeon, and it's secured by Gardevoir.
Okay, that's pretty bad for Yalabingo.
They were half HP. They went in alone.
They also lose Potati.
Buckled and didn't even take the objective. I don't like that move at all. But we are rings unbound, and we're at least
I'm gonna make a bit tiny on myself.
Guns are gargantuan. Ayame takes the chunk of that damage, but it looks like A through L is content just watching to see how this develops.
Yeah, and here they go. They take down this Regieleki. Yalabingo.
In the end, you see they're still the same level. Like Glaceon is still level 10 anyways.
To see if you can score right here. That would be a beautiful 16 points if it was at
all
all possible.
Potati.
Getting shut down.
Massive miscommunication.
I want to see Potato against Tomato, but it's never going to happen.
Fully engaged, and what it led to was just an absolute scramble. And of course, now
that just absolutely sucked.
Nice portal down. Does anybody can take it? No, because the action.
But I feel the Gardevoir. I hate that as well, man.
Potato is half HP.
Pushbacks are so I hate. Oh, another eject button, superpower back on. I hate playing skillshot characters with like Horn Leech and Surf on my team. It always happens eventually.
Beautiful stuff there. Yalabingo up now 204.58.
That was a disaster. That cost them so much now.
Speaking of miscommunication that you just talked about.
Yeah, it was massive miscommunication.
Unite move onto a completely open pad because they'd already been surfed by Blastoise right there. Super unfortunate engagement for A through L, and that's, you know, those are those moments that you kind of have to be.
Well, they have to just hope for a late game team fight again now.
Because you need to communicate what's happening right
there. The XP is fine if they carry some 12, but I mean, I don't see what Gardevoir really does in this game either.
Of the area that you're putting your Unite move on. I mean, it's a completely botched team fight from A through L.
Yeah, well, they each get one, right? Yalabingo sent A through L one, A through L sent one back to Yalabingo. However, Yalabingo on the scoreboard better
13-0-4-6s.
Right now, yeah,
is it me or is the frame is very bad of the spectator?
Much more even than game one, where they already were in control. Potato, once again, we've got these really aggressive dives from Potato, but Yalabingo hasn't been punished too hard for them. We have another.
I mean, look on Inteleon, he's gone. But actually, it's still Surf, by the way, as well. Like, he just plays Master Rapid Fire and Surf Hydro Pump, which is fine, right?
Trevenant's in a lot of trouble. Mark goes down. Internal.
Like, he's not even playing Rapid Spin anyways. He's just playing Master Rapid Fire, Scarf, and Surf, which I like too.
When you watch GT when they just kept feeding at the pad over and over, giving up KOs, giving up the pad anyways, and now all of a sudden that's so much experience that they just gained for A through L. And now they have a level 14 and a level 13 going.
God, was like 14 now.
That Blastoise had a pretty late Unite.
God, just got level 14.
Not that they can't, obviously. Blastoise could get that Unite move back, but that was a pretty late one right there. They went for an aggressive push in this bottom path to keep them in this game, and they are still behind Yalabingo. Still incredibly close. However, that fight did look.
Yeah, look at the Blastoise. It's where are the frames?
Like that at Rayquaza, obviously, they're going to be sending Yalabingo down to.
Something is wrong with the spectator, is it not? Or am I just seeing things you guys don't see?
Looking for it as the snipe shots are zoning out A through L. Can Yalabingo put together something different from game one, or are they just going to try to freeze A through L right here? We saw it didn't work last time. Will it work this time?
Wrecker's going to have to reset again. A throw getting for position.
Am I going?
Potato and Ossitar just staring at each other in the top, watching the top of the Ray Pit. Lunder looking for a decent target, but there's no one in sight.
Yeah, nice big snipe shot. Gardevoir is going to need to head home after that. I mean, just so incredibly powerful. Gardevoir waiting right now.
And with the Blastoise top lane.
heading home.
We have the same story as last time, but this time Blastoise has Unite move up, so Bella doesn't want to necessarily engage. And they have Snipe Shot, they just have to wait. Poke it down. It's my monitor? Can't be.
Here at the top of the Rayquaza pit, fighting a little bit in this choke, but they're just
look at look at sometimes I feel like
Potato getting caught here in the top half.
Tons of damage, and Bordy and Oscatar saw an opportunity but couldn't close the door. What does that mean through A through L? If they would have gotten that pick, they
maybe see if they scorp, you know. They force Buster back, but I guess they don't know. Where is Blast? Blast is looking for the massive flank. But they know he's there, right? Potato knows. Yeah, he knows he gets served. Ooh, Underoo. What? He just got Snipe Shot. SP got Snipe Shot in Unite. Oh, that's Blastoise can only Unite with Buzzwole.
But internals there for the cover. Surfing back on Potato. Oyama is on the blast.
Is that a very awkward fight? Potati. Oh, the Snipe Shot. Hollow's Ray? Ray's dead. Almost full HP. I mean, Yalabingo just to defend now. That's done.
Can they full team wipe to close the door? Krinsky's not even running. Lunder's not even running. Is there in the mean look? Close it down. Scores some points.
Okay, we head into the third game.
I gotta admit, that was a pretty funny way. They're like, look, there's not much I can do here. You're stuck. I'm in the tall grass.
Okay.
I mean, you get it. You
Good
guys
stuff,
are
good
able to
stuff.
take the win. Much better engagement there from Yalabingo. Really impressive stuff. And, you know, our camera panned away from it slightly as we were watching the Buzzwole fight. We had that Gardevoir Unite move, and it looks like it was aimed at catching Glaceon and the Hoopa, but they weren't able to get either of them right there. Guardy misses their Unite move. Great engagement by Buzz, and a great match for Yalabingo as they are tying this up here in our winners finals.
Was the Guardy Unite on Hoopa?
I still feel like European late games are so awkward because neither team is decisive enough.
It was not in the first iframes. It might have been in the second iframes. It looked like they were
like European. The last stretch of European teams feels so awkward.
It's a little telegraphed. You kind of need a stun.
I feel like European teams are just not very good at the final 2 minutes.
I think Guardy saw two, was hoping they could catch it, and just was not able to. Could have been those iframes though.
Gotcha. Yeah,
I think that's the biggest issue why we don't perform internationally anymore. Because we just don't know how to play the last final 2 minutes.
And managed to pick up Oscatar, who's playing the Blastoise, and absolutely decimate the last third of their HP, giving Potato
Maybe I'm just reading into many things, but it does feel like that.
When your Blastoise is in that deep of waters, literally, and gets knocked out like that, it's just a tough spot for the rest of your team.
And now you can see why Yalabingo went with the same squad as Game 1. They said, look, we were up Game 1.
Yep.
We had a little bit of a difficult moment there at Rayquaza, but we know that we're able to beat this team. They were up throughout the majority of Game 1.
Did the Buzzwole work this game? Was it good?
Game 2 right here. Let's take a look at some of these moments.
Well, this was early on, and Yalabingo did have a great lead, pushing towards A through L, and this was just where we had the
now I think Yala's going to be second pick, so we see what they do on second pick.
Make that siege happen. Yeah, this was that nice.
What's happening in the lower bracket? Anyone know?
For A through L, they're finally getting their points in there.
What's happening in lower bracket?
With that 50, Buzzwole obviously getting caught right here. It was a big moment that used a lot of Unite.
Tali 1-2-0 versus Mania and Nouns 1-2-0. So next up we have Nouns against Tali. That's going to be next after this winner final.
Move, and here comes Buzzwole actually putting a ton of damage on the Blastoise.
That's hype.
Yeah, absolutely. It was almost like we were
watching
Nouns
against Tali for top 3.
And, Oscatar were just next to each other. Their pips weren't moving. They were literally watching to see who would flinch first, who would pivot to their team, and then immediately go for the pickup to keep them from joining the rest of the squad. And what ended up being was a very long, protracted 1v1, and the difference maker was literally Sixties when he spun on that fight, was able to lay in one snipe shot and turn the tide into Potato.
Yeah, that was a beautiful snipe shot. And here we have the MVP of the match, Sixties on the Inteleon.
We had some good snipe shots in the final fight.
7 KO, scoring 107 points.
They were on SP and probably won the game instantly, but yeah.
At home, that's that Fell Stinger snipe shot. You got the
Stinger snipe shot.
You got the glasses, and you got the specs. Just as much damage as you can possibly get out of those snipe shots is what we're looking for with something like that.
Well, when you're dealing that much damage with a snipe shot, the water recoil can get in your eyes. That's why you want good eye protection. That's where you wear 2 sets of glasses, and that's why your damage is so high. Science.
I'm always wearing 2 sets.
Maybe we are getting Nouns Tali. Yeah, after this we're getting it.
Right now.
Yeah, you can't see
Nouns Tali will be directly after this.
Yalabingo, A through L. Here we go.
That should be on the main broadcast, right? Definitely.
In our winners finals.
It's always winners, semi. Wait, no, is it gonna be?
Qualify into the grand finals.
I hope so.
The winners side. Yalabingo, Been here before. Been here, done that, and hopefully
Last time
for them,
did they
they're
show
gonna be able to
3 or
do
4
it
games
again.
last time?
A through L, what do they
Don't
switch
remember.
up now? Now they get to pick, right? It was purple side twice for yellow bingo. Are they going to take the purple side? And we're
It
gonna-
usually
we're gonna
is,
see
not
a
always,
completely
though.
different, draft here. Or do you
They
really
had some
like
weird
what
like
you're doing,
scheduling
and
this
take
year so
orange
far
side for the
sometimes.
Third time in a row.
It's interesting
But I hope
because
so.
it feels like A through L on orange side is kind of getting exactly what they want.
Right.
Yellow bingo, even if they're on orange side, even if they have second pick, you know, they're still probably going to target
I mean, it
ban
has to be, yeah, it has to be.
Right, with those speedsters. However, the
It has
question
to
is,
be.
if they target ban Wrecker with those speedsters, now A through L does have an opportunity to steal away Buzzwole.
Well, let's take a look at the chat results here. Who
Chat-
will
what is
win?
chat
A lot
thinking?
of people favoring the favorites. Yalla Bingo.
Yalla Bingo.
Like you said, been there, done that, looking to do it again.
Big surprise, big surprise.
The Rockets upstarts and Zoinks' choice still scrapping, though, pushing this thing to 3 games.
A through L is looking very good, but Yalla Bingo has had control of these 2 matches, right? So much happens in the final moments of a match of Pokemon Unite. It all comes down a lot of the time to which team has prepared themselves better for this massive team fight around Rayquaza. Game 1, A through L, I think, played that really, really well. Game 2, Yalla Bingo just kept their pressure on the entire time. They kept their lead the entire time. They kept their cool in that final fight, but they were more aggressive. They took the fight this time, and that was the big difference maker for them. We're going to have to see how A through L wants to kind of change up their strategy because, no question, they've been behind for 2 games in a row.
A through L has an opportunity to take purple side and try and get Wrecker really what they want. Because being in the second spot without first pick makes target bans slightly more difficult. Not impossible by any means, but there's a bigger price at targeting the Absol and Leafeon specifically.
Yes.
Because
So,
you aren't getting
are
the
we
first
running back
pick
the same
other
comp?
way to really solidify
For
those
IBC now, right? I think they're
Yeah,
first
we're gonna
pick
have to see
now. It's
what
going to be
they wanna do
different.
with that, because you're right. That could be a huge strategic change here from A through L, and a lot of teams would opt.
See if
to
they
take
give
this
Glaceon
first
again
pick
to
in this position.
Lundaroo.
You know, when you're the team that loses,
Or
you
not.
get to pick your side. So they could say, "We're taking first pick here in this moment."
They always show 4
and we're gonna
matches?
do
Okay.
something
I think there
maybe
was one time they only
unexpected."
showed 3
If
matches,
they pull
though.
away the Buzzwole,
I
which
remember
don't know if
something.
they want
Was it
to be playing
February?
Buzzwole on the side of A through L, but if they
I
take
swear there
that
was one
away
tournament they only
from
showed 3, but
Potato,
maybe I'm
is Potato going to be able
misremembering.
to rise to the occasion? We've seen their Dodrio. I don't know how many more Pokemon they're comfortable
I could just be
with right
misremembering.
now. Well, at least comfortable with dominating in the fashion that they can with something like Buzzwole.
What would be cool out of Yellow Bingo, if they're on the orange side, is an early pick on Dodrio in your first 2, and then you let internal pick last. Because if they don't find a way to isolate Dodrio, you can do the Dodrio Comfy type thing and really just try and run through the other team, just cause complete pandemonium on the side of A
They should
through
skip
L.
losers, it's
Or you
useless.
still will
What do you
probably get,
mean?
you know, Eldegoss, who, you know, obviously Internal's incredibly familiar with, but even like Blissey or something like that.
you mean?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of different options for A through L, especially if they switch sides, as we were just talking about. And a Pokemon that you mentioned that I'm kind of surprised we might. I'm hoping we see more
YouTube
of
chat.
in some ways is Comfey.
That's a
Obviously,
classic
it's did
YouTube chat comment,
very
honestly.
well at Ails. I mean, teams are still crushing it with Comfey. Comfey Zoroark still a very powerful option for a lot of these teams. But really, Comfey and a lot of different Pokemon are doing
what is
very
Brawn?
well in this meta. And when you're running into things like Inteleon, you're running into things like Espeon, a strong speedster that can't get immediately punished if it has
Is
that
there any
Comfey
pick like
collar,
I feel like that
think they
we should be
do
seeing that we're
real
not
work.
seeing?
Yeah, you're about to see
What could
me
be a
get
Pokemon?
gapped in a draft later on if we put that footage.
But there was
up
nothing buffed, like,
off the back
this
of
is
the
like all the buffs are so
Zoro
useless.
Comfy,
It's like the
selection.
last balance patch was.
Surprises there.
Oh, it was such a bad balance
Yeah,
patch.
it was a bit of a
I guess
moment.
Crosshair?
Yeah, no
Oh,
surprises
yeah.
there.
I'm an idiot.
So this is one of the best things that we
Gyarados,
can do here are record segments, like pre-record segments, but then we just tell you what's going to happen when you see the pre-recorded segment.
I'm trying to get ahead. It's called damage control, brother. I'm trying to get ahead.
Aegislash? No, Aegislash is terrible in tournaments.
Yeah, and I can tell you later, we're going to
I mean,
ask the chat
sometimes
who won
Overlord
this
pops
draft
off on it,
between Zoinks
but
and
that's about
Zoinks.
it.
So you might
I saw
already
Utah
guessed
popping
who
off on
you
it one
think
time,
actually ended up winning
but
this
like,
thing.
it's just not
Yellow
worth.
Bingo
No, it's just
here
not worth it playing
is
Aegislash.
in a great spot.
Not strong enough.
Having that 2-game advantage. I'm
Sylveon,
really
I feel like
interested to see
Sylveon
what
should be played
happens right
more,
here,
but
and it looks like no.
I think
Aether
Sylveon
is
should be played
deciding
more.
to keep those second picks, which I'm kind of not surprised by. I think they're getting a
If there's
lot
one,
of
maybe
what they want
Sylveon.
in this draft, even though they're getting targeted.
Muscarada, I mean, Muscarada got nerfed and already wasn't that great in tournaments before, so
Controlling game 1 and game 2, they're going
definitely
straight
not
back to the
Muscarada.
Absol. Again, targeting down Wrecker.
It is annoying in solo queue, but in tournaments it has not been all too wild.
No, Inteleon.
Yes.
Inteleon makes it smart.
Inteleon change right
Oh,
there.
they went Inteleon now, okay. So, no, it's first pick again for Yalla Bingo, okay.
They're just, they're handing it away.
But now ABC's not gonna pick this. Okay, they're gonna pick Umbreon and Blastoise, but I hope they switch their other Pokemon around. I don't want to see Espeon again. Gonna be very honest.
Really solid.
I don't want to see Espeon here again.
Blastoise once again.
I don't.
On the other side here, we've got the Hoopa, and let's see what they want to take for this.
So Potato again, Buster for a third time. ABC picking Blastoise, Umbreon for a third time. Slowbro's open. They pick Espeon away? I feel like the Espeon was so weak the last two games.
You're not in a lot of danger of losing that Slowbro.
Has Espeon even won a game today? Oh no, it won the first game for ABC, right?
You can have the wish
now they can pick Glaceon away from what is Landru gonna pick now? I guess he's gonna play Espeon. Is there anything else? Sylveon again? I said Sylveon. But I think Sylveon will not work here.
So they've actually now taken a lot from Yalla Bingo.
A Chandelure maybe. Again Trevenant. Kind of the same draft again, it's just Espeon and Glaceon got traded.
Right? If it's not Mew, it's Glaceon. So now we're
Chandelure. I mean,
Espeon. And Sixties
oh, there's the Sylveon. Okay, okay.
Also, I mean, we've seen Sixties play Candle as well.
Just talking about the Sylveon, now it appears.
And they're just trying to figure out.
I mean, I do think it should be picked more often.
Yeah,
and a Cross. A Cross is good against Glaceon. Unless he goes for Icy Wind. But I think Icy Wind could be pretty sick here. I think you should play Icy Wind here. Please play Icy Wind. No, don't play Gardevoir again. No, don't play Gardevoir. No, what? Please play Icy Spear, Icy Wind, please. Please play Icy Wind.
I love this draft adjustment in this second slot by A through L. Like you said, they've really taken a lot of stuff from Yalla Bingo's tool belt here, and now
I don't like this Glaceon Gardevoir into that.
Honestly, just
but okay, sure.
Dominating and impactful.
Yeah, you know, as we talk about, a lot of games can be won in draft.
I'm just gonna E-Cross the sheet. I mean, you can always wait out. You can just play from range.
It feels like this draft is.
But I feel like with the Cross now, the Sylveon wasn't as good of a pick.
Yalla Bingo almost is playing catch up throughout.
You know what I'd like to see? You know what I would have liked to see here? Beam Venusaur over Sylveon.
Is this a great pivot for them?
I would have liked a Beam Venusaur.
Or are they kind of on the back foot right now and a little worried about how that went?
Maybe.
Well, if I'm Yalla Bingo, I would be a little concerned, right? Because you kind of set it up so you can get the Buzzwole again, but all of the pieces that really seem
maybe
to
even
make it function.
Yeah, maybe Mage Pikachu actually.
Did in those first two games is now gone.
Yeah.
So, you know, specifically the Icicle Spears and the Snipe Shots, right?
Maybe Mage Pikachu would also be nice there.
That the Buzzwole provides when it
I feel like the Sylveon...
so they need to make sure that
I want to see it more, but I feel like it doesn't fit what they had now.
Into a hyper voice, into, you know, the Espeon stored power to rein in and close out the damage.
You know, something I saw on Wrecker, I think I saw them switch off their Curse Incense onto Choice Specs right there.
But like,
which is an interesting
why don't we go Icy Wind here?
It's going to make it much better in this early game, and with the healing on the side of Yalla Bingo coming from that Hoopa, it may not, you know, be that big of a factor to keep a curse item right there. Here we go. Winners.
Wouldn't Icy Wind be better here? Like, it's already difficult to build up Icicle Spears. Like, who do you basic attack, right? You can pretty much only basic attack white Pokemon. Which, I mean, I guess is fine. What is with these bunnies? Huh? ABC?
Need to change something up here in game number 3, and they did.
Someone auto-attack them on accident, I guess.
Shows up, but Sixties is there with the stored power. Icicle Spears, but there's only a couple charges there to be used. Oscatar's low on HP, stored power comes through, can't close the door.
Sixties back on the Espeon.
The position impact that Yalla Bingo has made early can't be understated.
Yeah, I mean, that was really nice from Yalla Bingo, and you do have to recognize that Glaceon level 4
I feel like they're so vulnerable just to getting Cross Avoid now, but maybe they don't have enough follow-up anyways. But Sylveon has to walk up quite far to follow up like a Cross Avoid. But I think Sylveon should be played more than this, definitely.
Lunder already level 5, and Marv.
Can we remove Focus Band? I wish.
Birds are getting scrapped and they're getting screamed at as Wrecker has to eject over the Rock Tomb.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay, Potati gets the KO on top.
They can right now. Not yet level 5, obviously looking for that.
I mean, they don't have a chance with the Glacier on top right now. They can't match the Espeon. And now they're gonna die. Oh, they're gonna get double invaded on. They're gonna get double invaded.
Well, Marv in a mean look. Marv half HP, but nobody's there. Rock Tombing actually out. And look at that. We see
Kater?
Lunder pivoting, trying to get on top of Sad.
Top, they're getting invaded.
Forcing them out of their central. Then now Lunder's looking to snatch grab.
Oh, they got Glacier on.
While the doors unlock. And
Oh boy, okay. I mean, now it's a Snowball City or what?
That are just moving in tandem with internal, putting tons of pressure in the opposing central.
Yeah, moving down towards this bottom path, seeing if there's anything they can do.
Bass was level 7. Oh, he went down, but Edigos got it.
This big rock tomb right there. Okay, just don't come into my goal zone. I'm kind of good.
It's good that Edigos got the KO.
Fun little fight right there, but I gotta go.
It's actually higher level than Blastoise. But it's actually bad. But I mean, a KO is still a KO, right? Landaru? Nope, it's not gonna get it.
Puff and the hydro pump keeping them away.
A Yame level 6? What happened up there? They got a big KO on Potato when all of Yala Bingo
I don't like
what happened. And now they're kind of leading the charge of their team.
some of the things I'm
I
seeing.
mean, this is really interesting. I mean, this Sylveon pick, obviously, for Yala seems to have done very, very well. Potato 7 right here, outpacing this Blastoise by 2 levels in the top path. That is pretty huge. We're going to see what they can do in this fight, how they want to play it. Here come the Icicle Spears, looking for a secure right there. A little bit of a trade both ways.
I'd like to see the Sidgeway over Gardevoir.
Great Phantom Force by internal on the backside to push all of the.
I would have liked to see more. Like, I mean, the Sidgeway is also scary because you saw you get invaded, right, by Hooper.
And that's probably what's allowed Potato to already hit level 8.
So
and now you can see Regice
you do get invaded.
Right here. We're looking for the secure right now.
But why don't we like play Speedsters anywhere?
No way they can make it in to do anything about that. Beautifully played by Yala Bingo.
The fact that Marv also.
Oh, 60s.
Let's get after it, baby. 40 looking for a way out, and there's tons of pressure on.
Only 1 KO though. Ah, Lund. Okay, that's way too. That's. I mean, he's zoning, right? He's zoning. 30 points go in. Okay.
They're still screaming in their faces.
Actually worth it as Unite to get 30 points and even more. Okay.
Spears on Lunder, but cut off by internal and Marv. Marv
he
finally
goes down,
goes
fine.
down, but that goal zone is gone. Yala Bingo gets it done.
You look at this here from Yala Bingo. They say counter picks. We don't know what these counter picks are.
I feel like Zoroark, for example. Wouldn't Zoroark be insane here? Or my... But I feel like...
This would send Yala Bingo to the grand finals right now.
I feel like if a Japanese team or something plays Zoroark on the right side, they just steamroll it, maybe. Or maybe not. It's always hard to tell.
Of getting close enough to taste that victory for their region. They're going to need to do something big, though. They're behind on every single metric. We've got Gardevoir here with the Unite move. Let's see what they can make happen.
Oh, you know Potato still... He always... Yeah. I mean, Potato always finds those eject button smackdowns. Nice. Potati! They lose some points here, but it doesn't matter. It's only 18 points lost. Not the end of the world. The problem is, right, they pick Icicle Spear as their jungler, right? Then they have to match Espeon, which they can't. Then Glaceon gets invaded because it doesn't even get to level 5 or 6 anywhere near it. So it has no chance getting invaded on.
187.
And you just fall so far behind.
These two teams right here as they're pushing this
like Glaceon just cannot match Espeon.
Raining in points. And I think we had another sequence of bad math there, but who cares? They're feeling themselves.
And then
right
we'll just play Glaceon on bot, where they had a better Send to Area Pokemon, right? So.
It's a number. It's made up. Nobody understands what credit scores are.
Everybody knows how. All right, here we go. Getting ready for this fight here in the bottom path. We have Regirock spawned. We have Yala Bingo coming down. They also could be.
So I want ABC to maybe like pick something more strong early for their Send to Area. They could have also picked up Sylveon themselves, maybe. That can match.
That's another 2-player stun, and Marv's looking for a big X scissor as a Cotton Cloud crash.
Across the zoning, but Umbreon has Unite, but decides not to go for it. But actually got the Reggie.
Didn't hit with the Unite move. Krinsky pops the Unite move right on top of 60s, but it's a KO streak.
They're getting rolled over.
And now they're pushing a little bit, maybe just trying to strike the fear in the A through L.
I mean, they still got that, but
play to their side of the map. Potato is huge.
I don't know, Yala Bingo definitely looks like the better team. A game won as well. Yalla Bingo just kinda lost it, right? Like, I wouldn't say ABC won first game. It was more like Yalla losing first game, right? If you know what I mean. Obviously, but you know what I mean.
That 2-minute mark if they can set this up properly. It's a lot of time until then, so we could see Yalla Bingo decide to sort of hold this objective, almost put it on ice a little bit, fight A through L every time they come through, and then secure this thing a little closer to Rayquaza hitting the map.
It's so sad we weren't able to see Yalla Bingo at the group stage at AOS Cup.
And they're already ahead by
I would like to see them play against more teams on stage.
To that base, it's game over even if A through L takes Ray.
A Hydro Typhoon at 325.
Oh, Potato just gets Potato had fun. Okay, but they committed 2 Unite Boosts for Potato. So Yalla Bingo can do something now still. Landru could be untouched now. He just gets... He's getting mean look, but he has enough space. I'll go for it. Ooh, nice Unite again. But 60's also is gonna fall. It's not that great for Yalla, actually. Nice eject button away from the Hyper Voice, but he has no vision. Progress 2 OP.
Internal takes out Oscatar downstairs, and Krinsky and Marv is having a battle of the defenders.
Ambrion is gone.
Just scream them down.
Incredible stuff here. I have to say, that play from A through L was really, really smart. They immediately moved on to that Reggie. They were well aware that if Regieleki sits there for any reasonable amount of time, that they have this horrible position that they're going to face. They didn't even care if they lost it in that moment. They just needed to rip it as fast as they could to make sure that they could handle it before Rayquaza. Now that that is out of the way, they have to get their Unite move back on Gardevoir, get ready for Ray. They're still way behind, but that was a huge moment for A through L. If that Regieleki or that fight even goes the other way and they can secure that closer to the 2-minute mark,
just have to be at Ray now. Glacian could just flip it.
Right now we are getting set up for Ray. They're still going to need to
They're currently positioned to rip it. Yalla, Glacian's ripping it. It's the best chance. Ripping is the best chance of winning. Do they notice Glacian ripping it? Oh, he stopped, okay.
Are we actually scrapping out? Pivoting to score is the Buzzwole.
Here we go. We see the ice.
Oh, Cross can't Unite move here, otherwise Ambrion's gonna Unite, and Cross is dead. Yeah. But actually, Ambrion's gonna fall too, though. Huge super stun. Espeon doesn't do too much. Potato! Oh, he's getting Gardevoir Unite moved! The Gardevoir is huge! Oh, I might be it, actually. Actually, they only have 3 shields of Ray. No, Ambrion is respawn, they're gonna have 4 Ray shields. They're gonna blast us United. What? You're not gonna be kidding me. How? How did you get it? What?
They need to continue this push.
How did Hooper get it? It's not over yet. Okay, they scored.
292, 227. The Screamion is
yeah, it's gonna be another minute of brawling.
Right here, but if more points go in, they will be in a great spot.
Do they have any shields on anyone? Espeon have a shield?
Here comes Hoopa from the side of Yalla Bingo to help the squad right now. Espeon
they have to give up this goal, but they can't. Okay, Espeon's gonna score now. Espeon's gonna put a decently far ahead. I think it's Spears, but if Yalla Bingo goes down right here. Oh, 2+1 HP. I think now they don't have enough. Super Palm Blastoise. Now that's gonna be it. Alright. How did Hooper get it? Oh, okay. Well, Yalla Bingo into the grand final right here. Potato doing some more things. Yep. Yalla Bingo into the grand final.
Sad Wrecker's the next target there. Sad Wrecker is gone. Yalla Bingo.
Are you serious? Hooper got it? Two Blasters Unite? I mean, epic. That is criminal.
Of that Rayquaza. Let's face it right there.
Did we lose because we Blasters Unite too early? Too late?
Against Yalla Bingo. They made a great decision at
like you don't want to use Blasters Unite for last hitting. You want to use Blasters Unite so your teammates can last it.
The secure happen. The Hail Mary, the hyperspace.
No, I think it was too late. It was too late.
A through L down to our losers bracket in a match.
Watch the replay. I think the Blasters Unite was too late.
I mean, Yalla Bingo ice in the veins. You want to talk about having it? They had it in spades, and you have to give credit.
Because you don't want to actually use it for last hitting. When your teammates are around.
And that was Rock Tomb and Hyperspace Hole hitting at the
Let me go
exact
to
same
the
time on
YouTube
that
thing. Let me
Rayquaza to give
do the
themselves
rewatch.
the
Let me
highest
open
percentage
YouTube.
chance of stealing that Ray. They were successful. Yalla Bingo in another grand final.
Yalla Bingo making it to these grand finals again. That is a nail biter.
yeah.
A
They saw their
scary one.
opportunity, and that
I
was
mean, you get one of those Yalla Bingo. I don't think that's going to happen again throughout this tournament, but it
Like you want to use Blasters Unite when your teammates are around to get your teammates the last hit. You want to knock up everyone and your teammates get the last hit, right?
And you know, Aetherell has to feel a
But
little
like this
gutted
is
right
just
here. Obviously,
yeah, I
that was a
don't.
tough moment for them, but at the same time, I think they played it great at the end. I have to really tip my cat to every my cat. I have to tip my
Oh, he was
cat,
too far away.
which is something I'm
Hooper's
trying to
over.
make
Oh,
happen.
Hooper's over
Let me
there.
know in
Oh,
the
Hooper
chat
can't
if
even.
that's
Okay.
something that will happen.
Is that an 18 or 20% tip?
What happened to Gardevoir's abilities?
But if it was
Or
really
used
good
it right?
service, 25.
I mean, it's just
We're
honestly.
gonna send it on over to Zoinks right now because production hates what I'm doing. Let's send it on over to Zoinks right here. Zoinks, take.
I mean,
it
smart
away.
from Hooper to walk away from
Gladly.
Blastoise,
After
right?
that,
So
thank you so much. An incredible matchup between Yalla
That
Bingo
is-
and ABC, but of course it is resulting in
Nah,
that
it's just
Yalla Bingo
honestly.
win. Now, I don't have the magic touch. Unfortunately,
It's just unlucky,
I'm sure
no.
Spraggles will teach me the skills one day. But it was an incredible series like those other two were saying.
No, it was
We had some
Hyperspace
clutch
Hole.
moments throughout the
Hyperspace
thing.
Hole got
Let's
it.
take another look at that match. The highlights were fantastic. You can see right there that huge Hoopa play was absolutely fantastic. Internal with a clutch moment. And yeah, I totally agree
I feel
with
like they
Spraggles,
maybe
that late
panicked a
game
bit,
from
right? Like,
ABCD
Gardevoir uses all
really
abilities
felt like
here.
they had a chance to take it
But it's
all.
honestly, I would say this is I think this is unlucky. I wouldn't blame anyone for this. It's a good steal by Hooper, right?
So fantastic work for them. We are going to be awarding our player.
I really wouldn't. I wouldn't really say like. I wouldn't really blame anyone for this. I think it's just. You know, like how in Formula 1 sometimes crashes happen. It's just a racing accident. It's just the racing accident, you know.
Really fantastic performance from the whole squad.
It just happened. I think that's just. Yeah. I think no one's really. I think that's. It's just unfortunate. It's hard to like sometimes figure out the damage on Ray. Because Ray, the longer the game goes on, the tankier Ray gets as well, the more HP Ray gets, so it's kind of hard to like permanently know how much last-hitting damage you have, because Ray gets more HP throughout the game. Doesn't it? I think it does, right?
When Ray gets that low, there always
like Ray, the longer the game goes, the more HP Ray gets. So
securing that spot in the grand finals again, as I mentioned before.
That's why sometimes it feels squishy and sometimes it feels a bit tankier.
Zoinks, you want to break it down for us?
Yeah, things have been getting kind of wild in the losers bracket.
It's hard to
Now
like
it's
judge how much damage you have to do.
An early descent into the lower bracket. However,
so now we have Nouns against Tali, guys. Nouns against Tali. Bobo!
Next matchup we're gonna be watching in that loser semifinals.
Woo!
And ABC's got
Who's
to
excited,
wait for
Who's
what
excited?
giant comes out of that matchup to see who their next opponent's gonna be.
That is going to be such an exciting match. Obviously,
Who
you know,
is
they're both
excited,
trading
huh?
Players. Now they're trading blows. They go up against each other.
Now we have the roster mania
battle.
battle, actually.
Incredible. One of these teams is going
So
to get
let's see
eliminated right
which
here,
team
which
won
is
the
huge,
roster swap.
Huge. We are going to be back very, very soon. Do not go anywhere. Make sure that you're following the official Pokemon Unite channels.
Okay, small break. I'm gonna get some food as well, I guess. Hardy against Naunte. Who's gonna win the roster swap battle? Gonna be interesting. I'm gonna keep talking. I'm gonna... All right. Yeah, who won the roster swap? We're gonna find out, no? It's gonna be a nice matchup. Chris disappeared. I don't like mukbang. I don't want to see you guys. I don't like being watched eating. It's kind of weird, no? You guys like being watched while eating? I hate it. I just This is a shy introvert. I mean, I am. Which is funny that I became a streamer. But actually, I'm a shy introvert, so... Just show the food. It's just Wiener Würstchen. Cool. How German can you be? It's good to just eat fast. Don't have to make anything, you know? Nice.
Dupe Snacks here on the stairs.
The stairs again.
When they give me the opportunity to roam, I always seem to find myself right here. Banger matchup coming up between Tally Bobo and Nouns Esports. Of course, we see on Nouns Utah Megu. They had time to change these gamer tags. I don't know what they're doing to us out here. But they are now on Tally Bobo Unleashed. Nouns Esports picking up Soreyu and Gatlu. Both of these teams drop to the losers bracket early, 2-0 their next opponent, and find themselves scrapping against each other. As we take a look at Tally Bobo here, no strangers to all of you at home. Of course, Chelvin, Zervis, Zante, Megu, Utah now on that squad, finding themselves back with their former captain. And for Nouns, of course, you've got Bruv, Toon Slim, Soreyu, Gatlu, and anchoring that, the bald-headed wizard, Adesu. So, we've got these teams squaring off. Two super teams, air quotes. Super team, is that real, though? I feel like we throw around super team. At this point, it has no real definition because they are always scrapping to get to the top spot, but they need to go through each other right now. So let's send it on over to the casters who are way over there.
Hey, all right. Very nice. He taught us what a super team was, but then he said, is there even a super team? I liked it. I felt like it was a little like Mr. Rogers S. Dupesnecks, Mr. Dupesnecks neighborhood.
That's a crossover I absolutely want to see.
Oh, I would love that a lot. I think his energy is maybe a little high for that show.
I just completely disagree. I think it needed some spice.
Yeah.
If I'm going to give any production notes to it, I think it could use a new look.
Here we go. Tally Bobo, Nouns Esports. You have to love this matchup.
Oh, my
you
word.
Absolutely want to see these two teams go at it. I'm so happy that we get to. Obviously, we've talked about it a lot. The roster swaps, roster mania, and when you're looking at the two quote-unquote super teams right here, you have to wonder who came out on top.
Right.
Tally Bobo, you know, formerly for free, looked like they were doing a lot better
That's what we're here
in
for.
this region than Nouns Esports.
Yeah, it's really interesting. But now these changes.
That's what we're here for, man.
Look, honestly, I think we all thought we were going to be seeing this matchup in the winners finals, right? It was a much more likely place to see it. But let's jump into draft for a game.
We already in draft? Okay, I need to eat fast. Almost done.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
I know that Nouns has been toying around a lot with Zorar Comfey. So we're going to stop that right now, and then we're going to get rid of this Espeon, a Pokemon that Toon Slim has been really good on, so I'm not surprised to see that go. And now on the other side, we've got the Leafeon, we've got the Slowbro. Again, Buzzwole not getting as much ban.
Actually, been Zorak,
We're
okay.
going to see if they want to take that as a
All
first
right.
pick or if they have
Saw
some
you
other
Desu.
options here.
Yeah,
They play Zorak, Comfy, and solo queue. They Buzzwole first, okay, we still see Buzzwole first picks in Europe.
And there it is. It has
Okay.
been selected. Our first two selections on 9 Esports are going to, of course, be that Blastoise. And still considering this Comfey, banning away that Slowbro does open the option for a lot of very powerful speedsters for Sareyu to handle. They do not have just the Zorak in their tank. They got a lot of viable options they can bring to the table.
And instead, they bounce on over to an early Sylveon right here. That's an interesting choice. Mew on the other side, Zervis on Eldegoss. I was almost wondering if they wanted to take that away from Zervis. It's been a powerful Pokemon, but instead, Zervis not locking that in either. Still an option.
Does anyone know what Japan did today?
As we're looking for their
I couldn't watch Japan games because I was watching APA finals. What happened in Japan? What did they care about?
It's one of the better bottom paths that you can secure. So
Who are Freerun and Timmel? Yuta and Megu, of course.
Zervis should be getting their pocket pick of the Hoopa. No problem.
Who else?
And there we go. It's going to be Yuta locking in that Chandelure.
Yeah, that is exciting to see. We don't get to see enough Shandy right here. And, you know, I'm shocked that Tally Bobo is able to last pick Eldegoss. I know that it's been slightly nerfed.
So Europe just keeps on first picking Buzzwole. Are they going to pick Blaziken right here? It looks like it's going to be Central Area Blaziken.
You know, I think it's going to
Do
be
I like it here?
really telling to see how it does.
I think it's alright. Finally some more Sylveon. So Sylveon, high priority by nouns, which I like, and we have a Chandelure.
To that Sylveon.
Pretty good right here too, I would say. Not too bad. That Imprison is going to get huge value into Treven and Blastoise Blaziken.
How they split that central area
Alright,
when
sure.
running this Blaziken plus an evolution composition. They're very comfortable splitting that
I
central
don't know if I
area,
believe
and
into
even
her.
allowing Blaziken to find themselves in the bottom path.
Yeah, Nouns has very low range.
We start heading into that 8-minute mark where we start seeing more team fights pop
Very
up.
low range,
I'm really
but
gonna keep my eye on this.
do you need much range
for
nowadays?
Sure.
I'm not sure if you do.
Chandelure could be a huge difference maker here.
How
in
much
this
range
match.
do you really
One thing
need?
I also love, you know, looking at the draft here. You've got Toon with that Sylveon, and it's got that curse item on it. You know, a curse Hyper Voice Sylveon is going to shut down a lot of the healing potential from Zervis.
Yeah, it gets kind of absurd when it starts ramping up and hitting those huge power spikes. Very, very tough to shut down your Zervis. Of course, you're going to be going all in on that healing, hoping for the damage reduction against something like Blaziken, but against Sylveon and that Cursed Incense, it could be devastating for them to have to handle.
Here we go, everybody at home. I mean, I'm sure it's what you wanted. The Clash of the Titans here in EU in our losers bracket right now. Tally Bobo, Nouns Esports, one of these teams is heading home, and they're going to be pretty devastated with their results, I would say, this month. They were the team that traded the players, and they were the team that got the loss as we're getting ready here for game number 1.
Let's get it.
Go!
Go!
A barn burner. Here we go. Tally Bobo, your purple team.
So let's see who has the best bet on your roster. This is the matchup I wanted to see today.
And of course, the
This was I waited all day for this
firepower were
matchup
those
right
players
here.
that had that swap. So Yuta and Megu on Tally Bobo.
Toonstem now on the Sylveon.
Sareyu on the other side. There's nothing quite like defeating your former
And
teammate
Tally doesn't really
in a
have anything that can
high-stakes
match
match
this
like You
Sylveon.
know they're going to be playing and leaving it
Because
all
Chandelure will
on
probably take an entire jungle
It feels like
rotation.
you have a lot to prove in this
So,
moment, and one of the biggest things is,
Megu's
like,
not gonna
we
have a
were
good
the team
time.
that got the better of the
Yeah, in case you
exchange
want-
right
yeah,
here.
Megu,
Jumping on it,
what?
Gatlu in some trouble. Here comes the Hyper Voice pushing them back with a beautiful water.
Nah, we're never winning anything internationally.
Gatlu in trouble. Service goes down. Gatlu, get away from that Buttlebee, you silly goose. What are you doing?
I can't believe Gatlu walks away from that unscathed.
How many
Well,
times
maybe
do we
that's
get
the
ganked by
overstatement,
his
but how
level
well
4
they're
evolution and die
still
to it before we
refusing
know
to
that
get
this
KO'd. A
happens?
fantastic
How often is that gonna happen?
from Nouns Esports, showcasing why even more evolutions than just
How often is that going to happen that we die level 4 to an EV?
threatening early flank moments.
Look at this here. Already level 5 on that Ward Turtle. Still level 3.
He
for
mega
the
punched
Buzzwole on the other
forwards.
side. Tally Bobo really struggling after that. Sareyu up here in this top path with the Blaziken.
Then of death for top lane. Like, this Buzz was already out of the game completely, right?
And taken down.
Same play again, right? We see a really aggressive skull bash from Gatlu.
Stream commentary is a bit loud, is it?
Fantastic engagement. However, Megu is able
okay.
to throw down a little bit on their own goal zone and defend it. That's good for 2 knockouts. Utah getting involved in that as well. That burn damage will be slowing the Sylveon for a little bit as they try to make their escape, but a speed berry, I think it's Sarlacc berry, I think I nailed that. They are going to be making it back to their own central area.
Yeah, interesting play.
Is
there
it too loud?
from Nouns. Look, they had been
The background
playing
sound?
on a razor's edge that whole time. Picking
Oh,
up
this
big
is
KOs.
that was
But
they
got
just ran it
really
down afterwards.
overconfident moving on to that goal zone right
I
there.
wanted to
And
be
unfortunately,
hearable.
Gave up a lot of the advantage
So.
they had. Not all of it, but they gave a lot of experience over to the side of Tally Bobo. Feels like kind of a big mistake. You're feeling like you were maybe a little untouchable right there.
Can they get Blaziken?
Tally
No.
Bobo reminds you that they're just as good.
Okay, Syndra almost level 7 now. I mean, I think that prison's gonna be huge, though.
Namely, we still have a Lampent and not that Chandelure. Even with that, all that special attack damage, overheat.
I think some of you don't understand that I want the classes to be audible. That's part of the stream now.
Esports still able to make it back to the portal. So, but once that's just signs of things to come.
I want them to be audible.
Hit those power spikes. That special attack damage is
So,
going to be
I mean, Gatlu's that was the.
And I think once
Can't
we
really
hit
do
some
much
of
to early
these
game now.
power spikes, we're going to continue to see these teams really throw down and fight each other.
How did
Feels like
Nose mess
they are
up the
trying to
advantage
prove a
already?
lot in these fights. There's a lot of ego
Yeah.
in a few of those engagements early, I would have to say. You know, I don't know if
And
they
why
were
are
really
Utah and
smart
Mega already
engagements,
have
but you're
different
trying to
names
show that
again?
You can outplay
A better
the
question.
other side.
And you're starting to see a little bit. I mean, Gatlu knows intimately how these other players play on this squad. They know where they like to be.
Reren and Himmel. At least that's good names.
They can try to take full advantage of that. Sometimes it works. It happened twice, and sometimes it doesn't, which happened once. Now,
Okay, so we have last hit. I mean, we have last adventure on overheat, right? That's the best last hit in this game right here. So, ooh, but Churn just down.
Right here, they could continue this push. We know where the
Ruff got
hyperspace
murdered.
hole is.
That's
We know who's
a
getting
huge
sent
Grok
home.
Tomb. Can they
Here
burst
we
it down? No,
have
they can't
Vandal
burst it down.
using that in prison, make sure that they can push them back.
But Shendu is zoning well right now. And they have no hyperspace pot up right now, so they can't even reset. Toon Slimbo with the Unite. Oh, but that Excisor was perfect by Shelvin. And he's still alive, the Resonant Guard! Or was it the Cotton Shield? Oh, Shelvin. That was, he perfectly Excisored when Sylveon came down from its Unite. That was wonderful. Regirock will no go, but they can't do it, right? No, perfect Electro Ball. Tali gets it.
Just too much of a threat to even engage. They had no rage damage other than maybe a Hoopa Phantom Force, but that's a kind of small change compared to the Chandelure and Mew in that engagement.
Okay.
So could not make that work. And of course, we have Talipopo winning in another
Megu
front
gets the
as well.
1v1 solo bolo over Gatlu.
That much closer to level 9 and having that Super Swole Slam unlocked.
Yeah, things are going really well there for Nouns Esports at the start of this match, but it feels like Tally Bobo now counter-punching and throwing some punches of their own, getting the better of them in a few of these fights right here.
Gatlu's not pretty far behind.
The level 9 on the other side.
I mean, I guess Buzzwood just still wins lanes too hard, right?
From the Buzzwole at any
We didn't
moment.
nerf Buzzwood's early game at all, so.
He's just being chipped up a little bit right here, and we're gonna have to see
Why
if
is Hayu
anyone
so
from Nouns wants to
scared?
engage on this.
But they have
as
no
Juice
Unites,
is running
actually.
the top path.
Yeah, it feels like a
Oh, it's
perfect
gonna
time to
be
engage.
bad. No, Mew got it with Surf over Overheat.
Will secure the Reggie. A clutch portal will bring back 2 targets.
I think only Gatlu. Not Gatlu, you're such a griefer.
Come back. Chandelure Unite move, blinding them for a moment until that gigantic fire laser swings in. Nice 20 seconds. Leave it only at 7, priming it for a fantastic overdose.
I think you're gonna wait a bit now. They can wait 15 seconds even if they want to. There's no reason to score this early. He's gonna do it now, okay.
And less time for members of Nouns Esports to go ahead and farm that top path and get as much experience as they can off of those sort of safe Indeedis that spawn after you break that tier 1.
Team fighting though.
Huge for Tally Bobo, 141 to 3. That massive
It's really hard for me to judge team fighting in this game.
Has fully dwindled, and now Tally Bobo
I think Tali doesn't really have. So
looks like they're zoning
I think
them out
Nouns
incredibly well, taking the fights
doesn't
that
have a
they
lot of
wanna
like
take,
damage at
beating
some
them on
point.
every front
But Tali
outside
has
of
very
that beginning
terrible
moment.
Unite
Yeah,
moves.
in terms of engagement tool, Nouns Esports has either
Or, like, not
loved hitting
terrible,
great
but
positioning with a clutch horn leash,
I feel
or
like
they
Tali
have
doesn't really have
flashes
like
that make
game-changing
movement,
Unite
but
moves.
So far, it has been Tally Bobo landing these huge rock tombs.
Nothing too actively.
The pace of the game and who can actually hit the
Again,
go
Elgos
button
Unite
in
is
some
still
of these
amazing,
team
Cross
fights.
Unite is great,
It's been
but
really
I
clutch
think
on
you
the
know what
side
I
of
mean,
Tally
maybe, I
Bobo,
don't know.
and with their long-range damage, they can play safely behind that Crustle tank.
Now Desu's down here, they can bring the team down.
It's
at any
nothing
moment.
too
Ray, who is
wide, or
also
the-
here right now, stuck in
Man,
that
the Rock
prison.
Tomb in prison though.
Excisor.
What, he's just
And they
going in?
actually
Sayu?
come in. They're still around trying
he's
to
just
make
gone.
something happen, but they can't. Here comes the Chandelure Unite move. Reggie Steele is getting
Hoopa's
very,
also
very
gone.
low. Could be a good opportunity here for Nouns Esports.
Okay,
As Hoopa goes
Utah.
down. Reggie Steele,
But they get the
they're
steal at
looking
least,
here. They
but-
get it with the hyper voice. Great play there by now.
Where's the rest of Tali, actually?
Yeah, it felt a little concerning.
Nouns
but I guess
loses two,
Ray,
but they get the objective.
jumping in front for the cause, if you will. They do go down, but
Okay.
all that space was created, gave enough time for both the Sylveon and the Blastoise to run to that.
When
team
Nouns
fight,
needs to like
secure
win
that
this
base
today,
Reggie
like they
Steele.
don't have a lot
It's
of
gonna be
points, right?
fantastic
They only
for
got
them
like top
to
5.
force a
Actually, they
fight
got a
on
lot
this
of points from
outside.
the
Very
AOS Cup
little
though.
time on the clock with that damage
Never mind, they got a lot of
buff,
points from the
that
AOS
KO
Cup.
a lot earlier.
Now we can see Blastoise
Plus they got
actually
top 5
moving
right
away
at
from
the
this top path right
international.
here. They're continuing to get experience on the side of Nouns Esports. It looks
But
like
they lost
want
Yuta and
nothing
Megu,
new
which
with this
cost them
Reggie
points
Lecky. It's a
again at the
really
same
tough
time.
fight for them. They don't have that goal zone to position themselves well.
I don't know what the
They
standings in
they're
Europe
fully
are actually like right
exposed
now.
here, and they actually decide to make a push here on the bottom path, but they're running into two really
They have no
tough
Unite
Pokemon
moves.
to
They're going for a
into.
push without
Here's
Unite
the
moves.
View, here's the Crustle.
Oh, but they actually get Mew. What
Huge
Hammer.
catch there for Nouns Esports, as now Chelvin is trying to push them
Can they
off this
score
point with X
the
Scissor.
wall
They're trying to
again?
make some points happen right here, but nothing is able to go in
Haven
right
is
yet.
gone. I mean,
Look at the
okay, but they at least trade
defense
Hooper.
there from
Hooper burns down.
Talibobo. They push them back from scoring anything at all, as Reggie Alecki is now on the top path, and we see Blastoise has to deal with it.
Just one of the benefits of
Who currently has the most points in Europe? Does anyone know? Is it Gala Bingo?
Is great on a Pokemon like Regieleki. You have a
Or is
quick
it still
burn,
Tali? I
so you
literally
can
don't
take
know.
that objective
Like,
and
Tali,
immediately swing
Yala,
down
and
to
Nouns have to
defend
be
that
so
bottom tier
close in
goal zone.
points,
Not
right?
many Pokemon can kind of boast that strength of being able to KO big objectives like that quickly. So Talibobo playing to the route, fantastic job. Secure
Don't
the
Gato and Sai have more points than Mego and Utah? Actually, they might.
This is a tough
But the
spot
EOS Cup
for
gave you a lot
Nouns
of
to be in
points,
from
right?
behind.
So,
look
I
at
don't
these
know.
levels right here. The 14 on the Sylvie is nice, but only 12 there on their Blastoise. Sylveon, the highest level on the map right now.
Yeah, being
They're
on
behind
4-3
by
are
a
tied in
lot. They need
points? Okay.
more than a full
Basically.
score here. Luckily, there
I mean, I think the
two
top 3 are very
tier 1
close.
goal zones up. They're
Oh, yeah,
looking
they're
to see
okay,
how
yeah.
they are going
Right.
to engage here around Rayquaza.
I think whoever
Talibobo
wins
feeling
today is going to
very
be first
confident
place,
right now,
by the
just
looks of
making
it.
sure that they can zone them out from this fight and take the fight they want.
3 points only for Nouns though so far, but they have 2 level 14 carries. Like, they don't know the game, it looks bad, but they are actually higher level. But they have so, yeah, I mean, like you mentioned earlier, they're very low range now. Gatloo's fighting Buzzwole.
So fantastic defense by Talibobo already.
They have so low range.
Talibobo ahead right here, and now that score did not happen.
I never liked seeing Blastoise match up against Buzzwole. I feel like that makes no sense. Because Blastoise in team fights is so deadly. Like, why? Okay, they're still just staying top lane. But he has the Hooper unbound, so he can pot in. But it could always get interrupted. Yo, Gatloo!
Taken up by a massive boosted. Tune the other way with the hyper voice, but you see the candle still pushing towards the side of Nouns Esports. Nouns has lost one.
Oh, the iframes of Hooper. But the iframes could be the game winner right here.
Blaziken's picking up 2 and they're turning on the Rayquaza.
Hooper stayed alive. And they actually get 2 KOs in the end still. 2, no, they're gonna burst on Rayquaza. They have so little damage for it. Who's just trying to stay alive, is gonna get smackdowned. Overheat, 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 overheat is 2. No! Oh my, he still gets it. Oh, he didn't fully charge it up, but he still gets it.
Play after catching 2
Can Mew score? No, Mew can't score. Blast is gonna stop this. 1 more point scoring. They need 1 more score. Wait, can they? They can't score. They can't score. They can't score. They can't score. You can stop Blastoise, maybe 2 on top. Wait, can he? That's right. No, what? He makes it. Ah, he has too big of a shield. It wasn't possible. It wasn't possible. Oh my god, it's actually so close. Nouns takes game 1. Oh boy.
Nouns Esports played a fantastic fight there at Rayquaza. I mean, it felt after that first catch, Talibobo was just in such a commanding
I thought that was a
position
fantastic
that
fight,
all
though.
Of a sudden you blink and Crustle is gone, and that was a huge, huge moment for Nouns.
Yeah, Crustle was able to split the defense, but honestly, Grub got caught out pretty bad too on that Trevor, and he engaged really far, hit a Unite move that only hit.
I mean, the iframes were messy, yeah.
Really
I mean,
hitting multiple targets, but in the end, they were able to
the
swing
iframes on the Mew basic get boost auto attack was huge.
Only getting 2 KOs in the entire match.
And they were pretty important.
And they felt pretty good.
Look at
If you're going to
that.
get 2 KOs, I would say those are the ones I would vote for. As you can see, Nouns Esports heading into that final stretch with a mighty point score of 3.
Yeah, that was a really tough fight for Nouns. I think that really speaks to the power of Hoopa inside that whole thing. The real reason that play was able to be made was the fact that Hoopa could bring the team down even if Blastoise was poking at that goal zone, right?
Yeah.
What are iframes? Invincibility.
To allow we talk about the
They have Hoopa went back from Unbound to normal Hoopa, which made it invincible. And we call invincibility iframes. I mean, we can also call invincibility, but people just use it as you see right here. The invincibility saved Hoopa from transforming back to normal Hoopa.
but still, despite that, hitting a couple of good stuns before their Unbound form faded.
Why is Cooper even iframed? Why is Cooper even invincible when porting back? Why is that even a thing, actually?
They knew it was their moment. They have one of those, insane secure tools on the side of Blaziken's overheat.
Oh, it's actually, why is that even a thing?
I really like the play by Buzz on the other side to try to take down Sylveon, like slow down their rip, give him more and more time for a possible fight that could stop them right there, because they know they don't have the equivalent on the other side. It's really hard to beat overheat.
Yeah, it is. They had an overheat of their own on the Chandelure, and honestly, that was one of the things that kind of surprised me.
I feel like after Blastoise went down, like there should have been a free fight win, but apparently wasn't.
Trevenant, I really, really like that build, but of course, Chandelure's best Unite move, or best secure, I was going to say, is the Unite move. It is a really, really powerful tool to take it out, but when you're KO'd early by a Blaziken just absolutely popping off, Soreyu, like, having a moment like that, sometimes you just can't shut that down. And a player who has moved teams. So
I can just say invincibility, but iframe sounds better, I don't know.
Like a pretty good addition for that Noun squad.
Yeah, I would say so. And I mean, that's a huge moment. When you're able to catch one of the big enemy carry Pokemon on the other side, something even with, not the best secure. I agree. I think Flamethrower, maybe for this fight, they like Overheat better. I think it's a great move set.
Yeah.
But secure tool wise, Flamethrower, I like it even better than the Unite move. I mean, it is almost instant. It is massive bursts of damage right there. But just with Candle out of the equation entirely, it was time for Nouns to make a play. I love when teams see their win condition and take it. And of course, you're going to see that from some of the best in EU.
Yeah, that's Ice and Vein level of moments that we are looking for, right? So it's really, really big. But speaking of Ice and Veins and players that we really respect for having that quality, we actually had an interview with Gatlu the other day, so we're going to throw to that, so check this out.
He's the bot. Yeah, someone said already.
The former and now again current top laner for Nouns Esports, Gatlu, as we're going to be talking all things Pokemon Unite with a player who is bouncing around EU on some of the most dominant teams. Welcome, Gatlu.
Having me, Smuggles.
Gatlu, it's awesome to have you joining us here in studio. So excited for the chance to talk to you. And I know a lot of people are really excited to see you in that Nouns Esports jersey again. I have to admit, I'm pretty excited about that. But it's you and Soreyu joining this team most recently. And I'm really curious, now that you were on this team, you and Soreyu, definitely phenomenal players, but what exactly do you bring to Nouns Esports? How is this team going to look differently now that you and Soreyu are on the squad?
I think Nouns Esports was always an aggressive team, and since me and Soreyu joined, we are both really aggressive players. And in our previous team, we played defensive, but now we are just going full aggression mode.
Is he using?
Which is, pretty cool, and it fits our playstyle.
Is he using this as a mic?
I've been
the
curious about. Obviously, at the start of the season or before the start of the season, there was the big shakeup in EU. You move from Nouns Esports, essentially dropped by this team, over to For Free. You start dominating on For Free. Then after EOS, there's another huge shakeup. You're back on Nouns Esports. I'm curious, emotionally, what has this journey been like for you? Losing Nouns Esports or leaving Nouns Esports and then proving yourself once again as one of the best in EU? Like, what has this all been like?
It's been a pretty rough journey in the beginning because in the off-season, I had a hard time adapting to people. I always had this like one specific playstyle, but I tried to work hard on the off-season, and eventually I just got invited to a new team, which was For Free or Boltois Unite before. And
Best of 3,
it worked out really well for me because they helped me a lot to get to know how to play the game differently, but how to play the game more openly, which is like one thing Zavas helped me a lot, my previous coach and captain.
Well, that's awesome. I mean, it's fantastic to hear that you're able to learn from your experiences in multiple spots, and now you're going to be able to exercise those on a brand new team. Of course, Nouns Esports, already we can all decide this is one of the best teams in the entire region. But thanks to the EOS Cup, we got a chance to see some of these regions competing with one another even earlier than the World Championships. So, Gatlu, I got to ask, where is your read on who's the best in the world right now? Like, what regions are you thinking are the strongest at this point in the season?
I already have like a tier list. I think OCE is the worst region, then EU, then NA,
See?
then Latam North,
We can only flame OCE.
Latam South, and then Japan, and Brazil is in between.
Okay, somewhere in the middle. That's good to hear. It's quite
Gotta use it, right? Like,
amazing stuff, Gotlu. I'm so excited to watch you back on Nouns Esports. I hope you absolutely crush it. Thank you so much for being here. We will talk to you again soon. I'm sure of it. Goodbye, my friend.
there wasn't a question. He didn't have to play OCE. Yeah, he didn't have to, right? But we have to be superior. A tiny bit, at least.
And you might not know
So
this,
that's
but
why-
that was actually us doing that interview. Confusing,
You know?
I know, but we were over there when we
We have to at
did it
least feel a tiny bit superior.
It was impressive. I don't remember getting over here, actually.
Yeah. Why don't I remember so much of my life? Hey, we've got an exciting match going on here. Tally Bobo, Nouns Esports. Nouns Esports, you know, they talked about that aggressive play style that they had. They were very aggressive once they had that advantage in the end. And I think you kind of need to be. This is kind of the second time we've seen teams try to freeze
These two,
out their
yeah.
opponents and basically just give them more opportunities to come back.
Yeah, and wow, taking a look from the chat, choosing who they think is going to be winning this matchup. So far, feels like safe money with Nouns Esports leading this series 1-0, but I'm honestly shocked that it's 73%.
Is Wonder Chef,
People
like,
Nouns.
sick or
I think that
something?
is what we can gain from this chat poll. The information, they are a very, very fun team to watch, a very
I was
exciting
wondering-
squad, and now that Gatlu's back on it, just kind of feels right.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I
Max, I
mean?
was wondering where he
agree,
is.
and Nouns has been one of those teams.
But I
we've
just
been
realized
watching
there's
them for
Zoinks
so
and
long,
Spragus
but
casting
there's
together,
so
which I've
many
never
people that are
seen.
rooting for Nouns.
Because they always have
Want
the
to
two
see them
pairs.
back on top. We've got this game
I was like,
happening again.
I
Tally
just
Bobo's
literally
gonna
realized
get
why
first
is Zoinks
pick,
and
their
Spragus
first pick,
casting
once again,
together.
Zorak, they do not want to see the Zorak Comfey combo.
I mean, they've
Oh, yeah,
played
Wonder
it-
Chef
they
is
played
sick,
with
okay.
and now against Sareyu Zorak,
Unfortunate.
quite a bit. They do not want to have to deal with that one. Espeon will be receiving the ban in this game. I mean, this Pokemon has just been dominating this region. We see so much Espeon in EU. Take it away.
Once again, Slowbro here receiving the ban.
Slowbro getting a lot of
just
bans,
making it
yeah.
through almost no games, honestly. Everyone is worried about this thing. Tally Bobo with that first pick.
Some
they
people got
are
very sick
going
at London.
with the Buzzwole.
Yeah.
No surprises so far. I have to imagine we're going to see the Blastoise on the side of Nouns Esports, and they're going to double up with a secondary pick. I'm assuming Adesu's swapping with the player right now to get something a little earlier, and it will be their
That's very
repeat
early, Sylveon.
Blastoise again.
I mean, I like it though,
Sylveon
because
was
Espeon
really
is banned, so you just
strong.
pick
Yeah,
Sylveon
It was
to
very, very strong.
have that
Tally
early post
Bobo
spike.
on the other side, once again with Crustle. Their Crustle was dominant, had amazing moments.
Yeah, we
throughout
saved the
that
Buzzwole
match.
first pick
Interestingly
again.
enough, you know, Umbreon
Buzzwole
is
first pick.
available right here. I don't know if
Yeah.
anyone on
They're very
Nouns
scared of
is
Zorak
looking to
Comfey.
play it. It steals away
Rough
Crustle's
Mr. Mime?
shield pretty well.
Okay.
But instead, they might be
Rough Mr.
hovering
Mime?
that
Is Mime
comfort
good
pick.
into Crustle
Mr.
though? I don't know.
Mime for Brav.
And the first difference
I mean,
even before the
laning
Vine
phase,
Launch,
yes,
they
late
take away
game.
the Eldegoss,
Yes.
as well, so they're going to give up
Could be
on that
difficult.
Koopa pick, and they're
I
gonna
don't like
grab the
Mime
Mr.
into
Mime
Crustle in
to pair
fights.
with it. Very, very interesting. Tally
And the
Bobo,
lure
while
again?
not
Is there
having the
nothing
Eldegoss, picking
else?
up
Like-
different support, looking like the Blissey right now for Zervis, but we will be grabbing that Chandelure again. So the
okay.
top side of the draft going to be identical for Tally
Mimikyu,
Bobo.
nah. What
outside
is
of
even
that
a good
final
last pick
pick
here? Is this gonna be Blaziken
We're gonna see
again?
what Sareyu
Kind of running
is
almost big
bringing
as similar
here
team
into
comp.
this
Venusaur?
match. I love the choice
Okay.
to steal away.
Yeah.
You know, this Eldegoss.
Did
I
Blissey
think
also
that's
being picked?
huge. If you
Delphox?
watch what happened before
Delphox?
Bree, obviously at the AOS Cup, I think
Delphox.
taking
Delphox
Eldegoss
great
was a
here.
great play against
It's like a
Zervis.
bot path
If
Delphox
I'm
early game.
Zervis,
Well, I guess they're
I
gonna
would have
take
been
Blue Buff
spending
fast, right? They're
all
gonna
my
take Blue Buff
time
for maybe
between
Mr.
AOS
Mime,
and
get
now,
4 fast.
making sure that my supporter pool
Interesting.
was even
Okay, we have a
deeper. Let's see what
Delphox.
they can bring out here on Blissey. Two
Okay,
now,
okay.
actually, on the Delphox.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We're going to be grabbing that Pokemon. I think notoriously in competitive is well known for its crowd control style of build with that Fire Spin and Fire
Wasn't
Blast,
Venu
but
better?
The roster I'm looking on the other side, you could go with the
And yeah,
Flame
Venu is
Charge
like, I
Mystical
feel like we
Fire
should see
combination
maybe
on
a bit
Delphox.
more
If I'm looking at Tally
Venu.
Bobo's squad, I don't think it's too bad. You have Blastoise for crowd control. You have Mr. Mime who's got a ton of
I mean, Toonstone likes Delphox.
wants to go with the counter dive option. I imagine we're going to see counter guard or cotton guard, but still, I think we have some interesting options for Toonslim in the near future.
Definitely gonna be Fire Spin,
absolutely.
Fire
It's gonna be an
Blast.
exciting match here. Obviously, Tally Bobo needs to
Yes.
get a win right here, or they
And
are
Toon does
heading
like the
home.
bit a
And
lot.
Either of these teams losing in this losers bracket right now, it must be devastating. Again, this is the team you just swapped with. This
I
is the team you
know.
said we're getting at the better end of this. We want these players. Now you have to prove it.
And the championship points race is so tight too,
Yes.
amongst the top 4 teams.
Yeah, I
right
feel
now.
like he's just gonna get-
Yellow
he's
Bingo
gonna
and
get
Tally Bobo,
rock
they were
tombed
the
into, like,
highlighted
beamed
teams because
and-
they are the top 2,
yeah.
but Nouns Esports is right
Freerun
behind
and
them.
Timmy,
So
Utah,
if
Megu,
you can
yes.
put Tally Bobo down to 4th
Yep,
place
yep.
and go on a run.
You can
that's
see
a
right
huge
there now,
points
like,
differential, and
up
of course
there.
the same is vice versa. So going to be really, really interesting to see who can win this and what it means for the region as a whole.
That's right. Here we are. In our
But I'm still surprised to see Buswell higher priority than Blastoise. It does surprise me a tiny bit.
Whoa, yeah. Just Tally Bobo on the screen. Maybe we gotta just
I thought specifically after, like, Japan showed that you don't have to care about it, I'm surprised that Europe doesn't try and change a bit.
So excited to see how aggressive they were, but it looks like a different player is going to be picking up
Adesu live on evading with the vegetable. And oh, this I like. Okay, Sylvian's gonna run towards the left side jungle too now.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with,
But he's not going for a red buff. He's actually joining up on the Baltoy. Toon Slim just wasted 10 seconds.
Super well in path is Sorayu right now also getting
They're doing this kind of strat, okay. Yeah, it's very annoying to deal with this.
Stealing away all of this experience here. We are not going to have a
no one can help either, because Blissey can't do anything early game. So
yeah, doing this really aggressive
quite annoying strat.
basically in favor of a really aggressive
Aegis just buys so much time that Sylvian just makes to the left side after only taking one buff.
Around 850 back feels like a throwback at this point. We always have fights earlier.
That's the problem of like having early game Blissey too. Like you just can't really compete with like Aegis or Hooper. Okay. Now Gatlu's level 5, that's huge. With the Hydro Pump, and he doesn't get it. Kenzie got it, I think, actually.
Now makes it very scary, and they're going to actually put the aggression on as they move towards that War Turtle in the
and
center.
It's going to get again.
Sorayu heading up, just kind of clearing some of this out, and the pressure once again in that central area. Eldegoss is not leaving that candle alone, but in the top path, they're putting on the pressure. Here comes the Hyper Voice, looking for the KO. Mime comes up to help secure it.
Just relentless.
Grab rotation. Wait, can they get him? Oh, nice. Okay, good early eject button. Don't even risk getting stunned.
Special attacker Pokemon. So that Hyper Voice is just going to be paying off.
Eldegoss is still in the safe area. No one is helping. No one is helping Utah. No one can help him. Did Eldegoss get a buff? No. But he just...
That's a great point, Zoinks. Yeah, I mean,
this is why they have nerf point pop damage.
For you to pick up some of these KOs, especially
they had
some
to.
of these tankier Pokemon.
He's just buying so much time.
Yeah, it's going to be really big.
This is so annoying.
Right there. Very, very smart to bring all special attackers when you have that shred.
Yeah, lean into it. And honestly, I'm shocked to not see Shelvin rocking the assault.
I'm surprised we even see two attacker on both sides. I feel like maybe it's just me, but attacker don't even feel that great right now.
Special defense focus item when we see a roster like this, but
I would like to see different Pokemon.
Okay. Call out. Megu finds them in that tall grass, and now it's going to be charging towards the goal zone.
Yeah, Gatlu right here just really trying to buy time. They know that
nice
it's
points.
Impossible to stop them from scoring here. Yeah,
I should break the goal, okay?
Which I think is the intelligent play. He's just going to.
Did they not have stacks for Buswell, or like why didn't they let Buswell stack though?
They're going to be trading objectives here. Ideally, if both teams
yeah, they're gonna. Yeah. I mean, they know they can't win against Sylvian's Unite right now, so they don't fight bot lane. But they can maybe still snipe it. Shelvin? No. Makes sense.
And I've got to assume the same thing is happening up top.
So gotta secure top.
And with all the vision on that bottom side gained by Shelvin, it actually allows Megu to do a nice rotation into the central area.
Yeah, superpower is still very good early game. Yes. Yeah. I mean, it didn't change, right? So.
Yeah, with double buffs right now, they were able to get both blue and red with a nice rotation. So Regieleki and the enemy central area going in the favor of Tally Bobo. They're going to try to push that advantage. Great defensive Unite move from Toon Slim, though.
I mean, that Unite. I mean, he just stops the push, which is fine.
Tally Bobo looking to make
of course going to push spot with the Regieleki pushing in top.
Very, very heads up play there by Toon. Yeah, making sure that they have to peel away. And with a Unite move that's on one of the lowest cooldowns possible, you can make a lot of those plays and really upset Tally Bobo. The Regieleki did not get
I just don't see how Buswell can teamfight this game.
Nouns, you know, it can't be overstated how powerful it is.
But as long as they get a lead, it doesn't matter, right?
Experience top.
Yeah, especially for a Pokemon like Blastoise. Everybody else on the roster
I feel like getting a point lead in Europe is just so huge.
Pokemon like Blastoise getting a hold of that is massive.
Because of late game team fighting is just not that great in Europe, I feel like, right now, so.
Paced by Gatlu's Blastoise, who has hit that level 9 and has their Unite move available. The same cannot be said for Buzzwole, but I think momentarily they'll be hitting it.
Yeah, this is a much better.
Nouns has 5 circuits, you know.
I would say they have been more aggressive.
I'm gonna say it again. Nouns has 5 circuits.
You know, moments that they've lost in have not been terrible for
enough
them
with the circuits, but they have 5 circuits. So
Nouns Esports, they're looking really solid, still very much in this game, only down by 30 points, and they have this kind of well of XP that's coming back
circuits curse, but they have
20 seconds now until objectives top
big circuits.
Bottom.
We're going to see if Talibobo really wants anything to do with Regieleki, if they just let Buzzwole take care of it. The big fight could be happening right down here in the bottom path as we have 3 members of Nouns,
Buzzwole's still getting top,
members of
but
Talibobo positioned to possibly move.
I mean, I think it's always a win. If the Buzzwole keeps Blastoise busy, it's a win for the Buzzwole team always. Oh, and Toolsim saw you heal up enough. Oh, Shendo got slow by the fire spin. Has to be careful. That looks like it's a good position. That's a huge beam though. He's gonna switch into Surf. He's gonna go for Sylveon. No, but they get the Regirock already. Could even go for Sylveon either now.
Really nice stuff.
Rush his zone, nice fire spin.
I mean, they just did not stop putting damage on it. Beautiful zoning with the Delphox Unite, just giving them an opportunity to say, hey, if you move in here, you might get it. But we also have a.
But it feels weird, like not having Blastoise in team fights. I mean,
sort of counter that and put them in a position to secure.
Blastoise level 9. Because they broke top goal.
They're coming in for the secure, but the
because they broke top goal, Blastoise is almost level 12 now, and Buzz was level 9.
That objective secured there by Nouns. Nouns looking so much better than they did in game 1 so far.
Yeah.
Again, still behind on points, but this feels like a much more competitive game for them, which must scare Talibobo, because if they lose this one, they are
okay, Gatlu, come on.
It feels like they're trusting in their game plan they came up with in draft really well. Trust the Sylveon, get them in position. A Desu will hit big unites even if we are getting low. Don't worry about that solar beam, we'll still make it out. And they have a fantastic moment just there in the bottom side. You boosted on.
I mean, he stopped them from doing it, right? So it's fine.
Barely missing that KO. Thank goodness for the Regirock buff. Honestly, I think if that wasn't there, I think that Sylveon.
No, he Unite moved.
Yeah, Sylveon could have been in a lot of trouble right there. I don't know if they didn't have their calm mind up to be able to tank that one. It would have been a really nice moment to do that. As we can see, Regieleki now.
Sylveon's on its way. Tali's very far away. Oh, yes, Unite window. He's gonna start healing up. That's so much damage. Look at Hyper with Sylveon. Holy.
Yeah, it's gonna leash and head back.
The boss isn't the threat anymore as he gets a KO. Yagura. I mean, it's true though. But they can still. It's still difficult to walk up. Like, doesn't matter how weak Buzzwole is now and how like versus team fighting is. If you walk up to Buzzwole, you're dead. You're gonna get super powered. You're getting smackdowned. The entire enemy team hits you and you still go down. It's just still. Like, it's still gonna happen, right?
Mew's doing a little bit better at 12.
And if he trades 1-for-1, it's fine, like game 2.
For this Reg Ice, we're gonna see if they can get it. Shelvin in some trouble right here. Bruv putting up the walls, throwing down the
should be free Reg Ice, unless the snipe, the beam. No, it's too late. He eject button for it too. So Mew has no eject button now, unless I saw it differently.
And it's in a really great spot.
But yeah, that means Buzz was so useless though now. He has also, you know, he has passively eject button. Oh boy. Buzz without eject button is late game fight. That's already like one entire win condition gone.
Pro tip for everybody out there: don't play in corridors when Bruv is
you never want to use eject button passively on Buzzwole, never.
Every single time. Regieleki is still sauntering towards that tier 2 goal zone with Gatlu.
Such low score game.
In time, despite all of these benefits around esports, they are
so top is cleared
on the scoreboard, but level-wise, they are feeling fantastic.
I don't like it that we always have Buzzwole and Blastoise matched up on top lane. Like, I think it's just so bad for the Blastoise team.
And now we see Gatlu once again looking to possibly make this play top. But remember, they don't have the Hoopa on their side this time, so they don't have the ability to kind of bring their team down and
Blastoise in this bush?
Happen right here. We can see the solar beam
they know.
for their targets. Gatlu in a lot of trouble, getting caught right here. The Blastoise
Gatlu.
The Unite move right back the other way. The Hydro Typhoon as they surf, and they're not able to catch anyone right there. Everyone pushed out from the side of Talibobo. Nouns Esports possibly looking for a rip right here, but their secure is not as good as they would like it to be. Rayquaza already at half right now as they are continuing
stripping it though. What is Talibobo gonna answer this or not? That's a nice wall maybe, yeah, onto Mime. I won the third game. Oh, they just got blown up. The circuits, guys. 2 circuits came down. 2 circuits came down. Yes, they have 2 more. But they have to score. Bruv is scoring. Servus? Oh, he gets 100 points in. Ooh, I saw he's gonna marry him.
Reckless Assistance doesn't come out.
Like,
Another
how does
3
Gatlu mess
down
up
for
so much and they still win the
Talibobo.
fight?
Yeah, Nouns Esports just shutting
Twice
that
in a
down
row.
on every front. You saw Observers making a mad dash to try to stop Bruv's score with that egg bomb. Comes up a little bit short, and they still throw in that
I just
Hundo
don't
burger. And now
understand.
Gatlu is going to be doing the same on the top side. Can't make the score happen, so they will hydro pump away Megu from stopping them. It looks like the bot
Tali
side is going to be
seem-
Talibobo's best chance to try to even up this score lead. We have Zante and Utah momentarily, as Utah has been KO'd.
They got level leads on the
Zante's gonna
carries.
have
I
to
mean,
retreat, and with
one
that,
level difference.
looks like Nouns Esports is gonna
Can
be
they somehow
holding
score
on to
still?
the
Wait, can they make a score happen?
securing the
No,
match
the fire
victory
spin.
2-0 over Talibobo.
There
Okay,
you
now it
have
takes
it.
on
Nouns
Tali.
Esports with a
Honestly, I
completely
didn't expect this to be a
different
2-0,
looking
but
game number one. A beautiful
I can't think this was all too great, honestly, from either team.
I wonder if that big level difference, having that 13 on that Blastoise, was really enough to make sure that it just could not go down. It survived long enough in that moment, didn't get KO'd, was able to use that big Hydro Typhoon, and then from there, Talibobo was just trying to stem the losses from this team fight.
Nouns had 2 big things to play around in that final team fight. Don't get caught out by Chelvin's Rock Tombs and find an opportunity for a fire spin from Toon to really play off of. They are able to avoid it, or at least Bruv jumping in front of that Rock Tomb to absorb it. And then the rest of the team, they grab 1 in 1 fire spin, and from that point, it's just all over. Domino effect at that point. Mew and Chandelure just don't have the defensive capabilities to hold up for very long against the onslaught that Nouns Esports was able to pull off. And with no front line, it was fantastic.
Yeah, great stuff from Nouns Esports. They're moving forward right now. Talibobo is not. Let's send it on over to our boy, Doob.
Yeah, there's blew up Quassel and Mew at the same time with like Mime and Fox Unite.
By the big board, and I heard that this time it's going to do something, so let's fire that thing off. Nouns Esports. Win! We got it this time. What a match. What a
Win!
fight by this Nouns Esports
Nice,
team.
good graphic.
Of course, getting the better of the trade, at least in that matchup in the head-to-head. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a look at some highlights as we recombobulate this studio. Great matchup here. We're moving through. They're on top of this. Reggie, it looks so good. Great secures.
So Tali will not be first in Europe after this tournament.
Spraggles, it certainly did. Sylveon looked very solid here in Game 2, Zoinks.
Yeah, it's so fantastic. We talked about it a bunch, but just the special attack focus from Nouns Esports paid off in team fights.
And what Mike is Zoinks talking into?
In the early game, there was huge moments where I thought it worked out so well. Love Nouns Esports draft, and well, I mean, their game
Oh, there you go.
up as well.
Yeah, I mean, that last fight was a masterclass. Okay, we kind of pushed them out of Ray Pit, switched to, it was definitely a bait Ray flip, and then they got a huge catch. That was, again, a masterclass. It was fun to watch that one.
Yeah, it is one of those moments, right, where they go, we can take Ray, maybe, we can take the fight, maybe, but either way they go, I think they're
did you guys feel like this was like high quality
no, we
game?
know how close this game is, send the team down, get those points, make them have to make a play with very little time left.
Yeah, if Bruv's score doesn't go in, I think it's a completely different game.
They both use
Talibobo
a
has chance to
so
resurge,
passive too, I
with
feel
Bruv
like, most
just
of the
good
time.
Positioning on that goal, so make sure they're in the farthest corner they possibly can be. And dunks in a Hundo burger. I think that took a lot of the wind out of Talibobo's sails in that game number 2.
I think you actually see
So
what happens
indecisive,
when you
yeah.
switch up players. The communication isn't there. They didn't have a lot of time to do that. And really, what that pseudo Ray flip caused out of Talibobo was raw panic. They immediately abandoned everything they were doing. Chelvin just fired forward, got caught by themselves, and that's one of their best goal zone defense tools is Chelvin.
Yeah.
And when they went down, the pivot, as you mentioned, was solid. I mean, that was, again, if you want to learn 2 minutes of a Ray fight,
Wait, there's only
that
one
is
more
a heck of a
tournament
game
left,
to
right?
watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look
But
at
is there
our
is there
player of the
makeup?
game here. I mean, it's hard to argue. The
Boss region is
legendary
next
Mime
already.
player, Bruv, pulling out Mime here and doing fantastic.
Pokemon
Especially those
Unite
final moments
was-
when you saw that Unite move just being thrown out. You knew that there was not much Talibobo could do.
No, there's no makeup. There's only regionals left now. Oh boy.
Bruv is the sole reason Talibobo didn't
Okay,
even
okay.
touch a basement Reggie either. Like every single time.
Yeah, there's only
Steel,
regionals
rock,
left.
or ice, I don't think
There's only
ice
one more
is done.
tournament
Honestly,
after
Bruv
this one.
making sure that not a single Pokemon could even get within the realm of security.
I wonder if some
That just
European teams go
really
to the
good,
final
shuts down
stretch.
Corridor, confusions the other targets. It was fantastic.
I doubt it, right?
Now, we're going to toss to an interview right now with Gotlu. Once again, I can't
No, the
believe
final
at the
stretch
end
is
of my
open for
interview
everyone.
I said, Gotlu, I'm sure we will be talking to you again soon. I've always thought I'm a psychic type, and I really am today. Gotlu, congratulations on the big win. Welcome back.
Thank you.
No, there's no makeup.
Good to be back again.
There's no makeup is the region it's.
I mean, you talked about how aggressive Nouns is now. Game 1
Next up is the
didn't feel
region
like
it's
that.
already.
Game
The regional
2
championship, so.
absolutely felt like an aggressive Nouns Esports. What do you think the shift was there for you?
I think it was just approaching
It felt aggressive?
the team, because we also
I mean, I guess the actually no, Sylveon and Eddie was very aggressive early game.
Approach how they will play in the first game, so we can adapt in the second game.
With Gatlu, with these this newest patch, you're on the newest team. You know, sometimes you would lean into old favorites to kind of bridge that gap. Who have been some of your favorite Pokemon to take in the top path? Of course, we've seen the Blastoise, but what other Pokemon are you specifically looking out to bring to Nouns Esports to keep this push forward to win the April Cup?
I would like to keep Doduo as well on top lane side. I'm seeing how Doduo can perform as well. And I honestly just want to show people that Buzzwell is actually still a good Pokemon. People think it's bad, but I think it's just because of the way you play it. And,
skill diff.
Yeah, it's skill diff,
That's
obviously.
a good answer.
I mean, it's
like
not
that a
bad.
lot.
You're actually bad, so you know.
Oh my word, I like that a lot. All right, well, Gatlu, obviously this tournament run started off a little shaky for you, but you're able to take down one of the biggest opponents in the tournament in Talibobo. You're going into A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. Next up, what is going through your team's head right now? How are you preparing for your next matchup?
there's a specific player that we have our eyes on. I'm not going to say it, but there's one, so we are prepared for it.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Gotlu. I know you still have a big day ahead of you, but thank you for joining us. And I'm sure we'll talk to you again soon. Hey, maybe we can work again.
Maybe.
I'm just glad you put your suit back on instead of switching to a T-shirt like you did.
Yeah, what a silly choice. T-shirt for an interview? Let's take a look at our bracket. Let's see where we are today. Zoinks, why don't you break it all down for us?
Sure. It's been an exciting day in EU. Obviously, Yalla Bingo started off our broadcast taking down ABC, so they're sitting in the grand finals. And now we know our losers finals, ABC versus Nouns Esports. Nouns has not had the chance to play them quite yet because ABC's first opponent was Talibobo, but Nouns able to take down Talibobo. So if you just do the quick
what team is TBD?
property, and I think we got
They're just the best.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting.
TBD has never lost a game before.
If Nouns can win this, they're going up against the team that sent them down there.
Of course.
So that's big, and it's hard. It's hard to beat the team that already sent you down. But we've seen it a lot in EU, actually, which is surprising. They are able to adjust. They're able to change something, and they're able to make it happen.
Actually, it favors who's coming into the losers bracket at this point in time, right? Yalla Bingo from the winners in February didn't get it done, you know, and for free. Lost to Yellow Bingo in March, and now we're going to see the rinse repeat. Oh, but if you take a look at the bottom here, Pokemon Unite trainer card, share it. Share your trainer card using hashtag Unite Esports on Twitter, X, whatever it's called. It's called something.
Yeah, it's absolutely called something, no question. You can see us right here. Zoinks, Doobstack, Spraggles, Wonder Chef, obviously not here, still in Gyarados jail. But we would love to see your trainer cards here on broadcast. You have a possibility to be featured, so please send them our way.
Send them our way. Is this? I'm doing it. We're taking a break, a pause for the cause. We're going to get out of here. We're going to be back with more action. Of course, the losers finals, A through L.
What happens if I dislike the stream? Can you even dislike a stream on YouTube still? I mean, I don't know if you can. Then you ruin my algorithm, okay? That's what happens. You ruin my algorithm, man, okay? Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Don't you dare. Take on me. So next up we have ABC against Nouns Esports, and then we have the grand final afterwards, and then we have North America. Where's ABCD from? Spain. Spain. A better chance of becoming a pro player than EU winning Worlds? Nah, bro, that's... Nah. Chill, buddy. Chill. NA started? Yeah, NA started as well now. Oh, Spraggots is talking to us.
That sound effect was made with my own mouth. What? That wasn't professional? I can do it again. Here we go, everybody. Nouns Esports, ABCDL versus each other here in our losers finals. The winner of this going up against Yalla Bingo, a team that sent them both down here. I cannot wait to see this one play out. We are going to send this thing over here to our casters in just a moment. Let's take a look at our team rosters. Nouns Esports, you just saw them. Adesu, Toonslim, Brub, Sareyu, Gotlu, A, B, C, D. You know, they always ask you in school, like, when are we going to use this? Well, here are the ABCs, guys. It actually is important. Jeez, there's F, G, H, I, J, K. L right at the end. Beautiful. Oskatar, Wrecker, Kato, Bordy, and Krinsky. We saw them play some amazing games earlier today, actually. Kind of surprised they didn't beat Yalla Bingo right there at the end, but whoever wins this will have to face them. I'm going to throw this thing on over.
Now, Yalla Bingo definitely looks like they should win today, but
take it away,
yeah.
Gentlemen.
We did it, brother. We are out here getting it done together. What feels like, well, definitely the first time this year.
Yeah, it's
first
true.
time in a long time. Let's get after it.
Yeah, it's been a while, but I'm excited for this game that we have in front of us. Doob Snacks, Nouns Esports versus A through L is going to be a fantastic game. I'm really excited to see these two teams. One of the biggest things I'm interested to see is where do we go top path between these two squads. Both these teams have been very comfortable getting rid of Buzzwole and favoring that Blastoise, but now we're going to have Gatlu and Oskatar kind of competing over that pick. It's going to be interesting to see where these compositions fall after our first draft.
It does feel like Gatlu might be a hair more comfortable with Buzzwole specifically, so maybe that's a direction they can actually go to. But Blastoise seems at a premium.
Let's see if ABC changes their drafts a bit. I assume they're still going to spend Absol against them.
We saw them earlier on in the year. I think it was February when we were watching a lot of ABC. Their Buzzwole
but ABC won against Tali, right?
Really fantastic. So
not Nouns,
we're going to have a lot of contention.
ABC won against Tali in Minute Record.
And we cannot stress how important this matchup is for both of these teams. I mean, ABC kind of falling into that 4th or 5th place spot on the championship points leaderboard. Nouns Esports kind of solid in 3rd, so desperately trying to chase each other in that spot. See who can make it into the top 2.
Did you notice they just saw the graphic had very bad font in it? So they just instantly removed it again?
Well, when we were looking at those top 2 CP spots, Nouns Esports was number 3, A through L was number 4. Both on the outside looking in. This is fixing the
like the
change right there.
Blastoise like word was like completely out of the box. And I like instantly brought it back down. Yeah, they just started, yeah, but we watched the official broadcast, so.
Work to do. But we've got this English classroom showdown between the nouns and the letters here. We're going to kick this off. Nouns going to be on the purple side, and we're going to see exactly what they're going to do here.
All right, well, so I was very confused. I thought we were going to see a Lucario ban out the gate, but it will be that Absol ban yet again. I suppose if it ain't broke at this point in time. However, ABC going to look and raise them one speedster, going to ban the Zoroark in return.
Yeah, I like these targeted bans between these two teams. If you're feeling comfortable with what the other options are, just knock down the selections of one of the players. And a great lockdown character, Slowbro, being selected. No cheese going to be happening out here with the slow beat.
Yeah, Nouns Esports does not like that Slowbro. They have been perma-banning it.
But why do they ban Slowbro if they don't really pick anything like that?
Speaking of target bans,
I don't understand the Slowbro ban. Nouns doesn't even pick anything where like Slowbro would be a problem, I feel like, or not? Oh, there we go. Now it makes sense. There we go.
Leafeon often find themselves in the ban list, but they're going to make it to a game and no changes from A through L. These are the first two.
So stay again, Blasters Umbreon for Leafeon. Okay, let's see if the Leafeon is worth it.
Really well with that Umbreon.
Yeah, and so
let's see if it's worth it.
With the Blastoise available, we are going to put
5 Speed Star, let's go!
And yeah, an Umbreon, a Pokemon that was
5 Speed Star, let's go!
From our last series between Talibobo and Nouns Esports is going to be making a return. This is a Pokemon that I think was the biggest winner for the most recent patch.
So this time Buzzwole gets ignored.
So much.
For now, which I think is better. I mean,
Pokemon. Now they got one of the best in class top path Pokemon.
Why does Super have Rescue Hood on?
That's an Azumarill.
Yeah, not.
Why is that? Huh?
We'll see how it does.
Why is Buzzwole? Never mind.
They've made in this matchup. Yame getting a good one though.
Why do we have an Azumarill?
It's gonna be interesting. I'm gonna be
he also
looking forward to game number 2.
Azumarill into this? I am surprised.
Notoriously, I'm not the largest
Azumarill
fan in the world, but I'm looking forward to see a board.
You know, Toonstep is bringing out the Chandelure. Does Riki only play Absol and Gardevoir and nothing else?
Instead, favoring that big
really?
Body of the Snorlax.
Okay. I mean, Moonblast looks pretty good this game, not gonna lie. So, but I want to see what the Azumarill does. Scope Lens, Float Stone, Energy Amplifier, no attack weight, eject button. What? Are they changing? What is this Azumarill?
And use the bonus shields, bonus HP, and the speed that you get when you've got that thing up. It is bruv.
Yeah, I think it will be the block as well. We see that X speed. One of my favorite things to do in Pokemon. You know, Snorlax is my most played Pokemon in the entire game.
Is that a misclick?
You
like
hit that X speed button and you kidnap one enemy.
I'm curious. I don't know what the Azumarill is gonna do. I'm very
with that block plus X speed
curious now.
I'm sure bruv is gonna be on the constant lookout for who they can do that for. It's also a really solid Unite move if they are able to partner it with the Cotton Cloud Crash at the Eldegoss. It's just a lot of shields, a lot of space they can create. It is dangerous though with Umbreon on the other side. They're gonna have to be very, very
Why does he only play Gardevoir now? Like
very impactful Unite moves in that late game.
No, he doesn't even one trick it either.
A through L. We want to talk about the new patch. We've got Umbreon, nice buffs to Wish specifically, great healing out of that Pokemon, but they also went with the Hoopa. So this is an opportunity to actually use Trick now and have some fancy trick plays, because really the core healing can come from Umbreon, but you still get the Hoopa's Unite move utility.
Oh, I'm right there with you in Desire. I don't know if we're going to see it, though. I feel like so far teams have really favored just having 2 healing options.
Okay, let's see.
But I guess
so Azumarill is going to the center area. Okay.
The biggest
center area Azumarill. I mean, Whirlpool got buffed, right?
It's going into the central area at the beginning of the game. Bordy waiting until that 9:45 mark.
They got buffed.
A little bit more experience and help out their clear. Make it
I'm curious.
Yeah, just a bit quicker, but it's
Adesu waiting again. I feel like Adesu will always only play like and like not Hoopa or Eldegoss. Always invade. So that's the Whirlpool early aim. And does he just go top lane with this? Well, that doesn't really pressure as much. Okay. So you just go in bot lane instead to try and keep Gardevoir in check. Actually, I see Jackman to safety.
This is a beautiful lane between Brub.
I like that Leafeon went bot lane.
Nouns Esports team.
What is Azumarill doing?
The Nouns Esports team in that bottom path for
what is Adesu doing?
It's a great way for a new player to kind of get in the cut.
There's the Jake button coming in.
Over to who else? Your favorite Bordy on the Azumarill.
Yeah, well, if Gossifleur finds itself all the way over there, I'm sure Azumarill is going to be very happy with that result. Oscotar has not hit that level 5 yet. They are going to evolve into the War Troll, and Bordy is going to get right up.
I mean, I like that ABC's trying something else, though. I like when teams try something else at least. It's fun.
Their healing options are extremely limited, so ABC
They're actually getting a bot KO.
window of time they had where they had a huge damage advantage and tried to push.
But what can Azuma realistically do here in teamfights?
I mean, it was under level compared to
Because I don't see it.
Is 5, so is Krinsky.
But I like his eye, you know, I want to see something different. Does he reject buttons are you? It doesn't. Oh, the me look. Does it actually get God over out? No, it doesn't.
And man, that tackle is so good.
Probably get convinced. But he should give it over to Chandelure maybe. No, okay, he just takes it. It's fine.
Heavy slam sometimes after you have tackle. I notoriously will still tackle a target and then pick the heavy slam just to remember what it feels like.
I get Azuma level 4 gank, but Azuma level 4 gank isn't even good. Like Whirlpool early game is not even like it doesn't do anything. Unless someone is mindlessly fighting into you. So it doesn't really matter. Level 4 Azuma ganks, right? Like it's nothing scary.
However, Wrecker is now getting their turn to clear that central area.
It's not an Espion or Hyper Voice or something.
Of course, you hit the evolution at level 8, we get the Unite move at level 9, so really hoping to at least get that evolution power.
Oh, superpower Smackdown, do they have enough damage? No.
And they're just gonna walk away. The play rough
not enough damage?
build from this Azumarill is a nothing but not aggressive.
Well.
Already takes so much damage from that superpower as Gatlu pulls on to their level.
It's Azumarill, man.
Isn't really matching up.
What is this Azumarill? Oh, Smackdown eject really? Do they enough damage? No.
Shell here as Desu's just pressing alongside. Oscar does make it
But it allows Gato to maybe score 30 points. Okay. Eject bot made him score 30 points, that's fine. But
currently at that level 8.
Yeah, that's
Eldegoss KO does bring it to parity as Oscar is
I guess that's fine.
a little bit higher on that level race ladder. Final Ndidi in contesting in the pack.
Guys, we need like, you know, League of Legends, when someone grieves, they have like different names for the pro players. Like when Bruff grieves or something, we have to call him Bruff SD.
You really can't.
You know?
Just hunting down the support counterpart,
for example. But we need to find good names. There's like a player called On, and when he misplays, they just call him off, for example, you know? But there's a That's bullying? No, it's not bullying. Okay, Azuma going forward.
Regice is getting very low. Krinsky's the only one for A through L around it, though. Heavy slam in the back line, and they're going to make sure Wrecker gets nowhere near this thing, and they can't secure because Leafeon's there. Ayame
what does that mean?
barely blinks out, and they might use their Phantom Force to pivot back. No, they stay true, walk down path. The old
that's pretty funny, like on and off, or like there's a guy called Peps, and he's called either Clips or Peps, I guess.
A terrifying thing to deal with. The check button from Oscar is good.
This was funny. There's someone called Hans Summer, and someone called him No Hands Summer when he misplays. It's pretty toxic, man. But
joining them as well. Bordy and Ayame ready to throw down.
Bordy looking for an opportunity to be impactful.
I just saw like a Reddit thread earlier about it.
But it doesn't matter. Sarayu still has the range with the Solar Blade,
and Faker's called Shaker.
Expensive Unite move out of
you know?
Expensive loss. You know that you do not want to be taking. Great play by Sarayu, honestly.
Plus is gonna catch Super right here.
Fantastic engagement from that. They're gonna chase down the Unite move as well. Super Swole Slam getting that execute onto the Blastoise and now Z-Sport's gonna push all the way towards this tier 2. We do have the belly drum maneuver from Bordy, but it falls a little bit short again. And Eldegoss is going to Unite move to escape,
so bad.
join the rest of their team.
I mean,
this is so bad. Yeah, for me it would be like CrisHeroes. Exactly, would be a good one.
They had some support from their team, and they couldn't quite close the door.
CrisHeroes would be a great one.
They did force out a bizarre Eldegoss Unite move, so they won't have the utility here as the next Regis populate unless they farm that up. So we'll consider that the best they could have gotten there.
Yeah, all right, I'll agree to the best. That's fine.
This Azuma is so worthless. I don't even know.
A little bit of safe experience that they can be earning thanks to that tier 1 breaking, and Oscar going to take full advantage of that. Really interesting how that heavy slam still hits through the Phantom Force, and we get the knockout, but Hoop is still able to return to their side. Bit of a top path siege by ABC so far. Bordy and Oscar trying to put it together, but it's Gatlu and a Desu holding down the
guys, so it has to be funny, okay? It has to be funny.
Defense. Wrecker used their Unite move. Nobody there, unfortunately for them. And we're going to have Sereyu.
So like Adesso, like Adiosu or something, you know? I think Breath SD is a good one. Also, his quality is just lowered.
See what Toon can do on their own after picking up a berry. I mean, not much. Red Ice is down. They did commit 4 players to it, and at least that is their prize. The prize they were looking for is the prize they got, which is a good thing for A through L in this moment, because they're down on the scoreboard. They're trying to find a way to catch up in these levels.
I mean, ABC is just disappointing me right now. I expected more from ABC after they... Okay, Azumare, there we go. Wait, hold. Azumare is cooking now. Oh, he's gonna go down, but you know, you got a big KO there though. Alright. Yeah, I don't know, I just don't... Have they played this before? I hope they've played this Azumare before, because I mean, again, I like to see new things, but...
all over Krinsky and Wrecker, who's been in this bottom half
I think it could have been a mispick, or mispick. Maybe they didn't want to pick Azumare. What is next to Azumare when you pick a Pokemon? What is next to it?
Had was when they took the basement Reggie that we just saw. Outside of that, they haven't been able to kind of get in the flow with the rest of the team.
Yeah, and now we have a good positioning battle already won by Nouns Esports. Oscar is going to have to play this extremely safe, and yet another bot side push by ABC in the light of having that open space.
They usually played bottle jungle, they always did, okay.
Almost a nice catch on Sereyu. Gatlu's there to
oh, wait. That's honestly quite good. Ah, but Buzzwood still gets objective. And Azumare should die. Does Gatlu... It doesn't get the reset though. Oh no, he stays. Okay, he's a good superpower. Alright. I mean, I think it was fun by Azumare to up with there.
And now A through L is looking to pivot.
Yeah, I like that choice by Sereyu. You knew you were getting knocked out right then. Azumarill's Unite moving you. You know that this is kind of a foregone conclusion. Throw the Solar Blade, maybe you get it. You know, at that point in time. But Sereyu, I don't think is too upset about that KO. They're still almost at level 13. In the meanwhile, Toon has been constantly farming. Is at level 14 on this Chandelure. Into the final stretch, I mean, that powerful of a Pokemon is so
Azumare meta.
To shut down. But
he's level 13 still, but I mean, because he was jungling.
You catch a huge mean look, maybe a Unite move from Gardevoir. Any of those options, taking out Toon Slim would be fantastic.
I feel like in Europe there's not been enough team fights today. In general,
to try to push for.
They have not been team fights like
are open for now, so they do need to
straight up 5v5s.
Right? A little bit of defense, and we saw literally Nouns do the Hoopa pullback in when
like during the game, not final stretch, but during the game.
So we know that strategy can work. We'll see how A through L approaches it.
Yeah, they're gonna just tap that Rayquaza
for now. Blastoise. I mean, now it's just okay. Azumare is trying, but it's like as soon as one of the allies walks next to it, Azumare doesn't do single target damage anymore, and then it's just like doomed.
Yeah, and now trying to keep
oh, the heavy slam! The heavy slam! But the shield of block is stolen. Oh, eject button, nice eject button, but oh, Gatlu is a flank. But the Blastoise Unite! No! Gardevoir took the portal! Holy, this teamfight is wicked. Azumare is gone. And Gatlu smacks the bunny onto Gardevoir, it's not enough though. But it's 4 KOs. Okay, that was a wicked team fight. But Gardevoir can't do anything here, right? Smack Indy on top of it. Oh, he can't chase though. There's 40 seconds left, that's gonna be game. ABC can't do anymore. Alright, 1-0 for Nouns. That's the problem with Azumare, right? Like he found Defiant, but Edelgard just walked close and then no single target damage from the crit. But it was such a cool sequence there. Like Buzzwole flanked, but then Blastoise knocked up Buzzwole, and then Gardevoir was able in this duration to take the Hoopa Unbound to get to safety.
It looks so good, and it should be played more. Heavy Slam actually gets the knockout. No portals.
No also wonderful Heavy Slam on the Hyperspace Portal by Bruff. But man, this Azumare was, yeah.
ABC gonna have to go back to the drawing board, and I'm begging them to do so and find something new. As yes, Nouns Esports gonna start
I
this
don't
one
know.
off 1-0.
Yeah, I think the verdict is in.
Yeah, this was Bruff 4K.
Not it.
Definitely.
Guilty, actually. Azumarill, the verdict is in. Azumarill is guilty.
It had a moment in that final fight, right? Bordy was able to jump on 2 and still walk away. One of the factors
that was 4K Ultra H, yeah.
It's self-sustain combined extremely well. So if you get into a dangerous spot, Azumarill is at one of the best Pokemon at getting out of such a dangerous spot. However, in the end, Nouns Esports team fight was just a little too strong.
But was the block actually a mistake? I wonder if using block there on Umbreon is a mistake, because Umbreon gets gets a shield from it.
Even to get out of that hyperspace hole.
That's an interesting thought, no?
To that Hoopa pick, and well, we saw it in this game. We saw it basically off cooldown.
I don't know how much he pushed him into the right side.
Bruv was playing so well in that bottom path. It was keeping 2 players from A3L to really participate in the game in a meaningful fashion. Of course, they're trying to see.
Well, of course, you always use it there. Like, of course, you use. Of course, you're gonna use block, but still.
Knockout, but not quite.
Yeah, unfortunately coming up a little short.
If he doesn't block, the Unite isn't forced, but then Umbreon is just dead. Umbreon has the Unite move to live.
Everybody involved, but so. Able to get the KO, and yet another example.
No heavy slam blocked the portal. Heavy slam stopped the portal.
Those Hoopa portals, it felt like not a single portal.
Was he dead? Yeah, he was already dead.
Made sure of that.
Well, so I have to ask.
I'm pretty sure. Well, we can.
Now.
Wait, let me go back.
Let's shelve the Azumarill point. We've beat that one down.
Okay.
Let's go back.
Is Hoopa Umbreon it? Because we've seen this a couple times here. Is it enough? Is it too much focus?
It's just interesting. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, using block there is still good, right? Like, I'm just curious. It's like an interesting thought. I feel like right here. Wait, let me see. Actually, no. I think the block still hit him. Nah, he had to block, right?
HD on this Snorlax, one of the best players in the game, one of the best players in the entire region. 4 assists on that Snorlax.
Is Umbreon dead if we don't block here?
Nothing to slouch at, but I think it was really the
I mean, this on 1 HP. Nah, it's right. It's correct. It lived on 1 HP. It was very close. Now it's complete. It's right.
That and certainly the difference maker. But
it just lived on 1 HP. I mean, that's just unfortunate.
I like mean look with the Gardevoir. Of course, those AoE.
But like, this could be scary, you know. But yeah, that's actually kind of. It just lived on 1 HP, and it was just very close.
In that spot is just
yeah, block sheet is huge now, especially after the buffs to it.
Umbreon's early game is okay, but when you're going in that mean look build, it gets significantly worse. And the changes to foul play are sick. An option for this Pokemon is now fantastic. I think it's something that we both would really like to see used competitively.
I wanted ABC to do something different.
ABC, one of the only teams playing Umbreon
but
so far in this tournament.
What is
still seeing that mean look?
What was that Azumarill?
I would like that shake-up, and honestly, I might like to see them go to an entire new defender.
What was that Azumarill?
Something like a Crustle would look really fantastic, I think, with what they're trying to build.
Yeah, I think if you're going into the Umbreon, you actually mentally slot it into your
that is very different, yeah. So, that is. I meant different in like. Can we stop doing
go to a different Pokemon?
Different. I mean, can we stop doing Gardevoir?
Sense with Gardevoir. But does Wrecker have a pivot? Because obviously Wrecker is being target banned by all of these teams.
Yeah, it's true. We're losing the.
But is he a Gardevoir? He's not a Gardevoir two trick.
Zoroark, of course, and Gardevoir is also one of their go-tos after that front. But we do have more options. I've seen their Inteleon play, and it's really fantastic too. We could see some Central Inteleon from them, but I don't know. We might see the Gardevoir continue. It feels like that is what has been so far the series, and they have hit this top 3 part in the tournament. So obviously something's working for them, but something's working for these Nouns Esports fans. We're seeing Absol yet again, the first ban.
Yeah, A3L actually selecting the orange side, and we saw them do that before against Yalabingo. They're doing it again here.
It's like Blastoise, right? Like, I have to imagine that's the decision you're making, and it would going on orange side.
No, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, because Blastoise is very solid, and I was going to say, sometimes tough to choose first, but they're gutting them. They're gutting them now.
Okay, so now it's Esports reading what ABC is trying to pull off, and is going to first pick that Blastoise. Bit of a face check or gut check, like you were saying. Can Oscatar bring something like the Buzzwole to play into a Pokemon like Blastoise? But we're going double defender. It looks like
again Blastoise. I mean, not surprised.
Or there is a chance that is a top.
Well, I'm sorry, but it's been.
We might see the Brawler Crustle.
I have now watched 3 tournaments where Garten has played Blastoise in, and not one single time did I find him good on Blastoise.
I wouldn't have switched off. I wouldn't switch off Snorlax either. That Pokemon was mean.
So,
it's also interesting to see.
But they have to pick it, but it just doesn't feel like it's his character at all.
Right. Which a lot of the times we could read it like that.
I don't know what it is, but
and grabbing Snorlax, clearly there is more to this.
He looks so weird on Blastoise, especially in the late game fights. He looks very weird on it.
Can take that secure monster in Snorlax tackle. Final selections from Nouns Esports could be very.
Oh, do we see a Gyarados now? No, we don't see a Gyarados. Maybe still a Buzzwole. Urshifu? I mean, honestly, Dacian Blaze. I would rather always play Blaziken over Urshifu. We have a Venusaur now. What could be a good last pick here? They're going to pick Gardevoir again anyways, right?
A big old Venusaur.
Oh yes, I have to imagine. I mean, that player not playing Venusaur.
Maybe the 5th time it's gonna work. Maybe it's gonna work now, guys. Just wait. It's gonna happen here.
I still will have that Umbreon pairing to have it. We'll have an Umbreon Defender, Eldegoss support, and now a Crustle top path.
No, Utah Megu are on
excited to see this Pokemon in action.
Tali again now. Or for free. For free is back. No, for free renamed to Tali. With Utah and Megu joining back up.
This is what I want to see of A through L. Throw some stuff at the wall and see what sticks.
Yeah.
For Krinsky, if you want to go mean look fine.
I'm picking Gardevoir into that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it really. I just don't get it.
And just go full Battle Goss, like lean into the blind, try and do something with that. Because
blind?
this double healing that
you don't
play
blind.
I'm failing to see how it's
you don't play
more
Leaf Tornado.
than some of the other picks they've been
Okay. I like where your head's at. Leaf Tornado can be a lot of fun. Honestly, I'm already giving 5 stars to ABC's composition because it lacks a Azumarill. So I'm already giving them a passing grade in our English class that we put
when
together.
the bar is so low, it is easy to step over.
I think it will be interesting for Nouns Esports. We talked about how the Snorlax will really bring a strength to their bottom path. They're going to need it. They're going to be running Bulbasaur into that bottom path. Notoriously a terrible secure option. And once it gets to that Venusaur, then it's a monster. But if you pair it with Bruv as an EXP share, you can give a lot of that over to the Bulbasaur as long as Bruv is hitting clutch secures. And it feels like that always happens. So, yeah, I think they're going to be fine.
It's Bruv with tackle on Snorlax. Secure everything. Everything's yours.
Go.
I like Bruv on Snorlax.
Certainly used
Wait, the Snorlax is pretty good.
Which means Sorayu is going to be in the central area for this Nouns Esports team.
Yeah, this has been the new look for Blaziken. Blaziken, top path, gone.
I don't know why the Gardevoir was such a hard focus. I don't know.
Fire chicken hanging out into the central area. It's going to be happening quite a bit. Basically, every time we've seen this Pokemon, it's
why isn't CrisHeroes on the official channel? Because I'm not part of it.
Combuskin as early as possible. That level 5 Blaze Kick, fantastic option.
The most common band combinations was Buzzwole and Leafeon at 49% of the games.
Unsurprised side, baby. Yeah.
Let's see. So wait, they have a top path. Wait, I just realized they have a top path crosser now.
Yeah, the change here is very exciting. But yeah,
top path crosser. We have seen this before in some regions.
Buzzwole still making quite a name for itself, but it was not banned in this game, not selected.
Yeah, no Buzzwole this time.
So, 49% of games, I'm sure that statistic will be lowering a little bit throughout the day.
A whole new world. Bordy on the Espeon with a quick presence in the top path. They're going to look for a decent target. Sorayu poaching all of the birds to the side of Nouns. And
but what's the point of this early Espeon if you like...
Exactly executing the way they would want to.
Blaziken already is level 6. Are they going to double invade? Okay, they're going to double invade.
Rock slide anymore, the Dwebble moves.
Yo, Rogue, 96 months retubs. Thank you so much.
Though, as they try to find that
Thank you, Rogue.
Desu quick dashing to that tier 2 instead of a Citrus Berry, but they get the shielding from that tier 2. Very cool decision.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Is it a trick?
Sure
it's a trick?
Get knocked out either to give a little bit of
wait.
support there.
Really?
Honestly, now
I feel like trick would work if you have a Wish Umbreon, maybe.
And
I could see it being good with that. But the Trick Hoopa, okay.
Trying to use that in partnership with a lot of different Pokemon.
That's interesting. I mean, I think Trick could be very good on Blaziken. That extra move speed to give Blaziken could be actually quite nice.
Obviously on the Blaziken, but outside of that, I'm not sure if there's many options to really utilize it. I might opt in for the more
I do like it. Is the only Jack button with this? No. Okay.
I mean, both kits are fun. You can at least see calculated.
Is he going Pedal Dance? Nah, there's no way he goes Pedal Dance into that, right? There's no chance. I forgot his items, but surely not, right? But yeah, Pedal Dance Trick? No, he has Sludge Bomb, yeah.
Mark a target, you boost it on, you stun them and lock them in place. Krinsky's
the Trick with Blaziken?
Giving them enough HP for the moment. They're going to charge all the way to the bottom side of the map, but now Wrecker has no defender.
Yeah, he's very good on Absol, but I don't know if it's worth target banning. It's just very cheesy, because it rips objectives. So it's, this person plays the Psycho Cut, X Attack, Energy Amplify Absol. And you can just lose objectives to it very fast, if you don't know what to do with it. So they're just scared of objectives getting ripped away by it, but yeah. And there's nothing really else you have to ban. Like, what else is there to ban right now? I feel like there's nothing too broken in the game that needs to be banned. Right? I'm surprised Blastoise makes it out this much, but yeah.
ABC's going to try to take full advantage of that.
Well, they try to pop on top of Krinsky. That was a heavy heavy slam that just missed. Regice is at half.
Overheat against Gardevoir. No, oh, wait, Borty, but overheat is there, but it's too early now. And Gardevoir gets it. The beam was too late too. That's one KO. Actually, Phantom Force. Phantom Force does give good healing too. Phantom Force is actually so good with Trick. It's just they can't play it in solo queue because people don't understand how it works. Oh! Blaziken is clutching. Where's the next Trick? Trick is not up.
Wow, I thought that was risky for Krinsky and Borty to be hanging out so long, but they actually pays off huge. Borty is caught by this Snorlax, though. Borty gonna respond in kind. This snowball effect from ABC, thanks to that basement Reggie secure, is starting to really pop off. Gardevoir Unite moves single targeted on the Toon, but that feels effective.
But Blaziken already back there, still holding this goal though. Oh, he's going in. Does he have? No, he doesn't have Phantom Force on him. Oh.
From Krinsky coming in clutch.
They are getting way too aggressive here, Zoinks. Fortunately, Gotlu up top with the 1v1 gets the objective. But Soreyu going down again there seems very
but what is this
crossing? Push them out, you can fade back a little bit.
Oh, the drifting tilts me. Like, why do we have a Crusset top now?
Yeah, at that point,
against Blastoise.
From the back lines as well, and that Solar Beam could have tried to be utilized there. And well, I was mentioning on that basement side, by the way, the Sludge Bomb and debuff in the special defense. Same thing happens with Gardevoir's Psychic as well, so it's a bit of an even trade. Both of these teams got to be very confident.
Eject button? Yes, eject button, yeah.
Maybe a little earlier than you would expect.
Absolutely sick overheat eject button reposition for the knockout there by Soreyu.
Okay, nice. It's gonna be 35 for Toon. The bunny? Okay.
And yes, a quick knockout, and they've done the math right. 32 overdone.
Nice focus blast with Soreyu. That max, the only range
damage that
Blaziken has access to, and it always hits harder than you expect.
Yeah.
Whenever you're walking around a Blaziken, that focus blast really hurts, and Espeon learning that lesson the hard way, sent back to base, and now these teams are going to rally together to try to play around this Regice who's just spawned in.
We have a spin pump Blastoise.
They just focused too hard on like picking Crush away from Bruff.
They actually pulled
that they ended up with this.
They're the ones that get leashed here.
That they have to play Shell Smash X's or top Crusher against Blastoise.
Yeah, Wreck actually channeling a recall there for a moment, but it seems like they are going to be sticking around in that fight. Speed boost giving a Bruff for a quick
Oh, he dodged that actually. He dodged Mean Look with his Hoopa Unbound transformation. Okay, yeah, they have no chance of secure. Okay. Let's put all of the moves together.
Absolutely gutting that basement Reggie here as the Reggie Alecki is getting ready to spawn in 20 seconds up top under 4 minutes. Krinsky uses their eject button. Gotlu staying on top of him, staying relentless. And again, we have that spin pump build that was made very
okay, Crustle. Crustle's time to shine. Crustle!
Quite a few teams playing. Yeah, it's really strong. You like that displacement. You want to try to protect your backline with it, and just the addition.
The auto aim of Truth. Okay.
Ruff gonna try to score this 40. This is a fresh goal zone. You put 36 in next. That's gonna prime for a massive overdunk. Huge as now Esports lead is climbing 228 to a donut on the other side.
Yeah, well, as much as I like to eat donuts, this is not the one that I would like to have on the menu
not
right
in their team name.
Ridiculous.
Unbelievable.
L is, and that is what's happening on the scoreboard here. They are losing. And now they're just putting pressure. Anywhere they can get to Borty, they understand Borty and Wrecker, if they can get to them in the backline, they are going to be the problem children here. And really, they've been able to fade whatever Krinsky's trying to put up front.
I guess they won with Gardevoir earlier against Tali, and then just keep picking it.
It's a pretty quiet top path between Blastoise and Crustle in general.
I mean, I like Gardevoir. I think it should be picked more, but should it really be picked every single game? Like, your last pick as well should be powerful, right? Like, your last pick should be something that can maybe... Like, last pick, having last pick is super powerful, right? From a strategic point. You want to keep last pick for something to turn the draft around, and they just pick Gardevoir 5 times now at the last pick.
Pivots back through, they're bullying pretty well here. Solar Beam is there, and yes, they
which again, I think Gardevoir was great, but
not as many as I'd imagine they'd want. Quick,
clearly not working out anymore.
Blast. Now Krinsky's very low on HP. Is anybody going to pivot them? They're going to try and isolate them. Krinsky moving around, and they're getting blocked right back into Toon Slam.
Yeah, Krinsky at this point, just knowing that it's
what happened to the game audio?
Conclusion, and we actually see now Esports take
taken their time on the KO as well. I actually wish they would have waited longer. Now that we're headed to the final stretch with just 2 seconds, we got the Regieleki though. You can now pivot towards that Rayquaza. Umbreon will be back at a couple of seconds.
I mean, block got buffed.
Walking, Rayquaza
Block is,
spawning. Now
I mean, block is good. Block got buffed.
Advantage.
And because this Regieleki is going to hit, and they have the Hoopa, they have a real opportunity to extend this.
But I know it messes up solar beams, I know. It also messes up overheats, like...
On top of that pad, so Rayu's
It's
cutting
true.
off any entrance.
Yeah, great.
Also gives Umbreon the sheet to steal. But yeah.
We have Blastoise double scoring as well, 22 up to 44. So now they are
I speak of a point lead. Like, I don't see how ABC can even walk in right now. There's gonna be sludge bombs everywhere. They're up walking to Heavy Slam. Upside they're walking to Blastoise, Blaziken. Like, they can't even make it in.
We've seen them ahead all day
And they have no engage. Like, they engage
is one of the
is...
teams that has bridged that gap already.
Eject button X's or crosses the engage.
Nice little block to stun
Eject
Krinsky,
button
gets
SPM, which is very
spacing,
obvious.
and
That's
now
gonna
we're just
happen.
rotating through the position for Nouns and is
Like,
there, and the pressure is on A3.
Mean Look isn't engaged.
Yeah,
They're gonna try to walk in now, but they're all grouped up. They're just all grouped up for like a Blastoise, Venusaur Unite.
Engaged by Bruv.
I mean, we have the Espeon Unite pop, but it doesn't matter. We're going straight
Yeah, I mean-
in, and they are knocked out. Toon is finding every target, and so are these Rings Unbound stuns. They're just lining
They
up,
have to
putting
walk in
them
as
down.
5,
Now
which they
there's
can't
Crustle
against
trying to get
Venusaur.
isolated. They're on the chase
And
for Sad
Snorlax.
Nice little stun here, but Sad Wrecker has an opportunity to leash them around and buy a ton of time for the respawn. Meanwhile, Gatlu sees the writing on the wall and says the writing on the wall needs more points. 92 in for them as the Nouns Esports lead stretches.
I was just going to say, you got time for the respawn, but I don't think they have time to win this match with only 30 seconds left. I think Nouns Esports might just have an insurmountable lead. Desu definitely putting a
Rick
nail in
to
a
spit on him for this
proverbial
Gardevoir pick, man,
KO.
deserved.
Onto the Gardevoir as Wrecker
Das
goes
ist
down for the
Rapu.
rest of the match. Hydro Typhoon just for the numbers as Gatlu wants to try to get in that MVP race for the damage numbers. As Nouns Esports with 10 seconds remaining
Alright, now it's the grand final.
our match are going to win this series.
Now it's back in the grand final. It's the first time this year. Now it's in the grand final.
Unfortunately, you know, the Azumarill pick in the first game.
I don't know, ABC,
didn't
I'm
quite
sorry.
hit,
Like, that was
and
so
really
disappointing.
Nouns Esports was in control here from bell to
What
bell.
Yeah, they look
Their drafts are
fantastic, and
terrible.
I mean, if Nouns Esports was ever to pick a time to gain momentum, this is it. They are now walking
What?
into
Nouns taking the grand final?
finals in our next series. They will be on the losers bracket side, but they're feeling very good about their chances in this tournament.
Well, like you said, the momentum is there. They have Yala Bingo, the team that they can perhaps exact a little bit of revenge on, I suppose, here in the grand finals. But Yala Bingo, the last time they were in this exact position, got reverse swept 2-0-2-0 in these grand finals.
That is true. However, in this tournament specifically, you got to imagine if you're Yala Bingo, you were pretty happy about this last series. You've defeated both of these teams so far today in tournaments, so you're feeling pretty comfortable
But
about
winning up Soul, cause Ricky plays up Soul if it's open, and they're scared of it.
Braggles, take it away.
They're scared of getting cheesed by it.
Here we are, up on the big
Just winning out
stairs
comfort.
with a big time win. Come on, I had that. Can we hit it again? What if I do it again? Win. Does it happen? It doesn't happen whenever I want it to happen. Let's go Nouns Esports, heading up to the grand finals, something that you have not heard a lot of this season. Let's take a look at some of these big moments right here in the highlights. Obviously, game number 1, we talked a lot about the Azumarill. I think there was something to be said. I actually really respect the choice from A through L. Whenever you have a buff, you want a team to be bold enough to see if they can make something happen with it competitively. We saw some great stuff from A through L throughout the day, but it really felt like Nouns had their number in all of these matches, kind of dominating from top to bottom. Regardless of the picks, it just felt like Nouns was ready to go. Is this the return of Nouns Esports? We're going to find out very soon because they are heading to our grand finals, Zoinks.
Yeah, you got to be feeling pretty good. This is your prediction to win the tournament despite them being in losers bracket position. You got to be feeling great about that. And it is going to be Gatlu winning player of the game, putting up 56,000 damage on that Hydro Pump rapid spin build that we've seen become so popular on this Blastoise. Gatlu looking fantastic. That was one of my favorite draft decisions they made, by the way, in Game 2, was they knew what the decisions from ABC were leading to. They just first picked that Blastoise.
I love that from Gatlu, too. You know, a long time ago, I think this was almost 2 years ago, when Rapid Fire Scarf first came into the game, I remember Gatlu saying this build was legit. And he really liked it, and he could see it happen competitively. And it's cool to see him running it now. Yeah. Of course, a lot of that is because of how good Kabi-chan's made it.
They made it look absolutely insane. the draft from Nouns was incredibly good. It didn't just, it started with that Blastoise, of course, but their picks rippled through to a point where there didn't really matter what A through L was choosing. It almost seemed, despite selecting second, we're always on the back foot.
Yeah, I want to shout out the Azumarill pick again. I could see the vision. No, I know.
I can see the vision, and there's no vision. What vision?
You have to, I like letting
What vision?
people cook. I don't know if the chat likes letting people cook. I've heard Zoinks doesn't like letting people cook. I say
What
let
vision?
them cook. Unfortunately, they did burn down the kitchen a little bit. But the idea of playing that into those EVs, I think, is kind of solid. You're able to close the distance. Whirlpool with play rough. They stuck onto that Leafeon. If it wasn't for how dang good the Leafeon play was and how amazing the support was from Eldegoss, they actually could have picked up some big KOs right there. So I
like cooking,
the
but
and the effort, and I always want to see
it has to make
sense.
Adesu definitely made it work, I think. The defense around it. Leafeon was never alone in a situation
no Gyarados.
like that. Whereas
I mean, the
love getting those additional critical
bounce
hits, stuff like that. Adesu just sticking to him like
it's literally nerfed and buffed at the same time. So
now we have our grand finals ahead of us. Yalla Bingo versus Nouns Esports. The
Bounce is in a weird state now.
But a bit of a longer series ahead of them. They need to win 2 best-of-3s to become our April Cup champions.
Well, if anybody can do it, of course it's Nouns. I mean, they were known for those run backs. We've seen it happen time and time again. But Yalla Bingo is all about the grand finals here in EU. They love making it to them, and they love winning them. They're looking to do it.
Are you guys enjoying the stream at least? How's the stream on YouTube, Twitch?
We're going to see.
Are you guys having a fine time?
We're going to see. So we'll just set up that next game. We'll throw
Yay or nay?
I don't have anything important.
We're not going to delay anything.
To the stairs.
Cat's off to you.
Let me find the name bracket.
I had no idea what my brain...
Oh, we heard it. Yeah. April, where's the name? North America. AG is currently 1-0 ahead. Do you guys see the AG team? You guys know the AG team? No, get this right here. Overlord, Lutano, Otter, Joey, and JL. That's the new AG. They're currently up against Orange team. Kratos, Zakrak, Roland, Flareons, and Marshizzle. Top, we have Nemesis against Exile. And who is You Feel Me? Okay. And Hades against Team YouTubes. Team YouTubes. What team is Slash on? I guess no team, right? Nope, Zack is now on this team. What happened to the other ones? Maybe they stopped playing now? I have no idea. No clue, man. Why is Slash on AG? I don't know. It's just Overlord left now. Maybe he's AG. He could be. He could be Coach Roy. Definitely. Could be possible. Definitely going to the Coach Roy. Rumors Slash Uzi might join GT. Okay. I mean, GT is not even top 8 in this tournament, so that's pretty rough. That's a pretty rough. Oh, I have to unmute.
Winner's side advantage. Now,
So much team shifting, yeah, but it's normal in esports.
Of a match that happened
It's
earlier
normal.
on in the day. These two teams faced up against each other in the first round of our bracket, and there, Yalla Bingo were the winners. Now it's esports gonna need to really find something brand new. But if a team has any kind of momentum, it is this squad, and they are looking fantastic in our series. Let's focus in on some of these teams as Yalla Bingo. Of course, they have won one of our monthly tournaments.
Hey, chat, motivate Chris to be on these competitions. Hey, Chris, you should be on this competition.
Potato, Lunder, 60s, Marv, and
yeah, bro.
Eternal.
Well, that's my free time. Do you want to pay? If you pay for it,
so far today, I feel like
if you, how much should I take a month?
In that winners finals is one we are
if you pay me to compete, I will compete.
But their opponents are
how much should I take for it?
Adesu, Toonslim, Brub, Surayu, and Gatlu. An incredible roster, and one just with notorious players for the last few years.
How much should I charge to play competitive from this person?
These players are storied, and you
know them
already. Gatlu being our player to watch.
One Turkish sub.
That is not without good reason. Their top pack play has looked amazing so far.
People are like, Chris, you should compete. Chris, you should compete. Without realizing how much time it takes out of my day and out of my life to compete in this. Or like no return.
We'll have to see. Spraggles and Dupe
That's the issue.
Bring us into grand finals.
Whoa, these two goofballs, man, over here.
Grand finals time. Nouns Esports coming from the losers
no
bracket.
Return? There's no love return, no.
Coming from the winners bracket. Yalla Bingo, no stranger to a grand finals. Nouns Esports, strangely enough,
tell me what the return
really
is.
Haven't seen any.
Yalla Bingo reminds me of Amaterasu from NA from last year, right? Just consistency. Always in the grand finals of their region. Pushing, really like leading the CP race, certainly now. But always seem to be a little elusive into getting consecutive wins.
Already here.
We'll see if they can buck that trend here.
Yeah, now Esports really looking for wins, obviously. Yeah. You know, they looked pretty good at AOS. They did better than any other EU team, getting deeper in the bracket than anyone. But we're going to have to see what they can do here, fighting against EU with the new roster. Yalla Bingo banning out the Zorarark, banning out the Hoopa. We've got the Leafeon from the side of Nouns, and then their final ban right here. To see what they want to shut down, as it is going to be Slowbro.
Nouns Esports has been all over the Slowbro ban ad nauseum over and over again. Yalla Bingo first pick, and it looks like they're trying to facilitate Potato here, sitting on top of the Dodrio, but no, finally Internal locking in Eldegoss.
Eldegoss still just such an incredibly powerful Pokemon, right? On the side of Nouns, they can now take Buzzwole for free. They also, of course, can grab that Blastoise. I'm not sure what they want to do here, given that Potato, I mean, they are known for their Buzz play. They've been playing it all day. They actually end up using the strategy from A through L. We get the Blastoise and Umbreon first.
So I think, at least what I'm hoping Nouns is doing is they're trying to leash Yalla Bingo along into their comfort picks here. Mew and Buzzwole are kind of predictable in that spot because we know how valuable they are to those individual players.
We're going to see what they want to do about 60s right here. Are they going to counterpick them? Do they have
so grand final time? We now have Nouns Esports for the first time in a grand final this year, right?
Hoopa not on the table, so
let's see.
They're going to be hovering into that Blissey.
Potato again on Buzzwole, Gatlu again on Blastoise.
Espeon coming out.
Desu on Blissey, I don't like seeing that. But Hoopa's banned.
Very recently, you'd see this go very early in draft.
Yeah,
Lunder again picking up the Glaceon. So I guess I could go to 60s as well.
Going to be taking up this Glaceon, and Marv settling into
could be good last pick here.
Just a great dominant defender.
Yeah,
honestly not sure.
I think Yalla Bingo
the Sidgerine, Urshifu? God, not the Gardevoir again. Honestly, I want to see some Dragonite. Not Ninetales. Ninetales? I want to see some Dragonite. Let's do it. Greninjas? Okay. My heart. Oh, I thought I saw Greninja. That would be nice though. Urshifu though. I don't see a reason to pick Urshifu over Dragonite, but I guess it counters Glaceon, right? Urshifu counters Glaceon. So I guess that's kind of nice. They're almost locked in Greninja.
It is one of the best secure tools in the game. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Nouns wants to play this. Obviously, this is something that they are set up for. I have to say, seeing Bruv on Umbreon and now seeing the Urshifu right here, I wonder if we are going to see Mean Look. Mean Look just sets up, you know, fish in a barrel for a Wicked Blow or Shifu. At the same time, he has a curse item, which leads me to believe he's probably at least running Snarl. It could be Foul Play, for sure. It's a great moveset right now. It could be Foul Play Wish, but I think there's a possibility we have a Mean Look and maybe even Snarl.
I
don't want to see Mean Look anymore.
Foul Play just because of what it brings in the early game, right? As Zoinks mentioned earlier, of the Eevees, Umbreon is probably the most anemic in the early stages of the game.
Sure.
And Foul Play helps bridge that gap a little bit. However, the utility in Mean Look can be phenomenal, but it needs to be used cohesively through good communication. We just watched A through L select it in the 6 games of theirs we watched, and they lost both of those sets. I'm not saying it was because of the Mean Look. I'm just saying you need to go in on Mean Look if you're going in on Mean Look.
Yeah, speaking of going in, we are heading into game number 1 of our grand finals right now. Yalla Bingo, your purple team. Nouns Esports, your orange team.
All right, I'm excited. Let's see if Nouns Esports can do something about this. I feel like Yalla Bingo definitely looks like the best team so far today, though. Bruff and Umbreon. I don't like seeing Bruff and Umbreon.
I like this. Eevee's going down
I want to see him something more proactive. Right? Like, I want to see him Bruff on, like, Mime, Snorlax, like something that goes in.
Yeah,
I hate seeing one Umbreon.
The worst early Pokemon in the game. Kubfu is a sweet boy, but he's not built for this island.
So Kubfu only getting 3 jungle things, so not quite level 5, but the bunnies will be enough.
Rate of 40%, 178 wins, 173 losses. Sounds like your solo queue allies Umbreon.
Listen, it's a great pick in competitive play because of all the things we mentioned, especially now after the patch. I mean, I can't put into words.
Yeah, I'm honestly Dragon Knight.
Oh, Wish is unbelievable.
He gets here by time.
Did have enough experience ready to go.
Let's get level 5, goes to the bot gank instead.
It's very difficult once you give
Landru doing the this is the Japanese gank that we saw at Eos Cup. But he's quite late on it. He's way too late on it. Japan did this almost every game.
Running back to this goal zone, 4-on-2. Now they're just looking for a score.
Yeah, they just run this down. Now it's response bot, but they actually get Trevenant on bot. Because we can't escape Mean Look. Oh, it's Invade though. Oh, Gatlu. Gatlu bites the dust. He trade top for bot? I mean, yeah. But it kind of surprises, can surprise your opponents, but this didn't go actually too well though. No, it's still been good for you. I don't know what both teams.
Also, you know, getting great positions to apply all of that curse bangle.
And don't understate
it's only level 7. High shock again.
The mobility that Foul Play provides.
But like Nouns has no late game damage, right?
And then go even further, as those birds didn't even populate on the map. I think
Nouns has no late game.
On both teams and went both ways. Marv is pretty
I hate it what they have for late game.
Blow is Sareyu just for a little bit of that hindrance resistance, so they can get back.
Yeah, it's foul play.
Yeah, hindrance resistance, little
at least. But I just don't believe in their. They have to kind of find a flank. Uchivas to flank onto Glaceon and to Bliss Assistance.
Ready to punch you in the face?
Ready to punch? Like,
oh, it's gonna be difficult.
You do that to me all the time, and it is scary.
Why'd you flinch, though, dude?
Why'd you flinch?
Always flinch.
We're real people. 720 birds about to populate. We'll see what Marv and Lunder can do. Nice engagement on Marv with the stun, and Bruv goes straight with the foul play, and Nouns takes all of that experience.
Bruv on the.
Urshifu was a panic pick? I mean, it might have been. No, but Sayu does play, they do play Urshifu, so. They do play it.
A lot of the changes, right? You want to see how they work out for these teams. Nice eject button to get out of there.
Psyshock missed.
Once again, we have Toon on that side.
Oh, the egg bomb.
Right now looking for a unite move. Looks like it was actually stunned out there by the.
What, 60s? But he's still. No, he's gonna lift this. Oh no. What? Toon? Huge eject button? No, he gets stuck on the wall. Gatlu got stuck on the wall. Who's gonna get this one? He goes over to Eldegoss.
Nice.
Huh?
Nice work by Nouns.
What a mess.
I think they're okay given the
exchange
of just raw KOs that they're able to get here. Gatlu surfing back to their side of the team, but now they might have overstayed their welcome as Adesu goes down.
Oh,
they can't really scrap.
That was such a lead fast eject button smackdown combo. No hesitation. This is why Potato still plays Passful, I guess. He has a 3-level lead over Gatlu now. 3-level lead. But can they take him down? Super huge. Oh, wait, Smackdown. He has superpower shield. Oh my god, Potati.
What a beam. Hits 4 as they peel away from this. You saw Potato with the tech right there. You know, he's got that beautiful eject button, pulling them back there with the Smackdown. That was really, really good.
We're pivoting up top, and these teams are probably looking to scrap again. This game is remarkably close. I'm keeping my eye on 60s, though. Level 10, the biggest thing moving between both these squads. Regielekki's getting low. 60s looking for an Icicle Spear target. They are shelling on Adesu. Nice beam follow-up.
Potato's murdering them, actually.
Now Z-Sports sees it. Proceeds, forcing up the Unite move out of Toon Slim. The Psychic Solaire does catch Potato, but they're still scoring on the backside. And now Z-Sports gets the break speed off of them.
Yeah,
Mechanism push here. Back bomb. 19 going. Nope. Bust is here in time.
We don't care. We're just gonna KO every single one of you. I think
Shifu has Unite, or they're gonna just KO Potato for experience. But Edgar's hit enough. No, Potato can't move. He can't move. Wait, he's alive. Oh my! He still gets a smackdown on this one from the grave. No way.
These solar beams are
60s. Ah, what is? That's ego right there. That was complete ego by Yalabingo. 60s thought he's faker for a second, and then realized he's still just a European Unite player.
Going in for another choke slam knockout. Yes, they did get KO'd for that, but the fact that they were able to take somebody with them on the way out was astounding.
Here we go, Reg Ice in the bottom path. Nouns has done better throughout some of these moments when it comes to securing objectives, but Yalabingo's looking to fight, you know? They're looking to take members of Nouns Esports and send them back to the Pokemon Center.
But I mean, it's looking very good for Yalabingo. They have 3 Unites. They're just gonna try to go for the Reg Ice. They have sight. Okay, they get it perfectly.
Glaceon pushing it, secured by Sorayu. That's good. Psychic Solaire gets on Potato, but 60s is there for the follow.
Had to sneeze.
Goes down. You can charge that Wicked Blow all you want, but you get snuffed out before you can jump.
I mean, they get the objective, but they can't win fights, so. Wait, can they go for Potato? No, Gatlu's stuck on a light screen. Oh, he still goes down. I mean, it doesn't matter if you get objectives if you just fall far behind, right, and everything else. Can they maximize this? They can get 25 more points in? Oh, they did. Yo, Nouns!
They're trying to get this goal zone out from under Esports. Nouns Esports, and they're taken to
I like that when you make a mistake, you won't just leave it, you gotta scream it out.
That's rough for Nouns.
Get your words out, you got
No, they ain't looking good. They lost in draft. Yeah, that Shifu last pick is... also, I don't like seeing Adesu on Blissey. I don't like it whatsoever. That's why Yala just first pick Eldegoss this... Like, they just first pick Eldegoss, right? This game. They ban Zorak, so they can't play Zorak Comfade, and they ban Hooper. They actually is targeting Adesu. Which, I mean, it doesn't really matter too much there. I mean... Oh, Potato. Oh, Potato! Oh, Potato! Okay, Potato's allowed to play Blastful. Potato's the Blastful pass. Oh my god. Okay.
What is this?
Yeah.
I mean, Buzzle may have been nerfed, but Potato sure as heck didn't. Holy! They are level 13, about to tick to 14, and they are running bodies. The eject button into Unite move to get Toon Slim on pad? Come on, Yalabingo wants
Potato's how to play it.
Yeah, Yalabingo is playing really aggressively. You
destroying them right now.
Obviously, we have
this could be 45 fight. Maybe Nouns can find something here randomly, but... Oh, this could be actually, this could be it. Wait, they're all stuck together. Eldegoss has to Unite, but Glaceon is down. Oh, the Hippopotamus is huge. This is gone too. They're going. This all in is Registeel. They're gonna take the Mew. Wait. The Yalabingo just went too hand for this. But they have no Rayquaza rip. Like, they have Urshifu, but they have no damage to actually do Rayquaza, so... Who's gonna do Espeon? Okay, let's see if they have enough damage. And they have Muscle Band, right on Urshifu, maybe? Oh, it's out on 12 HP actually. Never mind, they can burst it on very fast. Oh, Wicked Blow. They get it. Nah, there's no way, right? Potato is smackdown. Potato's still alive. He got one shield. Okay, they get one. It's still not over yet. They need to score 2 more times. Well, it might be enough. Buzzle is down. Nah, no way. Oh, they get 80 and 100 in.
out of Nouns Esports, and now they're in the lead.
They're in the lead, 363, 386, and they've got some big, chunky Rayquaza shields still on them. Adesu running for some points right now. And it looks
yeah, those
like
last Reggie fights can be scuffed. And Gatu, this time, like, Gatu found a huge Fido pump. Yalla Bingo was all in the same position way too much. They went way too hard with Reggie steal. But I mean, very confident in winning, so
with double time, it's going to be huge.
There's no more chance.
Really, the key here is keeping
Not over yet. But up against Blasters Unite. Nah, right,
so if they can get one of
is Blasters recalling or not? Blissey scoring more. They score 40. Blasters running towards the bot goal to score. I mean, they're playing it smart. They're giving up the goal. They know they're winning still. I mean, 20 seconds. They have no points left. Only Trevor, actually Trevor has enough to win. But yeah, good luck scoring into this goal. Ain't happening, eh? That's not gonna happen.
Pushes them back. It doesn't look like any points are gonna be able to go in. Beautiful goal.
Yeah, the cursed Reggie steal. Gonna cost Yalla Bingo game 1.
To stay ahead in that moment, they were taking a
unfortunate
cautious fight around their tier 2 to make sure they could defend that home goal zone.
Yeah, with the Gatlu back cap, did you see everybody abandon that tier 1 goal zone, right? They immediately just pivoted off of it because they knew that the Gatlu score was going to put them ahead, more so than what that goal zone was worth, and it's easier to defend your home goal zone because of the shields and HP recovery you get, so don't lose any members of our team in that effort. Because
I mean, it was smart, so yeah.
2 members of, you know, Yalla Bingo, excuse me, Nouns Esports, if 2 members of Nouns Esports go down in defending that tier 2, all of a sudden they're in horrible danger when it comes to defending that home base. But all 5 up, especially once Blastoise comes back in, the absolute hero moment with the Hydro Typhoon Rayquaza shield, they were ready to win that one. A very, very close game. But Nouns, as we saw earlier, speaking of that aggression, they saw their moment.
It's bad for Potato to lose this game, man.
We go right
What a sad game for Potato to lose.
And then the great use of the Urshifu Unite to isolate Lunder and knock them out, and then, like you said, pedal to the metal.
Yeah, and here we go, some big moments. And right there, you see it. They catch Glaceon. That's huge. That's 2 down. They know that it's extremely unlikely Yalla stops this from happening. As long as they play the strategy.
I'm surprised how fast they bursted on Razor, actually.
Ready for the Urshifu secure, they can win this thing. However, the match is still crazy close. Blastoise and Blissey looking for opportunities to continue scoring. And just like you talked about, like they're like, oh, okay, now that that score is happening, we are peeling back right now. Very, very smart plays there from Nouns. Player of the game, Toon, 107,000 damage. I mean, people have been talking a little bit about the side strike. I think it's still there.
No, I agree completely. 107,000 damage, nothing to scoff at. But, like, the concentration that Toon had in that final fight at the Basement Reggie to secure in the midst of just the absolute chaos, that was a tide-turning Reggie secure.
Yes.
Because they picked up that buff, and that allowed them to push further. The Sorayu engaged with almost no HP to knock out Lunder, keep them standing so they could pivot to the middle. I mean, to your credit, maybe we talk about new players on new teams with communication being the disparity here, but they communicated that very well.
We can see the chats, the fan favorites, Nouns Esports, they think they're going to win this whole thing. Well, they got a tough road ahead of them, obviously. They have to beat them in 2 best-of-3s, but, you know, if they play some of their later moments in the game like that, I could see them do it. However, Yalla really controlling a lot of that match. They looked fantastic throughout it.
For about 7 minutes and 47 seconds, they controlled that match. It was the 13 seconds in that that last Basement Reggie where Nouns Esports saw the hole in the wall, knew exactly where they needed to strike to bring it crumbling down, and they hit it with precision.
Yeah, it was really excellent. And, you know, you talked about Toon in that moment taking the shot to make sure that they were able to secure that bottom Reggie amidst all of that chaos. You know, with the 2 moves that give you that ability without stored power, essentially, now you've got 2 shots at it, right? You've got 2 big secure attempts, and you can see Toon is using that very, very well.
Yeah, and we saw it a little bit earlier today on the pre-broadcast games, and we're like, that's okay, we'll see where this goes. And if we learned anything from Kabi Chance, is secure the objective.
Yeah, it's pretty
Just
important.
secure it.
And if you look at our team versus team right here, Yalla Bingo, 59% of the time they take Rayquaza. Nouns Esports, 67% of the time. And a lot of games, of course, don't just come down to who takes Rayquaza. It's who's able to win the fight around Rayquaza to make that happen. But that's a really important number. Almost a 10% difference. 10% more often, Nouns Esports is able to finish off the game.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that both these teams can do, and we've seen Fusion do, for example, you know, we look at this Rayquaza secure, of course, that gives your team the best chance possible to win the game, without a doubt. However,
it's like, why are there how many I feel like a lot of games got thrown today, did they not?
There's a way. In the top level competitive scene,
or did
that's not a true statement.
No, actually, no.
Right? Sometimes it's like, yeah, you took it, but we took your whole team out and you can't score.
Yeah, take a look at this right here. We're comparing Sixies against Gotlu. Kind of I'll say an odd comparison. Yeah. But these are two star players on these teams. You know, Gotlu in the top path here. Sixies oftentimes, you know, playing this carry.
Guys, any Gotlu fans in chat?
Inteleon's been a big Pokemon for them, but their Glaceon has just been absolutely brutal.
Yeah, their Glaceon has been great, and it's awesome that Yalla Bingo specifically has two players that are very proficient Glaceon players, between Lunder and, of course, Sixies here. But really, when Yalla Bingo's at its best is when Sixies is on the Snipe Shot Inteleon and Lunder is on that Glaceon.
Yeah, and there we go. Top Pokemon to watch right here. Eldegoss, 80% pick rate. Espeon with a 69% pick rate. And look at all those defenders. I mean, you got Crustle, Trevenant, Blastoise in there. The win rates are, you know, it's a little tough, but when something has a high pick rate and a high win rate, you can see how powerful it is in the meta right now. Absolutely. Espeon, obviously, riding right there at 50%. You've got Trevenant, Blastoise under 50. But Crustle and Eldegoss having such a high pick rate and such a high win rate, I mean, that says something. And you saw teams ban out Eldegoss.
Yeah, first pick Eldegoss,
from powerful Eldegoss players, and you can see why now.
Yeah. Humble yourself a little bit, folks at home. Eldegoss may have gotten nerfed, but still a phenomenal support character. And we're seeing the top teams, the top players on those teams, default to it time and time again. And that's why that you're seeing it with a high pick rate, because it's a phenomenal support, and a high win rate, because the players that are picking it have been playing it now for 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible at basically every stage of the game too, right? It's amazing in that early phase where you're fighting up in path, and at the same time, once you have your Unite move, once you have your either Cotton Guard, Carton Spore, or your Pollen Puff, you're able to make sure that any dives or insane amounts of damage going towards one of your Pokemon can be mitigated, you know?
Why doesn't Chris play competitive? Yeah, I say it again, it's just not worth it.
Times today, where Eldegoss saves a Pokemon.
It's just not worth it.
Quickly into our ban phase here, Zoro Hoopa out of Yalla
Play
Bingo,
competitive Unite.
saw Leafeon Buzz on the other side. So now
it's fun as a hobby, but I don't need my hobby to be my, like, you know. My job's already Unite, I don't want my hobby to also be Unite.
Yeah, they want that Eldegoss,
so
and you can see why. I mean, it's just been so impactful. Now I'm wondering
Ain't
what we're
worth
going
it.
to see out of Nouns right
So here I'm first
Obviously,
picking Eldegoss.
They want to shut down Potato if possible.
Maybe they play Wish Umbreon and just pick something else for Desu.
For this strategy here, Blastoise,
Pick Dragonite at Desu.
Potato now kind of able to do whatever they want. You know, maybe they'll get their Dodrio.
Why went Zoro? Nouns play Zora Comfey, and I guess they're scared of it.
This here is they're letting the top lane pick get pushed further and further down inside the draft.
They fear Zora Comfey.
I like the Slowbro hover. I like the Slowbro lock, because now if they want to try and take Dodrio out from under Potato, they have a phenomenal counter in the Slowbro. But if not, they still have a quality defender, and they've opened up the opportunity for Potato to take the
Germany, it's a crime to play competitive Pokemon Unite.
I think it's very smart from Yalla, because they could still, they could take the Dodrio, and you don't really want to play Dodrio into Slowbro, so now you're in trouble.
They actually pick Blissey again for Desu, okay.
Potato
now on a Dodrio, they actually banned out this Buzzwole. Or Trevenant, Potato Trevenant, okay. I mean, he's placed Trevenant.
Maybe a bit of a pivot here, knowing that they're taking the Glaceon, like one of the best shred options that
and Toonstone again, going for the Fire Spin. That spin is pretty good into a Glaceon. Also, more anti-healing. Good for Trevenant, good for Eldegoss.
Yeah, Trevenant's amazing. You see a lot of teams playing.
And Bruff again though on Umbreon. Okay. Alright, game number 2.
No Buzzwole, no problem. We're going to see if this tree is as good as the Dodrio that Potato has been bringing out. Obviously, Dodrio can be a tough Pokemon to play. There are a lot of matchups that you just really don't like to play into.
This is gear broken here.
Could be that Umbreon.
Maybe.
Umbreon's on the other
I don't like seeing a Desu on Blissey, I just don't like it. And does anyone else always like
and then
it.
you just say, well, now I hate my life for playing this bird.
Yeah, well, without a doubt. That's, again, why Umbreon is rising in stock.
You know what
now,
I'm
because
surprised?
Every single
That Adesu doesn't play Sableye.
incredibly solid.
Yeah. I gotta say, it was interesting seeing Bruv switch over to the Assault Vest. We talked about that a little
I
earlier.
am
We
surprised
see a
that he
lot
doesn't
of
play
special
Sableye.
attack damage on the other
I'm gonna
side.
say it.
Given that we now
He
have
invades
draft,
on every
you can now
Pokemon, but he
see,
doesn't play
you know,
Sableye.
what your enemies are bringing into battle. You have more opportunities to play those very specific, you know, niche items that you don't get to use all the time.
Yeah, right. He would be good as he would be a good Sableye, right? That's worth big too.
A good
And if they have like Wish Umbreon in their team, I feel like they could play it.
You can tank a lot of Mew Electro Ball or Solar Beam, so it's a really solid option into some of these.
He's saving Sableye for a game against you, yeah.
Special attackers do you need
Probably.
on the other side to warrant an Assault Vest?
Boy, unless you're really specific about
Might
how
be right.
they're going to play, I feel like 3 is even scary, but 4 feels like, all right, you're in the realm of this being a really, really solid choice. It's basically
You never see
always
Physical
gonna get
Attacker,
you
only
some
special
good value,
mages?
as
Yeah,
long as
Physical
you
Attacker
play
Attacker are
well
just
enough
bad.
to pull back, have it
Like, who are you
reactivated,
playing?
and push
Greninja
back
sucks,
in.
Cinderace sucks, Decidueye is
Yeah,
alright.
that's kinda what I was gonna say. 3
Dualudon in
traditionally,
tournaments is
4
mid,
feels pretty good.
Dragapult is beyond, is
Alright,
like
we have
probably the
Eternal
worst
Potato
one
on the
on
top
in
half.
tournaments.
It's got Luidesu. No strangers
so-
here. The year 1 teammates
Which one is
are
left?
used to playing together quite often, and now they just find themselves laning together.
And now we have
Dragapult does not work in
Soraya.
tournaments.
This is a different look, obviously.
It
They
didn't
had a
even work when he
different
was
kind of
OP in
Espeon
solo
the
queue.
last game. Soraya up
So.
in this top path, getting a little aggressive right here. But a lot of teams expect
There's
this
just a lot of
out this
auto-attacking you can do.
Espeon
Team
play.
fights are
This
too
is a very
explosive
common
for
play.
basic attacks to
They
meta a
know
lot.
it hits 4 super fast, it becomes a
tournaments.
real menace, and then runs to the top path.
I actually like how Yalabingo adjusted. They're forcing into level 6 Sixies on this Glaceon, right? Glaceon has a nice spike at 6, and if you already know that
And you
the
kind of have to
Espeon
pick
is going to show up to try
attacker
and
that
blow
are
up your path, they played it safe to their side. Nobody
safe.
got knocked out. Sixies shows up at 5 1/4, and now they're going to be able
Cinderace
to
Greninja just die way
pace
too
to 6
fast.
before the
Dualudon
Espeon.
too, it's so
Yeah,
squishy.
here we go, getting ready for this fight here in the top path. A little bit of a player advantage bottom.
You get hit by one mage ability and you're just
There.
gone.
Looks like Blissey might have been able to get it there with that big old hand as Marv is getting
Is
pushed
Bruv playing
back
foul play
towards
again?
this goal. Now we can see
Looks like it.
Umbreon looking for an opportunity right here, just
Yeah,
continuing
foul play
to
again
zone
for
out
Bruv.
so that they can farm and get all of their experience on the
Foul
side of
play
the
and the
And it does
wish.
look like it's foul play, unless I missed that.
No, it's
title,
foul play.
so I think Bruv is leading into the foul play. Of course, no need for mean look if like that Dodrio isn't on the opposing side.
And you know, we've got the level 6 here on the Delphox. It's one of the harder Pokemon.
Level
in
6
lane
over
to
60 is already
actually
pushing
get
top.
Your experience on when you're, you know, fighting against the Mew. The Secure is just not even close. So it's really great that they were able to get that. You can see why they put their priority down there. As Lunder is here in the central
Watch this
area.
invade by
Now,
Yalabingo, man, they're
big
going
solar
hard.
beam Takes a lot of damage, and actually they have to pull back your Sixies looking for the KO. They are
I was looking for
going to
Landro,
get it
but he
right
can't
now.
get him.
Potato is running into this central area. Sorayu in a little bit
Someone
of
to
trouble
see
if
from
they get
European
caught.
team is more
They're just seeing what
aggressive
they can do to
stuff.
possibly secure something.
Potato trying to score, but got
More
loose there,
aggression.
sussing out exactly what the situation is. We've got a curse tree up here in the top path.
Yeah, you know, it looks like this play from Yalabingo, this is something they like to do. Win or lose in that top
Oh, am I?
path,
I'm
they
fine, I'm
take
fine, I'm
that
fine.
advantage, that Pokemon advantage, and they push into the central area of their opponents. It's a really smart strategy, and they have not been able to counter it super well on the side of Nouns. Barely not.
The spin's gonna be super annoying,
Yeah, I mean, just
but I hate playing against Fire
an
Spin.
amnesia slow bro out of Marv this time. Thank goodness, because the last time we saw him play it was a telekinesis one that did not look solid. Fire Blast right through the middle. Nice little surf action by Marv, hitting another amnesia. The store powers chunking and splitting between 4 players, but it is
Blastoise
Potato
got only one
top path,
KO.
losing the 1v1.
Yeah, Potato goes down.
Potato,
here on the top path.
2
Got
levels
Blue
down now.
So
Oh
much
boy.
free experience, a free score too of 30 points.
And Yalabingo is gonna
Big time
get maybe
ice
Vegito,
Spears
wait.
moving forward right here.
Glacial stages out. Six is looking
Slow
for a
bro?
back lane target.
Oh my, he
They're
just
trying to dial
disappeared.
one in. It looks like they've dialed in on Adesu.
But they have no safe secure beam. It's gonna be too late. Bruv gets it.
Bruv that takes it for now. Esports, are they going to pivot to push? Internal does have
Ooh,
low
the
HP.
side beam.
Sorayu's going to
Nice.
sort that out. And now the Fire Blast right on top of Sixies. That's a great
We're getting
catch.
farmed
Bruv gets
now.
to the back line to pick up the berry. Now they're hammering this goal zone.
Yeah, I mean, this is great from Bro.
They're gonna
right
leave
here.
the
You
score
can
up?
See how they're using foul play.
Wasn't they gonna
into the
actually leave it up?
It's
Okay, I
really
like it.
solid against something like Glacier.
Just don't give
You're able to
Glacier
break
Mew experience,
passively
right? Like, at this
one,
point,
able
Mew
to
is
displace it with
so
the
far
other,
behind
and then
now.
you get the big time stun, and it's tough for such a squishy Pokemon to get away from.
Potato's gonna be so useless this game. He's completely out of it.
Saying, yeah, all right,
You can take the rip-off though at least.
Score in your top path.
Yeah, at least Potato's trying to find value on the opposing side of the map, you know, take some stuff out in the central.
They're pushing this goal, but they don't even have coins. Oh, they have 30 coins.
They're going straight in and getting bullied straight out. Nice foul play.
Rough.
Potato's there to
Oh,
give some support.
he's getting hometown.
Top goal zone is shattered, and
He got clicked on.
flying towards tier 2.
Yeah, Regieleki is moving towards this tier 2, and they're
They
going
have Defox Unite, Blastos Unite. Oh, they can easily push. This one's gonna go in, right? Surely. Yo, Toon Slim, okay. Yeah, okay, it's gonna go in. They have no chance. Too many circuits.
The Bliss assistants come in.
Too many circuits.
Amazing fight for Nouns Esports.
That was just bang, bang, bang. That was just a nice sequence of Unite moves. One a split second after another to just pace through and make sure the Yala Bingo.
I mean, I guess he just had to do it to stay alive.
To breathe, letting that Regieleki hit, tons of points going in, and a nice healthy lead on the scoreboard from Nouns Esports.
Yeah, this is that aggressive Nouns we talked about right there. They saw that opportunity and they went for it. It's always tough. You know, that first Regieleki oftentimes is the most.
Can they get Gatlu here? Yeah, they actually can. No way. The serve? Soft boiled? No way. Oh, he got stunned. Okay. Good for Glaceon. It's definitely worth it.
Yeah, Nouns
100% worth it for Yala Bingo.
Really make sure that
Can they fight for this bot objective? You only have one Unite on the other side.
Able to leverage
somehow.
Weird 5-minute glacial stage that they used, right? They got Gatlu, but they didn't let it snowball past that, which is obviously the point. Now Bruv has to do work against 5 players.
Oh my god, the Defox Unite is huge. Potato can't do anything about it either. He's just stuck in it, he can't get out of it. Oh, the fire spin again! But they actually get SP on. Nice serve. Regice was 1 HP. Oh my. Yala's winning this fight. I can't believe Yala's winning this fight.
Yala Bingo finding a way in that fight. I mean, really, actually, I think
now it's hit so many spins and a huge serve.
Displacement from Gatlu.
Still not enough to win.
Tune with that fire spin,
wow.
Unite move. I mean, there were just some really impressive things on both sides. And then, yeah, it came down to the B button right there. Glaceon with 1 hit, able to take it down.
It felt like it was on.
And now suddenly, my Potato's the same level as Gatlu.
I was just like, bated breath, what's going to happen? And at that point, 60 was like, all right, maybe I'll just hit this button, see if we can get it. And they did.
I would love it if that's really what's going through his head.
It has to be.
Maybe I'll just hit this button.
What else?
What happened? Hey, it worked, guys. What'd you do? Hit the other button.
We can use Unite one more time. Defox has it again. Blastos has up.
The technology.
I like the sound.
But Nouns Esports Unite moves are very scary.
Good zoning here from Nouns Esports as you actually see Potato looking to move in, go for the KO on Toon. Back the other way, we have that
Toon is dying to the pain split.
Make sure that they are not able to shut them down. Last plus assistance we're going to see before Rayquaza. Unite move here from Toon, able to zone them out a little bit. It's kind of an awkwardly positioned one, but a really
Does he have Hydro Pump? He doesn't have Hydro Pump. He has it now. Boost auto attack surf. He can't reach.
It's a tough one. They're pretty slippery on the side of Yala Bingo, but good defense.
And 1 for 1.
Finally getting a Trevenant knockout. I really liked the Gatlu surf into the Fanciful Fireworks to make sure that the Trevenant couldn't get any of their self-healing.
Wait, what slapped him? Was the Egg Bomb again that stopped Glaceon Unite?
Espeon Unite picks up 4. Are they going to leverage that, or is it just a use it or you lose it type situation? No, Bruv says I'm going straight.
Oh my god, so close. Nouns wins it though.
Potato's at half HP.
Potati, no! He gets Egg Bombed!
By Sorayu.
Wow, I mean, great fight from Nouns, but yeah, they're going to have to make sure that they get their Unite moves here. Obviously, this is a nice Regieleki for them, but
Live
not
14
the most
Toon Slim
thing in the world. They are already up on the scoreboard, though, and Yala Bingo has to deal with this. Now, there are a lot of things that Nouns can do with this moment. They can, of course, farm, get their Unite moves back, get ready for this next fight. They also can get really aggressive around Rayquaza and see if they can take this while Yala Bingo is distracted. Right here, we see Gatlu able to just, you know, hit them with the Hydro
Now,
Pump.
Potati plays Love Tree, though. He does play Love Tree.
3 members of Yala Bingo ripping this apart, so it doesn't look like Nouns is going to get a big advantage from this. But it did give them time to get themselves ready for this next fight.
I guess he just can't play Dodrio into what Nouns says, right?
As we move in,
playing Dodrio here is not fun.
Anyone out, and look at Bruv, bottom left. Solar Beam
What else is there? Nothing really.
Looks like they're for quick convergence, surf to the pad.
Yeah, and here
Blaziken,
we go.
I guess.
They're looking for a moment right there, not able to make it happen. Big time solar beams.
But it's kind of scary picking Blaziken into an enemy Espeon for early game. Like,
little bit of that. And you can
It's
see
not fun.
Conlu, he knows he's there. Continuing, there we go. Big time slope.
Okay,
That's
this
gonna
is
be
nice
the
by
end
Yalabingo, very
of
proactive.
Blastoise. We still have 4 members of Nouns Esports.
Who is the
and now
eject button?
there's
Okay, that's gonna
no
go for
longer
Rayquaza now.
Slowbro United
Potato's looking for the
there.
flank.
Moving on to Rayquaza now.
Oh, this is awkward now.
Potato going straight into the back
Huge
line.
Unite by Potato. Toon Slim in a bad position. But he has a Unite, eject. This is looking good for Yalabingo. Potato's still alive. Potato's still alive. Isaac is speed raining down. Toon is 1 HP. They have to go for race still.
Esports is finding a place to take a deep breath.
And here we go.
Blastoise still has Unite.
Esports has their Blastoise back, but it's getting caught right now by this Glaceon. Tons of damage.
Just trying to buy time.
However, here comes the Delphox.
Oh, the Delphox damage on Glaceon.
Being jumped on right now by the Umbreon.
Holy.
They're just keeping them away from this. 45 seconds left, and all members of Nouns Esports are back as this fight is still raging on.
Now the fire spins. Toon Slim. Another fire spin. Is Delphox? Oh, like Delphox living on 1 HP, 1 owns the game. No way, man. The fire spins are disgusting. Another one. Espi gets the 4KO, but Toon did everything there. Holy Toon. Okay, we have a bracket reset. We have another best of 3 coming up.
Continuing to put points on the board.
Another tie best of 3.
Extending their lead, winning this
Wow.
first best of 3 from the losers bracket. For some reason, in EU, this is just the story, time and time again. You beat a team, you send them down to losers, and somehow the next time you face them, they're just
Yeah, the loser bracket team in Europe always like clutches up, man.
Data download, right?
It's
like,
hilarious.
Oh, we lost, but now we know how to compute this and what strategy we need next time around. I must say, Nouns Esports was communicating so well again in that final fight. Yes, they got a premium target,
I mean, Toon just did way so when that final fight, right?
Up top with the back foul play engagement by Brub to split the attention,
And Umbreon too.
allowed them to get 60s off the map, and 60s was the problem in that fight.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw that incredible play there, obviously, from Potato, peeling down, making sure that they could get to that Delphox. Delphox goes down there. After that Blastoise goes down, I think it's all over for Nouns Esports, but really heads-up play, Adesu, the Bliss assistants, they peel back, keep, you know, the front line inside there so you can keep that Delphox healthy. Big moment there for Nouns. Yalabingo, I mean, they found an advantage. They went for it. I think it was a strong choice from them, considering they were already behind.
Big Psychic Solaire to kick off our highlights here.
On
and this was just
Slim.
Nouns Esports cobbling together a very powerful push off the back of Toon's support, and that kind of became the story. Fanciful Fireworks are down. Full-on engagement, see what we can do.
Yeah, I mean, this was such a big moment right here. Obviously, Delphox on 1 getting out of there. I think the entire match changes if that Delphox goes down. It's going to have a massive timer, level 14, but it was able to get themselves healthy and get back in there. Toon Slim on the Fox, 123,000 damage and 7K.
What?
When Toon Slim is on, this
They have 123,000
team feels
damage.
unstoppable within this region. And the last 2 games, their
Aye,
picks
aye,
have
aye.
been perfect, picture perfect, and their play has matched.
Yeah, they're just they're playing out of their mind right now. They're doing a great job. Toon,
It's my first time seeing Comp Unite, like officially, but I completely 100% know that I've played against 2 of the known players and just listen to Potato Uber person in my own comp games. Now I feel better about losing.
Finals, but we
Yeah,
reset
they're good
this thing
players.
because Nouns won 2. So we're going to take a pause for the cause. We're going to get all that recombobulated, and we'll be right back. Recombobulated.
We're going to get recombobulated.
Recombobulated.
Bracket reset. Bracket reset, everyone. I'm so excited, I just can't hide it. It's weird, YouTube has no music, so I have to stop being weird. I can't contain myself. I can't contain myself. I'm so excited. AG lost. AG losing to Zakurak's new team. Zakurak. Zakurak. No, it's not the best of 3. Just one more best of 3, then we're done. And then we have North America. I mean, we're not done. We have North America afterwards. We're not done. Long time. We are not done for a while.
We are combobulated
It's supposed to
and
say
we
good.
are ready for this
Apparently,
grand
yeah.
finals bracket reset between Yalla Bingo and now
Sometimes at least.
Sports.
At this point, nobody should be surprised that there's a grand finals reset in EU. We're just going to keep on doing it. Here's the question, though. Can Yalla Bingo finally break the cycle of the loser bracket team winning the whole darn thing?
It just seems to happen again and again and again here in EU. We saw earlier Yalla Bingo sending Nouns Esports.
I mean, Nouns against
to the
Yalla Bingo was
losers
close,
bracket,
right?
sending
Like,
ABC to the losers
what is
bracket.
that?
Heading now into the grand finals. Nouns is back, better than ever. 2-0 in this first series. Now we've got another one. Now it's time to see if Yalla Bingo can hold on to this advantage that they've had, or if Nouns is finally going to get one of their big wins.
Nouns has been scrounging for it, quite literally. Even, like you said, having a good run at AOS Cup, the highest performing EU team.
Yep.
You know, I think closing that out in 6th place. But still going with the roster changes, still trying to find a way to that #1 spot, still trying to see what their recipe for success is going to be.
What happens if Yalla wins this best of 3?
Most importantly for them, there's no
They win the best of 3 and win the tournament.
Worlds for them.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, EU had a very
That's what's going to happen.
anticlimactic run at Worlds last year. Not a single EU team making it through that brutal first day group stage. So I know that this region has a lot to prove. They've been looked at for a long time as one of the best in the world. Now with these roster shakeups, everything is just being, thrown around, and we're going to have to see if a team can really rise to the top once again like Nouns Esports. Different parts, but a lot of the same stuff that made them successful.
Yeah, I mean, the skill in the region is there, right? It's just putting the pieces together to make a picture that makes sense.
Academy Lutanus on Luminosity, things change fast, yeah.
To do it. Yalla Bingo, on the other hand, after a first switch,
I know.
I believe it was Klaus for Lunder.
No, that is no. I don't want to, bro. That's no Grape Pool. I'm going to give you your points back. I'm not this. No Grape Pool.
Today, but Yalla Bingo's been here
no
before,
Grape Pool.
and when
No.
they were here last time,
You get your points back. I am what is no.
Winners, and then that was for
No,
free
bro.
coming back at them.
No.
2-0ing them twice to take them down. It felt like Yalla Bingo kind of just had a mental
No.
boom. They lost their edge. They were just getting beat, and they didn't know how to claw their way back into these games. We're going to see if that's
Oh,
what's
never could
happening
be
right
sad.
now, or if we're going to see the Yalla Bingo that can win the whole thing, which we've also seen them do.
Yalla Bingo going Zorak, Leafeon here.
They're gonna first pick Aegis now?
Unsurprisingly for Nouns, target down the Mew, Lunder's Mew, and of course the Slowbro.
No Blastoise,
They
okay.
don't want that thing in their opposing hands, and to Yalla Bingo's credit, the one time they could pick it, they did, and it looked good.
Now look at here, we've got a first pick of a Blastoise. Now, the interesting thing I'm seeing is I'm wondering if they thought if they took second pick, maybe Yala would steal away that Blastoise. I'm not really sure, as on the other side, they are now
What if they pick Buzzwole now too?
This is going to be really
Wow.
interesting. They have the option to grab Buzzwole.
And they're gonna, I guess Hooper and Eldegoss are both opens, they don't care.
You know, a role of more of a
They didn't ban Hooper this time.
defender in the bottom path, or they can just leave it open for Potato.
Sylveon, okay. Back to the Sylveon.
Yellow Bingo is calling their bluff. Like, we think
But
we don't
Sylveon and
want
Chantillion?
Buzzwole, so we are not going to pick it here. And they're right.
Yeah, they are right. As we can see the final picks coming in. Possibly we are seeing Mime once again for Nouns Esports.
Do we have a Breath Mr. Mime? Yes, we do, of course.
There's a lot of great options.
What's a good last pick here? I'm not even sure.
We're just gonna have to see what they want to bring into this match.
Chandelure.
Candle.
Okay, I mean that's pretty annoying for Umbreon, pretty annoying for Buzzwole.
More range than perhaps with the
It's gonna be go like, okay, Delphox looked insane, we're gonna pick Delphox ourselves now. I mean, Delphox looks great for Nouns here, against Nouns. Okay. Twin Slim showed them something, let's see if they can also run back on the Delphox. I mean, Fire Spin is very good into Sylveon, good into Chandelure, good into Mr. Mime. So, we'll see how much I can do.
I mean, this could be
We'll see how much I can do.
Inteleon in any match could be the difference maker.
Those Fire Spins could be deadly.
Right? The snipe shot is such a skill-based maneuver.
Well, you promised that it needs so much experience in early game, Delphox.
Needs to be rewarded, but holy, if you are locking those in and you are raking the targets, it like you said, it just takes over.
Yeah, I'm wondering what kind of Umbreon we're going to see for that. Again, Foul Play, Wish just got, you know, some really nice buffs. You could definitely see that.
Why would I be sad about that?
You could see Mean Look locking them in place to make sure that these snipe shots are even easier to hit. We're going to have to see what they want to bring out, because
anyone who is sad if like if a famous person is taken in a relationship and you're sad about it, you need to seek therapy. Fast.
Absolutely. I
All
think
right.
that's why we're actually going to see
if you're upset that a famous person is in a relationship,
choose Umbreon in
because you like them,
position and
you need therapy. Let them enjoy their lives, man. Let them live their lives and seek therapy.
If you're really looking for Lunder to facilitate those big knockouts, plus they already have
very fast.
Yeah, here we go.
I can't with K-pop fans, man. Like, they're so cringe.
Game number 1 of our grand finals. Bracket reset. Nouns Esports, your purple team.
Let's see.
Bingo, your orange
Adesso is gonna live on invade, by the looks of it. Oh, okay, he can make it over in time.
Wins the whole thing. Bingo gave up.
So we have the Delphox Centraria for Bingo, and he's not gonna make it to get it in time. Okay. And now Adesso is gonna get auto-attacked, clicked down by the rep buff. Does Adesso actually win this? He's actually winning this, but will he get away in time? Can they make blue buff in time? Sayu popping X speed maybe? No! Oh, it doesn't make it.
Very, very close.
I'm surprised he didn't like pop X speed or something for it to make it faster.
Inside the central area here.
I want to keep Delphox in check.
Not able to take it down. Adesso in trouble right now, having to back out. But you know, Hoopa can just
oh, he's eject button. Oh, he has eject button.
I mean, everyone's cashing him in early, not able to pick up a KO.
What?
But I'm trying to look if anyone was able to get an advantage anywhere.
Interesting.
And really hoping, you know, if you're on the side of Yellow Bingo,
they didn't do much to against this Delphox, no? Totally fine.
We're going right back in after it. Can we finally see a K opener? No, Nouns Esports is going to peel.
Yeah, everyone playing extremely well right
has been
here.
captured 80% of games.
Rayquaza has been captured in 89% of games.
Thank you, Jake. I was about to win. Yeah,
either means you were so
that's
miles
pretty cool.
ahead, you were able to defend Rayquaza, or you were so miles ahead or so miles behind. Didn't matter.
Yeah, that's true. Because we're heading down to our bottom.
Is he playing Flamethrower? Okay, I like it.
We've seen a lot of overheat today.
I like it, I like it, I like it. Oh, he almost gets the KO burn? Oh, my team was 1 HP.
Really solid. It went through, you know, a nice little balance change at this point a few months ago, and it's just a super good secure tool.
It really is. Now we have finally both our top laners.
Pick EVs level 6, 8, and 10. Yes.
So also level 5 internal matching. We'll see what the exchange is between the top laners and support. But Soraya showing it to be a difference maker. Gatlu might catch a reset here.
Goodbye, Putati.
And this would be a great K opener for them. Straight to Soraya.
Goodbye, Putati.
Really nice stuff here from Nouns Esports. Just using that early pressure from Sylveon.
Oh, it's actually missing a fire flame charge though.
A different look on this Delphox right here. That is the missable
do I like it this game? I don't think no.
This is what you see more often, you know, in those solo queue games where someone's looking to outskill their opponents.
Yeah, and 60s is putting it to him with that. I mean, great damage output by that. A little bit less.
I feel like I would enjoy Fire Spin more here.
Traffic or engaging tool like that Fire Spin Fire Blast is. So a little bit of a different look, but we'll see how it works because they committed their last pick to it.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I personally have never found it to be that viable competitively. I've seen my Fire Spin.
Nice
I'll tell you what's
catch.
competitively viable. It's always picking up nice big KOs. One of the best things you can do competitively is pick up KOs. Someone quote that. That's mine.
That's one thing that Bruv is doing with these walls is he's getting immediate confusion blasts on
Continues only have a 6.5.
which is leading to knockouts or at least hard retreats like we just saw.
Bruv has more experience than
I
Intellion.
believe it's Lunder.
Oh, he tried to eject. Is Potato dead though? No, right? No.
Of the shots you don't take. Mine's going to be a KO.
Backman walks away.
Okay,
I think
sure.
it really is.
Sure. Can somebody?
Yeah, I don't know.
mark
Yellow
that
Bingo
down?
is...
On your headstone, where do you want
Was it
that?
in February as well, where Yellow Bingo was in the grand final and
Yeah. It's crazy out
got
here.
reverse
All right,
swept
going
very
on. So
hard.
Nouns Esports showing up.
It was, right?
Space highway open. We're going to see where Nouns actually wants to prioritize. They're sending a couple more players up top with Bruv kind of on just the bottom path duty. Yellow Bingo looking to match.
Yeah, Potato doing well up here top, right? A little bit of a level lead, so obviously Buzzable outplaying the Blastoise a little bit, but it's very, very close here.
That's a
Serenio in
big
some trouble,
KO.
and they are going to get KO'd essentially by a Desu.
This problem, this Death Fox build just needs so much experience. It needs level 11 before it can really start doing anything. Okay, Potato.
They are not stopping this assault.
All right, okay. Wait, they got 3 KOs. Mime doesn't have Unite, so you can't defend.
Mime is here, but there are 4 members of Yellow Bingo.
There's some have found the comeback.
Goal zone gone.
Nice mean look by Marv to trap Bruv around that berry so that they could close that goal zone out. The Confusion Blast range, not enough to disrupt that. So Yellow Bingo finding themselves in lead in the scoreboard.
Yeah, really nice stuff here. Nouns, you know, in the meantime, keeping Gotlu top so that they can get their level 9. Very important that they get this Unite move right here. They were able to do it, which is huge.
You know what I'm just sad about? That the balance patch didn't change anything for what Pokemon get played in tournaments. Like, at all. Nothing changed. We've been having the same meta for like 5 months now, I feel like.
Potato's looking for a target. Oh, snipe shot right into the Hydro Typhoon.
Got Lucius zoning. They pick it up. Nice hyperspace portal. Ooh, that was a huge surf fight. Oh my god, okay, Gatlu. Okay, Gatlu. That was a massive surf.
Nouns can escort it in, and they do.
They can get a nice overcap here. 21
We've got 40
and 23 and 40.
The 23, then the 40, big stuff right here.
That was a
Really
massive
good math
surf.
on the side of Nouns Esports, putting them up 196.
Gatlu coming in huge.
All the while that was happening, we have Marv in the bottom path. I know
He's
if I
trying
looked at
to
it right, they were stacking.
Sein Hoop unbound.
You know, an Aeos cookie, so it's something. They're getting something out of this.
He
but I
popped
felt
it,
like
and he's getting smackdowned. And
well, able to keep a Desu from resetting is huge, and Red Seals
and
taking
seems
what I wanna
like,
point
yeah,
out, though,
man, have
is
fun.
Marv's play. They knew the Hoopa was going to be rotating down, and that's why they used their mean look so far up the path to keep them from bringing the squad through. And as you saw, nobody took that portal.
Yeah, really nice
Adio
stuff there from
zu
Yellow Bingo. You can just see why
strikes
these
again.
teams are 2 of the top teams in the region, right? They have, you know, for every great play that you see.
I mean, that's just unfortunate. I mean, like, yeah. I think it's right his team doesn't take that portal, though. I think it's too late.
Nice lead here, over 100 points. It's one of the best positions to be in, well, outside of like 500 points or something. But, you know, if you're over by 100 points, at least you can make
Potato dodged that Blastoise Unite with its own Unite.
That Unite move for Unite move, another.
Oh, he missed the superpower though, but it's kind of awkward on the wall.
They're looking to score in this top goal zone.
Okay, maybe Death Fox is strong now, obviously. He's level 11. Can 60s dance around? Can 60s dance? Not quite.
Settle this thing down for a moment and see what you can actually do. Because right now, we are pretty at parity with experience, just a little bit ahead is Nouns.
Yeah, I think Nouns got the better of that moment. Only slightly, you know, some really good stuff from Yellow Bingo, but the real play there from Yellow was deciding that the engagement was done. They weren't going to be able to win this. All they were going to be doing is throwing some experience to the
I mean, this game is not long over.
I love when teams recognize that. You're not going to win every fight, and you have to see what you do when you know that that's happening. Beautiful Unite move right
Okay,
back
he's just only pouring.
I love that play from Sylvian. Says, you're going to pick me up, I'm going to jump into
He needs to farm a bit, but Yellow Bingo's not gonna repick fast anyways, right? Can 60 snipe this summer? No. Oh wait, Adesu!
Yeah.
Adesu! Oh my god, he died almost 5 times there.
Very low, secured by the hyper voice points there from the Sylveon. That Regieleki is going to walk towards the top path here of Yellow Bingo. They're going to be able to rip it apart pretty easily, but it's going to take them some time. And since it's taking them some time, we can see Nouns is possibly in a good position for
They can get a free Regis. Oh, they can get a free Regis here.
to get Registeel. A Registeel buff on
Yeah, Yellow Bingo knows they have to fight for it. They're still moving towards here. Looking for a snipe. Snipe shot will be blocked though. Registeel goes over to Flamethrower.
Flamethrower secured nice portal
That
for the
Flamethrower together with Hyper Voice does so much damage.
Yeah,
So much damage, man. So much damage. Okay, this time I don't want to see like Blastoise mirror Blastoise all the time.
They're ahead on points. They have a great
But I think it's gonna happen again.
for this fight.
I mean, yes,
They
you
just need to
got the
make
top
sure
goal,
that
I
they don't
guess.
make any big mistakes, and they should walk away from this with a nice big
Maybe they
win.
can catch
They're just
Buzzwole.
gonna
I
see
mean,
if they can
we
catch
always know
a
this is
member
going to
of
happen on
Yellow
top, right?
Bingo
Like, this happens
over
every
set.
single game.
Well, Potato
But I feel like not enough teams punish this
sussed out by
positioning.
Gatlu. They saw them move into the bush without a doubt. So now it's how much spacing can they buy with this snipe shot, and how much critical follow-up can they actually do when it hits.
So,
Potato
can he
Gatlu
smooth enough
staring at each
60s?
Here we go. Looking for a moment
very
right
difficult.
here, eating the mystical fire. Rayquaza now being chipped up a little bit here by Yellow Bingo as they continue this push. Nice big pickup.
Gatlu?
Into the team.
Gatlu?
Looking for a play right here.
Gatlu?
Well, he catches one and gets the Umbreon Unite onto him.
Well, rings around bound. Hydro Typhoon is out, but Lunder
Wait,
is
he's
looking
alive?
for their next target. We've got one
He took the
player
Hoopa
down
and
this
bound
Potato.
Portal.
Now, Desu's getting low, forcing out the Prance.
He's actually alive.
They're moving to the backside. They
No
get
way.
Lunder with the eject button.
Did he
And
buy
Turtle's
enough
trying to
time
pick
for
up.
his
There's too
te-
many
like, his
players
team to
taking too
clean
much
up?
damage. Fanciful Fireworks, just like that picture on your phone, ain't getting a look at. Now we're moving back the other
No.
way, pivoting back to the middle. Again, Nouns Esports is still up. They don't need to take this thing.
No, they don't. And they're letting Rayquaza reset right now. They're in a great position here. Toon.
I mean, he bought time for them to KO Buzzwole, but is that really worth it?
Hyperspace hole. 60's actually really low on HP. If they eat
Oh,
a little bit of a flamethrower right there, they could be in a lot of trouble.
Toon Slam with the eject button forward.
After the eject button,
Okay.
they take down the Delphox. 40 seconds left, and Yala Bingo is running out of time.
Toon Slam ain't
running
playing
out of
around
options.
anymore.
We've got the heels up, but they need to move in. They need to just kind of YOLO at this Rayquaza, see what they can do. But walled off and blocked off is Potato.
That should be game.
Knocked down is Potato here.
No chance to get Ray right. Buzzwole in team fights, if they get there behind, they just can't really do too much.
Yellow Bingo actually needs to send somebody to score right now.
Yeah, now it's 1-0 lead, now 3-0 lead, whatever you want to call it.
That is a fruitless endeavor.
Oh boy,
Yeah,
Yellow Bingo needs
amazing
something
stuff
else.
from Nouns Esports, picking up a lot of KOs
I feel like
right
Fire
there.
Spin would have been so much better this game.
The t-shirts. KOs are
It's a
important
game, like-
competitive, or whatever I said. I'll clean it up.
That's how you
How
know the
does-
quote was so darn good.
Yeah,
Maybe
you're
I
like,
just don't
whatever it
understand
is, it's
Gatlu.
gonna be good.
Like, how
Someone
does he
give me a
misplay
help
every
with
final
this.
team fight and still
Yellow
win the
Bingo
game?
here,
Like, I don't
we
get
got some
it.
questions to answer.
Yeah.
Because they're
Maybe
finding themselves
it's
in
just
a
too
similar
high IQ
position
for
as
me
we
that
saw
I don't
them in
understand.
February, and that is not a recipe for success. You know how I know that? Because they lost in February.
Yeah, absolutely. It's tough for Yellow Bingo right here. It's been tough for pretty much any team coming from the winner's side,
Yeah.
oddly enough. You know, the team coming from the loser's side, they have a lot to prove. They have momentum, you know, behind them. The wind is in their sails. And the team that is sitting there in the waiting in the grand finals has just been waiting for the games. You know, they have had the opportunity to watch what Nouns has done.
I don't know.
To make their way through that loser's bracket.
He ever
but
plays Fire Spin? Yeah, I
obviously
know.
Nouns has a strategy that Yellow Bingo just can't seem to counter.
Yeah,
But I thought they picked the Defoxy for Fire Spin.
In control at every point in the game. You know, Yellow Bingo, this is kind of where we said this could have been the beginning of the end for them. If they overextended
Fire's
and pushed
like
there, that could have been
Fire
a full
Spin
team
with
wipe,
in Snipe
and
Shot
then
is
we're
also
having a
right.
different
Like I feel like
conversation
every
about
Fire
Yellow
Spin can be a
Bingo is there,
KO.
is still mentally
with
resilient. What are
Inteleon.
we talking about here? One thing different from this event than February is they're keeping the games closer, they're keeping their heads in it, and they're giving themselves real opportunities. It felt like the light was gone from their eyes in February. This is a different story.
Yeah, this is a different story, and they're playing very well. They're just not able to close it out. Let's take a look at our player of the game here, Doob Snacks, and that is Bruv on the Mr. Mime.
Doing just tons of great utility work for the team. Again, I mentioned it before, not really numbers that are well represented. Their impact is not well represented by the numbers we're seeing on their screen. Unlike Toon, for example, where you can see like the damage and KOs and stuff. Bruv is really what they're facilitating for the team, what they're enabling for the team, and what they're disabling for their opponent.
Yeah, of course. You know, they don't have how many times the light screen was put up and stunned someone long enough for them to be in a horrible position, or a confusion knocking them into a wall, giving the opportunity for the team to follow up on that. The Unite move that it uses to shut down your enemies over and over and over again with these mini stuns. So it's always fun to see a defender or support player get their shine at the end of the game, because it doesn't show as well on the stat screen.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bruv, especially on this mime, has been a joy for us to watch for 3 years now. And it's only gotten better. And if in any moment where the meta is relevant that Bruv can play mime is a good time for any team that they're on.
Well, it's always fun to have a player that you can't really counterpick.
Weil Choice auf Spoon, because Choice does a bit of more burst damage to wild Pokemon for last hits early game. It's just all about winning a few early game last hits with Choice Specs.
Great position to be in.
That's why.
To have a pocket pick that you are that good on that is still relevant in the meta.
I think at least that's just the reasoning.
It's skill intensive, putting the wall, confusion blast, stuff like that, and that's the reason why some teams that had a
like mime only has like one confusion anyways. Like you, Choice Specs out damages Spoon right on one confusion, and you often only have one confusion up anyways.
You could ban
so
Prussel, but
that makes sense.
Have mime, which serves a similar role, and yes, the skill gap is higher, and what Bruv can do on it is amazing. But they essentially don't have to worry about the Prussel.
Who do I want to win?
That role somewhere else.
Yeah, they have many other things that they.
I mean, I guess I want. I guess Nouns.
To have a player that is so good at their role, they just have so many options. Let's take a look at some of the top Pokemon to watch here. Here are our attackers right now. These are some big highest damage numbers. Apparently, Venusaur had quite a game.
Yeah, wow. They must have been playing against Miyu and Zoinks. Good night, lining them up.
Yeah, really nice stuff. Average KOs kind of low across the board for some of these attackers, but you know, when you're playing these very high-level competitive games, you're not going to see someone as often absolutely run amok and have 19 KOs against the enemy team. It does happen, especially with Zoroark Comfey sometimes. But in general, you're not going to see that as often. Now, I think the big question on everyone's mind and the big question for Yalla Bingo is, are you going to let this happen again? How can you stop it? I mean, this is deja vu, the reoccurring nightmare. You're falling into this once again where you came from the winner's bracket. A team you already dispatched has come up, and now they beat you 3 games in a row.
I don't know what Yalla.
Yeah, what happens to Yalla Bingo in Grand Finals, man? What happens to them?
They need to, I think, throw a Hail Mary move. I think having something on their side. I mean, Nouns Esports is banning the Slowbro, and if it's not
like
banned,
actually,
I do
what
like that they're
happens to them in
picking it.
Grand
I would
Finals?
like to see them do that again if that's.
What does they record this year so far?
When I look across at Nouns Esports,
kind of like.
The problem is Toon and Bruv, and they are so uniquely different roles on the map that it's really hard to isolate and remove one from the equation. So they're kind of getting their attention.
They won once, right?
For example, at AOS Cup when we saw 4.
Yeah, they won in March. In March they won it. In March they won also from loser bracket, right? True. No, they won in March, yeah.
Team. Well, it's tough to do that against.
At AOS Cup they got AOS Cup they lost from 0-4 in AOS Cup.
Yeah, I think that's really important.
And
oftentimes teams are
true, okay.
strong as
March there. I don't know. Every single
okay,
time the loser bracket team just wins.
We can pick Pokemon.
No, you're right. Actually, yeah. Okay.
The team crumble around them in those moments. It's really hard.
They lost from winner bracket in
so many options.
AOS Cup, and then they won from loser bracket in March. It's just, I guess, Europe is just cursed.
They beat them earlier.
The winner bracket team just always loses.
Once again, and I think one of the
I mean, it's still 2 games to go. Let's see. I mean, it's not over.
When you are this
but it's so difficult to come back from being down 3-0.
How do you shake it off? How do you shake off the fact that you just gave up your advantage in the first series? You had to go to a reset. Then how do you shake off that again you have lost a game? You just have
come on, just potato to Rio now.
Need to push through.
Well, let's push through into a palate cleanser here.
Let's get out the potato to Rio.
Trainer cards. Let's take a look at some trainer cards.
Oh, I want to see these trainer cards right here.
See here. Okay, we got the Dragapult action. Look at the cats with the hats. Just like you said, you've been saying a lot of cat stuff today.
Suit up.
Did that have anything to do with me saying cats off? I mean, come on. That's pretty good. I like this a lot. Tip my cat to you. This is very nice.
Crushed it.
At
on
Saho 224, we got the season 10.
It's season 10, 10-17. Maybe the year they were born. I don't know. I'm not
unlikely
a wizard.
Unless they're a vampire, possibly.
I don't know them.
If they're a vampire, I'll say this right now.
That is pretty cool.
I would say that is pretty cool. And also, don't blow your cover by putting it on your trainer card. all of a sudden be like, cool, I'm hiding
in their defense,
sneaky ways of letting people know I'm a vampire. Hey, guess what? People hunt vampires. Be careful out there, vampires.
In that person's defense, there is no one on the planet but me looking at that screen that would have been like, that's probably a year they were born.
I think Van Helsing would disagree. Here we go. As we have Zorark first ban, Leafeon ban here from Nouns Esports.
Is that Zorark really this scary? Like, I wonder, but I mean, I guess so.
Enough got loot. Like, we're tired of this.
Well, that opens up Nouns to pick.
Okay, Blastoise is finally banned. Wow.
Mentioned that they would like to play in this type of situation, and
Blastoise
suddenly becomes at a premium between these two teams.
I know. I
banned.
feel like Potato needs to grab this early because I do think Gotlu will steal it.
Yep.
The other issue here is, of course.
So yeah, okay. That's what I expected now. They banned Blastoise and they picked Dodrio.
Because I think that was
there it is.
Now I wonder. What does Gotlu
and of course, Gotlu also wants to play it, so.
Are they gonna play Trevenant? You know, are they gonna?
Yeah, what's Gotlu gonna play now?
I feel like
really?
I'm talking about not enjoying Blaziken lately, so it's gonna be an interesting call.
I love this. Grab Slowbro immediately, right? Don't give them the shutdown tool. I think that's.
If they pick Trevenant away now too, or yeah, okay. They could go Trevenant.
Back to being unsurprised. Back to.
Execute the Mew.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
Here we go. Hoopa, Mew.
Zaura, yeah.
Gotlu now through the Rolodex to see what he is going to bring to this top path. I do think that Trevenant
it's gonna be Gotlu Trevenant.
Make it very strong in that top path.
Gotlu Trevenant.
Kind of fill this
no, wait.
You know, super tanky.
What's Gotlu gonna do against this Dodrio? Lucario? But it might be Sereyu than a Lucario. Okay, I mean, Power Punch is pretty good into that. Sixie's getting Inteleon. What could be a good last pick here for Nouns? They need something for Gotlu. What could it be? I have no idea. Aegislash? Nah.
I'm wondering what this final pick is.
This is difficult. Machamp? I would be worried about seeing Gotlu Machamp.
Who are they going to send center?
They have no idea what to pick. Dragon Knight? They don't know what to pick. They don't know what to pick. So I guess it's gonna be Gotlu and Lucario after all. And is Sayu gonna play the Espeon?
That's true.
Yeah, they don't know what to last pick here. I don't know either, honestly. Oh, okay. Maybe Gatlu's playing Espeon though, actually. Yeah, I guess that works.
We're already seeing where things are going is showing
interesting.
That Nouns Esports is at least dynamic in where they're
okay, well, we're in for something.
I would be
they didn't know what to pick.
Absolutely staggered if Sereyu doesn't find their way into the top path with their Lucario.
What would be a good pick here? I don't even know myself either.
Is how do they manage
Gengar, actually.
Central area? Is it Gotlu and both going down path and then jumping into the middle to grab a buff and then hitting lane? What do you think?
I guess it's as simple as Gotlu can take a buff, run top for a possible, Espeon quick attack there in that top
I guess
path,
maybe, I mean, I don't like Mimic, not Mimikyu. Blaziken? No, odds pretty bad.
I mean, giving at least one spin through the central on the candle.
You know what?
Help it get scaled up.
Asia would just play Scyther there, right? Probably. But I don't like Scyther anyway, so.
How are you feeling about Yalabingo's draft?
I kind of love what Yalabingo did right here. I mean, this might be the shot in the arm that they need. If they lose this match, I'll be not shocked because Nouns has been playing so well, but I'll absolutely understand that Nouns was the better team.
I don't think Tree can reach anything here.
This does feel like Yalabingo's game to lose here.
Yeah, I didn't think any team lost themselves the game in the draft screen, which sometimes we do.
Mioscarada?
Yeah,
maybe actually.
And here we go as we head into game number 2 of our grand finals bracket reset between Yalabingo and Nouns Esports. Yalabingo, your purple team. Nouns Esports.
God of War? Nah, not God of War.
One game. If Nouns wins this one, they win the whole
Not against Inteleon Mew. That doesn't do anything.
They are giving a little of that Espeon, and they're giving some to Chandelure. So that seems about right.
So yeah, Sereyu is going to play Lucario, but is he going to go for E-Speed then?
Rolling up top very, very quickly, looking for an engagement opportunity.
He's going to play Side Noise, he's going to play Stop Power. Of course, he needs Stop Power against Dodrio, right? Like, definitely.
Yeah, they're pushing towards this.
Yalab on this draft. Yeah, I mean, definitely, but I think it's going to be, I think it's 50-50 whoever wins this one.
Kind of a roll switch up right here, and you see great teams able to do this, but it is very hard.
Yeah, I mean, it just turns your Pokemon pool.
I don't think it's that clear.
Foodslip getting a eviscerated.
Kendall is already down.
Now Bruv is at half HP, looking down too. Marv is putting forward, putting some points in.
I feel like the Mew is going to be very strong this game if it gets high level.
Really nice stuff there in the bottom path for Yalla Bingo. Feels like Yalla Bingo, I do think...
I see Jack Button, okay, it's going to be Power Punch, yeah.
Wait to see how it all plays out. Potato obviously
no, it's E-Speed. I mean, he's the OG European E-Speed Lucario, so...
Year one up in there. Everyone kind of getting a little scared, saying, "Oh, I thought that thing was gone."
Yeah, I mean,
nope.
Bunch of just
he is the OG European Lucario.
Bingo squad can't quite get a KO, but
from
you can really see what E-Speed can facilitate.
2.5 years ago. Or even longer, maybe. No, 2.5 years ago, yeah. Oh, Potato gets farmed.
Really nice play. Able to just chase it down, finish it off with that storm.
Potato gets farmed.
Nice stuff here as they
look how we can stack for free. Maybe no 60s is around though. Okay, one last got stolen or secured.
Feels like great draft for Yalla Bingo,
but like, can a team fight really? It's just gonna get slow Unite moved.
Yeah, we still desperately need to get 60s on.
That'll be interesting.
This Inteleon here.
The E-Speed Lucario is gonna work. Oh, he's dancing. He's dancing.
Going deep into the back line. Lunder is low.
Oh my. Okay.
They do get the KO.
I mean, this used to be the top skill expression Pokemon, right? Extreme Speed
he is dancing.
Was what the best of the best used to show off. Now it's more of a Zoroark or a Mew situation, but you're seeing it here, and it looks amazing.
Yeah, he is. He's again, like
level 7, really pacing the entire map right.
He's by far the best European Lucario.
So 60s now with Snipe Shot gives their team some engagement opportunities, and there's a nice.
I think it was never even close.
Talking about Gatlu getting buckled.
Yeah, Gatlu in a little bit of trouble right there, eating the Snipe Shot, coming in for the drill pack. It's a great combination if you're able to set it up.
I mean, E-Speed Lucario only.
Back into the central area.
He has always been by far the best European Lucario in E-Speed.
They are now Chandelure in the top path here. Soreyu level 8.
Yeah, and soon to be level 9. I mean, they are left all by their.
But early game is different. I mean, early game is very strong. It's just like how you played in late game team fights, where it's really difficult nowadays. There's just so much damage in Unite.
Now it's a 3v4. We're gonna see what they can do. Tons of damage was out, and that is enough for Toon to lock down a KO on 60s.
Yeah, big stuff there.
That was a huge KO on Inteleon.
Trading a defender for that, you know.
What's the no flamethrower? I feel like this game is a bit more difficult. Because Mew and Inteleon have so much range. Oh, but they're getting. Oh, Diamond Space Portal. They still make it.
So frustrating for Dodrio.
There is down.
It lowers move speed. It's huge. It's a huge area. It's hard for it to avoid if it wants to fight it. It's
into the stock by level 9 yet. Very close.
As Registeel's getting very
Gatlu is down.
Straight to the backside.
Flamethrower! No, the snipe shot gets it. Wait, how did 60s even get this one when he's in this position? Ooh, 60s. Oh, the insta snipe shot.
This goal zone is there's a Desu pulling
Ripple.
up 60s. Divide that by 2, you get 3, and that's
disgusting.
the streak they're on.
Big time stuff here from Yalla.
How did he get the Reggie?
Picking up huge KOs. 131 to 115. The level 10s are on the board here. We've got 60s the Inteleon, and we've got that Lucario also here at level 10. In a little bit of trouble.
Does it Unite? Potatoes. Oh, he was the drill pack. Oh, Potati's getting
coming back in, looking for the boost and not able to make it happen. Here's the Pwn.
Potati, okay, you got it.
I mean, we were goofing out there.
I mean, playing Dochu against good players is difficult, okay?
You know,
it is difficult.
About a Potato too, not a bad look, especially because it did get an instant
to play against better players because they predict all your movement, right?
Good on Soreyu on finding themselves in the backside of a nightmare and then trying to turn that as to the best situation.
They know what you want to do.
Yeah, and here we go, the top path right here. We have 4 Pokemon from Nouns heading up there, but there isn't too much going on. Everyone's just looking for a little bit of experience, but if you look at that map, it's almost completely licked clean. Just a couple little yellow dots where wild Pokemon are. This is how effective these teams are at getting their experience, and also sometimes how devastating it can be to have a goal zone up when your opponents
Yalla Bingo.
Yeah, because that is just a huge crop of what we call easy experience because it's on your side of the map. You're advantage, in taking that for yourself.
Yeah, and here we go. We're going to get a nice bit of experience here for Potato on that drill peck Dodrio. Just continuing to.
So he hasn't done out too much, but he's still level 11, so he's higher level than Lucario. Of course, what objective bot goal got destroyed, so.
Right here, and we're gonna see how these teams want to fight this.
I still wish they would do something about these NDDs that spawn on the safe side after breaking a goal.
Settled in, right? This is not the same kind of calamity that we've
There has to be more neutral like wild Pokemon still.
Marv playing far forward again. They're trying to keep a Daisy.
They combined Snipe Electro Ball.
A Daisy goes down. Are they going to chase
That's looking good for Yala Bingo.
Looks like they're going to go and make a push.
They also have more proactive late game stuff.
Just watching this here in the
they got Tupan bound to force the fight. Go bro. Rodrigo can just run in. Now this doesn't have any engage. The engage is Espeon, which is, yeah, I mean,
but pushing this top path right here, I think they're feeling pretty confident.
Not all too great.
They feel confident in a lot of these fights. They're doing very well.
That's the only main engage tool.
Snipe shots really hitting Bruv to limit what they can do on this engagement. Rings are on.
They get perfectly combined.
Lunder is Bruv is stunned. They're surfed right on through.
No chance right now.
10, but no, not
today.
Oh
yeah.
Moving through. Marv gets another one. 3 players down. Yala Bingo has found a recipe here.
How? Because Snipe Shot, when it lands, it lingers on the ground. You can still walk into it. After it, like, you can walk into the explosion, to the splash damage, yeah. It still explodes, even if it doesn't hit anyone. So, gotta be careful not to walk into it.
Did you see the coaching to get in there so that Lunder can really close that KO out before there's an opportunity for Gotlu to pivot and do any damage to their squad?
Yeah, really nice stuff. More experience in this top.
Who's the cannon for Nouns? Toonslim.
We can see Sixie's almost at that level 13 here as they're cleaning this up. Sareyu looking for something, but he.
And now Lucario, like, yeah.
Really
Potato's almost 14.
Has been Snipe Shot every time it's been on camera, right?
Even after that early game.
Like you said, it just
right. I don't see how Nouns wins the 5v5. They have to get. I feel like they have to get very lucky to win a 5v5, which can always happen, right?
But we've seen them lose games with this scoreline before in this exact situation.
We definitely.
I feel like they have to be like they have to get lucky.
Level-wise, things look amazing for Yala Bingo. I mean, that's a level 14 Dodrio.
Is that they can win the final fight? Yeah.
2 snipe shots. It just has to run away here from this central area. It's going to give amazing positioning over to Yala Bingo. If they're able to catch this,
I really dislike when teams don't pick engage.
I think it's pretty much over for them. We're going to have to see what Nouns Esports can do right here. They may want to take this opportunity just to rip down this Rayquaza. I mean, they do have good secure. It's not snipe shot. But
I mean, a rip on Rayquaza wouldn't even be too bad. Toonslim's already poking it down. Like, I don't see how Nouns wins the team fight, so. Marv is terrible position. Marv's getting locked down. Slowbro completely messed up. It's going to turn into a flip now. And it's good for Nouns, and they get it. Yala Bingo, just let them poke it for free, and then they're forced into a bad fight. Okay, why Nouns are champions again? Nouns are back. Nouns, after the roster swaps, are back to being a European champion. And Adesso gets it again. Adesso gets the Ray. GG's.
And it looks like they took away their hope of winning
man, I'm so frustrated watching European teams sometimes.
As this
like,
slow beam is not able to take down Lucario, and they are able to peel away from this. Sareyu, 1 HP in a dream. You can't even see the HP. Can anyone see it? Legally, I think he's KO'd. We'll have to ask.
Like the video is letting them rip it for free and then panic out of it.
Been knocked out for the last, I don't know, 60 seconds, 75 seconds. What a convincing play by Nouns Esports. And really, that seems to have been the difference for Nouns from months prior to this one. I mean, their
so often European teams just let
so cold and calculated and executed well, and they've
it's good to see Nouns win again. Good to see them win
over and over again to massive success.
Yeah, great stuff from Nouns, and it felt like Yala, you know, as Nouns was hitting this, Yala Bingo just did not take the opportunity to engage over and over and over again. Nouns kind of just set this up. I'm sure it was
like, where was Yala Bingo even in this fight? Like, where were they?
Nouns Esports, but again, they're up 1 game. They had 60% to possibly just win this whole tournament right now, and they did. Great stuff from Nouns Esports as they are going to be your April Cup champions here in the EU region.
Like, they're completely leaving this entire side up open here.
The balloon
to a flamethrower Chandelure.
In that final fight.
Like, they had no Slowbro Unite move yet, and they have no Hoopa Unite. I guess that's why they were passive.
their icon, meaning they
But just
never
look at
pulled
this,
that
they just let them
Smoking,
be here for
which
free
is the
on the-
strongest Unite move they had available to them to cut off Nouns Esports strategy. They have to feel
You know, Slowbro's panicking.
Yeah, of course, and they have to feel good.
He just gets hit. He gets hit by. Wait, what does he even get hit by here?
Feel to be Nouns Esports right now.
What does he get hit by? A Psybeam?
For the first time in a long time.
Oh, he gets hit by a Psybeam that does this much. Oh my god, look at the Psybeam damage.
The losers, they reset
Holy.
it, and they had a flawless run through it. Let's
He
send
drops
it
to almost
on
half
over
HP
to
just
the
from
one
Psybeam.
and only a Zoinks.
The one flamethrower, then he panics. He doesn't even have Unite. No, he didn't even have Unite. Oh, what a disaster.
Are your victors of both the grand finals and the grander finals. A flawless
I guess who gets it again?
performance
Unless who
from
gets it.
them. Honestly, it is so cool to see this roster coming together and truly finding the success we all knew.
So
they
now,
were capable
3 of 3
of.
times, the
Yeah,
European
I think I
team
have to agree with
that
my casting partners over there.
from the winner
That
bracket lost.
Final moment really felt like Yalla Bingo just had
3
nothing
times in a row
left
now.
to give.
The winner
Now
bracket team just lost straight up.
4 games in a row. Yes, bracket resets are common.
Is it time,
in this
Chris? No,
region.
NA
It's
is
always
next.
Surprising to see the team coming from the losers bracket side as the victor.
We have North
but
America coming
at
up
the end of the day,
still.
You gotta remember, it's so hard to beat
Not even
a team
close
twice in a day.
to
It
sleep.
is extremely difficult. And Nouns Esports bouncing back. Yeah,
We still have 4 best of 3s to go.
We talked about it over and over again. I said we're going to be talking to Gotlu again. We're going to be talking to Gotlu again. And Gotlu's just absolutely crushing it.
Yeah.
I love this for him. I love his story. I feel like one of the hardest things that you could deal with as a competitive player is being removed from your team that you've been on for so long.
Yeah.
You know, one of the big elements of that squad. And now he's just proven himself time and time again. He's back. Nouns Esports is back.
Yeah.
My big question for Nouns Esports, enjoy this win, but we were talking about this. Is this a honeymoon phase or is this the real deal? Zoink.
Honeymoon phases
Best
are
takeaway from
very
this
real and
tournament?
historic in Pokemon Unite so far throughout the years. They have happened frequently. So it could be that, but if it is, I'm going to enjoy it while it lasts
Yep.
because I did put them in my top 10 power rankings and feeling very
I'm kind of
rewarded
worried
right
for
now.
Europe.
And your power rankings keep getting better, and honestly, I hate to see it. But they're pretty good power rankings. It's the only time I'm going to say this. They're actually pretty decent.
I really can't say I was happy with Europeans gameplay today.
Nouns Esports 10th on the list overall. After a performance like that, we might have to be moving them up. But yeah, the roster changes paying off.
It was still
And just a
fine,
reminder, for y'all
but,
Bingo, obviously they're not going to be
not
happy with the
too happy, I have to
performance
say.
and getting second place, but give them a couple days. I think they'll be happy with a second place spot for the championship points that are getting awarded.
I mean, how would you
They are
guys rate
still
today's game
very
quality?
Solid in that top 2
Most still
position,
fine.
in the European region.
I feel like a lot of weird like
Yeah,
drafts
they're
and
without question one of the top teams.
too like
right?
passive
They are a
gameplay.
great team, and they do remind me a lot of Amaterasu from last season in NA. I feel like they're just extremely consistent, but they have these moments where they don't always, seize victory, even though they're always right there. They're always making it to the grand finals. They are that good.
Right.
If they can fix whatever this mental hurdle is when they get a little bit behind, it feels like they sink into quicksand as a team. They get a little behind, and I don't know if you know how quicksand works, but the more you struggle, the more you sink into quicksand.
I thought you ran faster.
Well, let's take a look at this bracket, the quicksand of brackets, if you will. Nouns Esports, of course, winning the grand finals and the grander finals, as Zoinks put it. 2-0 to become your April Cup champions. Yalla Bingo in second place, grabbing a huge crop of championship points. You mentioned how important that is. A through L with their best finish, I believe, in third.
Yeah, I think they got third once. Was it February? I think they landed there as well. But yeah, Nouns Esports now going to be topping the championship points leaderboard. Like we were talking about it so much. That's how close the race is in EU. Feels like after this month's performance, though, there is a
Nouns, Yalla, yeah.
between 3 and the rest of the crowd, but still very, very interesting because regionals is going to award a lot of championship points.
Yeah, there are going to be a ton of points available, and we have an interview right now with a player
Gatlu?
from Nouns Esports, none other than what's that?
Again?
Not Gotlu? I guess I'm not a genius.
Okay.
Bruv is here.
Bruv!
What's up, Bruv? How you doing, buddy?
Hey,
Hello.
Bruv 4K.
I'm good. Pretty tired.
Yeah, I mean, you had to, claw all the way through that losers bracket to face off against Yalla Bingo. Again, I'm always curious when you're going up against the team that sent you down there, what was the difference maker? What is different between the winners, side and then your run in the grand finals?
I think when we first started the tournament, we weren't fully warmed up. We made a lot more mistakes, and then we just got we played game and game and game. We just kept being, I felt like we were improving slowly through each game. So I think it definitely helped us just playing more.
Well, Bruv, I have to ask you a question here on behalf of myself, just myself, not the community or anything like that.
This question, I'm not signing off on this, and I don't think Zoinks is either.
Not a chance.
Bruv, is the reason you're so good at mime your arm workout, or is there another secret behind your success?
Yeah, I don't see
Arm
this
work.
question.
Arm workout, bruv, huh?
I knew it!
It does more damage.
Yeah, bruv selected the wrong microphone.
Leaked it.
That is a good choice. And, bro, my question is
What
also
arm
going to
workouts,
be
huh?
about your
Biceps?
mime.
My
No,
fault.
unfortunately not. You're Mr. Mime, but you're also one of the only defender players in EU that brought out the Snorlax today. You've always been one of the, let's call it, trendsetters or meta starters in EU. What about these off-the-beaten-path picks make them so good when you play them? Is it teams aren't prepared for you? Is it you spend more time on different picks that just make you better at it? What's the secret to having all this variety that you have?
I just try and play them all the time, to be honest. I try and play as many tanks as I can whenever, so if I ever need to play them, I can. So I think that's it, really.
Yeah, cool. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Awesome, bro. Before we let you go, is there anything you want to say to all the fans who expected you guys to win today? Because overwhelmingly, they thought you were going to secure this thing.
Oh, thank you, everyone. We finally got a win. Took a little bit of time. We're not permanently 5th place, but yeah, thanks, everyone. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for proving my prediction correct. Bruv from Nouns Esports, baby. I mean, what a run we've had here in EU.
Yep.
This region refuses to have not a bracket reset. This region has bracket resets every single time we see them.
Well, the more games, the better. And if those are the quality of games we're going to be getting, I'm all for it.
You know what's funny about that is Nouns actually wanted to get as little games as possible because the only loss they had was an 0-2, and then after that they 2-0'd every other opponent all the way through the bracket. So we're never going to best of 3 ever.
Yeah, never. They are very, very efficient. We have more games coming up, not from EU, but from NA, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Dupe Snacks to the stairs, ready to go. North America's coming up, everybody.
Kind of thought they would cut on the bang.
No, they're keeping it on you.
What's that?
These goofies, man. First, before I get copyright striked again on YouTube. These goofballs. Saw you crying on the discotheque. Phil got banned from tournaments. I don't know for how long, but Phil is a banned. So now we got North America coming up. Should I even do North America? Do you guys want me to do North America? Yes. Get some sleep. Do Brazil? I don't know. Now we do North America, of course. We do North America, guys. Don't worry. That sounds copyrighted music, man.
Just saw some amazing games from EU.
Okay, how about some Prime subs? Anyone, or like some, you know, how about some membership, like some first-time memberships, guys, to support me staying up until 2 AM? How about some memberships or some Subarino? You know, because you guys enjoy the stream so much, right?
And we've got quite a few roster shuffles in the teams remaining here.
Would really appreciate it, you know. Thank you, Count. Very kind.
I'm hoping for a repeat win. I think
See, that's
thank you. So strong right now. They're in pole position.
Appreciate the 5 gifted subs, man. Thank you.
I mean, this could be a team taking over North America all of a sudden. So
thank you, man.
Let's see if
this
team is
CrisHeroes. Okay, I'm sorry.
If they are, who knows how far
I'm sorry.
Absolutely. And of course, we've talked about this a lot because this is the story of this broadcast.
I'm sorry.
Is the roster.
Is that begging? Am I begging now?
Teams switching up after AOS Cup. There was such a small amount of time between AOS and the April finals right here.
Is that considered begging? Maybe it is. I don't want to beg, sorry.
Especially here in NA where you see this new look for Luminosity. I mean, this looks like an all-star squad that could once again win Worlds, which is fascinating because I think at the start of the season, we didn't see that from Luminosity.
But Ali Baloo, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it.
Identity of the world champions.
Yeah, well, they've kept one of those world champions, so some
thank you.
People consider maybe the best on the planet in Overlord, and then they literally handpicked best role players, like best in class.
What was the streamer saying about subs just $5?
Gutting them down,
what did she say again?
Spare parts and trying to build the
yeah, Medic, thank you so much for the 5 months. Yeah, it's just $5 or something. I don't know. Well, she said if you can't afford $5, you shouldn't even be on Twitch or something. Something on those lines. It was wild.
Zoinks, why don't you break this bracket down a little
bit? Yeah, sure. I think the biggest surprise, of course, is Luminosity already loses bracket, but it's to one of the strongest new teams after this roster shuffle as well. Orange team is a team that people need to be aware of.
About how I need subs to keep the stream going, if you like the content, blah, blah, blah. How that results in 0 subs. There are regulars here. $5 a month. How do you have hours of time to watch me and not $5?
One of 2 1s across that bracket. I mean, that's how
it's a classic.
It is in North America right now. And North America was insanely
absolute classic. Is that Pokemon? No.
Here is our CP leaderboard.
Yeah,
$5.
Here and still puts themselves in a good
spot. You guys, come on now. You guys have time to Twitch, but not $5?
Volume of CP, which is going to keep them. Quick math. I think it's
come on.
Too. Especially because Luminosity,
you can't be on Twitch, but you have $5.
Orange team also in the winners finals has a great opportunity to leapfrog LG.
Shameless.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking a little bit about Luminosity, but Orange team is sort of the team that formed from the break.
They don't have jobs because watching all day. Yeah, that logic makes no sense either, right?
Now we're seeing this here.
It makes no sense. The logic she has.
A lot of amazing teams, a lot of amazing players, and a ton to root for. I mean, you talked about Nemesis, how consistent and good they are, how well they did at AOS Cup. Orange team so many superstars, and they're cruising here in the
Yo,
winners'
Nachtaktiv, thank you for the 4 months. Hey, Chris, he's my $5. Stop asking for it, okay? Yeah, thank you. And I am also gifting a tier 1 sub, thank you.
Stop this orange team.
Yeah, now it's time for
Appreciate
our predictions. We're going to want to hear from you in the chat as well, so make sure that you let us know who you think is going to win this whole thing. But it's time for our predictions. I've got to say, I would love to see Orange Team take this. I hate their name. Fan of the team, for sure.
I was Chris, so he should pay me.
Whoa, and I hope OT can take the big W.
My pick is also Orange Team. There's just a soft spot in my heart for a bunch of teams.
They really called it, they named themselves Orange Team. What a meme, man.
From that team, and they've kind of built themselves up from the remaining pieces, and now they're trying to make a statement that, you know what, maybe you picked the wrong ones.
My prediction is going to be Nemesis. I think they're the only team in the region that's showcased any form of consistency, and I think that's going to carry through. So I'm going to have Nemesis be my prediction to win April Cup Finals, and if they win this tournament, they are very close to locking in one of those world slots for NA.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many good teams here in North America right now, and with all of this roster mania, who knows how it's going to shake out. Luminosity is still in the hunt down in that losers bracket. I see Team YT is down there. Exile is down there. I mean, so many top teams are still looking to take this top spot. It's time right now, Zoinks. We have a very special interview. I think I want you to throw to this.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, we got one of my best buddies in the United States, in the whole wide world, honestly. We got Sneaky Seal. What's going on, Sneaky?
Wait, what? Sneaky's on this?
Into the studio to update us on what's been happening in North America. I know you've been watching the games, putting them up on streams and stuff, so please let us know what's been going on in NA so far.
Yeah, guys, it's been some close games across the board. We started with Nemesis and Exile, which was just such a nail-biter best of 3. We sent in some clips of Nemesis winning Game 1 with a buzzer beater, literally last-second score from Metallic after he stole Rayquaza with a focus
why am I Griefer?
Exile won the second game and came back.
I don't know, I feel like...
And now in the Nemesis, of course, clutch out.
I literally have to go to losers to play decent. Yeah, I don't know.
In the recent patch, so maybe we'll see some more Aegislash today.
I don't know, Gatlu.
We also watched LG versus Orange Team, which was a really close.
I don't know what happens to you in the final 2 minutes of a game, Gatlu. I don't know.
On the Orange side, of course, winning that.
I don't know what happens to you in the final 2 minutes.
Losers.
You can get possessed by something.
To see, but that's just how it ended up. YouTube and Hades.
You guys like my solo Kiaskion? Yeah.
A lot of game 3s there, with YouTube clutching that one out with a couple of their pocket.
I mean, maybe you're just distracting your like you won, right? So
regions and running that Buzzwole as well.
Yeah,
last but not least, you feel me? Sorry, sorry guys.
No, sorry. I
Let's see what North America plays today.
Sneaky. I was curious what kind of picks we were seeing from the North American meta that were maybe a little different from EU. Like, we have not seen any Gyarados in EU. Of course, we have not seen Aegislash. We saw a Azumarill in EU. So I was wondering,
that Azumarill was
what kind of interesting meta shakeups have you seen?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Gyarados today. That's most teams are focusing on their top lane Gyarados and Blaziken players to try to pocket.
I mean, it's fine. I think you just have to. I don't know. Do you guys do a lot of replay reviews?
Those Espeon and Leafeon picks to their advantage to get.
I think the first European team to really sits down and figures out how to play the final 2 minutes is going to crush everything. Because I feel like European teams are very weak in the final 2 minutes.
Best of 3 series, using that Kabi-chan's meta, he was doing pretty well until they lost that last team fight, but it was an interesting pick for sure from him. I didn't know he had a Dragonite.
Sneaky, you've caught a bunch of these games today leading up to this point.
I ate food.
Of course, we've all picked who our favorites are to win, but I would like to hear what your favorite team is to win as things stand and based on what you've seen so far.
Oh man, I'm a big fan of this Nemesis roster, and they are in the winners finals, so I'm gonna just root for them today. But you can't count out Overlord, as he did win his loser semis match with some Zoroark gameplay. So if he gets that Zoroark, I think every team should be afraid of him.
Okay, I think that's a good call out. Thank you so much for the update, Sneaky, and for putting those games out there so the community can see them and cheer on the North American team. So thank you so much for joining us, Sneaky.
Bye, Sneaky. Thank you.
Bye, Sneaky. We'll see you soon, dude. Thank you so much. And yeah, I mean, obviously there have been some crazy games and some crazy meta shifts. I want to see this Gyarados. I'm shocked that we haven't seen it from EU. I think
thank you,
it's
May.
so dang good right now.
It does seem super good, especially in the top path. What's funny is, Sneaky mentioned top path Blaziken, and the EU folks are like, top path Blaziken ain't it. So let's find out how NA actually shakes this thing out. You two go combobulate. That's been the word of the day. Go combobulate somewhere else. I'm going to send you all over as I'm going to pivot over here. Are you going to go over there?
No, I'm just pointing to it right
Bang,
now.
Nemesis Orange Team. That's where we're starting. And these two are going to go get ready to cast this thing. Nemesis Orange Team. I started milling around the studio because I'm not exactly sure where I'm supposed to be. So I was told to stay at the desk for those of you at home. Nemesis Orange Team, known quantities if you've been following the NA scene at all. Let's focus on Orange Team since they're the newest kids on the block, at least in this collective. You can see all the different team tags that they have there. We're going to look at Nemesis. Joke's on me. Rex, Asinable, Trainer, Yeet Fan, and Metallic. Great showing at AOS Cup for NA. Really played spoiler sport for the other NA teams, eliminating a bunch of them. But Orange Team, let's take a look. Kratos, Zugrug, Roland, Flareon's Machizzle. You see old Alter Ego
Trainer.
there, an LG player in Zug. Flareon's,
I'm a
which is
Train
also
fan.
on LG.
Anyone else?
At the AOS Cup in London. They've cobbled themselves together, and this machine is humming. Let's see how they match up against, though, what we can say.
Trainer's fun to watch, man. Always. You're a Shizzler? That's also fair.
Enough time. And
I feel like Trainer's always fun to watch.
Is waste time. I'm the worst. So let's get it over to the game with the two casters that are right over there. Not too far. The camera spins. They're doing a great job with that. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Why are you wasting all this time?
We got to do something about Deuce confidence.
I know,
don't know what it
he's
is.
just deflated or something like that. You're doing
Did
great.
you lost?
You're doing amazing. Here we are, Nemesis versus OT. I'm so excited for this matchup. Obviously, you want some Nem. Thank you. I love you. I love you too.
What is happening?
I love you for life. Nemesis versus OT. You want Nemesis. I would love to see OT win this thing. I'm a big fan of a lot of players on OT, specifically Flareon's. I've got to give the shout out. He's kind of the homegrown kid, and he's crushing it right now. I just love it.
At the end of the day, what team I want to win is whatever team I predicted to make sure my percentages are great.
Nemesis Orange Team.
10 players.
Oh, Orange Team is on orange side. Wow.
I'm very excited to see this matchup. And actually, I was really wanted to ask you about this. But what individual role matchup are you most excited to watch? For me, it's Yeet Fan versus Flareon's in that attacker role. And with the Inteleon being banned and the Mew being banned, this is going to get really interesting in the bottom path attacker role.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I'm very interested to see what Metallic brings out here, you know, especially if they take away something like Blaziken. We've seen Metallic on Zarina. There are a few players that are trying to keep this Pokemon afloat in the meta, and Nemesis is the kind of team that can do it, but it looks like they're already picking, some big
ready for North America,
away from the side of Nem. Yeet, however, hovering this Espeon. We've seen them on this before.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, surprisingly, maybe Buzzwole and Blastoise still available. So that is already one of the changes.
Now we have the winner final in North America. Really Nemesis against Orange Team. Orange Team, a new one with Zagrug joining in.
Still had a comfort pick selection
and
that Pokemon in particular.
I want to see what Trainer's playing.
These two choices, they'll have one pick after this.
That's such an early Blaziken pick. Wow.
Rounding out their main core.
So early on the Blaziken.
Yeah, switching it over to the Hoopa here. Which,
okay, so what do we have here? What is Trainer? Oh, Glaceon again. The thing that he played at AOS Cup all day. Yes, going to be Icy and Glaceon.
Such a hard pick.
I mean, he played this AOS Cup so well, right? What can Orange Team do right here? Thinking of Chandelure? But Chandelure is pretty risky into this front line, I feel like. I feel like the last picks are just not great, what I've seen so far through the day. There's not much like counter pick. Alright, I mean, Nemesis comp looks very, very solid. One second, guys.
Whenever you do jump in on that dive. The tough part about your final selection is, yes, you have two EVs to chase down, so you kind of lean Speedster, but there's also that double defender that you kind of have to think about. So Nemesis having a pretty well-rounded damage composition. And reminder, Trainer LGC is notorious for that Icy Wind build.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny that you accidentally did that. I was just going to talk about that right there. I was going to talk about the fact that we had Metallic on Tree, and we have Metallic with that Curse Bangle. So odds are they're playing it top, obviously. They're running Curse most likely, and they're putting that Curse damage onto the side of OT. I wonder if that means we won't see Wish because the healing is going to be nerfed so much.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Oh, yeah, interesting. That is a good decision they're going to have to make mid-match. But here we go. We have our player versus player, the two central area players for either squad.
Oh, two Glaceon players.
Kratos,
Amazing.
Both of them favoring the Glaceon throughout the season. These stats go all the way back, I believe, to the February tournament. So a lot of focus on that Pokemon all throughout year 3.
Well, it just goes to show how unbelievably powerful this thing is, where some of the highest skill players in the game are playing
A lot of traffic got around in North America.
relatively, lowest skill Pokemon
I heard the game
now because it's just that good. However, we have seen Trainer actually play this in a different fashion here. Trainer is usually playing the Icy Wind, which is kind of the higher skill expression.
Is he not playing Icy Wind?
Glaceon as we head in here to game number 1 in our winners finals for North America.
So Sylveon
This is your purple team. Orange
goes to the early top gank.
You get it.
It's gonna be it's gonna be one. All right, yeah, this is the matchup that I was really excited about. That
Is Glaceon doing the same? I guess he's doing the same.
Ethan is gonna have the benefit
All the EVs still
of
in the
evolving
EV championships.
extremely early, and
Yeah, it's gonna be Icy Wind. Okay, he's gonna stick to it. I mean, he had Shellbell and Energy Amplifier equipped, so.
really tough early game matchup,
But yeah, the Sylveon, of course, is almost getting
insane damage.
2 kills already.
Massive catch from Roland on the Astonished, enabled that. And then on the other
I feel
side,
like
we see
team fighting
Majizzle
for Orange
just
team
getting
is so
nice and
difficult.
strong there on the side of the Blaziken. Down in our
Late
bottom
on.
path right here, yeah, Litwick has some real trouble early. We're gonna have to hope that they can
Not a big
funnel
fan.
a lot of experience over to this Candle.
That is such a tough bottom path too. I mean, Zugrug on the Umbreon, notoriously the weakest early game EV.
Is he gonna stick
out
up for
of
the
pack.
Bite now?
That is a really.
But again, remember,
tough
Icy Wind
mountain
needs a lot of
to
scaling.
climb
Icy Wind right now
these
is.
early moments, but that's why they're going to prioritize this top path.
Did I just see
Again,
the
that's
eject
going
button,
all
or did I
Nemesis's
just
way with
envision
how
something?
Maze,
Am I-
may have not evolved yet, but both of those EVs taking a ton of that experience, and more importantly,
Something looked weird.
denying
I don't know if I saw an eject button or not.
They're hoping that they can get this over to the side.
Oh, Shadow against Cross is not too great.
Not able to make it happen.
You have another
over to the side
Psyshock, so
of
we
Orange team right there.
see
we
more
still
Psyshocks again
do
now.
Not have an evolution here for this Litwick, which is really tough. It's going to give Nemesis, a great
We keep stacks, okay, but was he really not in range?
here.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely
I think
strong.
Glaceon eject
Ooh,
buttons.
Nemesis is a 100% win rate with Blissey and Gyarados this season. Now, obviously, Gyarados may be a more recent pickup that this team's been playing, but Rex loves playing that Blissey for the squad.
And here we go. We're seeing what kind of build's going to come out from that.
And Lake and they
Shannon
again
Warrior.
also
He's going
don't have
to
much to
flamethrower
like
build,
deal with the
so,
Glaceon.
incredible damage, incredible burst, great secure.
Like we don't have a lot of dive Pokemon being played currently. It's always very safe.
For the KO on Trainer, but they miss it right there.
I was actually going to say, I feel like Flamethrower was a worse matchup into an Icy
Oh, what a
Wind.
Psyshock.
They're going to be able to dodge out of that ability.
Three-man Psyshock.
and of
Oh,
course
they
gonna
get
be
2
able to
KOs.
outrange it, which might be the more important factor.
That's funny
in
seeing
that
Psyshock back now.
lineup. Nemesis not done with just earning
I still don't know how much the
essential
start power nerf really
experience,
matters,
trying to force
though.
their way into the enemy side of things to at least get some vision and force some scores. Asma pulls Zugrug.
He'd always played Psyshock and stay bot lane? Was that someone else? Was that really Yeet?
Yeah, I mean, Zug was not
I thought it
able
was
to
someone-
defend
wasn't
right
that
there.
a-
They did pull them away from that goal zone, stop them from scoring here. So far,
Wasn't
the
that a
only points
Latam
on the
team
board
that did
have
that?
come, to the side of Orange team.
Okay.
As they're continuing.
Maybe
this
Yeetfin does the
push.
same,
Yeet
but I haven't
moving
seen it.
forward, looking to see if they can get something on Kratos right here. Moving back in with that hyper voice. I just love.
I thought that was a different team, wasn't it? Yeah, that was Fusion, right? That was Fusion, not Nemesis.
You have to be. It's a limited range move, but if you want to actually get value of it, you got to risk it. You got to get up in the face of the enemy and utilize that big damage play. Orange team going to favor that Reggie Alecki on the top side.
You sure? I don't think it was Nemesis.
The objective is Kratos and Roland playing for vision and bubbling out the enemy team.
I don't know about Yeetfin playing much Espeon.
As Metallic is just going to be very defensive on this goal zone.
Oh, it's the push down, it's gonna go in. I'm just gonna trade.
Not even going to have the chance to rally back.
Here we go. We got some scores happening in the top path.
They can get
right here.
another
We're gonna see
33
how
in,
they
or
actually
18.
want
Okay, they're gonna go
score
for the
this.
18. Are they gonna let
Flareon
Blaziken stack a
possibly
bit?
looking
That makes
for a
sense.
score. Obviously, Majizzle stacking up as best they
Can get the
here
Bitoy.
with the Blaziken, looking to get another few points
Machizzler.
put in.
But I want to see the Machamp, man.
4, Roland can take it. No, it looks like
Yeah, he
Kratos
played a
is
lot of
gonna be
Cramorant in the end at AOS
In
Cup.
the meantime, Nemesis had a very successful push into that bottom path, breaking that goal zone. So now we've traded 1 for 1 on either side of those tier number 1s. So you're gonna have
Icy Wind on level 10. Next HP damage, and you can already. Oh, the Egg Bomb was perfect. This only picked Blissey into Hooper as well. Just Egg Bomb is such a good counter to Hyperspace Space Portal.
Knowing how to egg bomb people out of Hoopa portals
Egg Bomb,
is huge.
Heavy
It's
Slam, those two.
interesting that
I always want to have one against Hoopa, I feel
into a
like.
team where you already know they have the Blissey. You already know they have the counter to it. So they
But
decided
I guess they picked it into it, yeah,
It's gonna
true.
be interesting to see how that works out for them.
Yeah, a last-second swap.
Another
to it
foul
as
play
well.
Wish.
Slowbro is going with that Wish healing. I believe they are foul play, so we're going to see that kind of brawler self-sustain option, or of course,
Nemesis right here, looking and looking.
We're going to see up here in this top path.
But Nemesis has to be by far the best North American team right now, right?
More stacks up here in this top path. They're
Let's
just
see if
gonna
they
have to see if they
can show
sneak
it.
some in. Machisel is staying here. Top path Pokemon, they're kind of playing their own game for a long time in Pokemon Unite right now. You know, they're getting as much experience as they can, and then they show up to some of the big fights, just seeing if they can carry the squad.
Yeah, it's always been a
And Orange team already behind now. Again, I don't believe in their team fighting. They're so squishy too. They can get deleted so fast.
Playing 1v1 games.
They are so squishy.
Machisel not going to see the incoming members of Nemesis quickly turns into a 3v1, but thanks to the great Hoopa rotation from Orange.
No, one team played Psyshock and let Espeon bot lane, yes, during Eros Cup, but I think it was a Latam team. It was Nemesis. There's Espeon engage. Oh, but he snipes him 1 for 1. Okay.
Here comes that curse. Trevenant looking to try to pick up a KO, and they do. Zugrug now running back towards
I mean,
this
Hoopa's
goal
bot
zone.
lane,
We've got
they're
the
fighting
Blaziken
without
and the
support.
Umbreon as 4 members of Nemesis secure a big
I'm surprised they've been going so hard with all this. I mean, I guess they push Umbreon still. It's a support.
Now we can see Machisel looking to get in there somehow. The Horn
Metallic.
the X's are just continuously pushed out.
Oh, could this be a 2-1 bound? Traveling to Pier, ready? Okay, nice Ice Event. Overheat will not be in time.
Excellent zoning from Nemesis. Honestly, perfect. That was incredible.
Yeah, I can't believe
But this team fighting is rough. I thought Orange team has a chance right here in this fight, but no, not even close.
Whether it was a Rock Tomb on one side,
Nemesis is still so healthy.
getting in the face of the targets on the other. Now it's going to be Metallic's chance to really land
Ooh, is this too
combo.
deep?
Curse and a Horn Leech, reset that Horn Leech
Yep,
cooldown,
that's too
but
deep.
They're not going to be able to escape Kratos, as that Hyper Boost is going to strike a little bit harder, hitting multiple targets now, as he is just going to side shock to get away, and Trainer cleans up
I
that
can't deal
KO.
with this
Yeah, really
Glaceon.
nice stuff there from Nemesis. It feels like Nemesis has been in control of all of these fights here.
But it's funny, Trainer always plays the Biz and no one else plays on the same Pokemon. Everyone plays Icy Spear, Trainer plays Icy Wind. Everyone plays Solar Blade, Trainer plays Razor Leaf.
Outfighting them in
That's why I like him.
Asnable on this Crustle has been
He knows what's good.
legendary. But you
He
know,
knows.
a great pick for Metallic too, because you just increase the amount of
Oh, they have a DC. Oh no.
increase the amount of stuns, pushes.
Is there no
that you're able
pause?
to use
Can't
on
they
your
pause?
opponents.
Yeah, the only concern for Nemesis is
that
going
not
to be
possible?
late game scaling. They have a lot
Surely
of
there's an
Pokemon
admin that can
that's
pause,
very,
right?
very
Don't be
strong
up the
in
same like this thing again.
match. I'm not saying Glaceon or Espeon
He's just
will
done.
fall off that
But they're
much.
showing it now as
They're gonna be
well.
Going into some fine
Hello,
team fight scenarios, they're going to need to
admins.
have a quick team fight win if they're going to want this one.
Yeah, they definitely are. And it looks like, unfortunately, for the side of OT, they've got themselves a disconnect, possibly. We've got Blaziken sitting
Possibly.
in base. In a moment
No,
like
Blaziken
this,
rage quit.
until
I mean,
there's a
with this
possible
team, yeah,
pause where
I would
they
be done too.
reconnect into this game right now. They're just going to need to
Alright,
make
we're
sure
back,
that they
okay.
farm up, and it looks like they are back. They make sure they farm up, get all the experience
Blaziken
they
is
can.
back.
They probably don't want to engage because they know they're going to
Possibly DC it.
Yeah, exactly.
It was just Rashida's mom saying dinner's ready, and it was like, Mom, I can't pause. I can't pause.
Can provide a lot
Please
of
wait.
score focus for them, and if they can rip that objective quickly with a Sylveon and a Chandler,
It took so long to explain my parents that I can't pause online games. It took me also so long for them to understand it. That was a fight, one of the fights of my life that I ever had.
How much they're going to be able to take advantage of it. We have Nemesis higher leveled and ready to fight them here. They're just waiting for them to come into this ring.
Facing 30.5.
I mean, now that you all went after that red
How can Orange team fight? They're level 11 and 12 as well. They're so low on level, but I guess Nemesis doesn't have too much either. Current taking no damage.
We have Rex and Metallic just
Oh, Kratos is caught, but he says Unite. They're gonna gauge onto. Okay, Jackman to safety. But Rayquaza is suddenly getting flipped. Overheat, overheat! Shenlo gets it. Oh, can they still do something about this? There's only one shield left, 2 shields left, 3 shields. Our team's gonna win or what? Now there's still time to go. Aye, aye, aye.
A minute 15 left on the clock. There's still
I mean, Glaceon just poked on Rayquaza into flip position, right?
Yeah, at least Sylveon will have one, and I think Hoopa might have retained their Rayquaza shield as well.
Kinda.
Problem for Blaziken.
And then Nathan got zoned away from Ray.
Extremely quickly, so that's 50 points will not be available.
Spacing can go for the 100 score now.
A Rayquaza shield. Scoring on the outer
Cooper's gonna score more.
Successful because Orange Team just giving that up.
Yeah, Orange Team is well aware.
Steven says the Rayquaza shields is kind of hard to take down.
Play this patiently.
Oh, there's the flank. They get Sylveon here, maybe? No.
Obviously, they can give up this
They have to just hold 40 seconds. I mean, this should 250 points, right? There's no chance. Really, there's no chance. They're getting ran down by Hooper. Nah, that's it. Okay, first game somehow goes over to Orange Team.
Yeah, they collapse on them perfectly, and we just don't have enough points in pocket for Nemesis.
Somehow send over to Orange Team.
Make it to these goal zones and turn this score around. So Orange Team with a fantastic secure on the Rayquaza, and then having just enough Ray Shields to be able to score and earn themselves that point lead. We'll be starting off our series 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, this was really great for OT right here. Obviously, they knew they were behind. They were kind of behind a lot of this game. They had a ton of moments that were difficult for them as they moved through this here, and they were also well aware that their secure was amazing, right?
Yes.
If you have overheat, if you have flamethrower, if you're ready to go with that Shandy Unite move, you're ready to go and try to make something big happen.
It's risky if you're the. I mean, they're not even ahead though. They actually won
quickly enough. They weren't able to stop OT. In fact, them diving on that Sylveon Kratos, as soon as Kratos went up into the air, I think there was a moment.
Yeah, Sylveon won a lot of time for the rest of the team just moving. Glacian got pushed way to the left side, and what had to eject button away, and then could even like be part of the flip. And flip against overheat and Shinuru Flamethrower is not really favored.
All the way around.
So
they were able to score thanks to that Regieleki, so they utilized that, but then just buying time with their Unite move. It wasn't an aggressive play. They're not going for damage or KOs.
Is this trainer sort of poking it down too much?
And it was flawless. And you just trust your team to be able to take the Rayquaza while you're, you know, being busy doing other stuff.
And here we go, some of the highlights from this last game.
And you can see some of it again.
Pretty close for a while, especially on score.
Nemesis is losing on purpose to win via loser bracket.
They were in control of a lot of those fights.
Yeah, he just zoned out so far. He can't even be part of this. Yeah.
Things went the way they did at Rayquaza.
Maybe he had to Unite move back over the wall, right?
Maybe they could have been a little more aggressive once they finally saw Orange Team.
Yeah. Another one of these games where I'm not quite sure.
I feel like the team that has better team fighting just doesn't force fights often enough.
That Unite move in those final fights is just so phenomenal to get that knock up and prevent those secures from happening. But it will be your player of the game, Kratos on the Sylveon. We were talking about a play that we love from them, but throughout the match, Sylveon, one of those Pokemon that was still hanging in there.
Yeah,
while they were getting kind of, you know, pummeled on a bit.
Absolutely, they stayed really competitive with Sylveon. Well, yes. Then other places on the map that seemed like they were losing over and over again. The Sylveon doing very well. Yeah. Obviously, Orange Team never in a position where it's fully down and out. You have no idea how they're going to come back from this. But they were getting consistently beat in these team fights. It felt like Nemesis had their number. Unfortunately for Nemesis, when it came down to that Rayquaza, they really oddly weren't in position to deal with that at all.
Right. The one time that team's out of position, right? That felt like one of the best factors that Nemesis was bringing to these team fights. We were talking about that Regieleki fight quite a bit, where Asnable and Metallic just set up this iron defense around the entire spawn point of Regieleki, and no one could get in. But the one time we falter is when we let Orange Team into the Rayquaza pit, and they just kind of walk all over them. But very easily our closest chapel of the day so far. Nemesis versus Orange Team, and I am keeping
be careful.
Thank you.
I didn't realize that was real, actually. Who will win? Nemesis 58%, 42% for Orange Team. I mean, I think
I don't know what happened to Red Bluff. I have no idea.
For Nemesis, right? They're the more consistent team. Orange Team has been around for a qualifiers.
Yes.
You know? So Nemesis has a track record that you could say they were amazing. They were amazing in AOS, and they're going to do well today. They played great throughout that game. But in the end there, when a team is sort of desperate, when you have them backed into the corner, you know that they're going to try to make a play like this. I guess you could just see them slowly lose a player here or there, but a top team, a smart team like Orange Team right here, they can take.
1 second, to listen to something fast. 1 second. Okay.
team comparison for the overall season between Nemesis and Orange Team.
Who won the
Average
Grand
score being
Finals?
Very, very similar.
Nouns
always in the
Esports.
400+ points. Highest score Orange Team has achieved, that 4-digit club. I think is a very, very good benchmark. A 72% win rate for Nemesis throughout the season. Very, very interesting. And then 62% of the games they are capturing Rayquaza, where Orange Team, and again, small sample size for this squad, only getting the 59%
Diablo.
captures.
That is interesting because they played a lot of Pokemon that absolutely
To the loo.
I mean,
Good at those.
that's like, you would expect a composition like that to capture A, but we don't know what they've been playing this entire time,
true.
obviously. I would love to see some other looks from Orange Team here and some other looks from Nemesis here.
Just a clean
Nemesis,
Gyatro victory.
felt like they were in control. You don't want to change up too much, but you maybe just need to change up
Nothing
your
else to see there.
strategy heading into those final moments.
Yeah. One more player
Who was
that I would
MVP
like to talk
announced?
about on Orange Team that we
Today?
haven't got too much time to discuss is Roland, who
either-
was playing on this alter ego
I
squad
feel like
before,
Bruff or
but has had to
Toonslim.
role swap yet again. So it was playing a different role.
I think
for the
Toonslim
team.
played very
He's
well
now
today,
on
right?
that support role when they're playing with this roster of 5. Picking that Hoopa, we saw that last second
Bruff
pivot
too.
to it.
Yo, Tim,
And of
thank you again
course,
for 5
I've
gifted
always
subs,
talked
man.
about
Thank you
this.
so
I
much,
think
Tim.
Hoopa is a very good
Appreciate
Pokemon
it.
to
Thank
play
you.
if you want a.
I think Bruff and Toon played very well today, yeah.
I think it's phenomenal at doing so. You have an out-of-position Pokemon. Hoopa is there to help, that kind of thing. I feel like for a team that is just formed up, kind of brand new, and is focusing on a Rayquaza secure style of strategy, Hoopa feels like a perfect pick in that spot.
Do you think, looking at the roster of OT right here, do you think we see a Machamp?
YouTube doesn't care about the
Ooh,
tournaments.
A one-game advantage?
Where's the
It
YouTube
got
set?
Game advantage. It also recently got a buff.
That
I'm
is
just
true.
curious if we see
Come
this,
on, YouTube.
if we bring that, or is that just something that we use when we're down
Come
and
on,
out,
YouTube. Come on.
I see. Yeah. Do you pick it when you're winning
Come
or do you pick it when
on.
you're losing? That is a good question. Well, time will tell. My money is on yes. I think we see a Machamp in this
I would
game.
love to.
It really does feel like that's this seems like the spot for it. But Nemesis is going to begin the draft phase just as they did in that last game. Could be banning the Mew outright.
Yeah, and here we go. Leafeon ban. You would expect it. This thing is just getting banned all the time, and especially Trainer. I do not want to see
Yeah, you don't want to give Trainer Leafeon. I don't think you want to.
Yeah,
Either he plays
not.
Razor
All right,
Leaf,
we're
he's
gonna see the
just...
slow bro
His
ban
Razor Leaf
again.
Leafeon
This
is
will give the
scary.
opening for Trainer LGC to play a bit more,
It is
speedster or assassin
absolutely
style Pokemon
scary.
instead of the Glaceon, but this draft is looking very similar to last
Don't
game.
want
so
to
we'd
give
like
that over
see
to him.
It is. I'm really curious what they want to start with right here, and they're possibly picking the Blissey right away.
Yeah.
I want to see what they... Yeah, okay, they go with the Blissey right away. This is interesting, because I was wondering if this might be a moment where you steal a first pick like Umbreon, and then you Comfey.
Latest YouTube has a mistaken its title? Which one?
Something like that. I don't
I have too
know
many
if
YouTube
Nemesis has
videos.
been using that a lot. Kind of similar stuff across the board. Machisel locking in that Blaze against Zugrug on the Umbreon.
The Night Hits one?
Yeah, I'm thinking identical so far. We have Zugrug there, Machisel on that just secure monster.
What did I write? What is wrong in it?
Ethan is hovering the Chandelure, could steal this one away.
Oh, such a
from
pain to
Flareon,
be
so
up
it'd be
against.
a
Oh.
Very interesting choice.
Thank you.
Favorite Espeon so much throughout this season with the pivot over to Candle, just strictly in a counter.
Game number 2?
This is a big risk.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I'm gonna
I
see
feel
some
like, I mean,
Yeet
you could
fan on
easily
a
see
Cramorant or
Flareon
what?
take Espeon in a moment like this. We'll
I
see what they
wanna
actually
see
want to do, what they want to bring out. to this match
Cramorant.
here. There's... Oh, no. I was going to say there's...
Is Trainer gonna pick Glaceon again?
It's
I
gonna be
mean, like, it looks good here, right? Against two tanks, Blaziken.
Seeing what we roll with that even play.
Oh, it's gonna be Clefable, actually. Eldegoss and Hooper neither picked. They picked Clefable over it. Okay, interesting. But Clefable to Chandelure seems kinda grief. Is that really what you want to do? I'm surprised.
Final picks. These are usually the most definitive part of the draft.
Oh, is that
You're
gonna
giving
be...
your
I want to
opponent
see
the
a
least
Scissor,
amount of
man.
information by your time
Wait,
at this moment, so you're gonna find
Is it gonna be
something
Scyther
surprising
top
to the enemy
lane?
squad.
Really?
Glaceon and the Scyther.
What?
Yeah, Glaceon, Scyther.
It's gonna be a
is most likely
Scyther
what
top
we're
path?
seeing.
It's
Then we
gonna
have
be
our
top
final
path.
pick right
Ah,
here.
interesting.
Yeah.
I don't
It's
think I like it.
possible you see a Scissor,
Yo, pick Machamp. Go,
but it's
Machamp, Machamp,
probably-
Machamp.
It's probably a
Machamp.
Scyther. You really don't want to play Scissor into
Machamp! Do it, do it, do it,
Clefable,
do it, do it, do it. Not Blastoise. Come on,
I
don't be
would guess
boring.
That's what we're going to see here final pick.
Don't be boring. Don't be boring. Ah, they're so boring.
It's an interesting
Scyther Blissey is kind of nice, yeah, but
I assume you
I
put
don't know if I like Scyther, yeah. Also into Gravity, I mean, he does have one full heal. Alright. But it's probably gonna be Follow Me though, right? I think it has to be Follow Me, potentially.
Is normally that central area player, so maybe we see Blastoise.
You like Nemesis team comp?
You could absolutely put Blastoise in the center area.
Yeah.
You know, not bad at it at all. I
remember that one patch.
What if it's Scizor?
remember that one.
There's no way. I would like to see a Scizor. It would be cool.
All right, we're sorry. I didn't mean to bring back traumatic memories.
It was that one patch.
We are going to have.
Where am I?
Instead, we're on this one where Blastoise is definitely solid, very, very strong, but it is getting last picked and not even banned. So, a very different look on this Pokemon that we have seen in months past.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how they split this up. It's got a stacking item on it, so I'm guessing they throw it to the top path. But of course, so does the Blaziken, so they could throw that one to the top path. They could split up center very fast, just have everyone sort of run where they want to fight, maybe overwhelm one of the two lanes here. Nemesis, you know, in some trouble right now, down one game here to OT, but they felt pretty strong there in game number one. They just kind of had a big misstep at Rayquaza.
Now, their early game will be taking a slight hit, right? We're going into the Chandelure instead of the Espeon, so it's a much different look. You're going to have to wait until the 7-minute mark-ish until you're really feeling good about the power level about your bottom path attacker, so it will be a different look from Nemesis, but their team fighting is still fantastic, and the defender play of Asdubul, I think, has been a centerpiece of how strong they've been.
Here we go, game number 2, Zoinks. Nemesis.
Here we go, as Jake is saying. All right.
Your orange team winners.
What do we have here?
One of these teams is going to be heading to the.
So it's going to be Blaziken Jungle for Mashize. Okay.
No stranger to winning here in NA.
So into the right side central.
You know, first time team, first time win.
Yeah.
But the Scyther top path, I just don't believe in it. Does anyone believe in it? Because I do not. Not a single bit. There had to be something better, I feel like, but you do? I mean, I'm just a Scyther hater. I'm just a Scyther hater.
Now we have Kratos in a little bit.
I actually have to accept it's not bad.
Kratos here in this top path, and we have Combusken moving up right here.
Scizor would be cool to see, because I haven't seen Scizor in ever in tournaments. Oh, he's gone. Nice eject button, Mashize. Gets the Blaze Kick, Dragon.
Similar to a lot of other Pokemon's builds. I mean, Blastoise can do something similar in that early game. You'll see a lot of these
didn't last long.
Aggressive wins early.
I mean, it's early game KO. I mean, it does matter. He's not here for the Ataria, but up against Blaziken, you can't do anything about anyways. So.
And it looks like they got a decent amount of it right there.
Have you played competitive, Chris? What goes inside the mind of players during draft? It depends. I mean, I played competitive for like 6 years, man. In other games, so.
I wouldn't expect, especially.
I had love drafts in my life. Usually, it just depends. Often we just had one person making the draft alone, or like 2 people doing the draft.
More scores go in from Roland. Of course, that Moonlight.
When I play tournaments,
you get the stacks for special attack specs.
Yeah.
The healing is kind of uncontested best in the game, especially.
But like usually you have like one person that's like the draft leader, and then other people just like chime in if they know the matchups. It's like, do you want this? This would be good here, and they're like, what is the best matchup for this scenario? But yeah, I think it's good to have like one leader in draft. But the leader says to like ask and, you know, make matchups. I don't know how it's in Unite. I don't know what people do in draft in Unite.
Hand in hand with trainer at any given moment. Now they're going to be the lone defender out of this goal zone, but multiple
Blissey?
going to go in. But Chisel does get
oh, he bought in the Blissey, bought enough time. What can we're not score? Wow. Wow, he can't get 1 point in there. That's so sad.
Yeah, Roland doing a great job right
there. That is so sad.
You want to make sure if anyone's going down, it's the
but yeah, drafts are rough. You know, I never enjoyed drafting myself. Like, I just wanted to play the game when I was a pro player. I did not enjoy drafting a single bit. So I can let other people do it mainly.
How big this is for OT. Orange team.
But in my old game, it was like drafting was very intense in my old game. So, like in Heroes of the Storm, drafting was very, very difficult. I have to say, it was very, very difficult.
I actually had the opportunity to interview Rex about a week past after AO's Cup, and they said Orange team was one of the teams they were
good positioning.
afraid of, and you can see
great position. The overheat is not even. The overheat is so far away, but he can't walk up.
KO on a red.
What a disaster for Orange Team. What an absolute disaster.
Yifan gonna get the better end of that one. We have Blaziken from Machisel trying to defend this goal zone.
Lazy and stay alive. Hadouken. Oh, the Imprison.
But they go down. Yifan with that Unite move blinding.
The Imprison against Blaziken is pretty nice.
4 members of Nemesis just crashing this goal zone.
Ooh.
Finally, they're able to push them off right
Steven should get a KO at least here, yeah. I think that's worth it. If they can maybe get some points in. But Trailer's still around. Trail not level 10 yet. Zuck, Rock, run, buddy. Your favorite stat.
On the business end of that Sylveon is terrifying. I would always want that one on my team.
I played games before Unite, yeah.
Very excited that they got that newest roster pickup for them.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, because a lot of times the draft gets blamed. So whoever drafts, they need to like accept that they get blamed for stuff. It is a rough job.
Nice stuff here from Metallic, just able to pick up some big secures, obviously.
He's 1 level up on Blastoise.
Spout is not a great secure tool. You're able to do a ton of damage, and you can chase down some of these, you know, squishier Pokemon on the side of Nemesis.
But he does need a level E to be useful on Scyther, so...
Wild Pokemon, when it's all or nothing,
By being the... Oh, can he get the Reese? No, he can't get a KO. Maybe we can get the last hit. He just get it with the basic attack. So far, Machisel couldn't secure anything. Bit sad when you pick Blaziken for that, but... Scyther. 30 and 40.
Yeah, we're gonna do the 30
bang
first,
and bang.
Pretty good teams know math. Fun fact here, Zoinks. Orange team has only ever let the other team get Reg Ice twice.
Oh, what a fun fact.
Reg Ice, absolutely theirs. They will never relinquish that specific objective. I like that. It's very fun to see which Reggies that
Scyther.
Obviously, it's random, so it would be a fun stat to see, though.
Yeah, well, it's random, but then when you see it pop up, they go, it's
In German, it's Sichlor.
We don't lose these.
Sichlor. Sichlor. There's already jackpot, nice. Ooh, okay, he's spinning around. Scyther can't. What a wonderful Unite by Sylveon. Dodged away from the Scyther. Overheat is so early, what is this?
Interesting play right here. You're starting that overheat a little too early.
It's half HP.
Follow-up from the side of OT. They're just getting ripped apart right here by this Scyther. I was wondering how this was going to perform into this squad.
They had no damage to like make it. He started up at like half HP.
The best Pokemon.
Wow.
It recently got some buffs, and finally it's doing okay competitively. You rarely see this thing, but it's looking pretty good into this Orange team.
That's rough.
It feels like it's just looking for a home in terms of a role on a competitive team. It's tough to play top pass, central area, just have bigger power spikes elsewhere, but with players like Metallic, it really is their home base.
Yep, the fun fact.
Fun fact, Zoinks. Orange team has only ever let the other team get Reg Ice 3 times.
I see.
You see how this fact is so fun and updates in real time.
Nice fun fact.
So much. Rex rolls the block with their Unite move. He's going to immediately jump back into the fray with that follow-up.
Oh, that's a huge blast Unite, but can they follow up on it? I mean, what is about Rapid Spin? It's so painful to play Chandelure. Oh, the Water Sport Rapid Spin. Like, the difference between Hydro Pump Spin and Water Sport Spin is crazy now. He just melts through them. Absolute Beyblade, 50 points. Blastoise is suddenly level 13. What? And Chandelure against Rapid Spin is so difficult, like, you just get run over. You can't get away from it. You can't hit it back either, because Flamethrower, of course, can't hit melee.
Move speed increase, and the entire time it's around you, it's just ripping you apart, especially if it's fully stacked up. I can't remember what it is, but it's something like 16.
That was
not including, you know,
massive.
hitting them with the shell already. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's just an
Can Machisel get an objective? Oh, he's getting stunned down.
Aspel's gonna pull Machisel away.
No.
Just gonna be channeling that overheat only for the unstoppable at that point. Have to wait
Zoned
for
away.
cooldowns to come back up, and because of that, Nemesis has earned all the space in the world. And
well, it's not underrated, it's just you don't have Hydro Pump, which means your last hitting is terrible, right? That's just the only reason why we see Hydro Pump and Spin sometimes.
Really, really impressive.
Yeah.
Well, Water Sport level 5 is just so pathetic.
Immediately, okay, there's nothing we can do here. We just
like, what do you do? Suddenly you can't get last hits anymore. As soon as you get level 5.
We're getting ready for Rayquaza here as
you just lose the lane. That's Water Sport so hard. But he's still 14 almost now, because he was able to farm the right side indies a lot.
Nemesis hitting
Of course, the bot
Rayquaza
team fight
a
gave him a lot
little
too.
bit, just using that as an opportunity to power up their flamethrower, it looks like.
Yeah, the tough part is you gotta get close within range to knock out that
He's just gonna
Rayquaza, but
spin
you
in.
always gotta stay
Oh,
out
careful,
of the way
yeah.
of Kratos on this Blastoise. That Hydro
If they
Type
put a
move
wish on him
just
as well, like, he
ruin
can't die,
every
right?
plan of secure options. And a player
Oh,
I think we
chilling.
don't talk about enough is Kratos on
Wait,
Orange Team.
Scyther
So
got
flexible,
Blaziken.
so many options, but wow, what a start. Metallic got a KO Machisel on the other side. Top hash, Demon Metallic getting to work.
Yeah, and here we go. We're going to see how
What's
they
happening in
wanna
this
play the
fight?
rest of
It's
this
so all
fight
over the
right here. We can
place.
see Zugrug looking to make
The top
something
way-
happen.
how is
The
Sylvia on
three
top left
members
side?
of Nemesis
Huh?
as Rayquaza
They-
is getting hit already. Kratos throwing down the rapid spin, trying to get a KO.
Oh, Scyther is so useless without Unite. Oh, they're just getting spinned on the
This is that
Beyblade.
rapid spin that they're able
Nah.
to carry through some of these fights.
They still have
They
Blastoise
can
Unite
look
too.
for Trainer right here, or they can possibly turn onto Rayquaza. Asnable caught there for a moment.
That's
The Trainer able to
Beyblade.
move around the other side. Asnable not a great target for this Blastoise.
Can they
Now
get
they're
Ray
just
here?
getting enough
They don't have to
time
go for it.
multiple
They don't
members
need
of
it.
Nemesis to respawn. They've got great
Yeah,
secure
Nemesis
from
is
OT. Are they going to
like,
go for it, or are they
they're running
just
out of
gonna try
time.
to ice this out?
Very nice to start poking on Rayquaza, but
They have much burn, so you're gonna try to make
they have
the other
Blastoise Unite and
team
Overheat.
do the
So there
work
should be
for
no
you.
way Nemesis
But
gets
they're
Ray
all
here.
playing on the top side. They've got a
Oh, they have
perfect
no
play for
chance getting-
both on the
yeah.
left and right side. Unite move from the Hydro Type
Holy,
moves,
this
good enough KO.
Blastoise.
That Glaceon and Asmo all of a sudden finds themselves
Orange team is grand final.
alone. Overheated eject button for Machisel lands, and they get
Sorry,
that
but,
KO.
I mean-
Now it's just Metallic fighting around this Rayquaza, but they have
Like,
almost no
as soon as
AP, and
Scyther
Rayquaza's
has
got
Unite
a
move
ton of it
gone,
still.
it's so
Defense
useless.
falls, Metallic
Wow,
falls,
okay.
and Orange
I mean, that
team
was
are
a
going to be
that
taking down
Blastoise.
Nemesis and becoming your first grand
Just melted
finalist
them.
in North
Just
America
spin over them.
Cup.
Really
Orange team to the
impressive
grand
fight
final.
for Orange
Wow.
team. And for a team that always looks like they're in control,
That's a new
like
team as well.
Nemesis, I feel like they looked completely lost in that
That is a
final moment. Now,
completely
we
new
didn't get
team.
to see the catch on this Blaziken because they were able to pick up that first KO of that entire fight. So we didn't see exactly.
Before that, the Sylveon was KO'd on the backside too, so it was kind of a trade either direction. It felt really, really split, and yeah, concerning for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Nemesis play some incredible games here, but it feels like Orange team really had their number in game number 2. Game 1, a lot better for Nemesis. Game 2, OT with some great strategy and a rapid spin Blastoise, which we don't see a ton of.
That felt like the cornerstone, the answer, whatever you want, the secret sauce. Orange team had it in that Blastoise. It felt like it just demolished everything Nemesis was trying to accomplish. Really, really good choice by Orange team with their final pick.
Yeah, that was really incredible, and I think really unexpected, right?
Yeah.
And we got to see the Scyther actually have some big moments there, but
Scyther
not
had some
enough
big moments?
ones around that final fight. It's one of those tough Pokemon around that final fight, because if it gets caught a little bit, it's a squishy guy.
Yeah.
It goes down.
Feels like you're good for one KO, but after that, what more can you really pull off? Unfortunately, a little bit short this time for Metallic. Nemesis not out of the tournament, just headed down to that loser's bracket.
Yeah, so Nemesis could absolutely come back and face off against Orange Team again, who are going to be in our grand finals. We're going to send this thing over to one of the greats, the all-times, the legend, Doob Snacks. Take it away.
Hello, I am all of those things that Spragle said, plus myself, on the stairs, where I need to be. In front of the big screen, we did it. I didn't even say do the thing, and it did the thing when I pointed at the screen. That might have been our best one yet. Give myself credit for that. Big win by Orange Team. Cobbling together from the parts of teams disbanded. Let's take a look how they got it done here in Game 2 versus this Nemesis squad. And really, they've just been putting pressure on all game long. Yes, we're going to see a little goal zone siege here by Nemesis, but of course that was enough to stem the tide of this Orange squad. Just all over the place, all over this Nemesis team. And this is where they had a phenomenal goal zone push to really start cementing the lead that they've built for themselves with this experience lead, with these
We're watching
level
next.
leads.
Next is
And
AG
then it just became
against
about fighting around Ray. Of
AG against
course,
X.
Nemesis grabbing a late Reggie Alecki, but this is the fight right here for the
Apparently
Orange
not
team.
AG next.
Again,
They're already
terrific
playing.
spacing, getting
Next up is
all
the
on
loser
top of
final.
these players and a KO streak
Never mind.
out of that Blaziken. We have the player of the game here. Let's take a look at it.
They're already
Zugrug.
playing somehow.
And assist, not
They're only
applicable.
showing 3 NA games,
No
I guess.
assists.
Okay.
The assists are never applicable in my eyes. It doesn't matter how
It is,
many you
it is
get.
the most irrelevant stat.
I think sometimes
That's
I
actually
think they're
pretty good.
applicable, but you know what? That time I don't think they were very
Not
applicable.
applicable.
I appreciate it. You know, the stats team's been working hard. You know, they're updating that Regice in real time.
In real time.
Live stats. Yeah.
And it was even a hashtag, so you can get that trending on socials, of course. Hashtag not applicable.
If you'd like to.
That's a thing people can do, man.
Absolutely. You can use hashtags, and I think you definitely should. As someone who loves social media, it's one of the best things you can do to let people know what that tweet's about. We're going to be back with more exciting
Imagine we don't get to CAG one time because they lose now.
Before we go to
that,
break, we're going to take a look at this bracket.
Let's take a look at this bracket. Also, you can hashtag Unite Esports, hashtag not applicable, hashtag
I hope AG
not
wins.
applicable is the transition to
I want to see AG Nemesis.
Here we go. Orange team dispatching Nemesis 2-0 in a really convincing fashion, Zoinks.
Yeah, it was wild. I mean, that game 2 felt like a draft win, and then after that, it was just all orange team. So they are going to be sitting in that grand finals. Our loser semis is actually ongoing currently. Luminosity leading Exile 1-0 so far. Good chance we see LG against Nemesis in our losers finals.
Yeah, that could be really incredible. Make sure that you are following the channel here for all the incredible Pokemon Unite action. It's right down there. Follow the official Pokemon Unite channels. Like,
Utano's in AG now.
Subscribe, do all of the important YouTube things, and don't go anywhere because we have more amazing Pokemon Unite coming at you here.
What am I eating? I don't know, some chicken stuff. There's proteins, yeah. Why is chicken so good? I felt so bad for Fernando, but didn't Fernando mess himself up on his own? Why would you feel bad for Fernando? Yo, but that 4-way battle was the best thing I've seen in Formula 1 in a long time. In the last 1-2 years. That 4-man battle was great. He means Fernando Alonso. But he messed up himself. Saints got him in puncture because he pushed when he couldn't push. It was his fault. He got even fined for it. He literally got fined for it. So he messed up. But it was fun to watch it. That was great, the 4-man battle. But Alonso messed up. But I'm only watching highlights this season. I'm not watching anything else. Yeah, he got a fine for it because he dove in. He made like a very late lunge he couldn't do. I ain't watching Formula 1 this year though. I'm only watching highlights. What's my favorite MOBA to date you played? My favorite MOBA? I mean, I spent a lot of my time on Heroes of the Storm, so I still have to say Heroes of the Storm, honestly. It was very fun for a long time. Can't deny it. It was very fun. Pedro. United's better for sure. Yeah. I like Unite too. Unite's not bad, but definitely Unite doesn't have enough features to compete.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series here in North America's April Cup. We have some exciting games coming at you. We just watched an amazing series between Nemesis and Orange Team. I'm Spriggles. That's Doomsnacks. That's Zoinks. And it's a pretty exciting time because we get to talk to a player here from OT.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. Let's take a look. We've got Roland ready to go. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the broadcast. Congratulations. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I'm so happy to be back. Being an interviewer.
I'm excited to have you here. I love that. I believe you're holding your camera, which I think is a very fun choice for this right now. Tell me, what's the emotions been like for OT? Obviously, you guys got this kind of crazy, I don't want to call it a backstab, I'll let you use whatever words you want, but I mean, we saw a huge shakeup in North America, and now you're back on top.
Well, a lot of crazy stuff has been happening, you know, but it's just all a part of the esports scene, you know. Nothing can be personal here. This is just how things are. So, but I'm feeling great, you know. I was really hyped for this, you know, playing against my ex-teammates and then beating them. It was really something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's exactly, you know, what you would hope to do in your first foray back in. I know there's obviously a lot of AE tags or former AE tags on the team here. But what's it like adding players like Flareons and Zugrug to the chemistry that you all already have?
You know, it's been great, really. I really like those guys. I've known Zug for the longest time, since Season 1. You know, I've always looked up to him when I was a tank player back in the day.
Ruggy?
He used to be, I looked at him for how to play tank. And Flareon's, he's new. I've never met the guy. And, you know, I just believed in Zug. He said he's good. Let's put him on the team. And, you know, we've been doing great.
The Zug vouch goes pretty hard.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, cool. Roll, I know you have to role swap now to support. You've had to role swap to a few different roles at this point in your career. Have you done all 5 roles competitively at this point? It feels like it.
So in Season 1, I was a tank player, and then Season 2, I ended up being an attacker player, and then a top lane player, and then now I'm a support player, and then I was also an attacker player this season as well. So all I'm missing is jungle now.
Yeah, we're going to get you in there for sure.
Okay.
Next year.
Okay. All right, you heard it from Roland. This team needs to break up as well so that he can roll swap one more. Is that not what he said? That's not what he said. It's not what he said. Congratulations. You guys are doing amazing. Good luck in the grand finals. And
I want to shout out my mom. I love you.
Oh, legally, we can't let you shout out your mom. I'm so sorry. I have to take that back.
I will also shout out Roland's mom.
He can. He can.
Thank you, Roland.
Thank you, Roland. Appreciate you, buddy. We have something that we wanted to share with everybody at home right now. We teased it a little earlier, but we wanted to show off these 2 casters and how good they could be at draft. So we had Zoinks and Doomsnacks go head-to-head. Don't spoil how you did. Go head-to-head in a draft, and we're going to see that right now. And I get to be the judge of who won, but you at home can also help decide. Are you Team Zoinks or are you Team Doomsnacks?
Why is my confidence so low? You're about to find out.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our first ever Caster v. Caster mock draft. We have Zoinks on one side, Doomsnacks on the other. They are going to draft a team, and I am going to pick the winner. First, we need to decide who gets which side. I'm thinking a number between 1 and 10. Whoever gets it closer gets their choice.
10.
3.
It was 4. Zoinks.
Purple side?
Purple side,
Switching
indeed.
it up right away. Zoinks will get first pick. And
I feel like Zoinks should win this.
With my first ban, new Pokemon with the recent buffs, I'm going to ban Umbreon.
Ooh. I'm going to go Blastoise.
Ooh, well,
solid.
I am going to follow up with a Leafeon ban.
I'm going to remove from this equation the tree.
Really,
Seems like a
tree?
pretty straight Buzzwole ban.
Buzzwole over to Zoinks for a first pick. That is a huge pickup for Zoinks. You can see he's pretty happy about that.
You
Dude,
pick Slowbro here, Slowbro?
Really frustrated right now.
Completely rattled. I don't know what I'm going
Actually, no,
to
you
do,
don't.
but I'm thinking I will go Crustle. And then, let's go Espeon.
Huge choices from Dubesnax. Crustle.
Wow, 3 nerf
Espeon.
Pokemon picked. Amazing.
That was a big response. That was a big response. I'm not gonna lie.
Let's go.
With my picks,
Draft mattered a lot,
I think
patch.
I will grab the Comfey.
Oh no!
And I will grab the Zoroark.
Okay, that's a good little tandem. How do we shut that tandem down? Well, taking a look here.
Bold move from Zoinks. What
Yeah,
he's
very
done
good.
essentially is force Dubesnax into a position where he may have to pick up Slowbro, but then he'd have to play Crustle in a weird position. So now he's got to figure out what he wants to draft here. You can see Dubesnax
that's kinda-
once again stressing.
Some people call me smooth brain snacks, which means I'm having a lot of trouble downloading all this information and making a choice here.
Lucky there's no timer, Dubesnax. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I would have been gutted by that for sure.
That's
Okay, let's see what we
Zoinks
can
is
do here.
pretty disgusting of a
I'm just
draft,
gonna
eh?
go with strong Pokemon at this point.
With a
Let's go
strong.
there,
He didn't pick strong Pokemon yet, or
and
what?
Where is Mew? That's what I want.
Wait, what? He wants to go Espeon, Glaceon, Mew? What?
Oh, up
Three
here, there we go.
attacker?
Because these are numbered by their dex number.
Oh, interesting.
3
factoid.
attacker into Zoroark
I will
Comfey?
grab Slowbro for my main tank, and then for a little
Actually, I
bit
think
of
Slowbro's
range,
kind of bad here, though.
got a
I would have
couple
picked something
options
else, but
here,
what?
But I think I'm going to grab the Inteleon.
Inteleon, that is a good draft. I like yours more than mine. Not gonna lie to you.
How does the judge feel?
I mean, I don't want to give it away, but I also like Zoinks' team a whole lot. I think this is where Dubesnax needs to make a powerful pick. He needs to throw a real wrench into this right here.
A
and
real
let's see
wrench.
if he can do
How
it.
many wrenches do I have? Not many. Not many wrenches. But I do have to pick, and I guess theoretically I should probably
It's
grab
over.
a supporter of some sort. This is an absolute crime scene. But whatever, since we already know we're taking the L, what can we do to shake this thing
No,
up?
Zoinks is just tryharding too much. Dupe had no chance. Zoinks is too much of a tryhard.
Little gentleman.
All right, breaking out the little gentleman. You love to see it.
Oh,
and
boy.
of course, you love to see Dubesnax absolutely lose this bracket right here. I mean, I don't know if Zoinks' team is going to win because I heard their speedster player is actually pretty bad. But if I had to pick between these two squads, I will give this one to Zoinks.
I would too. You don't even need to do the call to action now.
We did it.
What? What was that?
You can see that there are moments where we really expect they're going to cut the can. At the point where we start dancing and bowing, we assume that the bid is over. But it was over as soon as that Zoroark Comfey got locked in. Again, in the chat, you get to pick who you think won here. Are you team Dubesnax or are you team
That's why,
Zoinks?
like, I
Or
would
are
have
you
picked
just team
Slowbro over
draft?
Crusher.
You all ever like jump and think you got
I mean,
way
that's
higher
so
off
fun.
the ground, and then there's a camera view of it. You're like, oh wow, I didn't.
You can confirm that with us.
I didn't even get any height.
Not much. But it's okay because you were held down by the weight of your monumentous victory and the utter crushing of my soul and brain.
Poor
And you're
Dubesnax.
wondering, why is my confidence so low? It's collateral damage.
Imagine Chris
from
doing
that
this
draft
this
from
on camera.
yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know.
My
I think I'm
brain
not made for this
literally melted
anyways.
out
I'm
of
gonna
my
be
head.
honest.
That's right. It was supposed to be a fun bit, but it ruined Dubesnax for the entire weekend. Something I want to talk
Like, honestly,
about
I don't think I'm made for this anyways.
very, very soon. I am so hyped for
Let's
this
be
Pokemon.
honest.
Phalanx drops on the 25th, and this thing
so good.
is awesome. I've been messing around with it on the public test server. We see some
Phalanx.
in-game footage of it right here. This is one of my favorite designs that they have ever
Yeah, they
put
skipped
inside
over the
Pokemon
loser
games.
bracket semifinal for some reason. Don't ask me why, but it's just not getting shown. We have to wait for this to end right now. Oh, it just ended.
Of any
The
Pokemon in
FAG.
the game right now.
The FAG against Nemesis.
Everybody facing forward, charge forward, kind of no retreat.
I'm too introverted for this. I mean, I am too introverted for this.
Yeah, I love it. I like this protect the
I'm not an entertainer when it comes to that. I just want to talk about the game.
Very, very fun.
You know?
Like,
and that's it.
for me. I'm grabbing
all that like extra fun stuff is like
in my roster, and it will be
out of my comfort zone. So.
It's one of my favorite things that
Definitely.
Pokemon Unite does is there are a few of
I
their
just want to talk about the
designs that
game.
are so uniquely that Pokemon. It just feels like
but there's more to them, you know, like you don't have to be like this.
Dodrio now inside of Unite. I didn't love Dodrio before Unite. I didn't really care, but it's just like I'm sorry.
Spraggets has worked in like television before. Of course he can. Like he used to be a comedian. He worked in like television or something. You can't compare, you know. It's like not fair. It ain't fair that you compare him to, you know.
Well, 3 heads are good. 5 is
Ain't
going
fair.
to level that up with Phalanx, and again, another design and flavor win for me.
It's awesome, and I believe we have our bracket ready now. So if we can all get excited about this, next
fair,
up we have
man.
Luminosity taking down Exile 2-0. Exile heading into the tournament at that 4th place spot, but this new Luminosity squad may have taken that early
I could
loss.
do it, could you?
They are still striking forward in our bracket.
Yeah, here we go. They're going to be going up against Nemesis. You just saw them lose to OT, but obviously Nemesis, one of the top teams in North America. Yeah. Either of these teams would like another shot at OT.
Oh, Fusion lost. The winner of Eos Cup did not get first place.
What's amazing about Orange Team is literally they're made of parts from
And
the 2 teams that
also,
are fighting
well,
to
we have
face
upsets
them
everywhere.
in the
Also,
grand
Legacy
finals.
didn't win again.
So what a statement
Legacy and Brazil
that would be
lost.
for Orange Team to dispatch
And
either of them, while the other ones are just saying, okay,
Fusion
well, we made these
lost
roster
in
changes.
Mexico.
They're like now, it's like, oh, we better do something because we pulled a lot of plugs and cut
Wow.
a lot of cords to make that magic happen.
Yeah, and it's going to be really
Oh, wait, not
exciting
you-
no
wait,
matter
who am I
who emerges from these losers finals,
Did
obviously.
I just
but
mix something
I
up?
have to say, I would love to see
Oh no, I mixed something up. Sorry, never mind, never mind. Fusion hasn't. Never mind, that's different. Oh, sorry. Never mind.
Stage. I think that would be really exciting.
No, Fusion was Peru. I
Luminosity,
just mixed it up.
One of the best squads, it looks like. I mean, their roster's insane, but with that comes a lot to prove. You know, you
Yeah.
are
River
what a
Weak
lot
Spot
of
is
people would
Mexico. Yeah.
consider the top dog. So when you're already down in losers, I think you've
Wait,
really
did Fusion win though? Wait, let me see.
Yeah,
Did Fusion
they need that
win?
energy for sure.
Yeah, well,
Oh, they're still
somebody's
playing right
casting
now.
this game.
Fusion is playing right now. Okay.
Zoinks is going to cast this game. I think that's going to be pretty exciting. And
That
I
makes
think,
sense to me.
Doobsnack, you are going to be casting this game as well. So I'm going to let you two head on over there and cast some Pokemon.
Am I gonna
Unite.
main Phalanx after the release? I mean, I'm not gonna main anything, no. I'm gonna play it, yeah.
Yeah, we're not supposed to walk yet, and it's
do you
unlikely.
see what the draft has done?
It's unlikely that not only are we not supposed to walk yet, we probably shouldn't call it out as well. That's what we're not supposed to do. But here we are, Nemesis versus Luminosity in our losers finals. It's going to be an exciting matchup. You just saw Nemesis, you saw him at the AOS Cup, and Luminosity you really didn't see at the AOS Cup because they had one of the worst records at the AOS Cup. Now this roster completely different. The only member of Luminosity that has stuck around is what is considered by most one of the world's best players, Overlord. Here is
Oh no,
Nemesis,
we have.
Rex
This is gonna be a
Asinable,
matchup.
Trainer LGC, Yeet, the fan of 2016,
Yeet.
and Metallic. They crushed it at
Yeet.
AOS. They were the last hope for North America, being taken down late in that tournament, but they had an amazing showing. And then, of course, the new super team in North America, we have Overlord, Lutano, Otter, Joey, and JL. Right now, they're on an 11-2 streak. They're a new team here, and they're crushing it. Player to watch, Overlord. If you're just joining Pokemon Unite, this is one of the top players inside the entire game, considered by some the best player in the world. But he's going to need to prove it here right now in the losers finals. Let's send it over to Zoinks and Doobsnacks. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I couldn't do these things on camera, man. Like, I just can't.
Incredible matchup.
I would feel way too cringy. Oh my god, man. I literally.
Versus Luminosity.
Yeah, again, another showdown between a team that has stuck together and are trying to
Maybe I just have to learn it.
versus another one that is going, we are going with like just
Maybe I just have to learn it.
top in-roll players, mash them together and see if we can get some wins. And now we're going to find out if
Too late now,
Be
anyways.
resilient in Nemesis against these very skillful,
happening, so.
talented LG teams.
Yeah, I think no matter what, this is going to be an incredible matchup.
All
let's
right.
not hold up any longer. We are jumping into our draft.
This is
phase.
gonna
Game
be
number 1 of our
great.
Losers finals. Nemesis will be on that purple side, and they're going to keep up with this Mew ban. New team, but there
Not even a
is
quiet
Otter
person
on that other
does
side,
it.
so
That's not
definitely
fun.
wants
It's
that
like
immediate ban.
hard to watch.
I agree completely. Zor queued up as well as Mimikyu. And Mimikyu is a ban that we've seen a lot happen against Nemesis specifically. Although Mimikyu itself hasn't had particularly show out moments on screen.
Totally agree. And very interesting final ban of the Crustle for Luminosity. Knowing that we have Azabel on that Pokemon very, very often for Nemesis, the question for me is Nemesis want to grab this Umbreon, who's got those new buffs, very, very powerful. Looks like they will grab it. They will be giving over the Trevenant most likely to Joey on Luminosity.
Yeah, Trevenant and Joey go hand in hand, peanut butter and jelly. Like, if they can get the tree for Joey, they're going to lock that in. But they left a prime target.
Hola,
one of
Chris
the most banned
Noob.
Pokemon
Okay,
we've seen
bro.
in April.
What have I done
Leafeon
to
on the
you?
board. LG snatches it up.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Extremely strong Pokemon. And it's Otter picking it up as well, which historically has actually liked playing it in the attacker role in the bottom path. They played that Solar Blade for that big secure and really, really like the versatility.
What have I done to you?
That Pokemon, when you can flex where it goes. Nemesis is going to grab 2 power picks of their own, though. Metallic going to get their hands on the Blaziken and Yeetfan on their signature Inteleon.
Well, we've got actually Joey hovering the Slowbro here. Really want that slow beam shutdown, potentially for a player like Metallic or whatever LGC picks up, and be able to shut that down. Lutano grabbing Glaceon. It's a Pokemon we've seen them play a lot when they're on GT, and doesn't seem to be any
Now we have an amazing matchup. Nemesis against the new LG. JL, Otter, Lutano, Joey, and Overlord. Only Overlord remains on LG. Everyone else got swapped out, and we have Lutano in LG. Can you believe it? GT already over. The GT run lasted 1 tournament. We have a Sableye! We have a Sableye. Rex bringing it out. Oh boy, we have a match. What does LG last pick even here? Something that doesn't... Not Azumarill, right? I was about to say. Gyarados? A Gyarados. Interesting.
Is going to be in the
All
mix.
right.
So excited to
These
watch
are this is some drift. You have a Leafeon making it through. Left side we have, I mean, Sableye with Wish Umbreon. It does work, right?
Waterfall buffs were huge for that Pokemon. Allows you to get
Are you gonna
some
see Waterfall?
chase moments. However, with the way Overlord plays in that hyper carry style away,
Why is Lutano so popular in NA? Because he's one of the OGs, and TTV just had a huge fan base.
I feel like Bounce Dragon Breath is going to be the direction they go.
When it used to be that Gyarados had to rely on scoring to evolve, Sableye played a lot better into that with the knockoff to grab the money out of their pockets, even, you know, thieving early. But now LG's going to have to build around that, and I don't think Rex is necessarily going to find historic value that Sableye does in the Gyarados matchup. So they're going to have to get clever in a different way to try and shut down, because obviously if Overlord hits Gyarados too early in this game, it becomes a
I mean, they didn't update their text because nothing is serious yet. What if they lost this tournament? I think LG would then again, you know, like...
minutes, but once you get that evolution, you get both your moves, a huge
I don't know,
power
man.
spike, and it is a game-changing level Pokemon. So having access to that early would be phenomenal for them, like you mentioned. And I mean, that's a lot to ask of a support player like Rex. To keep a player like Overlord down is no easy feat. However, Rex...
Yeah, who plays top, Overlord or Lutano? Who's top lane?
In North America, so if anybody's going to do it, it could be Rex.
We're about
I didn't
to
see
jump
who they
into
picked,
this
actually.
game in just a matter of moments, and let's find out how they shut down this.
Is Lutano
Gyarados,
or
because they're gonna
is
need to Nemesis,
Overlord
of course,
top?
purple,
I guess they
LG
probably
on the
swap
orange
around
side,
depending on
and
Pokemon they
Rex
pick.
working
Okay, makes
through
sense, yeah.
Alongside Metallic.
Metallic gonna leave a few
They're gonna
of
adjust.
those wild
But they have the
Pokemon
Gyarados
anyways.
against
They can get
Blaziken.
some
I mean, it's good for Gyarados because he gets early game. What is Sableye gonna do? Just be annoying? Okay, he's just actually gonna fight the
Immediately
Magic
actually
Carp.
putting pressure on Overlord, quickly thieving, I believe, the
Or can they
money
KO him?
Overlord had, and they almost
Eject
get
button
a
already
knockout
gone,
here.
but he
Quick
baited
rotation
him.
by
We have
Otter to put
Otter playing
pressure on
Razor
Rex.
Leaf.
Not
Nice,
getting a
nice,
knockout
nice. I
on
like it, I
Rex
like
either
it.
is at least
What?
a good sign for Nem.
Huh? He's not killing Blaziken?
Build on this Leafeon. So no
He goes for the
solo
last hit
available
over the
for them.
KO on
Instead, we're gonna
Blaziken.
have kind of the all-in
Interesting.
dive option.
Instead of that big secure tool,
I mean,
we'll go with that aerial ace and razor.
sure.
A lot of cool outplay potential.
I guess he didn't expect to be able to kill Blaziken, but
targets if you line it up well. So Otter really going to try to show the true skill expression that Leafeon has
no,
available.
Zakrak's on a different team now too. And Zakrak's team is currently in the grand final waiting for one of these two teams.
Effort gauge. So Gyarados is right around the corner. If they can hit this before the 8-minute mark, you have to consider that a big time win. You can see how close they are. 4 players are up there babysitting.
Tano playing Icy Wind, I like it.
Right on top of he eats at half HP, but
So Luminosity is doing what Nemesis does. Icy Wind, Razor Leaf. But we have Leafeon going down. Oh, yikes. Yikes.
Like all off the knock off engagement.
And Overlord just splashing around his magic up.
Shout out to Trainer too for making sure they follow up on something.
Does he get a KO? Oh my god, if he gets the Sableye there. He wants him. He wants the Sableye. No, he doesn't get it. He was 1 HP.
Huge flamethrowers, and it's good for
knockouts.
Metallic gets the evolution because of it. Honestly, Nemesis winning in every front in that scenario.
Getting 3 knockouts is massive. Now Otter is going to stress the resource on the side of Nemesis.
This is terrible for AG. He's going to go down too.
What
members there?
That is the power of Sableye. If you have coordinated follow-up, when you go in
I don't know what happened to Slash, no idea.
It's a long time, Zoinks.
Right. That boosted auto before it as well to get that fear combination. The chain
No clue.
crowd control that Sableye has.
Now we have the Gyarados, but they're already so far behind on experience.
Trust me.
So far behind.
Tough to master, okay? I've been putting in some hours. It is a difficult Pokemon to get that combo always on lock. Rex, though,
Is this our first North American like super team? AG now? Do we consider the super team? We do, right? Has NA ever had a super team before? I don't think so. Gyarados goes down.
To feed the belly of that Gyarados, it gets knocked out quickly, and now JL is just hanging around.
I mean, it's a super team, right? But
they want.
I think NA never had like something like this before.
Moment first as well, so Gyarados has no mobility moves available to it. Instead, it has to just naturally walk out of that imprisoned targeting area, and it's right into Mean Look, and of course, Trainer just constantly.
Super teams rarely work, I know.
Get that KO. Huge.
Doesn't work in Europe either.
But at the very least, they always got the silver lining. Is Otter being a nuisance this whole game? The enemy central area has never been less safe.
Yeah, I mean, the raw mobility that Leafeon has allows Otter to pretty safely contest when nobody is in the neighborhood.
Otter's being annoying. Can they take him down? Again, 4 members are there. But he's just gonna go for Sableye. Doesn't have enough damage. It's just so annoying. There's just no point in chasing this Leafeon bit around. It's so wasted time.
Alright, so Otter gonna have to retreat all the way.
I wonder how Nemesis is gonna play team fights though without a real healer. I mean, Wish heals so much though now. Sableye is gone. But he's zoning enough. What is this Wish healing?
I love what Rex was doing there. They're in the face of
Gyarados Unite didn't get out too much, but they get Sableye at least, but I mean, that's not really enough.
They weren't even pressing their buttons. They were literally just running in their face. Lutano couldn't get an Icy Wind on a premium target, and yes, Rex goes down.
I don't think Chandelure is that strong though. Like Chandelure against Leafeon is a terrible matchup, and Gyarados too. It's so easy in late game fights for like Gyarados and Leafeon to just get on Chandelure. And they're gonna get Regieleki at least. Yeah, I mean, it's looking bad for AG so thus far. It's still bouncing Dragon Breath.
Yeah, now they're collapsing on top of Lutano on this Glaceon. You know, there's a lot of purple Nemesis dots around around that Lutano character chart here. But now Slowbro's sitting on path. They're looking to push. Teleon United's out, but they're actually sitting on top of
Auto jumping in.
Straight to the back line.
Can he get onto? Yeah, there we go. See, I mean, that's what Shep. Oh, snipe shot!
Snipe shot on the backside by Yi.
Holy!
And now this push can actually continue if they want to. Icy Wind right on Metallic. Egg Bomb for the spacing, and Nemesis looks like they're going to.
He would have gotten Sableye otherwise.
It's
what? No, Waterfall is probably allowed. It's just not. My bounce is still very good too.
They do not want to let this player get in.
No, he missed the Dragon Breath. Overlord! Overlord!
Is perfect. Nemesis
Overlord is down. More like Underlord. Can we call him Underlord if he messes up? Or do we call it Jovalord? I like Jovalord a lot too.
High-powered straight line vehicle that can get them really high top
We need a name.
And Rex is coming out and just putting like a little bit of
either Underlord or Jovalord. Jovalord for sure.
When's the last time we ever
That's
saw
a good one.
Overlord at level 10 at 4 minutes? Like, this is a player that is constantly knocking on the door of level 12 in a moment like this, but being held down by Nemesis is such a fantastic way they're playing.
Joe Walnut is hilarious. I think that's a great name for when he messes up. He's going in. Oh, he's still level 11. Or he can find a huge Unite maybe. He's going for Blaziken. Blaziken getting away. They actually got Leafeon. I think Leafeon got destroyed by the Shinru Unite. Losing vision there. Oh, the way he deflect Metallic! Banks him into the wall. Ah, Lutano's trying, but he doesn't have any icy winds up. Terrible fight for LG. Terrible.
This team is nasty, brother. Luminosity had every response and every single one fell short. We are now going to be slow beaming.
There's something about this? Nope. Bottless down again.
Wish healing plus that Regirock defense buff is going absolutely crazy for Ethan.
Now
they're able to retreat back to their base. There is no reason that Inteleon should still be standing.
This is so much more experience now. Lutano's also only 11.5. Like 11.5 icy wind Glaceon doesn't do that much. Like it wants to be 13-14 in stats late game, I feel like, for it to do a lot of damage. 40 points as well for Sableye. Sneaking in some little points. Can they dive this? Umbreon? That's good goal break here if they get 40 in. They do get 40 in. They give it over to Lutano. Nice, that's good for experience. Blissey stopped the score just to give it over to Lutano.
Exactly, and even you see them immediately pivoting to get that free experience. They don't have their Unite move.
So now he's gonna at least hit like 13. 13 doesn't matter for abilities, but it's just a lot more stats.
Every hit being a
right.
hit. Very, very fantastic. We have Rexion.
Oh, what that score! Thanks, DDD.
Absolutely get KO'd if the enemy team wants to
this little red.
for it, and they will do so. Rex going to be back in 13 seconds.
Is that actually worth it though? Was it kind of nice? Is that even worth it? It denies a big back cap you could do, right?
Joey really on the slow bro, a non-factor this game.
So is it worth it? I don't even know. I guess he can score and then we base maybe now. It's also annoying. Yeah, it's tilt, right? It's mental advantage. I don't know, but it's funny. True.
In a competitive setting is unbelievably strong, and it looks so good when a player the caliber of trainer is playing.
You can change so many stuns too between the slow beam on top of the Chandelure
trainer.
But they're able to eject out.
He actually gets no. He double clicked his Unite move or what? Awkward, but they can't KO him. What? Where's the follow up?
I mean, I don't know if you
oh, there's Otter. Yeah, he found Inteleon. He still has Unite too, but oh, there's a huge imprison. Metallic. Metallic eject, but no safety. This fight's awkward, but Luminosity should win right now. They have 3 Unites left. They have 3 Unites. They just can go for Unite, Gyarados, and Blissey assistance. Bliss assistance? What is this? Oh, that was disgusting to watch.
I can't believe Metallic didn't get it with
what is that? The Bliss assistant didn't even hit. He was so late on it. And it didn't even hit Rayquaza. Ben's right. Oh, that was disgusting. Oh boy. They have chance to nah. This is surely game. Yeah, this is game. Sableye says the shield too. Bro, what was that?
It is my favorite Pokemon with Hoopa to play in the game, and it's for the plays that we saw specifically in this. And I'm not saying I make
the Sableye didn't even hit.
But watching Rex in this matchup with a coordinated team making plays around them has been amazing to watch. Now they're going to give up this goal zone because they can, and we're going to see what LG can do on this secondary push.
Yeah, I was going to say that there was more points left in the central area, but I'm pretty sure Luminosity was able to pick those up. Got the Blaziken defending that tier 2. However, we already start with Otter being KO. The Chandelure Unite move is also going to take out that Blissey. JL, the second one down. Overlord trying to hang for a little bit. Joey slow beam left, but there is just, they are grasping.
How do they lose that with 3 Unites? Oh, come on.
Prevent Luminosity from coming back. Nemesis start our losers finals 1-0.
What a game, Zoinks. What a game. Great draft by Nemesis. Honestly, I like Luminosity's draft as well, but really it was just executing of a strategy.
Yeah.
And you know, this is what you might be able to say. That's what you get out of a team that hasn't switched up, has stuck together, that can play into unique strategies like around the Sableye, and really pick apart maybe a team who's still trying to figure out their communication in LG.
I loved that in Prison in particular. So good, it felt like there were so many moments. And, of course, Asnable's willingness to go to the mean look on that Umbreon. We see a lot of players going towards foul play because of how powerful it is, but that mean look can have a ton of value, and we saw it in
in that game in particular.
Just absolute raw shutdown tools from Nemesis, and you could tell what their target was. It was Overlord. Overlord did not get off the ground with that Gyarados.
Yeah, I mean, Metallic on that Blaziken, I would say also had a quieter game as well. It felt like both of those players had a slower topside, really needed to play it patiently, but both were going for it as much as they could. You see that Bliss assistance onto the Gyarados, even just all of Luminosity's resources thrown towards that final fight, but in the end, it's just Nemesis with the Ice Advance.
I can't state enough how well Nemesis was moving around that map.
Yeah.
You know, every engagement kind of felt kicked off by Rex.
Yeah.
Maybe calling out a target like feared knockoff, and then it was an imprison as soon as they go to use something to re-engage, and then it was a mean look, and then focus fire down. I mean,
Right.
it was a rinse, repeat, because it was working.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not like these are simple strategies to execute because you have to get those play calls, you have to land that crowd control, you got to make sure your combos are on lock. But then the final part of that is the damage, which are skill shots from the rest of the team. We have Snipe Shot from Yeet Fan, and we got Flamethrower on the side of the Chandelure.
Absolutely.
Both of these moves need to be hit at the proper time. So very, very cool to see the execution that Nemesis is able to put together. We got a chat poll, and currently 79% of you sweating a little bit more because Luminosity on that 0-1 right now in our series.
Yeah, if I were to put my vote for LG, I might be considering switching it up. But you can't deny the individual skill on Luminosity. I say that tongue in cheek. There are phenomenal players on this team. If I'm LG to try and this is me saying there's a gap in communication, not because these players don't know what they're doing, but it takes a moment to mesh.
Yeah.
So in those moments like that, I'm thinking maybe LG can pivot to more comfort picks, right? Try to get specifically Joey and JL maybe on Tree and Hoopa, something like that.
Yeah, that's a good pivot. Mine in particular would be let's see some speedsters. Like we're playing so many mages in this set. I think Nemesis just has the upper hand in that game plan. Would love for Luminosity to go towards something like they grabbed the Leafeon, but let's go and check out some other speedsters as well. Nemesis on that 72% win rate of the overall season.
I mean, they've had themselves a great season, especially in the AOS Cup. It's you can't deny what you get from that experience and how you can translate it into your own personal region. Let's look at some head-to-head. Trainer LGC and Overlord squaring off. Favorite Pokemon, or most played Pokemon, I suppose. Glaceon and Leafeon, average scores. That's not really what those characters are there, those players are there to do. But, the damage numbers tilting in the favor of Overlord.
86,000 average damage for a whole season is wild. Like, this player, we talk so much about Overlord for good reason. I actually do think that final stat there, the total MVP, is rather interesting when you're looking at central area players, because when you have a MVP award to them, it means they're getting high numbers of knockouts. They have the carry level performance that we see from them, When a central area player is just kind of...
Does that matter? Like, did LG ever get far this year?
Or they got a lot of that.
I don't remember, actually.
Away that MVP. But if your central area pick is taking it, it means your resources have been well invested. Your carry player is doing the carry thing. And both Overlord and Trainer, exceptional cases of just that.
Yeah, I mean, S-tier players without a doubt. Let's talk
How far did they get
about
before?
Luminosity. We were calling about some pivots. You mentioned some speedsters. I mentioned, maybe getting Joey and JL on really kind of what the Pokemon they're known for in the community or in the NA scene. What other adjustments could LG possibly make here?
Yeah, I mean, that's the big one. You honestly could put Trevenant into top path if you really wanted to. It could be an option. But whatever you do, you got to try to build around the potential of a Sableye on the other side. Rex winning player of the game in that first one. Only 20,000 damage, but hey, 287 points scored. That is a very important Sableye stat.
It actually got some crucial knockout, too, at the end.
Yeah.
Rex was able to actually pivot and take out Otter, the Leafeon, which is a huge damage source before that final race secure. So, another kind of the devil's in the details type situation, right? Like those two knockouts, but one of them was incredibly critical to keep Otter from being able to collapse and help LG try and out-secure on that Ray.
Yeah, it's really cool. And with our metagame that has been developing both in Europe and in North America, it feels like getting a last hit secure on Rayquaza is extremely important. We're back to the days of the rip damage that we have from a lot of the popular Pokemon are really, really good. So we're getting into potential where Rayquaza could be KO before the team fight even occurs.
Sure.
We need options around that. And something that is a great option, that Confuse Ray from Sableye can cause absolute crime scenes in the Ray Pit. You can steal away some big secures with the power of your enemy's Pokemon.
Exactly. I think it's, I think it was a lesson learned, specifically, in my opinion, out of AOS Cup. I think NA and EU teams were usually like brawl out around the objectives, take convincing team wins, then pivot to it. It kind of felt like the angle that NA and EU were taking. And Kabi-chan's kind of flipped that script a little bit. Whenever they had any sort of percentage equity, they would go for the objective itself, and just the raw conversion percentage on that from a team like Kabi-chan's was so high that it kind of becomes an undeniable strat and something you need to kind of build into your compositions moving forward.
Yeah, and I think you do need to specifically build it into, right? If you're going to go for that strategy like that, you need to build a roster of Pokemon that is exceptional at just that. Why we see certain Pokemon like the Mew or the Dragonite be so popular on specific Pokemon on those teams. But between these two, we already talked about a little bit of swaps that we might see from Luminosity. How about for you? Do you think that we see Sableye yet again from Nemesis? Do you think that they'll be willing to bring it out in a second game? Or is it worked, it was fun, it was niche, but let's go back?
So there was just a lot of premium targets on LG's side, right? Only having the Slowbro to necessarily contend with also helps, right? Like the higher the HP pools that stack up on the side of LG, the harder it becomes. So like JL kind of having the second highest as the Blissey still kind of makes it easy to work because the targets you want are still ones that you can actually get to and shut down fairly easily. So I don't know. I think Nemesis truly doesn't play Sableye to play Sableye. They play Sableye when it makes sense to. But that's why they prioritize Umbreon, because Umbreon now makes that decision
no
so
Metagross?
much more mysterious.
It just doesn't. It takes too long,
Access to other options.
and it doesn't do anything specifically bad on late game. It has a very bad Unite move too. Metagross Unite just absolutely sucks.
So far already, Orange team dispatching Nemesis 2-0. And then Luminosity taking out Exile 2-0. And now we are at the point of the losers finals. Whoever wins this moves into grand finals.
Why is there no Dark Bear?
Orange team. Currently Nemesis.
I don't think it's good. Personally, I never believed in Dark Bear.
Yeah, it almost a little bit of deja vu from what we saw in the EU bracket, right? Yalla Bingo sent their counterparts Nouns down.
Yeah.
Nouns fought their way through, and it got to a point where the last two teams scrapping in the losers finals were teams that the winners, or the team waiting in grand finals had already beaten. However, that didn't work out too well for Yalla Bingo, and I think Orange team wants to change that script a little bit.
Right,
Orange
team. We're hoping it's not a prophecy, just a random chance of circumstance, but we will have to see what actually goes down. We're still set in this losers finals with a gameplay or a game plan like Nemesis executed in that first game. I think Luminosity is very happy they've had this time to breathe between game 1 and 2, because Nemesis had every answer. But already we're shifting things up. Luminosity will be taking the first pick position, giving last pick over to Nemesis.
Purple, to me, feels incredibly strong right now in terms of a draft position. So unsurprising that LG will go there. Banning Blissey and Mimikyu, and we have Mew on the side of Nemesis banning that out.
I love this Blissey ban, because last time we saw Luminosity feel like they needed to take it away in a draft screen instead of having it as a ban spot. But now Luminosity can grab something they're more comfortable with. We grab that Umbreon as well. Nemesis is going to have a brand new look on this orange side compared to what they've been able to do so far.
This gives the opportunity for potentially Blastoise as we're clicking through the characters that we might want here. Metallic wants this Blaziken in a bad way. They're going to queue that up. Asnable, Blastoise, great.
Am I dropping frames?
Really
I'm not dropping any frames now.
I miss their Crustle, I suppose. I feel like their Crustle is so phenomenally powerful. It feels strange to be giving it up, but I suppose you do not want to give that option for Luminosity to play in another role, so it's totally fine to grab that Pokemon. Now LG is going to have to be really creative about what they put in the top path. Top path Trevenant, though, still available. Gyarados, still available, so they definitely have options.
Yeah, Overlord Blastoise sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, let's take it away. You know what? Good call, Asdrubal. I'm now fully on board.
Am I lagging?
Yeah, Yeet and Trainer, though, getting 2 of their favorite Pokemon to play this year. Trainer actually, you know, playing like Razor Leaf, Leafeon.
Oh, finally we get to see Trainer's Leafeon. That's what I want to see, the Trainer Leafeon.
We've seen that.
So what's Overlord gonna pick here? Aegislash!
Sniper plus assassin is so many different ways
Okay, he brings out the Aegislash. I am X is either gonna go super good or super badly. There's no in between. Why does Otto have Golgetta equipped? What has he been doing in solo queue? Yeah, I saw that Golgetta Otter. I saw it. Otter? What have you been doing in solo queue, buddy? Are there gonna be a Comfey? Oh, there's gonna be a Comfey. Oh, Nemesis comp looks so scary. That looks very scary. Blaziken, Blastoise, Inteleon, Leafeon, Comfey.
They have a full stack of 2, 3, 4 boosted auto attacks. All of a sudden, your entire support is just gone, and now you're left out to dry. So we're gonna have to be wary of Overlord's Aegislash in the top path, but Nemesis taking that Comfey, a Pokemon that doesn't get selected maybe as much as we think it should with its power level.
I have a tendency to agree, and like you said, there's so many good targets that, you know, the more we kind of talk through, the more it makes sense. I mean, jumping on top of Metallic or even Asnable or Trainer, you know, the only player that really might not see a lot of Comfey around their neck is Yeet, because if they're picking up a Comfey in the action, they're not where they're supposed to be anyways, right?
That is true.
So, between these two, where's your head leaning in terms of the draft?
Oh my word, I love Aegislash so much, so it's hard to pivot away from that. However, I do think that the Umbreon going to Luminosity might be the biggest selling point for LG's composition. First picking that Pokemon, it is so phenomenal after the recent changes, and I feel like it hasn't been getting the respect it deserves.
I agree with that.
So I do think that Joey locking in that Pokemon is a very big sell. The biggest thing going for Nemesis, though, is they have that Leafeon and Inteleon duo. That's just something that looks so good for them. I like to call it the hammer and anvil. You always have Inteleon hitting the snipe shot. If that doesn't get the KO, Trainer surely will. And these players have been playing together long enough that they got that synergy.
Well, we're going into this thing. We can see what this Comfey can do. We can see what this
I feel like this game is going to be exciting. I don't know what to expect from this.
LG needs to win this one
the Aegislash
to keep their hopes alive.
Yeah, LG does
it's going to be interesting.
EVs on their side of the battlefield currently, which is
fine early game.
Success for the most part. One cool tech that I've seen.
Robo's already dropping a lot. And he's going to get Leafeon. He is going to get Leafeon. And Leafeon actually going bot lane. Leafeon's going to ignore top fully. He actually goes, okay, he's going to clear jungle. He realized that Espeon is not aggressive, so he just goes to bottom to get more experience. And now bot lane doesn't even know about this either. I think Leafeon is top lane, so he's going to get KOs here.
Let's see if they can get Otter.
Oh, rep buff, but he has X speed. That's still gonna be KO, right? Otter is missing a fire. He's actually alive. No! Yeet goes in. Yeet!
And that's a great one.
And now he's gonna go down.
Right in time, and they're gonna get a KO back the other way.
Okay.
Nice K opener for Nemesis. Great follow-up by LG.
Wow, Joey on that battle pass.
Kind of be a bit careful here. Rainer's looking for it. He has boost out tech ready. He's not going for it though.
Well,
he already he paid already for the Umbreon skin. Wow.
This Umbreon obviously extremely strong. We got that 3v side on the bottom.
He actually fully paid for the skin.
All of them hitting their
that is fast.
And poor Nemesis just on the Squirtle and
Defender mains are so like starved of content, they just instantly pay for better pass skin. That's how much defenders are just starved.
I want to know where LGC
Meanwhile, support players are even worse. They don't even get skins either for support mains.
At least in this moment are successful.
Yeah, now they're going to have Trainer to fight with at least, but Trainer catches Otter on that flank, immediately jumps on them.
I wonder if Comfey's going to go more on. Is she? Oh, okay. The EVs are running down the other EV.
Making sure that Otter is never taking that fight alone. These EVs are
EV was.
a large part of this series.
Yeet on the chase down. Lutano taking a ton of
Lutano tried to be on the jump pad but missed up.
I think that's what they were hoping would happen, but it just didn't go that way, and shame on me. Yeet picking up a
Aegislash on his way to level 7, but still needs quite a while. Well, that close to in here.
Trainer LGC, Jordan Frey, and of course you got to jump up to Metallic, who's still only at level 6. You got to support that player, get them at least to 8.
I assume he's gonna go White Guard, right? I mean, it's not gonna be Ironhead. Otter?
Great engagement on Otter. That's a quick KO. They're looking to pivot. It was a 4v3, now it's a 4v2. Lutano forced to come up with the
He's gonna go in. If he doesn't get level 7, he's dead. Oh, yeah.
Doesn't matter what that pollen puff has, isn't it? Cannot.
I mean, there's 4 members up here as well.
We're still sitting 4v2. Are they gonna make
Even if he gets level 7, he might be dead anyways.
LGC make the first engagement, see if they can leash
No, he doesn't get level 7 either. He has to take jungle now. What is AD just...
Finally decides to dive in now that Sylveon is gone. There's less threats for them.
Yeah.
Try to stack up this Blaziken with their attack win. I imagine they have not gotten...
They can do 18, comfy detaching. Or they can also let Blaziken stack. Actually, I think Blaziken stack is... Really? No, let him stack.
Going out and creating almost a
You have no time pressure.
Behind your target, and when they try to retreat, you actually
You have 0 time pressure. Let him stack.
Double damage up on that. Overheat comes through.
Or let Comfy score first and then get down to 1 point. Anyways, I think I just think that AG is gonna make it to top lane somehow, but
that callback of the leaves would do any damage is if they got to the other side of them. So you see Leafeon charging forward and trying to eject button to make sure that the Razor Leafs can land. But I'm sure we'll see more moments like that from Trainer throughout this series.
Overlord level 9 just picked up their Unite move. Inteleon Unite is out.
Oh, he already took 1 snipe shot and can't fight anymore. What? He's back to full HP? Wait.
They want to prioritize another target. Trainer LGC sees
he's getting rushed and...
that's where they're going. Coup de grace tries to find a mark, but nobody gets KO. But the sword is
how he uses his Aegis Slash. Oh, man.
Objective, and we'll see if they look to push.
Just see, like someone's always... You can't Unite move as Aegis Slash. This is exactly what happens. You Unite move, you die instantly. Whenever I play Aegis Slash, someone is like, Chris, do you just play without Unite move? Yes. Because you can't team fight with Aegis Slash Unite. It's so pathetic. You just can't fight with it. You die in its animation every single time, I swear. It takes so long to come out.
Ones that actually miss the intended target. Like we just saw one right there actually miss Joey, who is the front line.
It's so bad.
Stitches the Eldegoss in the back, and then all of a sudden LG had
to understand why Chris said that. Yeah, you just Night moving on Aegis Slash is awful.
You know, Nemesis is kind of getting away with one despite not hitting the target that they actually wanted.
Right, a collective sigh from LG whenever that happens, and then having to reset your fight. Yeah, that absolutely can happen. Overlord only at level 9 has got a big engagement on a Trainer. That's going to be a Unite move from that Comfy Flowery Field forever. They're going to immediately delete that Aegis Slash.
He just in shield form. He's just gone.
Two-step sorting it out, breaking it down. Joey pivoting back a little bit. They're sitting and those Razor Leaf looking
nah.
Do you want to jump in front of those teams? I sure don't. Yeah, that team.
Man, Nemesis has such an annoying drift.
Out of here, warning sign from Nemesis. Yeah,
I would not have fun playing against this either. Oh, maybe now? Aegis Slash? He's going in. He's going in. He's Unite moving. And he's dead. He got 1 KO though, at least. Could be worse.
Pick up any target on the team that they can, but there goes Lutano. JL split away from Joey. We're coming back through and the pressure's on.
Could be worse.
Wants Joey, they're going in. They're flipping back and forth between the fists and the feet to see if they can...
I don't know what the Mystic Fire Sylveon is here supposed to do, just to live against Leafeon, I guess?
Overextending, and they're just playing it.
I don't know what it really...
Yeah, I think without Asbel,
what was...
you don't have anybody to push
what happened to Wait, what happened to Leafeon? Sylveon? Wait, what?
I believe before you were looking at that being like,
what happened to Sylveon? It looked like it got grass knotted. Did it get grass knotted onto the Ataria? But
he plays a lot of mean look up for you. Asbel knows the timings on these abilities.
There it is. Well, yet again, on note there. Oh, nice grass knot with the hydro pump engagement to get some spacing here. And now the Sylveon tries to make it out.
But Sword already got buffed. This is the buffed Sword. 1 second cooldown on Sacred Sword. It's broken now. It's broken, man. 1 second cooldown.
Luminosity has been having a surge of success in that top side. We have, of course, Lutano and
AG's levels are looking terrible. 11, 11, 10, 10.
Up to 121, and they got the
Where for Aegis Slash now?
Down the other side. Both these teams playing very North America Western style. You get a success, you retreat back, you farm up, you get that level lead. We're playing it safe, we're playing for that final fight.
In this case, good work by both teams.
Why would he pick Sword? I mean, he's a good Aegis Slash, but the Pokemon is Sword class. I mean, what else is even there? I feel like
farm in the middle, like those Swablu and Alteri that both
I think he
teams
just
theoretically have an opportunity.
thinks that like Sword into Blaziken and Leafeon sounds pretty good on paper, right?
That's 2/3 of the available experience. You're going to be very happy with those odds. Now, we have Luminosity rotating around.
It doesn't sound too bad. And he has a lot of protection. He has Eldegoss, he has Wish.
Seems to have some interesting choices to make. If you catch somebody roaming, you can get in a very quick
Like, I don't think it was necessarily... I think I see it, why he went for it.
Really good to be aggressively
But
played. You could look for an early
it's
fight
just so
here. You
weak.
gotta be so conscious of where that Blastoise
Let's
is.
see if I find a
They
team
have no
fight.
vision of him currently.
Yeah, they just saw Metallic.
He
move out
occasionally
of the
pops off on
bush,
Aegis
take a
Slash,
position
so,
around
like...
their goal zone, and look at this. This is a gargantuan
But Nemesis
ambush.
is just very
Metallic
good.
has no shot coming back into this fight, and that's the target they're looking to pick.
Oh, no!
They pick, and they jump right on top.
GG.
The Comfy is there, and they use everything in the kitchen sink. They get the KO. Rex is solo. Rex
What
is
a
down.
trap
It's a
by
logo
AG.
deal. They didn't even touch Ray. Two players
They have to go for
down,
Ray.
and Nemesis is wondering what just
Oh, what else going in? White guard onto Leafeon. You can chase him down, maybe. Or did he go too deep? No. He's dead. He's dead. Do they lose 3 against 5 now? They have no unites left.
On top of Asmo, they're so low on HP.
Oh, what? Nah, he doesn't chase him down?
And now Comfy is back.
They're going for Yeet Fan. I mean, going for Yeet Fan is huge. Okay.
What are they going to do to adjust?
Yeet Fan is down for 30
They
seconds.
took a ton of damage, but they bought a whole lot of time. Nemesis now able to
Oh, that grass not. What are these face checks?
together and they land that giant spike of damage. Azabel also rallying back. They were able to escape and actually recall back to base. So no respawn time for Azabel. That was absolutely huge.
Oh, that
Safe
eject
for
button might lose in the
Trainer, though,
game.
as they have to recall. This might be LG's big chance to push.
Did 10 seconds. Quintilion.
Metallic just used their eject button for an overheat that didn't hit anybody. Surf comes through. We're trying to hit on Ray, but Azabel gets absolutely gutted by the 3v1. Now Otter's playing forward.
I think AG can take this. They have Aegis Slash Unite. This is the time Aegis Slash Unite. This is it. Well, he's just going for Blaziken. I like it. 45. They're playing it slow. They guys have to block Snipe Shot. Now Overlord, so 1 HP. Wait, he's gonna heal up. Where's the Ignite move? Oh, he gets it. There we go. Man, what a... Okay, we into a third game. That was something, definitely. That was a game.
Well, there was a moment that got very, very spooky for them with that Comfey
That was a game.
combo. But despite all that, they played that team fight so well. They group up together and utilize the Eldegoss as best as they possibly can and take out Nemesis one by one. Nemesis wants to brawl. They want to force these 2v2 skirmishes. Luminosity not having it, trusting in that AoE, and it pays off in dividends.
What a fight by Luminosity. And I mean, you could see the trap that they were setting up, and they were ready to go. Whether Metallic moved in there was 4 players stacked up ready to engage, but once Metallic left and they saw them cross
the trap,
zone,
like the trap was
they had
insane.
the perfect flank that they needed, and there was no chance.
The trap, like, Metallic had no idea about it.
Undetected is
That cost them the game, right? I feel like the top right ambush.
Just forced to farm their own wild Pokemon in their own side, which means they had no presence on the top side of the map.
They did to Blaziken what TTV did to Overlord last year. True.
It's why we see a lot of the times when we're casting, we'll see a big team fight around the bottom side of the Rayquaza, but the whole time we're reminding everyone of the 2 little dots on the mini-map on the top side. They're just standing still because there's so much tall grass on that side. You gotta have constant vision of that. And, well, certainly Nemesis did not. Luminosity Gaming taking full advantage of it, and it looked fantastic.
I mean, Nemesis had a great start to the game, right? They were certainly in this bottom path, right?
Yeah.
That's where our focus really was, but here's that huge pick on Metallic. I mean, no chance. Metallic had no chance, neither did Rex, of course. I like to call those the BOGO deal. Whenever you get a good pick and the Comfy is just sitting out, hanging out to dry, you get that one for free.
Yeah, what a good ambush play. Maybe one of the best we have seen in the Unite Championship, at least in this tournament so far. We, of course, have the Unite move from the Aegis Slash for the secure. Does more damage the more missing HP target has, so very, very good execute. But Otter is going to be the player of the game on this Sylveon. The Mystical Fire Draining Kiss, by the way, was really fantastic to chase down a lot of targets that were trying to escape. It's something that Blaziken hates to see. Really doesn't like that build to Sylveon in particular.
What
so
the
Otter with
fuck?
a really clever decision to switch that up.
Otter
Just wanted to
Lutana
download
with
something.
absolute tragedies of trainer cards, but their play that last game was pretty tight.
Why can't I download this? Ah, there we go.
Looking to challenge
What the?
here.
Hello?
At least Asnable put one sticker on theirs, so
Why could
they're
I
trying
download
to
this?
flex their creativeness. Oh, I didn't even see. I saw the crown. I didn't even see the season sticker there. What can Nemesis do on the bounce back? I mean, this is an end-all game for both of these teams.
Yeah, it is. I mean, their early game was so strong. That final team fight felt like just a little bit in shambles, honestly. Now you're moving back to first pick. I do think you find a way to draft priority that Blissey again.
Okay.
I really want to see that Pokemon on Nemesis' side. Rex looks so good with it, and I see the vision of that Comfey with the Blaziken. You have that like hyper carry you want to pocket. I just
Leaked?
think the
No, it's
Blissey
just
does that
I
job a
want
little
to
bit better in the
Photoshop.
compositions that
It's a
Nemesis likes to
Photoshop.
play out, and Rex really likes that pick in particular as well. So I'd like
Fire.
to see that swap.
Yeah, they did that all AO's Cup.
Yeah.
I think one of the exceptions is the first game we just watched here, where they ended up obviously pivoting to Disableeye. Is there any other supporter that? I mean, I don't think I've seen Rex off of a Blissey in a long time, Disableeye or Blissey in a long time. Is that the recipe for success against Nemesis?
I don't think that the Comfey play was particularly like what went wrong there. Like
Sure.
I do think it was just that ambush play. What shuts that
Oh,
down.
I got it.
We just can't allow that to happen. But here are some available options for either of these teams to pick. Very, very powerful Pokemon.
That's so weird. Wait, I downloaded it 4 times
these are our
now.
top Pokemon to watch. Mew sitting at the top with a 62% win rate in that April Cup. 115 picks and only 8 bans.
I'm looking at these
2% ban rate? That is criminal.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of teams that just don't have a Mew, right? So I'd expect that number to start going up, because if your team doesn't have a Mew and you're squaring off against, you know, like an LG or Yala Bingo with Lunder, like you better be taking the Mew off the map.
I think if you don't have a Mew, you should just try it.
Yeah, get a Mew. If you don't have one, just get one.
I'm just saying, if you feel like you're an attacker player, you're not super comfortable, just try it.
Just do it.
It's a 62% win rate.
Yeah.
You know, let's just send it.
Just like that one mediocre shoe company said, just do it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not getting banned only 2% of the time. So
well,
I
they're
think
sneaker
you'll have
zoinks. Of course, they're not
fully
getting banned.
available. Okay.
The other thing that was super impressive was the ban rate on Trevenant. Almost 300 times it's been banned so far, with like an 80+% ban rate. Obviously, we haven't really seen that materialize today.
Yeah.
But should it be? Like, should we see that?
I've honestly been shocked that we haven't seen more top path Trevenant in our matches that we've been casting today. It was something that was talked about a lot leading up into this tournament. And I think in the qualifiers, we saw a ton of top path Trevenant, but not seeing it this time around. Something I do want to see, though, Dupe Snacks, is we asked all of you to showcase some of your trainer cards on socials, and you absolutely showed up. We got some new ones to take a look at. Yo, Sith Lord with that gold badge decoration. I like that.
Gold badge and Mew. Probably a Mew player. So, you know, just do it. Like
and we got ZZ Ray's trainer card on here, too. Absolutely goated player from Apex. So, awesome to see. Winter Tournament participator, Unite Championship Series lover. Big fan.
I love that sticker on Z-Ray. I'm so jealous.
The Winter Tournament one?
Yeah, it's so sick. Okay, well, I guess I'll never get one of those. What about
Fuecoco with a hat? Let's make sure we don't forget Fuecoco with a hat.
This isn't cats off, but it's whatever Fuecoco is. Gators
if you ask certain Twitch communities chats if Fuecoco was a cat or not, I think they'd probably say he was.
Cats off then.
Looking at you, Zug chat. Anyway.
Cats off.
Cats off.
Okay. Back to the drawing board here for Nemesis a little bit. You mentioned Blissey for Rex, you know, bringing that up the priority list here.
Yeah.
What are they saying?
I think that would be big. We've not seen almost any Zoroark. It's been banned a lot from Nemesis' side. Do not want to give Luminosity that option. It feels like a really risky Pokemon to let through because you want to select it, because as soon as it doesn't go on that ban screen, I think Luminosity is prioritizing that pick and draft immediately. So really, really tough to see. However, I do love Trainers Zoroark so much. The Aegislash in particular, I want to see again. Luminosity playing that looked really, really fantastic. Early game, struggled for sure. But Wide Guard is just such a phenomenal pick and has so many options. And when you have Inteleon on the other side with those like critical hit auto attacks, just being able to jump in front of it and Wide Guard a couple of them, like for your teammates to be able to escape and things like that, it gets so much value.
Okay.
They're playing Salt again? How about it won?
On the side of Luminosity, of course, they had the
So-
Aegislash. Overlord had that. You wouldn't mind them going back to that well. But is there anything in the second game that you felt maybe wasn't up to snuff?
Yeah, I mean, their early game struggled there, so maybe that's a credit against me in that Aegislash pick. But the 3 EVs were really phenomenal at what they did. They were covering their bases quite a bit. The Umbreon pick, I love it in that prioritization where they got it in the draft very, very early. But I would like to see maybe the Snarl build into what Nemesis was playing.
Okay.
Who knows? But maybe you do need that wish healing stuff.
I mean, the wish healing is, again, undeniably strong. Let's take a look here at the region comparison between EU and NA. Most banned, Leafeon and Buzzwole. Unsurprising there. Most picked, Eldegoss. That shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. But Espeon finding its way in a lot of matches.
Yes, Pokemon's everywhere. And then, of course, we have our championship points leaders, Nouns Esports, newly minted as the championship points leaders of Europe. We may have a new leader in North America, but Nemesis has got a pretty phenomenal lead in that regard already.
Right.
So I think they are probably going to be holding on to it despite the winner of this tournament, wherever it does land. They're feeling very comfortable about their season so far.
Yeah, well, they've got one more game to try and get to the grand finals here and get themselves another win in their region.
Yeah.
1-1, LG, new squad. How do you feel about it? We've got to watch a couple games here.
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, I
Is
was
Overlord
really
Muscarada?
shocked about Luminosity Gaming in the first game. It felt like they didn't have an answer to anything Nemesis was doing. They were getting out-rotated. They were getting out-team fought. But the ability for Luminosity Gaming to bounce back so well in game number 2 is impressive. And one of the strengths of Luminosity Gaming, we talked about super, that word gets thrown around quite a bit, right? It's the super team. It's
All
because of
right.
the individual
I kind of want to see. I like Nemesis, but I want to see AG in the grand final, just like Nouns today. Just, you know,
across the board,
brings us back in
that is
time.
when you expect Luminosity Gaming to pop up. You don't even necessarily need too much synergy in the draft, just as long as you have haymakers being thrown from
You know?
Otter Leafeon or Lutano Espeon, you know, things like that.
Well, quickly, Mew and Zoroark are banned from Nemesis, and we got Mimikyu and Umbreon on the side of Luminosity here. So Nemesis, they're on the button. They get the first pick.
Yeah, and so far we've seen a lot of support priority.
The team in grand finals, yeah, orange team. It's a new team with Zakurak.
Really looks like they are hovering that. Take that away, and one of the best benefits of this pick.
I want to see Overlord, Zoroark.
Potential Umbreon to really shut down those late game moments.
Well, on the other side, we're going to have a quick response and back-to-back picks here out of LG as they are just going through the whole roster here.
Yeah, wow, they are cycling as quickly as they possibly can. We might finally see the Trevenant for Luminosity Gaming, a pick that we talked so much about how powerful we think this one is. And it's going to be Joey picking up that Pokemon. Nemesis probably very safe to hold on to that Crustle now, as the series, Aslo really preferring that Pokemon when it comes to defender play. But I can be wrong sometimes, as it is a Slowbro lock-in.
I'm concerned because JL can now pick Hoopa if that's where they want to go, and JL's Hoopa is really cut from a different cloth.
It is.
Otter going back to the Sylveon, unsurprisingly, had a good game there in the second game, but JL actually going to Eldegoss, and maybe a sign that Eldegoss, although got hit with some nerfs, didn't impact how useful it can be among teams' compositions.
Muscle Band is still a really good item. Eldegoss, one of the best Pokemon at utilizing that, especially in the early game, and of course, taking that red buff from... What's
Overlord going to bring out this time? So this time he has the Blaziken, okay. Now Nemesis wants the Gyarados, they go for the Gyarados. Now the Chenlu Trainer again, gets Leafeon. Lutano considering a Gardevoir here. Gardevoir into this? Into Leafeon and Gyarados? I don't like it. Don't pick Gyarados. Please don't pick Gardevoir.
Have it stay in the sun, because Gyarados feels like
maybe a Jungle Blastoise? I could still be top lane Overlock and Jungle Blaziken. I mean, I want to see Rapid Spin here, no? I do like it, I do like it. Very difficult for Leafeon now, maybe. Yeah, no, I'm not sure if the Sylveon fits into this, but I think the Sylveon is their weakest link in this game. I like Sylveon, But in this draft, the Leafeon doesn't feel too, the Sylveon doesn't feel too great. I think it's the weakest link. But the rest,
You got the Blissey and
pretty good.
Slowbro, and of course that Gyarados. A lot more bulk on Nemesis' squad than last we saw them play against the Blastoise.
So I'm assuming Trainer is going to jump straight into the top path here to help out Metallic and try and cheese like an early KO and get them evolved early. You know, we were actually watching, I think it was you and I, an LG game, one of their first games on Gyarados Overlord, and they hit Gyarados at like the 9-minute mark.
Yeah.
And the game just felt over after that.
It was like 9-10. It was kind of absurd. All-time speed record.
Oh no, it was you and Spraggles, and we're talking about it. And I was watching your broadcast. You were covering the qualifiers, but man, if they pull off something like that, it almost feels like it's over.
Yeah, it is so good. I know our good friend Inder.
Waterfall or Bounce? I don't know if you're gonna see much Waterfall.
Talked about the benchmark being that 8 minutes. If you can get Gyarados before that first spawn of birds in the middle of the map, that feels like a successful pick on that Pokemon. But if it's any later, it is very, very concerning to see. These days, though, Gyarados hitting that Pokemon pretty frequently. Magikarp evolving quite fast. Some of the recent changes, not in the most recent patch, but the following one, to Flail and Splash, doing it a lot of flavor. Flavors,
yeah. Here we go. Nemesis, LG.
Okay, so Lutano towards top path, Overlord taking the same center area as Blaziken. Makes sense.
A lot on the line here for these squads.
I would like to see a Blastoise struggle again, but yeah, I mean, this makes the most sense. Let's see what build Lutano's gonna go for. I mean, I think every single Blastoise build is good here, right? Everything a bit is good here. But up against Gyarados, I feel like he can allow to go Water Spout. Was his early game's not as bad, but Schwain is already here. Classic.
So very, very confident draft for the side of Luminosity.
Production, could we have the math on that?
But I think, like, do you guys think the Sylveon is gonna struggle?
We've asked this question before, and I'll be honest,
He's already lit 5 though. I mean, is this time it's high? No, it's Mystic Fire again though. Really?
Yeah, that'd be awesome. If it's a
AG's damage is awkward later on.
The next one, I understand. All right.
They need to go. I feel like they need to go Water Spout, Rapid Spin now. Right?
How they do roll allotments, right? We see
they have to go Water Spout, Rapid Spin.
Central, we see Lutano in top. We see that flex constantly between these two teams. This game with the blue buff is going to be
nice gank though.
Get the first KO of the game.
This is the rotation towards top from the bot attacker. Nice.
This is what Nemesis did.
We're getting very popular, this rotation.
100% is the highest percent. That rotation, 4 players versus 3, is exactly what Nemesis did to LG when they had the top half last game. So worth noting that these teams are understanding the strategy. What
does Lutano have? He has Hydro Pump, okay.
Executing around that.
It is Hydro Pump. A triple invade now. I like to see this aggressiveness though. Water is getting the KO! Alright, they're abusing the fact that Nemesis has Magikarp early game. There's 3 people in the right side here. It's just an entire team fight. It's 4v3 now, but Trainer's back. They pick up Water, okay, they get Bidataria as well now for free. LG actually end up losing more of this. And Gyarados evolution also done. And Overlord! Oh, what a nice eject button. But Trainer's gonna chase him down. Oh no, he doesn't! Wow.
Just can't. Eject button.
Is he gonna stay with the berry? Yeah. Can take it up. Each fan has what build this game? It's right, yeah. Oh, the Wood Hammer!
From Joey picking up 3 people and locking them all out of the same place. That's 2 KOs.
The Wood Hammer.
Is
every lane viable now? Yes, it is.
It's just so different, and I'm glad to see LG on
It's a very fun build too.
Again, Joey seems like a cut above when they're on this character.
Yes,
they finally made a relays viable.
That last game was fantastic as well, but this Trevenant, you mentioned a different cloth. They are so good at this option, and I'm loving it currently. Metallic on this Gyarados though has looked fantastic.
We see Waterfall now, right? Wait, AG picked up 2 more KOs. Yeah, AG is bringing the heat now.
Overlord already at level 9 on this place again.
They see much more wake in this 3rd game.
Yeah, LG is really stressing, again, the resources on the side of Nemesis, getting into the central area. Specifically, Otter has kind of been sent on those missions. And the fact that they're able to kind of hang tough in these paths while always down a player in both lanes in a lot of situations is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, Lutano trying to steal that one with a Hydro Pump. Going to come up a little shy as Metallic earns that Regieleki. But that team, they really need those levels, like we mentioned. So now
they won't play Aqua Tail. I mean, Aqua Tail is still just like, it's just too easily cancelled, man. They need some sort of like
LG just taking this Regieleki off the map.
Way to guarantee it coming out.
Teams have kind of settled in and haven't scrapped in a moment, waiting for the right
Like, how do you play? You play against Woodhammer, Surf, Hydro Pump? How are you ever gonna get more than one Aqua Tail out, right? How? Oh, they double Unite move for one Elgos KO. I mean, they were hoping for more, but nothing is up either. This is terrible for Nemesis. One KO, two Unites. It's fine if they would get like a goal out of it, or points, or an objective, but they get nothing out of it.
If this is a 2-level disparity, you just get almost no experience. You barely feel it when you get a KO like that. You honestly get more from an Ndidi at a moment like that, right? So, you do want the support.
What did Overlord? Did he try to Blaziken? Like, did he try to do like a Buzzwood combo on Blaziken?
Chandler caused some problems again, like we saw in game 1, and you know, just
that was close.
Cutting off Overlord from securing just a wild piece of farm to stymieing pushes.
That was pretty close. I think that's what he tried to do.
Like, okay,
I think he like aimed down his Blaze Kick, eject button over, just couldn't reach anyone. He did something, not sure what. I think that's what he tried to do. Do like a Smackdown combo, you know.
As often, but it's going to take quite a bit of damage. But
that's
alright.
What does.
Puff is going to easily
Double
get
Blaze
back
Kick.
up to full HP as they retreat back into their own
I've never tried that before, actually. I wonder how, like,
the main central area player
I mean, this server useful. Yeah, I mean,
they've been doing great. Now we have Nemesis is pivoting to the middle here. 4v3, 4v4.
I just keep my eject button too much for overheat. Like, I only want to use my overheat eject button together. That's what I tunnel vision on. Maybe I shouldn't.
Nice surf, reject out of the Hornleech back to their team, and that keeps Azadable very healthy as Regirock is doing the great.
Oh, the flamethrower's doing so much damage. A 4-match revenue Unite though. Oh, but Overlord is locked up. Can Elgos keep him alive? Yeah, Blastus Unite's also huge, or they got hit by 2 4-man Unite of defenders, and they're still alive. Heatfan finally down. Oh, but Leafeon.
What a dance, what an absolute dance move hit by Trainer LGC as they are smothering Lutano now. KO
Otter doesn't have Unite. What is Otter doing? Like, how does he think he's gonna do anything there? Like,
shout out Rex for just being that die-hard support player. They see their
is he gonna try to like steal with a basic attack?
And Rex just runs through Regirock, multiple enemy Pokemon. And they're like, my job is that Leafeon, and they ignore everybody else to get there with this soft-boiled absolute dedication that you love.
Gyarados Unite.
Well, here comes the Gyarados Unite, spins up Overlord and
you get one at least. Bounce. Make it bounce. Make it Dragon Breath. Okay. But he has high cooldown. No, he's not a bounce up. Alright, he Unite moves, those cooldowns are lower. Right. What's going on? There's like an Aram right now on bot lane.
And now finally LG is backing up a little bit.
Absolute Aram.
You can never play it too aggressive with that flamethrower. The damage is so immense that you gotta be so careful every time you are walking around that Chandler.
Make a bounce.
Not to mention, if you turn around and try to dive them, that Imprison is gonna be so painful. I really do think we're seeing so much Imprison because of specifically the Blaziken. It feels like this
is Otter baiting them, or is Otter getting... Oh, the what? Oh, the Hornleech is massive. Otter's playing so weird with this.
They're looking to make a stand.
But he's alive, but he wasted Unite.
And I went from what both these teams were
oh my god.
Passive, now just won't stop fighting.
It's so disgusting. The surf into Hydro Pump, into Hornleech.
Are there, but Lutano has smothered them against the wall. Surf back through his ass.
Chandelure.
All on top of Joey. Joey gets egg bombed up.
Playing against these two defender builds is not fun. Metallic just Unite move?
Metallic to spin up 3. Can they convert the KOs? No, they have to bounce out of danger.
Yeah, I mean, Metallic's playing the bounce really well, right? You get that unstoppable keyword whenever you are channeling it, so they're able to ignore a lot of
Overlord picks up a free Regieleki. I mean, it doesn't really matter too much, but it does push up the second goal.
Both of those have been great, but it feels like if we could have turned
he's looking for the back cap.
That Unite move would have been it. A huge Gyarados moment there, and now it's going to...
I feel like there's so much strategy happening. It's just people, they're just throwing themselves at each other and hoping for the best. That's what it feels like, or not.
The Regieleki hits. They're waiting to see if anybody scrambles and scores. Nemesis has an opportunity here.
Yeah, Blastoise will...
Then this guy overextends, they overextend, they overextend.
Not quite Hundo Burger unless they pick up one more piece of Veos.
Warlord is 14. He's 14, but he's up against Slowbro, so okay. They actually get the 100 cap in, nice. And Tana can look for a huge flank here. And Chandelure is like so difficult to play in this fight now. Where's he gonna get flanked? Yeah, he's gonna get flanked. Oh boy. He's the surf. Into Inside Unite, into Trevenant Unite. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
There's 3 players down. Metallic and
the Lutano flank is too good. And they got this triple Unite moved. Slowbro could Unite, Blissey died in Unite move. Wait, Gyarados Unite though? Can he get it maybe? No, right? Overheat is too early. Overheat is too early. Overheat is too early. Oh, he doesn't get it. Ooh.
So they're gonna
Yeah, they didn't know about the Blast is playing.
Finals. They just need to get a couple hundo burgers in, or if they're down a point.
I mean, I don't know if they should be aware of it, but yeah.
Luminosity Gaming just
AG,
not blink in
to the grand final.
Play calls are picture perfect.
To the grand finale.
From a Blastoise into a Trevenant Unite move, followed up by a Blastoise Unite move. They could not move for what felt like 30 seconds. Bliss Assistance came through at one point, saved one target, but at that point in time, there were 2 or 3 members already down for Nemesis, and at that point, it's all Luminosity. LG are going to be sending Nemesis out of this tournament at 3rd place and moving on to your grand finals.
What a showing by LG. Yeah. I mean, they had some moments where it seemed like the wheels were getting a little wobbly on the cart.
Right.
But man, that Lutano flank was perfect. And it was like, it wasn't even on Nemesis's radar. And you said they got to protect Heat, and on cue, Lutano surfs in, smashes the Chandelure into the wall, shattered glass everywhere, Unite moves are popped, and LG wins.
It's moments like that where I feel like we gotta stop talking about this team so much in mechanical prowess. That's perfect macro. That's exactly what you want from these final team fights. So, I mean, what more can you say? This team's got it all. Luminosity Gaming looking unbelievably strong in our losers finals match. And they're going to get the run back versus Orange team very, very soon.
I must say, for me, again, the difference was Joey on Tree.
Yeah,
it just felt shades different.
Yeah, it looked fantastic. His Umbreon in that second game was good too, where they got the win. But you're right, there is just a level of change you feel in the map whenever Joey is on that Trevenant. Looked so fantastic. But we got Spraggles over there on the stairs. So take it away, Jake.
That's right. Huge, big-time win for Luminosity. That was close. That was pretty close. I really liked it. Can we do it again? Win for Luminosity. Can we do it again? Win for Luminosity. Can we do it again? We'll do a win. Oh, we're going to highlights. Here we go, everybody. What a series. I mean, tying it up with Nemesis. This was an absolute brawl. This last game was incredible. Zoinks and Dupe Snacks obviously calling out this amazing final moment when Lutano sneaks around. I'm sure we'll see it here in just a second. What a back and forth. Game 1, it felt like Nemesis really had this thing.
Yeah, they were, like I was saying, they out-rotated them at any moment. Like, Luminosity was struggling to even get a score in, but this is unbelievable. I mean, yeah, he snuck around. How do they not know he's there? He scored. Like, well, how are we losing vision of where this Blastoise is?
It's just a really amazing play. Player of the game here, we have it as Overlord. I mean, incredible stuff. Some real huge moments for this Blaziken here. 194 points, 8 KOs, 78,000 damage. Huge, huge stuff. I mean, the catch between the Surf, the Hydro Typhoon, the Trevenant Unite move, the overheat from Blaziken. You know, as you were talking about, we talk about mechanical prowess, but that's flawless teamwork.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't stress it enough. The flank, of course, it should have been on their radar that Lutano was somewhere on that side of the map, or at least on the top part of the map. Maybe that's where the confusion set in. But the call and execution, that's similar to what we saw Kabi-chan's at the AOS Cup when they went up, and it was like a big secure of all the moves in the middle. That's exactly what LG did. Probably use some more colorful language, I'd imagine. But as soon as Lutano hit the Surf, it was curtains. It was like, well, caught them all, and you just saw boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
There was a prayer overheat right into the middle, and that just locked everyone down.
Yeah, it was such an amazing fight. Like, game number 1 looked pretty bleak for Luminosity, I thought. Like, I'm curious what you thought really changed between game 1 and then 2 and 3.
I think that they just finally caught a little bit of steam. They changed up their draft quite a bit going into their game 2 and 3. Felt like they found comfort in game 2 and then really just had a fantastic draft in game 3. They felt like they kind of just wanted everything they wanted. So I think it starts there, but it definitely was a wake-up call, I think, when you're going into Nemesis, and that's what they're pulling off. You got to figure out who to target on Nemesis, who to prioritize, like taking down first in these fights, and I felt like they just pulled it off really well.
Yeah, game 2 that had that fantastic and then obviously very bizarre Rayquaza fight from Luminosity. They had that amazing catch. You know, you get essentially when you catch a player with Comfey, you get Comfey and Blaziken at the same time. And then we have this like little wonky fight there as they're chasing them the whole time. I want to talk to him about all that and everything, and we have someone here. I'm very excited. Lutano is joining us here from the newly formed Luminosity. Lutano, welcome to the broadcast, my man.
How's it going, everybody? Great to be here. Happy to make it to Grands.
I can't hear anything.
He made it to the grand finals. I'm so excited. Obviously, this squad is North America's super team. How do you feel like bouncing around between multiple teams this year and now landing on what a lot of people would look at as the team that could maybe win Worlds?
Honestly, it's kind of been a nightmare. The start of the season, like we had some mishaps with our roster, and I just kind of bounce between team from team, and that's not normally how I like to perform. You know, I like to stick together the team. So hopefully, I found my home here now, and I'm excited to show what we can do.
How do you think it feels? Obviously, you're moving from a team like TTV, where it was a friend group that was all really cracked at the game, and then you kind of became this free agent. You move over to GT, and now you're playing with some players that would be considered the best of the best in each of their roles. Like, what does it feel like for you making that transition? Like, how different does this feel from, say, playing on GT or playing on TTV?
So for me personally, I never really liked. For me, like my play style, what I like to do the most as a player is enable my team to shine. Like I know I play a lot of carries, and I pop off sometimes, but how I would like to play the game is to just be like a support player. I go around, I say, here, you take this farm. Here, you take this farm. And I think the best player to do that in Unite is probably Overlord. And then I think the second best in NA has got to be Otter. I mean, the guy's cracked on the sticks. So I'm really happy with how the team formed and how it played out. And honestly, JL and Joey as well, they're so good at enabling everything along with me. So I'm excited to progress with the roster.
Amazing. So now that
He's
you're
a
going to be
support damage
heading
dealer,
up
okay.
here, you're going to be facing off against OT. What do you think could be different for you guys going up against this squad in the Grands?
I think going into the tournament, we might have had a bit of a bad meta read. Like in scrims, we kind of got everything that we wanted, and now people are doing specific bans against us that were expected, but our adaptations to the bans weren't as good as we thought they would be. And I think we kind of have the meta solved a little bit more, and I think there'll be a different series this time.
Awesome. Well, I cannot wait to see it. I'm not going to lie, this is the matchup I've wanted to see all day. So good luck to you, Lutano. Thank you so much, and we will see you after the Grand Finals, possibly. There you
Grand
go.
Finals.
Lutano from Luminosity, ready to head to Grands. Bye, Lutano.
The Guac Bowl has to be proud.
The Guac Bowl's freaking out right now.
I love being in the Guac Bowl. Lutano, a phenomenal player. We got to talk to them quite a bit at the AOS Cup and what their sights were for the rest of the season, and it's materializing very well for them right now.
Yeah, let's take a look at our bracket here. We just talked about it. We're heading to our grand finals. It's going to be Orange Team versus Luminosity. Orange Team sending Luminosity down to this loser's bracket.
I mean, Tomato is so
Orange
good.
Team
I don't know.
Luminosity are just... This is
I mean, Tomato, yeah, definitely Tomato, but yeah, Joey's also great.
See them clash in Grands. I cannot wait.
Yeah, this is the matchup, right? It happened off broadcast to begin the day, and it was a 2-1. Apparently, Sneaky in our interview was saying it was super close, like came down to some last-second heroics. So I imagine we are looking at a very, very fun grand finals.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is going to be the best match that you're going to see today, and it's the one I'm the most excited about. Do not go
Do we get
anywhere.
another reverse, like a loser bracket run?
Has to offer after all of this roster mania.
Alright, time to chill, guys. Time to chill. We have the grand final coming up, man. We got the grand final coming up, man. The grand finally here of the Haas, of the Who's. We need 6 games. Please, we don't. Do you want to kill me? No, but we need 6 games, of course. Did I stay up the entire night or what? Did Tali believe I win? No. Nouns won in Europe. Nouns, and then it was Yala, and then ABC, and then Tali. Yeah, Japan is going to be live soon, I guess, yeah. But Japan is a bit boring, because Japan has like a boring qualification system. Which I don't like the Japanese qualifying system. It's also quite bad for them, actually. Can you say it on stream? I mean, it is... No, it's not... You don't see the best teams for multiple times, right? So they have 3 qualifiers, right? They have 3 qualifiers for the regionals. And the teams who qualify in the first one don't play in the second. Which means all the best teams you will only see one single time. It's kind of boring, no? Like, don't you think like, how boring would Europe be? Imagine in February, right? We have like we have Nouns, Yala, and for free qualify, right? And then in March they're not playing anymore because they're re-qualified. Wouldn't that just be boring? So in March, like, we don't have any of these 3 teams playing. I don't know. But yeah. I think it would be boring, so...
Win in that top side, looking fantastic against Nemesis. Now, of course, their opponents are Orange Team, and this matchup has already happened earlier on in the day. We had a Orange Team 2-0 victory over Luminosity Gaming. But LG, with this momentum, they're coming into the grand finals. They, of course, have the potential to really shift this up. Looking at the Luminosity squad, 13-2 in total in our cup this time, with a Reggie secure rate of 54.3%. And now,
wow,
of course, our player to watch has got to be Overlord on this team. And of course,
Overlord? Who's that?
Team, that matchup is going to be really interesting to see them versus
Who is
Kratos
Overlord?
in particular. We got Valerions, the young demon, joining this roster. I can't wait to see this matchup. So let's send it on over to our 2 beautiful casters, Spreggles and
Who
Doomsday.
is that?
That's right. Here we are. Grand finals time, baby, in North America for the April Cup. Orange Team versus Luminosity, 2 of the most beautiful casters in the world, according to Zoinks, who's kind of like our mom. He's so sweet.
Notable mom.
What just
what? Here. Just all the compliments. Confidence is through the roof. Gave you a hug earlier. Zoinks gave me the pep talk. I'm ready to go. Grand finals and hopefully a grander final so we can watch a lot of unite between these 2 teams.
I mean, I cannot wait. This is the matchup I've been wanting to see all day. Orange Team, Luminosity. Luminosity, your world champions, but there's only one member of the championship Luminosity team there, right? And that is possibly one of the best in the world, Overlord. On Orange Team, you have multiple members who are all broken up essentially to form the new Luminosity. Mm-hmm. You have Kratos, you have Roland, you have Machisel, who all came from the destruction of Alter Ego. Then you have Zugrug and Flareons, who are just playing with Overlord. Orange team has so much to prove here. Luminosity has so much to prove here. This couldn't be a better matchup if we scripted it, and I begged them to let me script it, and they said, no, stop trying to fix these games.
And then I asked if I could script it, and they said, no, you can't read or write.
Yeah, that was, for me, I was like, okay, that's mean. For me, it kind of made sense, but for you, it was just cruel. Like, you can get through some of those words.
Some of them.
Don't do it now.
Well,
I mean, obviously, don't do it now.
Well, I don't need to prove myself to anyone.
I'm not going to put him on the spot and make him read. All right, here we go. Player comparison.
What is going
Kratos,
on?
We've got Overlord. Favorite Pokemon, Espeon. Favorite Pokemon, Blaziken. Although, we've seen Overlord have a bunch of different looks throughout these games.
Blaziken, that's kinda cool.
Zoinks mentioned, these MVP
Kinda cool.
numbers are a little impressive because it means on these hyper carries, as Zoinks had mentioned,
I'm not amused by this. I mean, I'm not amused because I've been live for 9 hours.
A lot of times you might see the total MVP
That's
going to,
probably
like,
the main
highest
reason I'm not
goal
amused.
scorer, for example. But the fact that these two players are racking up this volume means that they're truly
It's almost 1 a.m. and it's 9 hours live, so I mean, but yeah,
I'm
true.
really interested to see what a player like Overlord wants to bring out here against
Maybe
Orange
just
team.
because
You know,
I'm
we
tired.
saw Gyarados earlier, we saw Blaziken earlier, we saw Aegislash earlier, the Lord of the Sword returned. Here we are in our first draft of our grand finals. Now our orange team, which is the purple team, I hate you guys, has come from the winner's side, so they are ahead in this series. Luminosity is going to have to beat them, reset this bracket, and beat them again in a best of 3. Orange team just needs to win twice to shut this whole thing down.
Yeah, and they're getting on top of Otter again. We've seen the Mew bans happen against LG. We've seen Mew bans on targeted Mew players all over the space.
Okay, Grand Final is still on. It's starting literally now, Grand Final. This is starting now. You're just in time.
If you've got a high-level Mew player, it is worth taking that tool out of their hands.
You're just in time.
I mean, 3 defenders banned out right here with the first pick heading on over to Leafeon. Now you wonder if they're going to snatch up some other popular
So
defenders.
Grand Final, Luminosity back in the Grand Final up against Orange team. Zakrak against Lutano and Zakrak against AG. Overlord secures very early Blaziken. Otter just likes his Mystical Fire Sylveon right now. So he's gonna go for it again. Leafeon first pick. Is it gonna be another Scyther? I didn't like the Scyther earlier at all, I have to say. But early Gyarados as well. I mean, they pick Gyarados to Blaziken because Blaziken's early game is weak, which means Gyarados gets a free laning phase, right? So they go for the Gyarados.
So this has been a really powerful pick, but
I get it.
mostly in North America, I see a few regions.
It's just because Blaziken's early game is weak, right?
0 of it in EU. I don't
So
think
we don't see Buzz. No Buzzful or Blastoise early picked. I mean, Buzzful NA doesn't care about Buzzful. Only Europe does, I think.
Such an insanely good pick right
Blastoise, there we go. Finally locked in.
We haven't seen
And Slowbro.
right? We've seen it have some impact. We haven't seen it win.
3 defenders are banned. Orange team has nothing left now. They just got... Wait, they didn't pick a defender last rotation.
Shut down machines. So where is OT going to go here? Flareon?
So they have to pick Lapras now? Snorlax. Maybe Snorlax. Really? Go Zakrak Snorlax. That is like stuff of legends.
I mean, it still has a few really strong options for locking down your opponents, right?
I don't like Lapras here. I don't. I'd rather have a Snorlax.
But, you know, compared to
Very
things
honest.
like Crustle, Trevenant, it doesn't feel like it has a
And a Hoopa last pick. Alright, it's gonna be our first game matchup right here.
Gutter Hoopa for JL and LG.
Interesting. I mean, I think I like Snorlax more.
Happier about that. You're telling me the best Hoopa player in
You can also do a heavy slam yawn into snipe shot. You can do heavy slam yawn into bounce, right?
Amazing win for LG.
I cannot wait to see how this starts.
Yeah,
to play
I
out
think
right here.
I would love to see a Snorlax here.
Top path, which would mean Lutano possibly heading into that central area.
Lapras, not that great.
It's going to be very fun to see this all shake out. We've got Flareons on the Inteleon, a Pokemon they're very, very comfortable with. And again, as you mentioned before, one thing I'm
Also good
really
against
looking
potential
for,
Hoopa, yeah.
Zugrug on this Lapras.
Yeah, I think
Lapras
Snorlax would be
the
much better
real
of a pick.
deal, or were people right to kind of bounce off of this Pokemon?
And Zakrak, like he's
Well,
the...
to me,
Bro, he's an OG
obviously time will tell.
Snorlax player.
Specifically for OT, it's going to be how they follow up on the Flareon snipe shot? Is it going to be like a big bounce from Gyarados, you know, and kind of you do those moves at the same time to really give your opponent no opportunity for escape? The follow-up has to be there for them to kind of break through this double defender setup that LG has put together, especially because they don't have that many tools to knock these players out of those Hoopa portals. So that damage needs to be high, it needs to come fast, and it needs to get KOs.
Yeah, and here we go. We are getting ready here for our first game of the Grand Finals. OT versus LG. OT, your purple team. LG, your orange team here in the Grand Finals. Again,
I'm excited. Let's see.
Coming from the losers bracket, meaning they're going to need to win 2 best of
I thought
3
Nemesis would be just crushing this tournament, but Nemesis on the Grand Final, only 3rd place.
Of course, JL, the Hoopa,
quite surprising. But also Tano actually top play. This is a Blaziken in jungle again.
So really, I mean, these Pokemon.
So, but I mean, I guess Gyarados against Blastoise is also fine, right? Like, you don't have to worry too much about it.
You know, you are not sure exactly where they're
going
to push these
goes back, and Otter just only playing Mystify Sylveon right now. Is Otter, are you okay, buddy? Otter, are you okay? Yeah.
That's kind of wild, actually. It's like one is not populated
Otter
on the map, I
a bit
suppose,
early,
what that means.
but he doesn't have vision on it, so he just has to guess.
It's kind of it is fun.
Well, that's an insane stat. They have not seen a single Regirock in all their games.
Like, some people will say fun fact and they don't deliver.
That's pretty fun fact.
That fact is straight up fun. You can't argue it.
They're just fun.
Someone hold me back if you try to argue that's a fun fact. Here we go.
Don't make me charge up a wicked blow on you.
Here.
Nice big
solar blade,
oh, nice catch on Leafeon. But again, the same thing happening again. Otter just goes top path and they're just not ready for it. But I feel like you should be at some point. And they did the same thing earlier, and Orange team should have watched the games. So
had Metallic on the Gyarados in the top path.
I'm surprised that people are like caught off guard by this.
Not too sure where its effort gauge
By Foreman, you see why. You see why it worked, and then Otter can instantly go invade with the support too. Are you asking why Foreman top? They just got a KO, they got points in, they got an invade in. That's why.
Right at the start of this draft, but it seems like they're not too worried about it.
One was already level 7. He's level 7 already for mid. But so's Inteleon somehow.
Yeah, and look how forward they're playing. Lutano is going on the chase. You know, Kratos with the Solar Blade comes in.
Leaf Blade, Solar Blade, Lutano.
But Lutano picks them back
nice Hydro Pump. Ooh.
And they get the knockout that they want. Lutano still
great early game for LG.
Impressive stuff. I feel like
do you have a Gyarados now?
They're playing so well here. It's just so... It's so pretty.
Yo, Bruff, I have a question. Bruff, what do you think is better here, Lapras or Snorlax? Orange team.
Very, very well.
Joey, doing a pretty good job holding down this bottom path. You know,
I mean, I think I know the answer.
Into that goal zone, but it's not broken yet, and they've been able to let the rest of the team be unleashed.
Sataria spawn.
That is a level 8 on that Blaziken, which is a huge level spike for this Pokemon. Obviously, they can now switch their moves up, which they're going to do right here.
One spike up. We still don't see a Waterfall, but I mean, what I don't know. I really just don't understand. Like, it's hard to understand how good Waterfall is. I'm not sure either how good it really is.
So incredibly cruel because no one even has a Unite move to counter.
Very hard to tell.
Yeah, Machisel is just charging up bounce, but Lutano is unafraid. They are out-leveling Machisel here. Meanwhile, we got a little fight breaking out downstairs. Zugrug in the face.
I feel like Yawn, Heavy Slim, Snorlax would be so much better here.
Pretty free at that point because nobody else from OT was there. But Lutano
also, the XP share Lapras just doesn't feel too wild. Otter's going so aggressive. He does have Unite. He dodges the Solar Blade. But I mean, he's still just missing. He just doesn't do anything still. Oh, the Outlex didn't reach anymore. But they get Overlord. Nice.
Big KO there. However, Kratos picks up the KO, and they get the secure in the top path. So a little bit of a win here for OT. Is there
Lapras to tank Sylveon?
No Unite move yet on this Gyarados, but once they do that,
I think Mystify Sylveon is not that big of a threat at some point anyway, so you have to like tank it, but sure.
They can definitely use it in this
fight
if they want to. Kind of easy setup right here. You know exactly where your opponents are going to be, and here they come with a big time Unite, looking for Lutano.
Farlings is out in like 5 days.
but they're doing a lot of work with 2 players here.
I think Felix is on the 25th. So 4 days now?
The pressure that Machisel and Roland has been able to put on them allowed them to close the goal zone in the bottom pass break.
Yeah, great stuff.
Reggie is clear. Almost. They still want to push it so badly. Machisel can get the KO. Eject button. Oh, he actually gets it.
Nice KO right there. Regieleki finally will go down, but a great
I won't do anything here. King of Gyarados, but bounce is gonna be up soon, right? But over he comes out. Oh, they turn around! Leafeon is here. They have 5 people. Oh my. Yeah, Europe didn't play Gyarados, they just don't like it.
I mean,
they picked Buzzwole instead. But against Buzz, do you want to play Gyarados into Buzzwole? I don't think so, right?
Online and they're ready to go. That Gyarados getting online is a huge part of that, obviously. Luminosity bullying OT for a while, but now that it's here and it has Unite moves very often, it will be able to fight.
Another just not fun, just a fact. This one's a fact. OT has lost every Regirock they've seen today. 0-for-1, as now the pressure's back the other way. They do close the goal zone with a 12-point overcap. Meanwhile, Flareon's for OT secures the next Reggie.
And here we go. This top pass. So wait, they got a Regirock now? Hold on. What are we doing with these facts here? It's going to start getting confusing. Is this one a semi-fun fact?
Lutano's only level 9.
Can we change him to fast?
He's so under-leveled.
Can we get them fast?
But he said he wants to give his teammates experience, right? He wants to support them.
In the top path, Luminosity looking for a secure here on Reggie.
He's letting Otter, but Otter's also only level 10, so. AG has so little experience. It's all an Overlord.
By the way, that was a pretty good snipe shot.
He's level 12, but that's about it.
Luminosity gets the secure.
I thought we might see
Oh, could be nice bounce. Now he's gonna go back out.
The whole team of LG was kind of clustered around the Regieleki.
Are they gonna go for this? They have good Unite moves to dive this. Last is gonna walk up the circle, completely missed, but already went in. Is it because Gyarados pressed Unite and went in? Oh, there's the port to bot lane. Oh, this was wonderful. Don't use slow, bro. And they might even go for bot back. Lapras Unite? Camera? Okay, they get Hooper. Lutano makes it out.
I mean, that was a really interesting situation there. I think
How,
maybe
did it just walk in because Gyarados Unite moved?
Going to be staying at the goal zone, just
because the serve completely missed.
To make sure that Regieleki did not walk in, because they've opened up a really unfortunate lose condition for themselves by having that top goal zone gone. Of course, the next Regieleki could walk into it and create a Zapdos condition, which would be horrible for them.
Yeah, lose conditions are the worst conditions.
Now their base outs open against Hooper potentially.
Truly they are, and
but I don't think AG wants to go for Hooper cap into the base.
Okay, well, forever second best.
Bit too much, maybe.
You know, bargain bin Spraggle strikes again.
I said it's up there. I feel like that's a huge compliment, given that my quote will last. You know, it will outlast me for sure. My grandchildren will point to that.
Let's see what Reggie's going to be. It's still 40 seconds to raid though, so.
KO guy. Anyways,
another Regirock.
Nice little puff on Joey. Joey gonna surf in. Only
so they didn't see Regirock all day. Now they get 3 in one game.
Far forward as we're typically used to seeing them on the backside. Kratos in a hair of trouble as Machisel.
Oh, but he used the eject button for this, but okay, that's gonna give them Regirock.
The next
Machisel.
Which is another Regirock.
How's this possible?
And now they're positive on
and now we have level 14.
That's
Leafeon.
It's unreasonable.
But I feel like a Solar Blade Leafeon late game doesn't matter all too much.
Fast facts. There's no reality where they get any of those.
Are they trying to burst this down on top? They have 8 seconds. Yeah, they don't. Yeah, they could have maybe just tried to burst on top Regieleki if they're in for it. AG.
The other ones, though, they're getting.
Yeah, here we go. Orange team.
They had 11 seconds for it.
This objective, Rayquaza being hit right now by Luminosity, but you know, they're just kind of testing the waters here, seeing who's around, seeing if they can pull someone in for this fight.
Overlord chipping in some damage on Rayquaza, but Lutano on the flank again.
And here we go.
But this time they have to be aware of Lutano flank, right? They just watched it. Are they not a... Okay, Leafeon spots him out. He doesn't want to go for it.
They don't yet have a hyperspace hole.
But there's just so much pressure. Even if Lutano just shows up, he's actually going for the back cab in the base.
Look at this. Lutano heading to
I mean, he can.
Base of OT.
Orange is not going to rip Ray.
They're up by 14
and just being behind the enemy team puts so much pressure on Orange.
However, we have the Leafeon from OT
because they know that Blastoise is there, but he actually recoiled now.
Continue to rein in. Oh no, we have
Oh, can they go for Leafeon?
running down here to stop it. So Luminosity still slightly ahead. No one wanting to commit.
Gyarados not going for a back
No
cap.
one knows exactly where
But
they
Lapras
are.
is weak. No,
You're
Lapras is
gonna
left side,
find out.
right?
It's a close battle.
Gyarados gets
What
100 points
awful
in.
thing to read is Gyarados looks to score in the top
So
half.
LG?
Chisel is here, and it looks like a fight is starting out in the middle.
Hoopa and Bout, they're gonna go for Ray or what?
We have the Unite move coming out from
Yeah,
Hoopa.
cameraman, what's happening in mid? What's happening in mid? Oh, they're going for it. Rayquaza on 12 HP. Last Unite is quite nice. They get 1 KO. Rayquaza is actually quite healthy now. No one's bursting it down. But LG lost Overlord. Oh, they're dropping like flies. They're actually getting destroyed in this fight. Oh, the snipe shot.
The snipe shot is gargantuous.
Orange team.
80 points are going in.
They take the first game in the grand final. Aye. Aye.
Orange team scoring
Orange team, man.
right now. They're up 442
They just dropped. I mean, this late game is so awkward. Like, how is your main damage dealer
They take one game off of Luminosity. Orange team, your purple
a
team beats the orange team. Luminosity.
That was a sentence that you had to say. I love this team name.
how's your main damage dealer?
Really did it to have some fun.
Missing a
They're
Sylveon.
having fun out here as they're in the grand finals right now. One game away from being your April champions.
And we're taking a quick look at your stat screen here. Joey, again, on the slow, bro. Was it bad? No. Was it as impactful as the sick tree plays we were seeing in Game 3? No.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a difference maker for this team, for that player. I just don't know what else to say. LG's draft, aside from that, looked good.
Yeah.
Slowbro as a character looked good. Orange team.
But they know that Gyarados will back cap there, right? They see Gyarados walking up there.
I mean, I have to give it
I
to
don't think they had to play for
Luminosity, too. I think that
Rayquaza,
was an
right?
Extremely smart play, sending Lutano all the way to that central
I
goal zone.
literally,
It's
what I would have
unlikely
liked to see
someone
is
is
Super
going
trying to
be
sneak
there
to the left
walking
side and drop
around,
my bolt
sitting
on the
on path at
base
that point,
right before the
given
game
how this
ends.
fight is kind of breaking out.
Like
It's a
one
tough
recoils.
one to make happen. They did put themselves slightly
The
up right
defender,
here, but then
like
at that
Blastoise
moment,
and
obviously, the counter-scoring
the
has
defenders stay
happened.
around
The Hoopa
Rayquaza,
Unite move, and then it
and
was
Hoopa
just
looks for a way into that me base. Because I think there's no chance Orange team is going to go for Ray in this game.
Side of the prize here, that Regieleki hits at the low cost of free.
Yeah, that was pretty wild.
But they saw Gyarados walking to the top and they decided to like go for it. But Rayquaza just didn't even take that. Like, I don't know what happened to Overlord here.
And now it's just
What even happened to Overlord?
everywhere. Everyone's divided, but we have this huge solar blade that hits 3 players.
That's hard to coordinate that, but I would have liked to see something like that. But it's difficult. It's easy to say for me because I'm just sitting here.
You also had the Gyarados Unite move catching Otter there, the Sylveon kind of right.
I'm chilling here so I can say whatever I want.
Huge moments. And you talked about Gyarados. We haven't seen it win some games. It looked extremely good in that match there as soon as they were able to get it online. Luminosity did everything they could do to shut down Machizel, but they just couldn't do it. The player of the game.
Yeah,
I don't like the Mystify Sylveon at all, man. I really don't.
If you recall, they secured that Regieleki, and it cost 3 players of Luminosity to sit in the top pad, and just the pressure
Nope, I don't
that
like
the Eldegoss and the Gyarados were able to put on them means they couldn't leave because that Regieleki was going to hit. But meanwhile, this opened this overpressurization in the bottom path, and they closed out a goal zone and really started stressing LG on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, it's always valuable to understand if you are occupying more members of the enemy team than you have there, then your team has advantages all over the map, right? That's why, if a top path player ends up staying in the top path against 2 Pokemon, well, your team will probably win in the bottom path. You have a huge advantage there,
Common Gyarados W, yeah.
Here we see from who will win the chat poll. A lot of LG believers, 57%. However, right on the other side is OT, 43%. Both of us actually choosing OT in our team that was going to win this thing, and we seem to potentially be 10 minutes away.
We're going to find out very, very soon. I have to say, whichever team wins this is, man. I'm so excited. The match I wanted to see all day. It feels like the perfect story to see these two right away after the roster mania, both with so much to prove, both with so much on the line, and now OT just 1 game away.
Well, let's look at the team comparison. Can't be that much, right? Like, both these teams have just played in one event together.
Unbelievably close, by the way,
Yeah.
in every way.
Yeah, literally every line is within a couple percentage points. Orange team, however, taking maybe the percentage lead in the category that matters most, which would be that Rayquaza cap.
Yeah, Rayquaza capture's extremely important here. Highest score is just for fun, right?
Yeah.
That was the game you got to stomp on, and it's always fun to see like how high that can get. But the real exciting thing is your win rate and how many times you're able to win the big objectives inside a match. And then, of course, the new most important thing that you can look for, how many Regirocks did you see?
Did you see? They saw, what, 3 that game? They took 2. So their conversion rate when it populates, decent.
Yeah.
But they need to see them first.
They have to see them. If they don't see a Regirock, there's not much they can do about it. I won't
0%.
argue about that. That's just fact.
How
That's
many
not fun fact,
Regirocks
semi-fun
can they
fact,
take
fact.
if the Regirock is never on the map?
Well, that would be 0. That would be 0. However, first Regirock, they were at 0%.
Not a great percentage.
Honestly, awful when you think about it. I don't know the highest. We know the highest percent.
we know the
We've kind of we've figured that out, although there's rumblings about 110%. I don't even want to get into it. I don't know the lowest percent, but 0's got to be close.
It's got to be close. If it's not the lowest, second lowest.
Yeah, it's top 5 lowest.
Is Chris sleeping? I'm not, but I'm tired,
I
yeah.
can't read, you can't do math. It's a perfect combination we got up here between these two teams. All right, Orange team up a game here on LG. Similar situation that we actually saw LG in the losers finals, right? They seem to bounce back very well, figured out their strategy, and adjusted quickly. How do you see LG adjusting here into game 2?
It's a great question because we've seen so many looks from LG today. I think they want that Gyarados. You know, it didn't work out super well for them in the game against, was it Nemesis, where we got to see it?
Yep.
It didn't work out super well for them there, but I mean, I think this Pokemon's extremely powerful, and I think it was a game-changing Pokemon in that last match.
And I'm pointing straight down because that's what you should be doing. Follow the official Pokemon Unite channels, like, comment, and subscribe. That seems important.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to see what's going on with Pokemon Unite, you want to make sure that you're watching the latest tournaments. You want to see the best teams in the world go at it. You want to continue to follow the channel. Be here every time there's a broadcast. I can tell you, I'm here. Okay?
I'm also here.
I'm following the channel. I'm a pretty cool guy.
He's
all right?
a cool guy.
I'm a really cool guy. My jackets are, you know, one use. They're pretty flashy.
They dissolve in the rain, which is crazy.
I mean, I'm not getting old. I just have a healthy sleep schedule. What do you guys want from me?
They don't do well in water, and they don't do well if you end up wearing
Also,
them. But other than that,
I'm live for 9 hours, okay?
They look cool.
Yeah. Orange team.
9.5 hours, right?
Orange team. One
It's
game
been
away
9.5
from
hours,
winning
right?
these grand finals. The newly formed Orange team. And
But I'm old too. I'm old.
against
Yeah.
the newly formed Luminosity.
Yeah, you mentioned Luminosity, your world champs, you know, but there is
I don't want to
a
become
whisper
old,
of the
man.
world champs on this team. I guess it's a pretty loud whisper in Overlord, but those other 4 players are looking to make a mark under this world champion banner, and they've got some champion caliber players. We are in a draft phase. Orange team saying, hey, Otter, Mew, no thank you.
Yeah, they do not want to see Otter's Mew, which I understand. Luminosity banning out that Gyarados. So they're saying, actually, we would rather not see that from them either. It was a huge problem as the match went on.
Yeah,
I'm
maybe
old,
taking
I'm old,
away
yeah.
Machizel's new pivot, maybe after Buzzwole, right? They haven't played Buzzwole in a minute. Blaziken goes down. Tree goes down as well.
Yeah.
And that
But there's Pepper Ben
feels
Mew
like
against
the
Otter,
call
right? So
from
Otter doesn't
my
get
point of
Mew.
view for Orange team.
You know, just as you called it, obviously, you know, you said Joey on
But I would just pick
Trevenant is,
Inteleon,
disaster. So, for the enemy team. So, of course, they want to take it away. First pick is going to be
Just
this
please don't
Blastoise.
pick
Head over to Luminosity.
Sylveon again
I mean,
right
they've
now.
got the chance to get Leafeon right here. They've got some big options. We're going to see what they want to bring out.
Yeah, quick hovers here. I actually like this Umbreon hover by
Really?
JL. I think that really helps facilitate. It keeps them open without great pick without locking them into a particular strategy.
Yeah.
Is what I'm trying to work my way through.
And here we go. Orange team.
I was actually gonna play the Benno Blaziken and Gyarados.
Possibly have our
Another Aegislash angle.
defender selection for Zugrug. And we do have the Leafeon coming out. I mean, hey, those final moments of that last match, Leafeon absolutely demolished Luminosity. Instead, they grabbed Blissey.
Lissy
Very
Crosser.
interesting. Very interesting. Maybe something that Roland believes in. I thought, you know, their Eldegoss play was very solid. last game. They had an opportunity there? But I mean,
I'm confused by this
see
draft.
how much of a premium the Eldegoss is right now.
Here we go. our picks on the side of
Delphox? I mean, Delphox is alright.
What exactly do they want? We've got the Urshifu, and we have the Eldegoss on the side of LG. No Comfey, no Zoroark. That is not being considered.
Well, Flareon's quickly goes to Inteleon, and you can understand why. They had a great first game against LG. Great secure tool, great source of damage for them as Kratos is flipping the script around and maybe
I never like seeing Urshifu. Like, seeing Urshifu doesn't make me happy in any shape or form. I just don't think it's something really want. I'm surprised they don't just take Inteleon away as well for like Otta. He just prefers playing Sylveon. It's also gonna be a... Okay, they're gonna jungle share a lot. Interesting. Glaceon last pick here. It's not gonna be Icy Wind again, I assume? Otta changing items again, so it's gonna be another Mystical Fire. He always goes for like... He goes for like a tank Mystical Fire Sylveon build. Or maybe not this time. He still has Vice Glasses on. So it might be Hyper Voice this time. No, he changed to Resonant Guard. Yeah, he runs Cursed, Focus Band, Resonant Guard on Sylveon, so it's gonna be that again. Lutano is running an Icicle Spear build, though, for items. I don't like AG's comp, I have to say, I don't.
They just say, okay, forget it, we're not going to be able to do anything with Hoopa right now.
Oh, it might be Paladin's Venu, yeah.
Continuously knock us out of our portals, so we'll bring in LD, a Pokemon that's crushing it.
Yeah, well, Hoopa specifically against that, you can get surfed out, you can get X-scissored out, you can get egg bombed out. Like, when everybody on the other team can keep you from resetting, yeah, it doesn't look as good. So lock in Eldegoss, get that true source of healing, a sure source of healing, and do your job, which is support the team.
And here we go, OT versus LG. If Orange Team wins this, they are winning the whole thing right now. This is a huge moment for this team. They would love to not reset this bracket against Luminosity. Obviously, the more time you give a team like this, the worse and worse it will get for you.
Yeah, LG downloads the information quickly, adapts quickly.
And here we go. Orange Team, your purple team.
Orange Team, your purple team, yeah, nice.
Orange Team. Thanks a lot. Here we go. Grand Finals time.
Orange Team, again, the purple team.
Yeah, I don't know why Otta cares so much about Mystical Fire Sylveon. I don't get it.
Moving through Overlord, taking the cup.
So Overlord's gonna be top lane for now.
Weak early is this cup
but he's gonna have a Sylveon helping out soon. So.
Great rotation here with one
oh no, he's gonna have Lutano helping him out. It's gonna be Icicle Spear. Which I also don't like this game. Icicle Spear against Crustle.
Putting the pressure on. Is that possible?
That almost does not feel correct.
Hold on. Orange Team hadn't seen Regirock or Registeel?
Is that true? There's maybe.
No.
We'll see. I know we're going to see 3 in a row. I'm well aware of
Gonna have some Mystical Fire going aggressive. I mean, I guess it's fun that Inteleon can kind of run him down, but... Is it really higher priority than like Inteleon or anything else? Like Otta plays so many other things. But I guess he just wants to be aggressive. He wants to like just pressure them a lot. Is it gonna be Mystical? I mean, I think it's gonna be Paladin's Venu this game, maybe. But I would like to see Giga Drain and Solar Beam. Oh, big punch. Overlord does get level 5 right here, pretty early on.
I know where they are.
That's nice.
Don't exactly know what I'm about to do to them, and it's going to be really, really mean.
Maybe Shifu's fine this game because they have a lot of damage at least to make up for Shifu.
A lot of Pokemon that require
and they do need some secure, but like
skill, but also a high level of patience. You know, things like Aegis Slash. You have to be very patient.
Japan loves Dragonite. I wonder if Dragonite would do well in Europe and North America. I guess not.
The level of patience, the
Mystical Fire at least is nice against Wall. Can always jump over.
When it's time to charge up that move, it's they're impressive Pokemon to win with, and he's an impressive player, so I'm not surprised to see it.
I mean, it's pretty good now. He got level 5 so early that top is over now for Orange Team. Lutano keeps helping out, but Lutano just wants to get Overlord strong.
Yeah, here we have the top path looking
it's going quite well. Yeah, they're feeding Overlord. They're funneling a lot into him. Yeah, it's gonna be Paladins actually. Interesting, really though.
It looks like both looks on Venu are not too bad.
Do I like Paladins here? I don't know if I do.
These days, actually.
Yeah, I mean the preferred
running into
long-range,
3 EVs, maybe.
Is the snipe shot at Teleon. But Overlord is level 7 and looking to make a
You could have had double sniping and just like delete them from range, right? Like Venusaur and Snipe Shot with very strong front line.
Damage in on Roland and Machizel.
Yeah, they're playing so much around Overlord. Wow.
Between these two teams, we just have 2 defenders down there. However, Venusaur from OT
Already late
running
now.
to this bottom path to see if they can make something happen, while Luminosity is crashing this top
That makes sense.
zone right here. That's a level 8 Venusaur alongside the Inteleon.
He's gonna keep staying top.
Incredibly strong secure here. They should be able to take down this.
He's not gonna try to steal this. I mean, that's no
As
chance.
you know, they take these things down all day.
Reggie or Virgilecki.
75% conversion rate.
Finally, Blissey is evolutions there.
Get on top of this goal zone because at least
Oh, he missed his wicked blow.
This Regieleki's on the doorstep. We have a
Had to
spin
pump rapid spin.
Blastoise,
Okay.
out of
But why? Is it really
trying
better
to
here?
hold down
The
this
Procs, I
top
guess, EV
half, but it's
passives.
not going well. 3 players have shown up. The Regieleki has hit, and now they have the opportunity
Overall
for
solo level 9.
28-point overdone.
Yeah, really nice overcap right there in this top.
Yeah, right. It feels like weird because Ushifu's not going to be carrying, right? They put so much into Overlord, but he plays a Pokemon that is like you press Unite move one time and the teamfight is over. So it's not a carry Pokemon.
It seems like once
Like,
these
you're
teams
right.
decide they want to fight, we're going to just see them scrap for the rest of the game. We just haven't quite had the
But
scales
Rutano's still
tip
level 9
into
too,
that
so
direction quite yet.
it's all fine.
They're playing very patient. You mentioned Overlord specifically, but the whole team.
Oh, he got hit by a Snipe Shot. Who does he want to go for? He wants to go for Inteleon?
Zug taking a ton of damage with the big Unite move and Wicked Blow combination by Overlord knocks out Flareon.
He did the combo. Can he lift those? The question.
Trying to make a push the other way. Overlord picks
Looks
up
like he can.
Puff and JL.
Like in games like this as well, I would just love to see Inteleon just go for full heal. Like, you know you're up against Urshifu.
Yeah, great stuff
Just go
there
full
from
heal.
the Venusaur. You know, they pushed them all back. Impressive.
You can't die to its Snipe move.
retreat by Luminosity in that moment.
There's not a lot of adjustments happening sometimes in draft.
Instead,
Like you see they have Urshifu, right? Who is he gonna go for? Venusaur is Paladin, he's running full heal. Just run full heal. You have enough range anyways. If Urshifu goes this deep and you full heal his Unite move, they just lose the game instantly.
You're welcome. Not giving
Right?
up the advantage that you just picked up.
Absolutely.
And if you are like scared of dying, then it's okay to play a bit more passive.
Orange team could be
Without the
5
eject
minutes
button.
away from closing this whole thing out. Winning
You have
your
Face Stinger, you have enough
grand
mobility
finals here in
anyways.
April for North America. Luminosity is looking to stop them right now. Heading up to this Regieleki, they've got a great opportunity for a secure right here. Plenty of rip, plenty of damage. But Chisel could try.
But she's gonna
something,
try.
but
I mean,
it's
there's
really
no
hard
way.
to beat Wicked Blow in a
I'm
moment
surprised
like
he's
this.
even
He
around.
decides to back out.
Yeah,
They're again trading.
Just trying to lay in some damage, prevent
I think they're gonna go for a push here.
very big push here.
That seems way too much. Not against Blastoise.
With the Regieleki
No chance.
is marching. Is LG going to push this? Overlord is right there to see.
Yeah, we're going to see what they want to do here. It looks like they're walking away from this.
Does Amp make Windy Unite here more if the shield is not taken? Bro, I have no idea. You're asking me things I don't know.
The 14, the
Okay, nice
40,
overcap.
Nice score here, 143-216. Luminosity
I don't see why it would, no. That makes no sense.
Big punch, Zugrug right back the other way with a Unite move of their own. Didn't catch them with the Rock Tomb, however. Otter jumping on up into the air, making sure that Unite move makes them invulnerable and able to get away, jumping through a Rock Tomb there with the Mystic Fire.
I hate AG's late game team fighting. I hate it.
Be able to make plays like that. They would be
I feel like
stuck in that
Orange team has such a solid team comp.
Scoring just moves across
Oh,
the
Blizzard
map.
says they're gonna turn this around. Overlord's knocked up. He doesn't have Unite. But Aetagos hits a nice Unite to heal everyone up. Can they take him down? Oh, Heidelberg, no, he gets punched. Punch into the face. They actually lose this fight. Wow.
Incredible stuff, and you know it kind of looks like
2-0.
Shredder. He's dining on turtle soup tonight. Incredible
close.
stuff. I mean, I thought Overlord was going down multiple times inside that fight. We had the Bliss assistance into the Hydro Typhoon, into the.
Otter again is also pretty underleveled. He's only level 10 on Mysticify Sylveon, so he's pretty much useless.
Still standing.
Yeah,
I don't know what he can even do in this fight now. I guess he just. I don't even know.
Keeping the rest of OT
I have no
being able to
idea.
go support, but at least they didn't overextend once that happened, right? They said, okay, we just got to give up Machizel in this moment and hope that we can find some value somewhere
He's
else.
tickling
Here we
them.
go. They're going to be heading up towards this top path once again, looking for this Regieleki. The snipe.
He distracts. I mean, he has to plank and just play from his side, I guess, and just try and be annoying.
The dark, basically. There isn't much they're going to be able to do with that. As Orange team is heading to our bottom path here to see if they can secure.
I think that seems kind of helpless. I mean, he doesn't know damage now anymore. But I guess he reduces special attacks still, right? He's still somewhat useful.
On the rip because, well,
He can reduce Blastoise, Venusaur, and Inteleon. damage, even Blissey healing. So in the end, his fire will still be kind of useful by just reducing damage, I guess. Regielekki's gonna walk in. I assume Sylvian should go there, right? So Sylvian can get away and it's useless anyway, so Sylvian goes down, it's like whatever.
They also know that they're already
Yeah, Sylvian's gonna go for it. Or not, like, he doesn't know where Orange team is right now. He doesn't actually go for it. Is he going now? He's too late.
This is a great position here for Luminosity. Joey caught a little bit with the snipe shot in the Rock Tomb, but it's an Umbreon.
More pointed for a G.
It's doing okay.
Yeah, it healed itself right up. Otter with another.
Now he's going for the back cap. Oh, he sees them now, so it makes sense.
And now Otter, yeah, possibly running for the score. They're
it's the
already
42
up
points
right now. 1 minute 38 seconds on the clock. Orange team could win the grand finals right now. They're starting to hit this Rayquaza. They're seeing if anyone wants to move
taking a lot of damage right here. He's AG jackpotting to his team.
Huge catch right there onto Zugrug. Zug pushes
flashing more damage onto them.
Back right now. The snipe shot doesn't find any target. Rayquaza is resetting its HP.
If something bad happens, AG can always rip Ray. They have Glaceon and Urshifu, so.
Something happen. Their tournament's not on the line, but the victory
and it's always having a flank. This is what I mean. Otter like just trying to be annoying behind. Like, he's not gonna do anything, but still.
Snipe shot could be the start of it right here.
Yeah,
I would like to see Orange team just run into AG right now. Just run into them. They're getting flanked by Otter. Does he do anything in this fight? Oh, he's actually still alive. He's actually killing Inteleon. Oh, he's invisible right now. He's invisible. He can't hit the Mystic Fire. He's invisible. He can't hit him. He can't hit him because he's invisible. He has to basic attack air, but he can't because it would hit Venusaur anyways. Oh, this might be it. Oh, Overlord has no chance. I mean, this late game team fighting of AG is so pathetic in this team comp. No, like... Oh, but Icicle Spear is Lutano. It's always down to Lutano, but they're taking AoE Icicle Spear damage. Kratos? What? It's all Lutano, Snipe Shot is too... No, what is... What are they doing? Oh my god. Orange team, what? It's all Lutano. They looped up and all took Icicle Spear AoE damage. Like, what?
Standing around Rayquaza perfectly right there, recognizing that they were going to
okay, we have a third game.
That was thrown in. You saw the play from the Inteleon. No snipe shot, using the autos, looking to see if they could.
They just run into each other and make them take more Icicle Spear damage.
Luminosity taking game number 2.
Taking a look at that, Spraggles.
Can no one really, like, can no one run him down there?
Leashed him around the map. Literally put the tether on and walked the dog.
Can't like one defender sacrifice himself and just run into him?
In a terrible position and essentially exchanged Otter for central
I need to watch that again.
That they were in the lead and,
I can't accept that. I need to watch it.
And try and make something happen. And the moment they tried to pivot to do that for themselves, LG flipped a switch. Took the whole team down.
Yeah, I'll also say I feel like the Venusaur Unite move, it looked like it could have been a big game changer.
I guess
and it just
no way, right?
A lot of the targets there.
Great point.
What did Overlord Unite move in this fight?
They move in for that fight. Let's take a look at some of these big moments here from game number 2 and how Luminosity was able to pull out a nice victory.
Well, here's the Regirock, of course, the third one of 4 that OT was able to take for themselves.
Who's Overlord going here?
We are dwindling in time here as we are just...
He's just running around like forever. He's down to half HP now.
Yeah, here we go. There's a Reggie.
But Overlord was so useless in this fight. Who is he gonna? He just died.
Path right here. Here's this fight, you know, going back and forth. Really, a lot.
He just died. Didn't even have anyone. His character's just okay. So here, like,
moving on for this fight.
What do we do here?
Putting out an insane amount of damage right here, and we also have the Umbreon moving in to help clean up those KOs.
Oh,
Player of the game is Lutano. 140 points, 91k damage. Man, Glaceon's so good.
Glaceon is
the snipe shot barely missed.
Very, very good on Glaceon. It was an impressive match for Luminosity, and it felt like it was controlled chaos around
he flew over the snipe shot.
You know, there were a lot of moments where it felt like it could go either way, but these are two top teams. They both played it very, very well.
But like here, they take look at this. If Kratos just runs them down, right? Shouldn't Kratos just like point and click into a Glaceon here?
Running from that situation. Yes, they lose
but instead, look, he runs towards the Umbreon, and he gets his. Look at how much damage they take right here.
They burned a lot of time.
All 3 of them. Look at this.
That we knew that was what LG was trying to do.
All under half HP. Because he shared it to his teammates, the Icicle Spear.
They stay in a bush and pounce. but Otter left the bush.
And
was
he had no
making
Giga Drain because
himself
Umbreon
known,
got away.
trying to get somebody from OT to leave the central pit.
And then another
OT,
one
to
as
their
well right
credit, in that
here.
moment,
And now
did
they're
a
super
great
low.
job
And
not
Giga
taking
Drain,
that
like,
bait,
here
because
again.
waiting for them in the
Splash,
bush
splash,
was
splash, splash.
Overlord right there. However, they did it in a different way. Once OT
So
tried
awkward.
to flip
The
script
Giga
on
Drains
LG
are
and start
just
the
not...
fight, they had Otter just run straight down. They weren't even pressing buttons anymore. They were going straight towards where that basement Reggie resides, and by then, Orange Team pivoted, but LG had swarmed that raid pit.
Yeah.
I can't believe they lose out of this scenario right here.
After that KO. By the time they're back,
I think Inteleon expected him to run into Glaceon here.
Anger doesn't really get
He was ready for it.
Do
Like,
enough in that moment. You know, the difference between the pedal dance.
I think Venusaur has to run down the Glaceon right here.
The Verdant Anger into Solar Beam is
I'm gonna even lift, right? I'm gonna lift,
there are
yeah.
those moments where Venusaur literally just hits that and multiple members of the team are deleted. But that did not happen. Venusaur was not able to make a big play right there. And then finally, yeah, you have Inteleon just completely zoned out of the Rayquaza.
Quickly worth mentioning, we keep saying, I keep saying that, you know, LG gave up Otter in terms of positioning. But they also got Zug in that exchange, too, because Zug didn't pivot and Zug couldn't get out of the central. So they sent them on the ride, and they essentially eliminated the front line, which causes a lot of problems for specifically Flareons and Kratos when they're not ready to engage.
Yeah, and it was very smart. You know, even when they're having Otter get chased out, it's also very close between Otter and Inteleon, Flareon's there on the side of OT. It got very, very close. Inteleon almost going down. I actually loved a play that was made. I don't know if you noticed it when they were fighting down near that basement Reggie. The Inteleon gets the camouflage against the wall because in that moment, Sylveon can't hit it. The Mystical Fire can't find it. The autos can't find it. It literally doesn't have a single move outside of its Unite move that could hit it in that moment. It was kind of a really clever way to play against that, waiting for the Venusaur to come down. It was a really great play, but they still weren't able to head back into Rayquaza and make anything happen.
Yeah, I mean, great recovery in that moment, but you still found yourselves out of position.
How does Chris go from hot to Pokemon Unite? It's a genuine question, no hate. I mean, Unite came out and I just started playing Unite because Hot is dead.
Yes.
From
when I was playing Hot, I was always looking for something new to come out.
It's so
because Hot is dead.
Because I feel like every game, Luminosity
Very
gives
simple.
you a different look. Every game they give you a different Pokemon. Every game they throw a new strategy.
So the entire time I was streaming Hot, I was waiting for something new to come out, and then Unite came out and I just tried it.
Right? But I feel
and
like
that's it.
Luminosity is setting the pace and setting the kind of match we are going
and
to play.
it started, it worked well, and people watched, so I just went with it.
They're the ones sort of throwing.
Now we're here 2.5 years later, so
seeing how they react to it. I didn't expect the Urshifu.
It's already been 2.5 years since they started Unite.
Something more
crazy,
like the Blazikins and Gyarados that we've seen. Obviously, Luminosity didn't want to see that Gyarados again.
Yeah.
I think they made a great call right there with that ban. For the side of OT, I love their bans. So I don't know. I like their draft a lot too. You know, you're banning out Train,
it's so much longer.
You're banning out Mew. I
mean, it's gonna be 3 years soon. It's three. I mean, it's. I guess it's 2 years and 3 like
in the grand finals. Orange team was from the winner's
quarter.
side. So if they were to lose this best of 3, it is a bracket reset to our.
So it's almost 3 years soon. In 3 months is 3 years. So yeah.
Help us determine our April Cup champions.
That's right. Orange team wins.
3 years and 9 months already.
They're coming from our winner's side, and they've already dispatched Luminosity once today in a 2-1. So they can
I hate
do
how
it
time
again
moves so fast.
right here. If not, we reset. We see the grander finals. We take a gander at the grander finals.
Gander at the grander. That makes sense to me. And again, I didn't want to prophesize, but maybe pointed out a happy coincidence.
Don't you guys like finding getting ultra scary? Because I find getting ultra scary.
Seeing, similar things shake out here, not necessarily in terms of like game wins, but the situation that's happening right now is the team sent down, LG in this case, gets all the information they need, cobbling together a pretty decent strategy, and now that they get a second bite at the apple, they're making it work.
I'm getting
there's something to be said about that momentum, right? We see this a
Not
lot,
really.
where the team that is qualified.
I don't know. Like
through
I feel like it's so scary to see your parents just get older and older.
You know, as now
it makes you really like realize how life is just passing.
Kind of coming into these games a little groggy.
Does anyone ask you that way?
Compared to the other team that's on fire, ready to go, playing right now. And we're seeing that happen. However, OT took game 1. Right. So I think in that moment, you know, the momentum kind of squashed there for Luminosity, and now it is all tied up. It's anybody's guess as to who is going to win this.
It really is. It really is. I've been
like, I now feel like your parents getting older and older just feels scary. I don't know. Like, it just, you know.
Almost lost my pen. Oh,
whoa.
sports.
That was pretty good.
Flareon's has played incredibly
the late night
when we
thoughts.
watched them on camera. And, you know, Roland said, Zug gave them the vouch. Roland says, okay, let's do this. I don't really know this kid, but let's go to war. And they're doing a great job. Flareon stepping up onto the stage and performing for this brand new team.
Yeah, someone who I think has been crushing it pretty hard today is Machizzle. I feel like Machizzle's been playing really well with a lot of the picks.
I played comp in which game? But I played tournaments,
really
League of Legends,
as well
Infinite Crisis, and Heroes of the Storm.
Has a pretty solid Dodrio.
I played tournaments in 3 games.
That could be interesting. And I know, you know,
but the most success was Heroes of the Storm.
And maybe another best of 3. The
That
longer
I could actually live with it.
to process the
Playing tournaments,
from the
so.
other team, the deeper you go into these players' pools, into the strategies, into the things they want to pull out. I mean, LG suffered a pretty radical loss against Nemesis because of a Sableye and what they're able to do around it.
What I do in League? I mean, fine. I played in the German League.
Something that we might see, maybe not here in Game 3,
So on
but maybe Game 1 of the Grander Finals if they can
semi-amateur level.
Here we go. Top Pokemon
Was pretty fun.
to watch here in
I got
North
second
America,
place in the European
#1.
League a few times, and the German League, I mean.
68%
I played a tournament in China representing Germany. That was the coolest thing ever, not gonna lie.
That's not
Flying to China to play as Team Germany.
Yeah, I mean, higher ban
It's just
rate,
cool.
higher win rate,
I don't know,
the
it's
pick
just
rate is
cool.
1% below, but we haven't seen as much tree as
Yeah.
I would have thought, to be quite honest.
Even though we didn't win anything,
It's getting banned out a little bit
still.
more, right? Which I think is pretty interesting. Trevenant,
being like playing for Team Germany
always good.
in like
There
a
really isn't a team
global
that can't
esports
slide
tournament
into play top
in League of
half and play
Legends,
bottom
right?
half.
Against
It's an
other
amazing
countries.
tank.
It was very
It's pretty
cool.
good as sort of that all-rounder bruiser type as well. We're going to see what these bans are. Mew, no shock right there on the side of Luminosity. Gyarados also.
I don't know. I don't. It was ages ago. It was 11 years ago. I don't remember too much sometimes, but.
Yeah, I like this a lot. You're successfully isolating 2 players on the other
What
team
lane did you
from
play in
their
League of
top picks.
Legends? I played mid, then a bit of top, and also one tournament as a support. But mainly mid
I
lane.
don't think you're cutting them off from too much. The Mew is just incredibly oppressive
Mainly mid.
and has great utility. But Joey, I want to be impressed on a different Pokemon that isn't Tree.
Let's take a look here. We've got
But then I
Zucker
joined a
first
team
picking
with the now most watched German League of Legends streamer, and I went top lane. I let him go mid lane because I thought he was better than me. See, people think I have ego, but I literally let someone go mid lane over me because I thought he was better than me.
Yeah, the Mystical Fire.
I was like, okay, you should just go mid lane because he was top lane to begin with in our team, and I was like, nah, he's better.
Almost feel like you see more hyper
So I let him go mid lane,
than Mystical Fire Sylveon.
and
But this Mystical Fire
he's the most watched German League of Legends streamer
all
now.
game long in this set and the previous, and it looks good.
That's crazy. He has like 20k views, like 10 years later still. He has 20k viewers on average, or like 15k.
And that's no surprise.
That guy used to be my
Flareon, they're
teammate
proven on this Pokemon,
in League
right?
of
A lot
Legends.
the reasons they lost that last game isn't because of Flareon's play. So, you know, put that back in their hands and craft a strategy.
Otta
around
again,
it.
man.
JL quickly going to Eldegoss.
No, it's no way for you.
Crustle makes a lot of sense here because of the X-Scissor.
No
Again,
way for you.
We have Surf. We'll be able to keep them out of these hyperspace holes.
He's very known in the German scene. I don't know if Europeans know him or like non-German people know him, but he's very. Like every German Twitch person knows him, I think. Oh shit!
Are you bringing it out here in possibly your last game? Is it the champion? We're gonna find out here in just a couple seconds.
It's already wearing the power belt, so it's ready to go. Kratos locking in Legion look
Oh, we finally get the Machizzle Machamp. That's what I've been waiting for. Otta again. Another time Sylveon. But this time they have no Shifu at least. What's the last pick gonna be right here? Not a Ninetales, right? Surely not.
A9?
What?
A9?
Ninetales? Nah.
A9.
What?
Let's go to work with the A9.
Is that gonna be a Veil? Lutano said he wants to play support damage dealers. Veil is pretty oh, Otta's gonna play Ninetales. Never mind.
Switching it over to Otter right now.
Okay, that's very interesting. Ninetales here, is that really good? I feel like... Huh. Okay, interesting to see. Otter removed all his items right now, he's gonna reselect them. That's gonna be interesting.
I'm trying to take a look.
This is what I'm telling you about Luminosity, by the way. you know, you talk about having a deep Pokemon pool. I feel like Luminosity's strategy, they will drag you out to deep waters, and they will see if you can swim with them. Because they have a lot of stuff they're going to throw at you.
What does Nighthead do here?
Today, except for Luminosity. We haven't seen Aegislash today, except for Luminosity. There are a lot of picks that only this team brings out. And then on OT, we've got Machamp. No one's running Machamp but OT.
And, nobody's running Machamp.
Oh, he's live right now, look.
The Machizzler is seeing value out of Machamp.
There we go. Here, this guy. He's live right now.
Conversation with
no way for you.
Thinks, you know, Machamp actually isn't the worst.
13,000 views at 1 a.m.
Mechanically sound on
that I used to play. I got drunk with this guy before a LAN tournament.
And you know, when this team is in dire straits, specifically that player feels like they're back against the wall.
This guy.
4 arms are better than 2.
Yeah, it's the comfort
Crazy
pick.
times.
You love to see it. You love players that have that pocket pick that is not something that's at the top of everyone's mind, not something that's necessarily meta. But Machamp might look even better right now, given that it just recently had some buffs. We're going to have to see how it does here in game number 3 of our grand finals here in North
what do we have here?
For the April Cup.
What do we have here?
Team. Luminosity is your orange team.
Machamp finally bring out the Machamp. He's known for this Pokemon. If Machamp wins another like grand final against Overlord, I think he's just gonna start picking up the Pokemon.
Flareons, and
that would be funny.
Drizzle has a great secure, but not when it gets stunned.
If Overlord loses again to Machamp.
Beautiful set of rocks by Joey.
I would love to see.
You know, the Leafeon looking for a KO top.
I don't know. Is he also? He's also Mystical Fire.
They're able to do it. Great plays here from Luminosity, and I feel like a lot of
Where's the Mystical Fire come from?
Between these two teams, Luminosity gets the better of OT.
Yeah, it really.
G loves it so much.
Is prioritizing the early spikes, trying to take over.
What bit is Otter? He's Blizzard Avalanche, right? Surely.
Type strategy. We have seen OT.
Honestly, I think they wouldn't be too bad though.
Like the Venus last game. I think you could argue that Machizzle is going to take a moment to get online here.
Again, the top rotation, but they should know about it, right? It happens every game. And they should be fine. Yeah, Hyperspace Port for Machamp. Nicely, this time they're more passive. They know what's happening. They don't die to it. They score some core points, but that's fine. And now Lutano getting caught. They know exactly what's going to happen. Then wait, they're ready for it. And they didn't. They stopped and wait. Okay.
Yeah, JL.
This time good response by Orange team. They don't fall for it.
Didn't take any damage for themselves. Joey, nice little hollow air on that Crustle.
Intellion though. Intellion's trying to counter invade. And he's caught.
Meanwhile, while this was happening,
but Machamp takes an Overlord.
Invading the central area there of Luminosity. They're looking to make something happen in this bottom.
The combo?
Caught by that Blizzard Avalanche. Really
Order.
From Otter. You can see Kratos all
it's Blizzard Avalanche.
In that moment. A tough Pokemon to deal with. If you have any kind of dive, you don't want to dive in towards an Alolan Ninetales.
Roland taking a ton
if you ever want to know if someone returns on the Hyperspace Portal, like the yellow thing, outer line, it starts cycling around. If someone is returning on the Hyperspace Portal. Like there's like effects on it.
They need that level 8 obviously, so they can become very
so you can see that someone returns.
Very fast. The Unite move on Leafeon, crazy low cooldown, and really impactful, especially early.
Dynamic punch on top of Overlord, tons of damage rained in. The portal is there. Overlord eject.
You can see right now it's like nothing is happening. So this is how it normally looks, and if someone's returning, like it starts like the outer ring starts like going.
So many resources on their side to make sure that happens. Overlord right now able to hit their level 7, and we see this is a rapid spin water spout Blastoise, something that we've seen.
Machamp is level 7. Water spout rapid spin, okay. I like it here though. I feel like he's gonna be very difficult to deal with in late game fights with this build.
Fortunately for OT,
I'm not sure if Otter's going to be too useful though.
Games of experience here, and they're adjusting fairly well at this point.
Wow, I mean, they're really putting a lot of pressure onto Overlord right here, but that Eldegoss able to keep Overlord happy and healthy, as no one is looking really at either.
Next, you're going to say you can press R2 here with Phantom Force when the Hooper tricks you? Nah. Next time I'm going to tell you that Hooper can press Unite move. I know it's something we don't usually do, but Hooper can press Unite move. It's crazy.
More damage on Joey. Otter gets engaged.
It's a lot of people don't know this about Hooper, but Hooper does have a Unite move.
Unite is out. They have tons of damage they can shell it.
Belly snipe shots.
Wide, but
they're gonna get a lot of points in here. Are they gonna break? They should break it, right? Wait, he stopped scoring. Was the NDD stopping him?
huge blizzard avalanche right there.
Zagrag, no. Okay.
Able to survive that onslaught because of the Unite move and because of Wish. And now we have Regirock being started here by OT. They are ready for this secure. They have the snipe shot.
But doesn't have level 9.
Huge burst of damage as well.
Man, Wish heals so much now, man.
Machamp
They're gonna get it.
Flank here, going straight towards Otter. Zagrag is
They're just getting it for free. And Machamp is here,
quickly, right after securing yet another Regirock. Now Machizzle.
I wasn't aware of Hooper's snipe before, thanks Chris, no problem.
They're X-scissored out. Lutano is going for the support, but Machizzle cross chops in, can't quite find the target they want.
But can he find big Unite moves this game? Not sure. It's getting caught.
And now Zagrag is there, but I think we need to settle out.
Orange team is purple, yeah.
On HP, but there's no sense in committing too much right now.
Yeah, Overlord possibly pushing forward right here. Huge Solar Blade. I think it might change their mind. The X-Scissor pushes forward into Machizzle. Machizzle now backing out. They do have a Unite move on this machine that they can use any moment. Sylveon takes the Sky using their Unite move.
Lutano?
They do, and now they're looking for a target. Alolan Ninetales right below them could be a good one. Overlord
he's not gonna actually. He doesn't want to greed for it. Oh, does he? Oh no, Machizzle!
Jumped on by the Leafeon, and now we have
he tried too much there. He still wants to use his Unite and instead just
in that moment
loses the
right
eject
there,
button and his life at the same time.
If you don't use it, you lose it. Machizzle would have lost their Unite move, right? Because they activated it and they hadn't used it yet. I actually like them not using it there. You just give
Sylveon is so bad. I just don't understand their missing a fire Sylveon focus. I don't get it.
Immediately and knocked it.
Yeah, and here we go up to this top path. We see Luminosity with some better positioning right here over this objective. They also don't have a tier 1 goal zone on the other side, so they can make something happen. OT with a play.
Ooh, nice push onto bot here maybe. I mean, it's quite weak, but Zagrag has a huge shield.
Crashing this goal zone.
He has a massive shield. Nice Eldegoss here.
Just to build separation. Flareon's gonna use their Inteleon Unite, but they can't get anything into that.
Did they get any points in now, right? No.
They were really looking to make an impact on that goal zone and break it, but they can't quite get it.
Snipe shots? He almost walked into the lingering AoE. That was close actually. Overlord almost KO'd himself.
Here in the bottom
no, he's gone.
Two members of OT. Actually,
he got bladed.
With Zagrag being down here, this could be just another secure for OT at this Regice.
Yeah,
Man, AG just, I don't know why I feel like AG just, I mean, I like teams doing different things again, but just not feeling this at all. It's annoying Eldegoss gets the KO there. Eldegoss has more experience than Sylveon. Wait, Machizzle? Oh! Oh no, the Wish is not in time. Yeah, that's not the greatest trade.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I mean, just that Sylveon, you know.
But Eldegoss is higher level than Sylveon.
Fighting Sylveon, it's really tough to take that thing down, and it's able to put so much pressure on your opponents. That's what we've seen. We've seen all match from Lutano here. 3 minutes on the clock. The last 3 minutes.
Leafeon might face check into him. No.
If Orange team is able to put this thing away. You can see Zagrag having to be right now. The snipe shots land, but it's landing onto a Blastoise, not doing as much damage.
It's so annoying.
Like. You'd love it to hit that Alolan Ninetales. Right?
Even with like,
really would. Those snipe
Curse Instance, it still feels like it heals so much.
Would be awesome for them as they are just dwindling down.
This much is level 13 soon. He's 13 for damage.
But it might be
close.
Not up to them as Luminosity.
But they want to go to the Regilecki.
Yeah, Luminosity holding this point well.
He was holding bot alone, but they have no support right now. Yeah, Machiz is gonna recall. He's gonna start up stacking his cross chop.
Chisel ticking over to level 13, possibly gonna take some time to try to charge up some cross chop stacks.
AG levels are very bad. They have a level 11 Ninetales, 12 Mystical Fire Sylveon, 12 Blastoise. The levels are terrible. Can Overlord get 13 at least somewhere?
So they're looking for places on the map to
He's looking for it, but they have no indie deals right now. Nothing up.
They do as much damage as they can. Rayquaza is here.
Yeah, AG's levels are terrible.
Is up. Luminosity ready for this fight. It feels like this match is so unbelievably
and Ninetales in late game fights is pretty weak. So is Mystical Fire Sylveon.
Catch here at Rayquaza.
Nice position.
And they're behind in points, but I mean not much.
LG swiftly rotating.
Overlord is still not level 13.
But meanwhile, Machizzle is getting a ton of time to build those stacks you mentioned.
They try to give him Atari on bot lane for 13.
We have Eldegoss. We can see them moving around as we head back down towards OT.
Ninetales on level 12, almost there.
To make a play or to even stop.
Get that Rapid Spin plus.
Pushing forward right here. Spinning to win right now. Looking to catch Zagrag, but not making anything happen.
It's so awkward for AG, I guess.
Threading the needle right
they have such weird carries.
In the top path, looking for a score here. No one's
Matches are gonna put them very far ahead now.
What does Luminosity
Is gonna rip
do?
it?
Are they taking Rayquaza right now?
I don't think they can rip it. They will just die ripping it. I feel like they're too squishy.
Inteleon Unite is out. Tons of damage is being
What?
made.
Inteleon? How did that happen?
As now they're trying to smother Orange Team.
Machamp's on the right side. Elugos with a very good Unite. Blastoise. They're pressing the AoE circuits. It's out onto Machize now. Wait, what happened? What happened to Inteleon? Machamp is down. Oh boy. I don't know what Orange Team is doing.
That Solar Blade, but Kratos is getting low on HP. Rolling's looking for a way in. That Rayquaza is so low. Flareon's is here. Flareon's is way too late. Luminosity's going to take it. Bracket reset.
Yeah, bracket reset here for Luminosity if they are able to score, and it looks like they are. 100 points going into this bottom path. That's going to put them 202, 180. Not able to
That's
stop
enough.
the scores in the bottom
All right,
path.
we head into bracket reset.
With no time left on the clock. Orange team is going to lose this first best of 3.
What?
That Machamp goes down. No Machamp Unite move. Not had the opportunity to make that big difference. They were blocked out by a beautiful rock tomb near one of the final moments of that fight. And Luminosity just, with a really pretty fight.
Yeah,
I am confused.
Joey came alive on this Crustle here.
What happened to Inteleon?
Go now if they're not going to go tree. Crustle looked very good in that game, impactful from bell to bell. And now,
man.
Bracket reset. Bracket reset. I mean, it's just the name of the game. Whatever team's coming from the losers bracket, they've learned so much. They've gone through so much hardship. They're ready to reset this bracket. They're ready to take down the team that had the easier run through that winner's bracket. And here we have Luminosity resetting it on Orange Team.
Where does the mental go from here for this Orange Team, right? They're a brand new squad. We kind of talked about this in February back with Yala Bingo, Yep.
We'll make it. We'll make it. We can get to that desk. I know we could have got to that desk.
We are just raw speed. We are pure speed. We just didn't want to show it off right there.
Yeah, I mean, we have those fast switch muscles and everything. It's really impressive. Let's take a look at some of those big moments here. Obviously, this was a really interesting match between these two teams because it felt incredibly close the entire time. Every fight almost a stalemate.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the moments where I
So,
really wanted to
Machamp gets a good score, right? Like, the Machamp score is good. It puts them very far ahead.
Machamp Unite still couldn't quite
What is this now? No, stop opening random stuff, man.
LG again pulling the bait and switch. Fake
Why are you opening the website? Let me draw.
Causing chaos, and they just turned on them and got all of them.
Yeah, it was a beautiful, beautiful fight there from Luminosity. I have to
say,
when I respect, that players
he goes
have
here,
a pocket pick like Machamp or something
the
like
team
that,
just has to hope up around this position.
I definitely want to see it. I just
what do they do?
Really stacks up in this meta right now. Lutano, the player of the
they get poked out right here. How does Inteleon die right here?
This Sylveon, it's been a problem. Whether it's Otter, whether it's
so
Lutano,
as soon as Machamp scores here, they have to walk up or Ray is gonna get flipped potentially, right? They have to be in this position right here. What is this? Is so bad. What are they doing down here?
So incredibly disruptive.
How can he not just get into this space when Machamp is backcapping?
On top of you, Orange Team, Luminosity, the bracket reset will.
Why are they down here?
In just a moment.
What is this?
A very, very quick break. Do not go anywhere. I'm telling you, this break is so short. We shouldn't even be doing a break. We'll be right back.
Right? They should be up here. They should be in this position. And start poking, and then Machamp can look for a flank from here. What happens now is... What even happens here? Inteleon pops Unite, walks up alone, because his tank is not... his tank is over here. Inteleon walks up, presses Unite, and gets ran down or what? Because his team is over here for some reason instead of being over here. And because his team is over here, Machamp can't send up a flank. Jesus Christ. Now this is yeah. This is positioning disaster class. Now Inteleon has to walk up to get vision. Because he doesn't know what's happening to Ray. Presses Unite in front of these two and just gets ran down. Hooper presses Unite up here, in the middle of the enemy team, ports back to base with the hyperspace portal. Leafeon is completely out of the fight. Has no passive up either. Or like no thingy. And Marchese just gets completely zoned out here. Because they know as well, like, because of the positioning. Yeah, I mean, that was just terrible positioning. Like, when Machem goes to backcap here, you move into here, this position, but instead the defender and support goes this way, leaves Inteleon up here. They have no vision on Rayquaza right now, so Inteleon has to walk up alone, pop Unite move alone, gets completely ran down. Meanwhile, his tank and support are up here because they decided to flank, and because they decided to flank, they also make it obvious for Machem. Like, Machem can't move into here because his defender support are here, so they can't, like, look for a big flank. That was just terrible positioning, like, all across the board. Like, why are Hooper Umbreon flanking? I don't understand. Machamp is backcapping, the enemies have a free open Rayquaza. What are you flanking? Hold this position, start poking them, wait for Machamp to flank, right? That's what should happen. Oh well. At least we get more games now. Sammy, thank you for the resub. Appreciate it. Oh, audio, sorry.
Orange team coming from your winners bracket, dispatching Luminosity.
Sorry, I had disabled. My bad.
Now going back up against Luminosity after they
Sorry.
losers. Luminosity resetting the bracket, and here we are, a new best of 3 to decide your champion.
Let's get straight into draft. These teams are ready to go. So are we.
Don't let it again. I'm sorry.
Separate us from our April Cup champions.
And in a way, it's the AOS Cup champions. Just in that it's the most recent tournament, and it's in no way the AOS Cup champions.
Correct.
Mew band,
I'm sorry.
Gyarados band. Is it a Trevenant band? No.
Sylveon.
They're done with it. They're tired of this Sylveon. Blaziken on the other side. First pick. Hey, if they take away that tree, I kind of love this. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe they just said, look, Joey's scary on Crossloop. Joey's scary on tree. Like,
okay.
What do we take?
Okay. Joey does have more than tree. Let's not worry about it anymore.
Here we go. Second pick and third pick on over to Luminosity. What are they going to grab? Blastoise. Hey, there's that tree I talked about.
Yeah, it is a difference maker, I will say. Now, Orange Team has the ability to adjust. I would love to see Glaceon maybe. You know, if they go double tank, you know, Glaceon is a great place to start here.
Let's see what they can find. OT looking for their next choices here. Obviously, they're able to have, you know, Flareon's has been picking Inteleon really without issue. It hasn't been stolen away. It hasn't been banned away, so they could keep playing it right here. Machisel on possibly
Leafeon is, I guess, completely ignored now. We're gonna pick Eldegoss. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, Eldegoss looks a lot better. Yeah.
Because if you're going to go Garchomp, you can get that in your next series.
We believe in the 90s now. Do we go to the next weird attacker?
A bit of a guessing game. This is a bit of a vanilla draft so far. It doesn't have a lot of texture.
I'm surprised AG doesn't pick Inteleon at all. Is it because Inteleon just doesn't roam? I guess it's because of that, right?
Queuing up this A9, and switching quickly to Glaceon, but the A9 did look good in that last game.
It did look good, and again, it was another.
I guess
look
so, right? Because it doesn't roam.
Expect something that maybe OT has not
The
played
Ben Tank Sylveon.
as of late. We're going to see what the final Pokemon are going to be right here. We've got possibly Chomp, possibly.
So Orange Team not banning out Sylveon. It's just funny to see.
Back to Leafeon.
Garchomp?
Bad, but it's very clear that LG
Garchomp. Is Garchomp good here?
Yeah, I think LG's okay with it.
Interesting. Rapid Fire Scarf, Weakness Policy, Scope Lens. Weakness Policy or ISO for Focus Band? Okay. What could be last pick right here? Why does Otter have Gurgata equipped again? What? Otter?
Mamoswine, no. Otter, where are you going to end
what?
up, my friend?
Mammoth?
He has played this.
Huh?
He has played sort of this attacker
Huh?
Mamoswine. You know,
What is going on in AG this?
I really think this is some exciting stuff. And it's
Triple Defender, Lutano, Glaceon. Overlord running Rapid Fires? No, he's going for a spin build. Okay, we have Waters for Rapid Spin.
Well, we're about to find
Otter
out because this
on
is a heck of a
Mamoswine.
draft,
I mean, it's
and that
looking.
is
I
a
mean, against
tanky
Leafeon and
opposition
Garchomp,
with not a lot
I
of
guess it's
Pokemon
kind of
on the
looking
side
good,
of Orange
right?
Team, able to
I'm
deal
curious.
with
I
those
mean, it
HP
looks
pools
interesting.
and those defensive stats. And honestly,
It's-
one of the best Pokemon to do it. They let go.
It
in
looks
favor
interesting.
Of the Eldegoss, and now it's sitting in the hands of Lutana.
Yeah, this is just really tough for OT. I mean, that is a Blissey and 3 defenders with a Glaceon just behind them, riddling them with damage. It's going to be really impressive. We're going to see if OT got completely outdrafted right here, or if Luminosity is finally outside of their depth and they're going
The
to
non-spin, yeah.
Well, the big question mark is, of course, over the Mamoswine in the hands of Otter, right? You said you've seen them play it a little bit, but there's necessarily a difference of them, for example, 5 stacking on ladder and playing that, or in the grand finals of an April Cup. We'll see if it's just the biggest brain play ever, or if maybe there's some room for improvement.
I mean, I would really love it to be. I would really love to see a huge Mamoswine moment right here. That thing does not get enough chances to shine, and it would be unfortunate if the only game you really see it on, they get absolutely rinsed here in our grand finals reset. Heading into our game number 1 of our grand
I mean, I've not seen Otter play Mamoswine, but apparently Jake and Doopsnakes have, so
Orange team, and
I have not.
Team is a team named Luminosity.
So what's he gonna do with Mamoswine?
Quickly going to the top
Is it a
path.
bot
Gibble
path?
and
Okay.
Gabite,
Bot
specifically
path Mamoswine
not
against
as bad
Inteleon.
as compared to the other Stage 2 Pokemon that can be played. Has some great
Okay.
tools to them. Otter quickly going for a stack. Why? Because they're attacking this game. Right.
Yeah, they are. They want that extra damage. They want to get real
He has a attack rate, yeah.
real fast here in this bottom path. Leafeon coming
Yeah,
down,
what
see
is-
if
what
there's
is-
anything they can do to stop it.
What is AG doing in scrims?
Solar Blade, but no, Otter able to
How are
make
their
it
scrims
out,
looking
using
like?
the
I want to know.
Using their Icicle Crash right there. Great stuff.
I want to see.
Well, again,
if Otter goes
Mamoswine-
Ice Fang. Have you seen them play Ice Fang?
I mean, Orange Team doesn't have a lot of targets now for
Play Ice Fang,
Leafeon
but
and
it's all
stuff,
gonna
right?
depend on what they want to do. You know, Icicle Crash.
And love lockdown for Garchomp. Like, how's Garchomp gonna basic attack? He's up against 3 defender, which he would like to have. Because Garchomp destroys defender, but
if you're going toe-to-toe
they have
with
low CC.
Garchomp or something like that, you can just pick them up, slam them down with that Ice Fang.
It's a very unique composition, and first
I love
they need to
protection
get
for
to
Lutano.
Mamoswine, right? Otter sitting at level 4, they need to hit level 5.
And is he gonna go down right here? No.
By Zugrug, understanding that Otter
What
right
build does he
now
play?
is
Is
in a
it
really
Icicle? I mean,
fragile state
he has
as
attack
this
rate, right? So it has to be Icicle Crash and high horsepower? I assume so.
Enough. But Chisel just running around, looking for something to
Where's
do.
Gibby going?
As we have Overlord
Little
up in this
Gibby
top
running
path.
around.
Looks like they're securing a little bit better. But Chisel now trying to get their level 5 off of some of these
Little
Pokemon in the
Gibby.
central area.
Yeah, that just means that the top path has been going incredibly well for Luminosity here. Zugrug
But at least AG is showing us interesting games today. You know, so I can't be too upset.
Has for themselves right
And
now.
they're winning, right? I mean, they're 2 up in the grand final.
They've got a good rhythm.
So
Yeah, they've got a great rhythm right here. Once again, we've got the Water Spout on the side of Luminosity. Overlord going to be playing that Rapid Spin Water Spout build.
Zugrug
I think Garchomp's not gonna have a good time.
Otter desperately wants to evolve here.
Oh, Icicle Spears. Aura's got him already.
Chisel's still barely left
What's up on
standing,
level
but
5?
Because of that, the space was granted Piloswine.
Honestly, I would like. I would have liked Ice Fang in this game, but it doesn't work without XP share. I feel like that makes no sense.
Very soon, how they want to play it. Heading
We'll
up into
see.
our top path right here, seeing if we can score 30 possibly. But no, Garchomp is
Overlord?
coming to do some
He's
work.
getting Garchomped?
Glaceon hiding in that tall
Oh.
grass to see if they can push them back.
Icicle Spear. Does he have vision? me he doesn't have vision. Really? He didn't have vision? Oh my god, the Leafeon damage. Donked him.
Here we go.
Overlord going under.
Moving in, the Gabite, I should say. The Icicle Spear's not able to
That
take
one
it
missed.
down. Is there any points in on this?
Are they gonna perfectly break this? No, Umbreon is gone.
They might want to just get rid of this goal zone, but Lutano's
What's
not
going
gonna
on?
let them.
Lutano going forward. No, he targeted the Ataria. Lutano. Lutano, what is that?
Very small amount of points. 122.
I mean, Ataria, maybe Ataria is worth more experience, honestly, than a Garchomp, honestly, at this point. Maybe it's the right play. The Icicle Crash is there. Yeah, Antonio can't walk into this. Or maybe he can. Is he gonna find a way? No, the double wood hammer comes down. Otta gets it.
Zugrug, yeah, is in a little bit of trouble. So is the tree, obviously. Joey.
But why is Otta so fancy out of nowhere?
We do see the Icicle Crash from the side of Luminosity.
Like,
so not
Mystic Fire.
So,
oh, Honcho! Holy. Oh, they had. No.
Luminosity.
And that is the Joey tree difference. Now they're pushing the pad. They've got 5 players here, looking at 3 on the side of Orange team. Solar Blade engagement, 2 steps.
That was a massive hammer on leech.
Find a target, they get the first one. But now we're looking at Kratos. Kratos is really getting the pressure put on them. Joey's looking for an opportunity to poach. They flip, they horn leech. Kratos somehow still standing.
How is Leafeon still alive? Leafeon is alive? Okay. Does Overlord have Unite? No. Oh, he didn't skill it in time. I guess he was spinning anyways. Actually, forward here.
With the meanest counter push that I've seen in a minute.
And here they go, pushing onto this goal zone.
Lutano again going forward. Lutano against Zagrug. Lutano against Zagrug. Breaks my heart to see them against each other. Zagrug takes down by Lutano. This feels like betrayal, man. But it was Zagrug who left TTV, right? So
actually goes with the Dragon Rush back towards their pad. They
Lutano just going getting him. This fair.
Meanwhile, Kratos chipping away at this Regieleki, but it looks like Luminosity
Tano and Zagrug apart, man.
Luminosity is moving up there.
Sad
they don't
times.
Have a great secure, but Egg Bomb can always find something. The Icicle Crash is now here as well, so this has changed a lot. Let's see what they end up doing.
Oh, Garchomp. Oh, one. Oh, it was 1 HP. 1 basic attack was needed.
From the Mammo.
Another Dragon Rush. They're trying to poach a character, but they don't poach anything.
Why was Garchomp picked this early? Wait, was Garchomp picked early? No, it wasn't. But they were hovering it early on.
The opportunity to have a little bit of pop here to this engagement. KO streak of 3 for Lutano by what?
Glacian looks fun. Can they overcap this nicely?
Here we go. 22 points
they can.
in this top path goal. We see Overlord continuing to score.
He's gonna stack up a bit. Nice overcap.
That's gonna make this
Memo is so broken, yeah. This is all Memo so far, right?
Luminosity on top.
Definitely.
Red Ice here in the bottom path. Joey watching from the bushes.
Elvis Prestry looking to hit the right notes against this.
No, they're gonna not get this, but it doesn't matter too much. I think the second Reggie,
they don't care about that Reg Ice.
It's probably the most useless objective in the entire game, right?
I was standing there, I was watching, I was in the tall grass for a while.
It doesn't really matter at all.
Bored, I left. I just didn't think it was a thing for us.
I mean, it's still experience.
Just wasn't interested.
But it's not the end of the world not getting it.
Looking decent on levels. I mean, level 13 Glaceon from Lutano
Definitely
off
not.
the back of this big string of KOs that they're able to put together. Orange team doing okay on the scoreboard, a little bit behind, and similar with levels.
I mean, the second Regieleki is actually sometimes better.
Score-wise, slightly better for Luminosity as they move in.
If it's before jump heads. But it can't be right now, doesn't work.
Comes out from Joey, the Trevenant, Chisel trying to make something happen. Here comes the Leafeon, not able to secure a KO. Overlord with the rapid spin, looking for something on this Garchomp.
Chomp.
Picked up a KO. That's a double.
Chomp him, Chisel. Oh, he missed the eject button. But Overlord is down too.
Trevenant's in trouble. Now we see the Blastoise go down, and now we see the Trevenant go down. Beautiful fight for OT.
And
I mean, if Glaceon goes down, it's just over.
167, 167.
Good chomping.
Not done there. They actually get charged with the high horsepower right through and decide to peel.
Yeah, here we go. Everyone's just going to be charging up their Unite move, getting as much experience as they can. Level 13 on the side of Luminosity for that Blastoise is extremely important. It is a huge buff, and they're definitely going to look for their plus move.
It's a tie right now on points. Wow.
Not having that heading into this final fight.
Actually, tie on points.
Yeah, level
I want to get a professional, like I want, imagine a tiny grand final. I want to see it one time. That would be so nice.
About 25 seconds until Ray Quaza hits the map.
30 for Overlord again, this time he hits it before Ray. So XP is very even. AG's just a bit behind, but they're one level behind in total. So Memos went level 12. But no, they're ahead now again, and they can... Memos is going for the spec here, but a Reggie Steele, level 14 Garchomp. That's quite scary.
With a big catch on Glaceon, you can see things going very well for Orange.
I don't want to see Umbreon flanking again too much. And then Teleon not just popping in and running to the enemy team.
So it is not them that needs to make the
Oh, the snipers are landing now.
It is Orange team.
Auto rotating through, they see Machisel, they put an ice
Overlord?
on top of them. Rapid spin spout by Overlord, and then they move quickly
was
back
quite
to
risky.
their side of the team. We're still settling up.
Yeah, still settling up right here. The soft boiled coming out, healing up. It looks like they
Garchomp wants to take Ray right here. He should start taking Ray just for his passive. Boosted.
We're still able to heal up Overlord.
He's so passive.
The Icicle Spears come out. There's the Glaceon Unite move. They're pushing forward, trying to get
Kratos has a flank onto Lutano. Orange team is so passive. Well, they steal the Blastoise Unite. Oh, they're from Glaceon. There's the flank of Leafeon. They find him. Garchomp eject buttoning forward. Overlord 1 HP. Overlord down. They're gonna go for Ray here. They should. I mean, they have to. Hey. I thought Orange team was way too passive, but they just... If Glaceon goes down, there's just no chance. Like, what is this famous? Can Otter just pick something normal, please, in the series? Am I asking for too much?
OT looking for some scores right
They have to just score one time.
They don't need to do much.
Just one score should be enough. And there we go. 200, 300, and GG. Can you pick something normal? That was a good defense flank. This time it worked. But it's because, like, they didn't flank with too many people at the same time.
What a heartbreaker for LG. It felt like they were really moving well that game. They had the level lead. They had the score lead. Orange team with some tactical pushes are able to square this thing up, and what a fight in the end by them.
Yeah, really great fight for them. You can see in the end, unfortunately, the Mamoswine just standing there right now.
Yeah, I mean, again, when we see unique picks like that, it's easy to point at that being the issue, but I don't think it necessarily was.
No, I don't think so. You know, there was a part
there was I didn't even see Mamoswine one. It was so invisible to me.
Pick it up. That might have been the moment where they got a little too aggressive. They engaged too hard onto Orange team. Orange team able to counter punch very well and win that fight.
Yeah. You mentioned that. Lutano obviously had a target in mind, right? And saw an opportunity to jump. Unfortunately, with the coverage that happened between these players, Orange team collapsed very well, and actually the Eldegoss, Roland, ended up picking up all of the damage. They did get knocked out, but
I mean, it's still going on. Yeah, this is final reset. It's currently 1-0 now.
Into a vulnerable
so Orange needs one more game.
And Orange team quickly pivoted, right?
Yeah.
Again, we've seen it before. Sacrifice your support for less value to gain major value in a different way, and that's exactly what they did.
And we had some big Garchomp moments in that final fight, too. I mean, Garchomp, if it gets a nice Dragon Claw combo catch right there, they do some real damage. We're taking a look at some of these big moments here. Obviously, like most games, Luminosity winning at the top. It feels like they win the early game every time I see them.
Yeah, I mean, Overlord's up there. And if they're the best player in the world, as we tout them to be from time to time, it's easy to see why they let that that ship go and get all the resources it needs to get moving.
And you can see that big-time Garchomp Unite move. Leafeon following it up, making it a double KO. The Dragon combo, catching Overlord there on the Blastoise. And then there's the beautiful secure from OT. They were fully ready to go here. Up one game. Ready to close this thing out right now. They are ahead once again, but can Luminosity beat them once more? Let's take a look at our player of the game.
Player of the game, Kratos, Leafeon. You know, maybe had a bit of a fumbling there in the game 3, but in this bracket reset, really came to life, similar to game 1 in the first grand finals. Had themselves a heck of a game, 72,000 damage.
Yeah, big time damage, big KOs, and you know, even when you only pick up 6 KOs, only 6 KOs is pretty solid in some of these games, right? Yeah. But even when you only pick up 6 KOs, when you notice a few of them there are in that final fight, they're the KOs that matter most. That's how you end up being the player of the game.
Without a doubt. Kratos had a phenomenal showing. Roland as well has settled into this supporter role flawlessly, giving their team a real chance here. Luminosity, again, back against the wall. They're one game away from elimination. They figured out a way to do it in our grand finals, but in our grander finals, can they pull it out?
That's the question. I mean, Luminosity's been here before, also, interestingly enough. So a different-looking Luminosity, but Luminosity nonetheless made their way in the AOS Cup through the losers bracket up to grand finals with a reset. And Overlord, a player from that Luminosity, was against multiple members right here. Kratos, Roland, Machizel. They all did this once before. And at that time, Alter Ego was able to win. Well, we've got a few members of Alter Ego on both sides right now of these new teams. So we're going to have to see who's able to pull out this victory. Luminosity, they have a lot of tricks in their bag. But I don't know. Was that their last one? Do they need to go to something else right now? Unfortunately for them, it didn't work. However, I will say, it looked like it was a huge counter to what Orange team drafted.
I agree. Again, it's one of those, maybe execution was a little off, but it wasn't a complete L leaving the draft screen, right? We've seen that from time to time where it's like a whole, like the Snacks and Zoinks draft. If we were actually loading into lobby, catching an L.
You're not, he's having a real hard time because of this draft.
I got dismantled. I just got a mental boom from that.
It was a for fun thing where we're just seeing... Like, we're just having a for fun draft. I really think it has affected Doomstacks in some serious ways.
I have, I have scheduled some therapy, but it's okay. LG here looking for the bounce back. They got to win 2 in a row. The situation that you were outlining from February, LG actually won first game, and then it was Alter Ego, or now members of Orange team, that bounced back actually off the back of the Machizel Machamp.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. They were down to sort of their last options, and they said, just go with the comfort pick. Bring the Machamp out. I don't think the Machamp looked particularly good when we saw it from Orange team earlier, and yeah, I just have to say, I think it was one of those things that could maybe work once, but we know what Machamp does now, and they shut it down super hard when we saw it.
That's a great call. However, the Garchomp, Machizel's Garchomp, really shined, especially in the last 3.5 minutes of that game. It was really just a tear. Big dragon rushes, closed gaps, really facilitated some nice KOs. Obviously, in the Ray Pit, they did that as well. Using their Unite move to actually get out of getting hit by the Hydro Typhoon as well was a nice move by them. They got the knockout on Overlord with that character, of course. So if I'm Orange team, I'm keeping that in the back of my mind. Like, this Garchomp is something that we can pivot to in the late stages of the draft.
I'm curious. You've asked me a few times. Now I want to ask you. Luminosity, where do they go from here? Is there anything left in the tank? Is there something
what happened to
using earlier that they need to bring
two of their players got banned,
so many different
combined with bad results that they changed a lot of members now. By a lot of members, 4 members.
Sylveon sticking with the Glaceon, both of those things.
So,
Maybe figure out what else Flareons can play that isn't this Inteleon. Lutano is a phenomenal Inteleon player themselves. Maybe you kind of get yourself a power pick and take one away from the other team. But look at the broadcast schedule for 2024. Why don't you run us through it?
Yeah, we got the regional finals coming up here very, very soon, May 11th and 12th. Then the final stretch and the NA regional finals live
final stretch.
NAIC here, June 7th and 8th. That's in Nolans.
I'm very excited for that event.
Do you guys know the final stretch is gonna work? It's actually kind of,
but it's
a bit unfair.
The final stretch and the NAIC top 8 is structured.
Yes.
We are
have you guys seen how it works?
Some banger matches.
Yeah, we're gonna have incredible matches. We'll have, essentially 2 teams qualifying for Worlds. Within that, we will have the North American team winning regionals, and then we'll have the final stretch. It's gonna be a crazy exciting event.
So,
if you haven't been
how
to
does
a
it
live
work?
Pokemon Unite event, it's one of the best things. The audience.
Teams can go there. It's like AOS Cup, right? You can go to America and go there. And then you play up to 32 teams, play for 3 teams left. And then the 5 teams from the NA regional who didn't qualify for the World Championship joins those 3 teams and all of those 8 teams fight for the last world spot.
Crowds, this NA crowd can
So
go
NA gets like
because it's
another
going to
big
be
chance to get
NA
another world
players
championship
on that stage
contender.
fighting in those grand finals.
The last time we were live at NAIC, we saw TTV versus
It's
Luminosity, and those games were absolutely insane. I can't wait to see what's going to happen when we are live in New Orleans.
So might be a bit unfair.
Now, we are inside these
But
grand finals. Luminosity
you know, I'm not.
down 1 game.
You're competing in Unite, you know, I'm quite happy I might not be competing in this game.
Luminosity with the first pick this time. They're going
With
to be
how the
banning out
format
the
is this
Gyarados,
year.
they're going to be banning out the Blaziken. On
But
the
yeah.
other side, we're seeing the Mew ban, and yes, that's Sylvia. They're tired of it. They don't want to do this anymore.
It's a great call. You know, sometimes you just get worn down so much. Like, okay, just not
So it's definitely pretty interesting.
Yeah, whatever else you want, but not the thing that's just jumping around to shooting fireballs. Thank you.
So JL choosing
So NA has a high
Umbreon
chance
here
for
actually
another like
sets
slot at the World
LG
Championship.
up to do what Nemesis did to
Pretty
them
much.
in Game 1 of the losers finals, which is structure your way through and then have JL nab the Sableye in the end. Of course, I'm a personal favorite of that, personal fan favorite of that. So
But it's one, like, there's for the final stretch, one more team can make it to the World Championship.
Incredibly solid.
Let's see what
Pretty
they're
much.
going to go with for these picks right here. Zugrug on the Trevenant and Blastoise being locked in.
Which is kind of cool, but at the
This
same
is
time,
another
yeah.
phenomenal opportunity for what else but Glaceon. I kind of say it all the time, but it always feels relevant. It can be incredibly strong. Now, Otter has an opportunity to go to the Glaceon now, the Inteleon now, like we talked about, right?
Yeah.
Take something out of Flareon's
Okay.
hands and give yourself a powerful tool.
I banned the Sylveon
and
again.
maybe a
Oh, this
pivot
the
from JL
finally.
onto this Blissey here.
Yeah, we're
Oh
gonna
my
have to
god,
see
finally.
if that, you know, Inteleon is a difference maker for Luminosity. Obviously, Otter a little cracked on the sticks, you know, and I think he still might play in a Switch in handheld mode. I can't remember, but I mean, you put this, you know, player on any of these attackers, and he's absolutely unbelievable. Over on the side of OT, we have our players locking in possibly Eldegoss and Chandelure, a Pokemon we actually have seen a decent amount today, more than I expected.
Yeah, quickly Lutano queuing up Glaceon here. Joey hovering the Scizor Scyther potential maybe.
So we finally have Otter picking up Inteleon. What it feels like a real Pokemon, but Sylveon got banned again. Is it going to be a Scyther for Overlord?
Yeah, this is really interesting. If they
The
do
top
end
has
up
a Scyther, it is going to be
picking Scizor, it
one.
would most
Into
likely be
Trevenant
Scyther, who will be played by
Blastoise.
Overlord.
Picking the
He is a
Scyther.
player that dominates.
And some of these
with
draft
Scyther.
decisions
He
just
plays
confuse me a
Scyther when
bit.
he's bored. I've
So we
seen
see
him on
Mimikyu.
stream just run around
See,
and
this
rip
Mimikyu
through
was so
solos,
overhyped by NA
duos,
teams. I
trios,
remember,
five
like,
stacks
was it at EOS
with the
Cup where,
Scyther.
like,
Now that this
or the
Pokemon's
last
up, I'd like to see
tournament
what he
in A
wants
where
to do on
Mimikyu was permanently banned? And now Mimikyu doesn't even get picked. Now finally we see Mimikyu.
A Pokemon you and I have
Yeah,
not
I mean, Mimikyu
seen
was so
generate
overrated
too much in-game success, but is given a ton of
in
respect.
the last few tournaments. But it could be good here. It shuts down Scyther. It can be good against Glaceon, and it's very good into Inteleon, so I'm gonna see how that goes. Mimikyu's busted? Yeah, I don't know about that one, bruh.
Reminds me a little bit of Dragapult, and in some ways it reminds me of Gengar very much. They're great when the enemy's not coordinated to shut you down. We're going to have to see what they can do with it here. I feel like every time I see Mimikyu, it's not the game winner. However, there is that one time where it just chains those KOs through the entire enemy team.
And the ground that a long-distance Shadow Sneak can cover cannot be understated, right? You're just moving around the map, and all of a sudden you find yourself face-to-face with Mimikyu, shredding your HP bar down.
Yeah, it's pretty solid into some of the things they have on Luminosity. Like, it's really good into Inteleon. You catch Inteleon with Shadow Sneak, you have your Unite move up, it's absolutely over. One Pokemon down right away from that fight. Shadow Sneak is reset. You're ready to go right back in and continue that advantage. So I see the thought process behind picking it. We're going to have to see what they're able to do with it here.
Yeah, without a doubt. I really like Otter grabbing the Inteleon out from under OT because, of course, Flareon's has pretty much spammed that Pokemon the whole time.
Here we go. We're getting ready for game number 2 in our Grander Finals. This is the bracket reset in North America. Luminosity, your purple team. Orange team.
Okay, let's see. I mean, Mimikyu could be good here. This could be one of the games where Mimikyu is actually good in. So, as a last pick, I think it can be quite decent.
Want to get this Mimikyu online.
Overlord on top has a Scyther.
I love the new buffs.
Quite risky picking into 2 defender this early on.
That I rightfully rightfully so.
I don't believe in it too much.
For a while because I really wanted
It's Overlord, so
I really wanted them to be better, more competitive.
Can't underestimate him, eh?
A few nice buffs recently. One of my favorites is Scyther. When it hits the boosted attacks, it gets
very
this
early
move
Tano
speed
gank.
bonus, and it's just able to chase things down, and you're seeing it right there.
Very big surprise EV gank on level 4.
Lutano keeping the pressure.
Chansey went for an invade. Goes down, but that's fine.
Secure and stack up.
Yeah.
Sometimes gonna try to snowball Overlord. Oh, he didn't get the last hit though. That was a bit unlucky.
Those stacks in, and Lutano just being able. I mean, Roland couldn't even engage. There was enough spears there for just one trigger of icicle spears.
Okay, that's good early game.
So now,
but again, I mean, Mashizel should be ready for it. It happens every game.
Nice pick on Scyther. That would be the target.
Shadow Claw.
Yeah, if they could do something about
I expected to play rough this game.
Actually pulling back right here.
Like, who's he Shadow Clawing?
Scyther, though, it's a squishy boy. If you're able to shut it down,
interesting.
if you're able to do something where you get it in.
But against Intellion Glaceon, definitely going to be and like Scyther is definitely going to be a play rough. But no.
Tons of pressure being
Zagreb gets me locked on.
Otter and Joey
yeah, right.
Now.
This has to be a play rough game. No, I mean.
We're slashing through the mean look traps Kratos.
He's just gonna get mean looked every time he walks up for Shadow Claws.
Overheat build here for the Chandelure, which is a little bit of a different look, right? We've seen.
Please pick Scissor. Yeah, no one's gonna pick Scissor.
Overheat, I feel like you're gonna overall probably do more damage and you zone enemies out.
I hate Scyther though. I hate Scyther. But he's getting a big lead.
Very fast point and click burst.
Sorry, level 7.
I'm looking at the secure.
Is it gonna be Sword Dance? I hope so.
Outside of maybe the Chandelure Unite, I'm not seeing too much.
Yeah, I don't think they're a secure heavy team. They're going to need to win a fight. That's what they're looking to do. And they do have a few options to do it. Level 7 for Kratos.
The orange team doesn't have secure.
Shadow sneak. Oh, what a
they also went to overuse. They don't have flamethrower damage either.
Just an absolute dream.
Man, I feel like teams are so weird at drafting right now.
When they design that character.
I love
I don't know what it is.
Absolutely love it. Zoinks was mad at me one time for not telling him it was good. But
I mean, Scissor isn't too good in solo queue either. Oh, Otter. You're not missing about Sylvian anymore, buddy. He's hitting Shadow Sneaks. Can he get the KO? No. But that's 12 points in. That's huge. 57. I mean, Lutano just keeps playing around Overlord to get him ahead. Level 8. What's going to be free Regice? Big Room Gaming? Yeah, no.
That was a great series from this Mimikyu. We're going to see if they're able to shut it down.
I mean, G's missing Engage. I mean, no, they're missing Engage. They have Scyther and Blissey Unite. Never mind. It's getting late. But they're missing CC Engage, is what I mean. But Blissey does stun too, right? Like, Scyther's gonna just jump in with the Bliss Assistant. That's gonna be it. And Scyther's down, but so's Mimikyu, because the Unite got cancelled. He died before Unite connected. Oh, Zagreb. That was so unfortunate for Mimikyu. Overlord died before the Unite move hit, so Mimikyu just died instantly as well. Doesn't get the shield anymore.
And just being a problem in the front line here. Otter can't get the space they need for snipe shots here.
And here we go. Otter looking for something. Able to hit Machisel right there. The snipe shots continue to roll in.
Oh, there's the engage. There's
and he is looking to tear
goodbye, Chandelure.
This is exactly what they need
to do
Unite.
Right now.
They need to get a big win inside.
But he doesn't get a big shield. That's the okay. Yeah, they have Scyther Bliss Assistance. That was nice.
35 going into this
Overlord just send it in.
Very nice with 33 overcap.
Yeah, G has 0 CC. I mean, their CC is Bliss Assistance.
Prevent any of that at that point because everyone from Luminosity was there. They took a nice convincing team fight.
This doesn't matter. It's just too big up with Unite move it, right? So this is a classic Cliff Pable or Blissey move. Walk up, score one time, die, and build up Unite move back up. It's a classic. It's actually a good play. Sometimes you get lucky and even get more scores in. But 11-9 Blissey dying doesn't give experience, so you just build up Unite move faster because you can't farm anyways. And that might be up for the next objective again, but I don't think it will be quite. Why is Edgar's even up there?
Use abilities. They just A-pressed poor Roland in the mean look here.
I don't know how long Bliss Assistance is cooldown. But Zagreb is level 8. He's gonna go down too. And Glaze Edgar's has Unite, but I mean
Nobody
No one's gonna make it there in
So
time.
if they can quickly shred these players, they can
Let's
quickly
Overlord
eliminate the
into
goal
it.
zone.
Yeah, scoring in this top path here, and they do. They break that top path goal zone. Really nice.
This was so good if Scyther and Blissey don't go down.
239.
Well, I guess they stop recoils maybe, right? Maybe they're able to stop recoils. I could still very good trade for AG, doesn't matter what.
Do have a Reggie Alecki that can
Very
walk
good.
towards their main base. We're going to see how Luminosity wants to play that. I think Orange Team wants to get rid of that as quickly as possible so they don't have to deal with it again.
Yeah, you know, if they can get it off the map under the 4-minute mark, which is obviously
Reggie
going to
Alecki
be easy to do, there's going to be no opportunity for a respawn, so the pressure that home base Reggie can build won't exist.
Ooh, Sakura against Mutano again. This has to be used on Glaceon. And it doesn't matter. Mutano gets squished.
For the side of OT as they're getting ready for this
Mutano gets squished.
They're just being zoned out
Why
right
is
now.
Overlord just looking around?
Easy secure for Orange Team.
And they defend this now, right? It's too risky to defend. They're still in Blasphemous Unite move up. AG, why don't you just... People are so bad at understanding when they can defend and when not, like...
Putting tons of points in. 2 players down for LG.
You just make it so much worse for no reason.
Yeah, a lot closer.
You're wasting time, you're not farming.
They need this. They need
You give up 2 more extra KOs.
So they can secure their spot here as the grand finals winner for the
Some things just can't be defended.
A lot to prove for our Orange team with a minute until Rayquaza. You have to remember that this team does not exist if it wasn't for what Luminosity is today. A team of Luminosity, Alter Ego,
I mean,
members
no
of
play rough now. This is no play rough, right? Like, if he has play rough, then he left. Holy. Overlord is mad. Overlord is mad. And are we doing the same thing again now? We just defend a goal we can't defend? Or is it actually going to work? Aegis Unite is so late, but I guess they defend. But they still lose Regirock anyways. Knife shot is... They used to Unite to defend.
25 seconds until
well, everyone's gonna farm though, right? Like, it's fine. Like, the Aegis Unite is fine because everyone used Unite moves anyway, so no one's gonna really do much. A 1-point lead right now.
This is an absolute nail biter.
1-point lead, are you serious?
We have multiple Unite moves not out for some of our players
Wow.
right here. Orange team with a 1-game advantage. They can take a weighted flip right here. They can get pretty aggressive onto the side of Luminosity if they would like to. Kratos obviously can make a big play.
Make you play rough, I would be... They're just gonna go for the flip. They're just flipping it. And AG is so far away from it. This is the sense, and they get it. Why do teams always just give up Ray positioning so much? I mean, they have a 1-0 lead, so might as well like, okay, we're just gonna flip it. And if we win, we win. It happens so often that teams just let the enemy team walk into Ray.
OT taking it in OT and
Wow.
the grander final.
Orange team! We have new champions. I mean, some of them have been champions before, but of course. Man, it just ends in the... I mean, yeah, I mean, it's AG's fault. They're not at Ray.
Push in them, but they are so far behind. I mean, this is wipe the entirety
Oh
of
man,
Orange team.
yeah, there's no chance.
Score a ton
Alright!
of goals, pick up more points
Orange
from
team,
somewhere,
maybe
and
there's a
then
chance
still
there.
they
Okay,
might
maybe
be
we're
behind.
gonna watch the push there. Maybe there's a chance, who knows.
In 1 minute.
I doubt it, but they still have Bliss, they have Scyther Unite. This could still happen, maybe. It's only... I mean, Traven's gonna score another 100. Can they keep Lutano alive? Joey's gonna go down.
Now the push continues, but Umbreon is down. Joey is
Scyther has Unite.
They're looking up targets.
But, yeah, not enough damage.
Can't find a KO. Crash landing on top of the pad.
Nope. That's it.
And it looks like OT's defense
That is it. Orange team, Zakurak beats AG and become the April champions of North America. GG's.
Doing a little dance with Kratos. Kratos saying, yeah, I'm just going to set this controller down here for a second because we just won.
Let me watch that again. I swear, why does teams always just let people walk to Rayquaza? It's wild, no? I mean, you know they flipped it because Scyther doesn't have Unite move from bot lane still. That's why they flipped it, I think. It's a good call. Like, they know that Scyther doesn't have Unite. And Scyther without Unite move is useless. I like this a lot. Right? Scyther without Unite move is just worthless. And it's a proactive move. Their vision. AG is Overlord is farming, because he has to farm his Unite. I'm surprised how fast it went down. And then blasted with a perfect Unite move. Could Bliss Assistants get it somehow? No, it's just too late. They can't even get in position for it. Yeah.
To be Orange team with an incredible win, having a bit of a stumbling start to that grand finals, but swinging back in a major way in that game number 2, or like as I like to call it, the grander finals. Take a look at some of these highlights of this game. So interesting to see Orange team respond after that bracket reset. Some of my favorite changes that they made throughout the series were in the draft screen in the games after the reset. The Garchomp in that first game, and then the Blastoise in that second game. Luminosity throughout this entire series, banning constantly into Machisel, Blaziken, Gyarados, trying to deny those top path options at every turn, and Machisel just being so impressive. In fact, winning player of the game in that second one. I think it'd be impossible to give it to anybody else after that Hydro Typhoon secure around that raid fight. The only piece of insurance that Orange team had in that final fight was Machisel's Unite. Used picture perfect. Incredible stuff from this squad.
Yeah.
Please, go ahead.
I was going to say, what I was going to allude to is the fact that you called it out. Machisel's game was leveled up this time.
Yeah.
And no, the Machamp didn't necessarily find its mark, but their pool got deeper, has gotten deeper. We've watched it today. Garchomp, very good. Blastoise is something they weren't picking before. Very good today. Secured them their objective for the win. All the credit in the world to the Machisler. I mean, have been leveling up their game, and it's really nice to see Orange team play with the chip on their shoulder. And like I said, you know what? It might be BM, but I like the spinning on the pad, rub their noses in it because they hung you out to dry.
I mean, yeah, this was, there's a lot of emotions in this battle, obviously. And we have an interview right now. Let's throw it on over. Welcome to the broadcast. The one, the only, Zugrug. How you doing, buddy?
Hey guys.
Feeling
good. Just won, so you know.
Okay. That's that energy.
Obviously, this was a huge win. I'm very curious. I just talked to a former teammate of yours, and now someone that you just faced off against, Lutano, and I was asking him how this kind of whole ride has been. Obviously, at the beginning of this year, you start out on Luminosity, the World Championship team. Things fall apart. You are not on this new Luminosity squad. Instead, you form Orange Team. I'm curious how this has all felt and how it feels to win right now.
I mean, during the year, there's just been like a lot of problems with our roster, like on LG the whole year, like a lot of struggles, made it, you know, not performing as well as we would have liked to, just because every week it felt like we're on a different team. End up on a new team again for this week, and you know, we pulled through. Everyone, you know, vibes were up, everyone was feeling good, everyone was like, you know, we want to beat the people that left our team. So, you know, everyone was like motivated to win for sure.
That's good. I mean, if you got emotion for the matchup, you can use that as fuel. That's incredible. I was actually really curious about some of your picks in particular, Zugrug, throughout the tournament, namely the Lapras. You're the only defender player I think we see picking this Pokemon. What's the deal with the Lapras in competitive play?
I mean, I think
they had no defense
Lapras got nerfed, people just like fully gave up on it. But I think Lapras is still like really good against, like, the game I played Lapras, they had a low damage comp, so it was the survivability of Lapras just made me like super hard to kill. So it's like the sustain is really good against low damage comps, basically.
I gotcha. Okay.
Well, Zugrug, again, congratulations.
What's the was Lapras?
Big congratulations.
I forgot. Did they win the Lapras game?
I'll start that GoFundMe to get
Did they win the Lapras game? I forgot.
In order for you. I know that's something you're forcing me to do.
Also, I voted for purple team, but my team, it was a purple team.
No, way better.
They wanted an orange team.
They did okay.
Like, it wasn't my orange team wasn't my decision. I said purple team. Okay.
Okay, you're right. That would have been the difference. difference. That was the problem in this exchange, was the actual color selection. Zugrug, peace, love, and hugs. Congratulations, my friend. Enjoy it, at least for a little bit, and we'll catch you all in the regional finals for certain. Have a good one.
Pulp up. Amazing stuff right there. Amazing stuff to see. I mean, so many of the top players.
Who's qualifying this year? Is it the champions of the regionals and then the top 2 point holders? They qualify for World Championship, right?
Teams going at each other. Let's take a look at this bracket.
3 teams.
Break it down, Zoinks. I mean, what a road.
Yeah, North America was super, super exciting. It felt like all those matches were incredibly close, but at the end of the day, the seeding was pretty right. Like, we have the top 4 teams in our top 4. Of course, seeds 2 and 3 being in our grand finals, but it just felt like fate was not going to let any 2 teams be in the grand finals other than Luminosity and Orange Team.
Yeah, it was just, I mean, such a war between these two. Nemesis still sits on top of North America, but nipping at their heels is Orange Team and Luminosity. Outside of that, Exile is about 1,000 points away from the top right here. So we have a real dead heat between these top 3 teams.
Yeah, absolutely. So if one of these
Japan started, so can we go to Japan now? Time to watch Japan? Oh my god.
Because of how that CP shakes down, so it's going to be incredibly important.
Oh, you meant, oh no, Japan hasn't started yet, no.
Cup plans, we did that. March finals, we did that. AOS Cup at UIC, we did that. Fusion 1 punched their ticket to world's first team to do that. April finals, that's where we are. Regional
Japan
finals,
is in
May 11th and 12th. So
2.5 hours.
And of course, the final stretch open and NA regional finals.
Japan is in 2.5 hours.
In Nowlands, June 7th and 8th.
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting. And then, of course, all
right, Twitch and all right, YouTube. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I will be back on Monday with regular scheduled solo queue funsies. Can't wait for just more ranked on Monday. Yeah. So thank you guys. See you guys in I mean, it's already Sunday now. See you guys in like 35 hours maybe. I don't know. Around that time. So I'm not doing Japan. I'm not doing Japan, no. What? No, I'm not doing Japan. Absolutely not doing Japan. Maybe over replays or something, but no, I'm not doing Japan. No chance. No, guys, no Japan. I'll be back on Monday with solo queue. So, see you guys on Monday. Appreciate you all for hanging out, enjoying the watch party. I hope it was fun. And yeah, I will be back on Monday, guys. Have a good one. See ya.